The Ultimate Godly Rich Luck System. Chapter 1 Shenhao System. Jiangzhou City. Inside a fusion restaurant serving both Chinese and Western cuisine. Lin Yan generously pushed the restaurant menu in front of Yao Li. He smiled and said, "Li, order whatever you want from the menu today. We can eat as much as we want." Yao Li, sitting opposite him, merely glanced at the menu. She then looked around the restaurant, where she came to eat once every month. She sneered, her face full of disdain. "Lin Yan, let's break up." In an instant, Lin Yan's hands, which were pushing the menu, and his previously strong smile stiffened. He felt as if he had been turned into a fool. His mind went completely blank. He glanced at Yao Li, who was wearing a sneer, and felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His family background was average, although he could afford his tuition, he had to cover his daily expenses himself. Who could have expected? The money he had painstakingly saved up over a month by scrimping and saving had resulted in such an ironic outcome. Li, today isn't April Fool's Day, right? You're joking, aren't you? Lin Yan said, his voice trembling as he forced a smile. To his surprise, Yao Li just sneered disdainfully. "Hey, Lin Yan, in the 2+ years we've been together, what have you ever given me? Take a good look at yourself. Apart from a handsome face, you have absolutely nothing. Who could possibly be interested in you?" As she spoke, Yao Li boastfully raised the latest iPhone 12 in her hand. She then lifted the luxury bag placed beside her, the playful look on her face becoming even more pronounced. "Just these 2 items alone are worth at least 100,000. Can a poor kid like you afford them?" Umph. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan finally noticed how different Yao Li was today. Looking at the arrogant Yao Li in front of him, Lin Yan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He looked at the woman he had been dating for over 2 years with a face full of unwillingness. "Yao Li, since you've said so, I hope you won't regret this later." Lin Yan growled angrily. "Regret? What a joke. Who would be foolish enough to regret anything over a poor kid?" Yao Li clicked her tongue. She looked Lin Yan up and down once more, then let out a cold snort. She walked towards a white BMW 5 Series parked outside. "I'm done wasting time with a loser like you, my boyfriend is here." As her voice fell, the driver's side window slowly rolled down, revealing a young man. After Yao Li got in the car, Lin Yan clearly saw the young man's exaggerated lip movements. "Your girlfriend is amazing." As soon as he finished speaking, the BMW 5 Series sped away like lightning. Lin Yan watched the departing sports car, his clenched fists suddenly loosening. He then slumped powerlessly into the chair behind him. The people around him cast sympathetic glances at him. Lin Yan smiled self-deprecatingly. Compared to the anger he felt before, his heart was now filled with more ridicule. It was ridiculous that he had actually dated such a green tea bitch for over 2 years. Just when he was filled with helplessness and despair. A sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding dong, the urban Shenhao system has been activated. Hearing the sound in his mind, Lin Yan froze, then looked suspicious. Urban Shenhao system? Yes, host. Lin Yan smiled. An urban Shenhao system? Well, let's see a luxury car then. The system cannot independently decide the rewards obtained by the host. All rewards depend on the host's luck and are related to the gift package level. Today's check-in gift package has been refreshed. Would you like to open it? It's quite convincing. Heart dead, Lin Yan didn't believe he could have such good luck. Open today's check-in gift package. Lin Yan said listlessly. Things had come to this point, and he didn't hold any hope, but what if it was real? Congratulations, host, opening successful. You have obtained 100% equity in Tianqi Group. Buffed. The moment the system's mechanical voice finished, Lin Yan almost spat out the water in his mouth. Tianqi Group, the #1 giant in Jiangzhou City. An existence known to everyone in the entire Jiangnan province. The current chairman of the group only held 40% of the equity. He did not even have the right to a 1-vote veto. Yet this damn system showed that he had obtained 100% equity. That is to say, from now on, the entire Tianqi Group had become his personal domain. As a transcendent enterprise spanning over a dozen cities, Tianqi Group was involved in countless industries. It was no exaggeration to say. Even if Lin Yan did nothing all day, he could still enjoy a lifetime of wealth and luxury. With the equity in his hands, the internal members of the group remained unchanged. The group could operate normally before he became chairman, and it would not affect the group's operations after he became chairman. At this thought, Lin Yan felt his throat, which he had just moistened with water, go dry again. Damn, this is more than just the difference between a pheasant and a phoenix. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a caterpillar turning into a dragon. Lin Yan muttered. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he asked. By the way, will such a major matter as the equity transfer of Tianqi Group attract the attention and intervention of government departments and banks? Host, rest assured, all of the host's check-in rewards are from legal and compliant sources and will not cause any negative impact on the host himself. That's good. Hearing the system's guarantee, Lin Yan felt reassured. At the same time, a ringtone sounded. Lin Yan glanced at it casually. It was an unknown number. It must be the person in charge of the equity transfer calling. Without thinking, Lin Yan immediately pressed the answer button. Hello. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? As soon as Lin Yan finished speaking, a timid middle-aged male voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. It's me. Hello, I am the general manager of Tianqi Group. Regarding the group's equity transfer and power handover, we still need your signature. Do you have time now? Yes, wait there. I'll head to Tianqi now and contact you once I arrive at the destination. After saying this, Lin Yan hung up the phone directly. He let out a long sigh of relief, then stepped out, hailed a taxi, and rushed towards the Tianqi Group headquarters building. On the other side, inside the general manager's office of Tianqi Group, the group's general manager, Xia Er, listened to the busy tone from the phone, let out a long sigh, and leaned heavily back against the chair. A working student who can suddenly buy 100% of the entire group's equity in the blink of an eye. Damn, they say rich people like to experience life, but this is quite the experience. Xia Er complained powerlessly. However, in the end, he sighed deeply, stood up, picked up the equity transfer contract that had been prepared on the table, and walked out of the office. They say the young are frivolous. I hope this young chairman doesn't interfere too much with the group's internal affairs. Otherwise, with that one-vote decision-making power, he would probably drive the company to bankruptcy sooner or later. Chapter 2, Tianqi Group. The taxi soon arrived at the foot of the Tianqi Group building. This prime location certainly lived up to its reputation. Even on a weekday, the street was still packed with pedestrians. Glancing at the Tianqi building before him, Lin Yan felt a surge of excitement. The thought that this 100-story landmark in Jiangzhou City was about to become his private property filled Lin Yan with uncontrollable excitement. Soon after, he calmed himself down and strode toward the entrance of the Tianqi building. Unlike ordinary buildings, this private building of Tianqi Group could only be accessed freely by employees holding access cards. Outsiders had no way to enter. Lin Yan had just acquired Tianqi Group, and the equity transfer had not yet been completed, let alone having an access card. Thinking this, Lin Yan took out his phone and dialed Xia Er's number again. Manager Xia. Mr. Lin. I have arrived outside the lobby on the first floor. Where are you now? I am also outside the company entrance. But I don't see you anywhere. Lin Yan was completely bewildered. He kept the phone to his ear and looked around. Suddenly, he spotted a middle-aged man in a suit holding a phone and looking around. His eyes lit up, and he strode toward the man. Are you Manager Xia? Lin Yan quickly reached Xia Er, tapped him lightly on the shoulder, and said calmly. Xia Er was focused on searching for Lin Yan. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, he was startled and turned around, looking somewhat annoyed. Just as he was about to reprimand the person, he suddenly froze in place. You are? Xia Er asked with an uncertain tone. Lin Yan. Nice to meet you, Mr. Xia. Lin Yan generously extended his right hand. Xia Er finally confirmed Lin Yan's identity. He quickly tucked the folder under his arm, extended his right hand to shake Lin Yan's firmly, and handed the umbrella he was holding in his left hand to Lin Yan. You must be Chairman Lin. You are truly handsome and distinguished, so outstanding at such a young age. I believe that under Chairman Lin's leadership, the group will surely reach even greater heights of glory. Xia Er flattered him with such passion that Lin Yan almost started to believe he was truly a young genius capable of overturning the world. But after a moment, he regained his composure and just smiled. It was just standard corporate flattery. Who didn't know how to do that? However, now was not the time to dwell on such things. Let's go. Looking at the eager Xia Er, Lin Yan waved his hand and walked toward the Tianqi building first. Seeing this, Xia Er followed closely behind. They walked in silence and soon arrived at the chairman's office. The previous chairman's personal belongings had all been cleared away. The desk was very tidy, with only a state-of-the-art Alienware computer and various desk ornaments remaining. Lin Yan naturally sat in the chairman's seat. Feeling the luxurious decor and atmosphere of the office, he forced a look of composure on his face. "Bring the contract." Saying this, Lin Yan reached out toward Xia Er, who was standing beside him. Xia Er understood immediately and placed all the prepared materials onto the desk in front of Lin Yan. "Mr. Lin, here are the monthly marketing figures for each department, the payroll distribution list for the group's employees, and this month's financial statement analysis. As for the equity transfer contracts, they are at the bottom of the file. Because the group previously had too many shareholders, there are dozens of equity transfer contracts. They have all been signed by the original directors themselves, so there won't be any issues. You only need to sign your name," Xia Er said. Listening to Xia Er's report, Lin Yan had no interest in the so-called financial statement analysis. After all, he might not even be able to understand it. What he was most interested in were the monthly marketing figures for each department, the employee payroll distribution list, and most importantly, the equity transfer contracts. He opened the folder and flipped straight to the end. Seeing the 100+ pages of equity transfer agreements made Lin Yan's heart race with excitement. The content of the agreements was identical, but the names in the signature sections were all different. These were all the original directors of Tianqi Group. At this very moment, as soon as he put pen to paper, their equity would belong to him. The content of the contracts was very simple. It didn't take long for Lin Yan to finish reading them, and there were no issues. His right hand holding the pen trembled slightly, imperceptibly, as he quickly signed his name on each contract. It could be said that with every stroke of Lin Yan's pen, an inestimable amount of wealth was being added to his pockets. 5 minutes later, Lin Yan finally finished signing all the contracts. After checking them carefully again to ensure there were no mistakes, he put the dozens of agreements that belonged to him into the folder. As for the other 2 copies, he left them for Xia Er to handle and transfer. After completing all the handover matters, Xia Er left the chairman's office. The moment the door closed, Lin Yan, who had been feigning composure, could no longer control himself and slumped down. The large desk was by the window. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, Lin Yan could even see the entire city. The office was luxuriously decorated, with a kitchen, bedroom, and bathroom. Calling it an office was an understatement. It was essentially a presidential suite. Valuable calligraphy and paintings, aged red wine, and expensive antiques were displayed throughout the huge office, looking incredibly luxurious. Lin Yan looked at everything around him with a complex expression, as if it were all unreal. Based on the monthly marketing revenue of each department minus the total payroll distribution, as well as the costs of goods and website maintenance. Possessing 100% of the shares, he could earn nearly 1 billion in revenue from Tianqi Group every month. Because the equity of large listed companies is generally not held by a single person, the company's earnings were distributed according to equity when there were many directors, so the impact wasn't as obvious. But now that all the equity was concentrated in Lin Yan alone, that massive income naturally became apparent. At this moment, Lin Yan no longer held his previous calm expression, his face was filled with wild joy. You have to realize, this was just 1 month's income. If it were a year, his assets would exceed 10 billion. He had never seen that much money in his entire life. But now, what was laid out before him was real, tangible wealth. How could he not be excited? Lin Yan let out a long breath, calmed his emotions slightly, and began to think about his current situation. The sadness from his recent breakup with Yao Li was long gone. Money makes the world go round. With such vast wealth, even if he wanted to find a gold digger, he could find one at least a level above Yao Li. But when he didn't have money, he worked desperately to earn it. Now that he was truly rich, he didn't know what he should do for a moment. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. Chapter 3, Longwan Villa. Buying a house. An idea suddenly popped into Lin Yan's mind. In today's society, where educational resources are unfairly distributed, it is becoming increasingly rare for children from humble families to achieve greatness. As a child from an ordinary family, he had already achieved a decent result just by managing to get into a regular Tier 1 university after giving it his all. While the diploma from a regular Tier 1 university was acceptable, the dormitory conditions were on a completely different level compared to elite universities. The only reason he hadn't moved out to rent a place was because he couldn't afford it. But now that he was worth $1 billion, wouldn't buying a house be an easy task? As a key metropolitan area, Jiangzhou City had staggering housing prices, with the overall average price already exceeding 50,000 renminbi, and it even showed signs of rising further. But for the current Lin Yan, it was nothing more than a drop in the bucket. Longwan Villa Complex. One of the largest villa complexes in Jiangzhou City. Covering an area of over 100 hectares, it was a Longwan in the true sense of the word. Only true tycoons could own a territory of their own here. Ordinary people didn't even have the qualifications to enter. Still taking a taxi, Lin Yan prepared to head to the sales center of the Longwan Villa complex to inquire about villas. Unlike the slight surprise on the driver's face when he came to the Tianqi building earlier. This time, the driver even laughed out loud without hesitation after hearing his destination. It was clear that he regarded Lin Yan as a loser youth who didn't know his place and was just trying to show off. However, Lin Yan didn't care. If he hadn't obtained the system, he would have been just as skeptical if he heard someone else saying they were going to the Longwan Villa Complex sales center. The Longwan Villa Complex was tens of kilometers away from the city center. Its massive footprint forced the developers to build it far away from the urban area. The taxi took several dozen minutes to reach the destination. Watching Lin Yan get out of the car with a calm expression, the driver smiled, said nothing, and quickly drove away. Lin Yan stepped forward and walked into the sales center. The sales center building was luxurious, not even slightly inferior to some of the smaller villas in the Longwan Villa complex. At this moment, the sales center was crowded, but most people were just there to watch the spectacle, not to actually buy a house. Because of this, Lin Yan did not attract much attention when he walked into the sales center. In the center of the vast lobby on the first floor stood the model of the Longwan Villa complex. As for the sales representatives, they were accompanying customers in small groups to provide explanations, but they were clearly on the younger side. As for the older ones, who looked more experienced, they were chatting at the receptionist area. Seeing Lin Yan enter the sales center, they had no intention of receiving him at all. Lin Yan was not annoyed. Instead, he walked quickly to the receptionist area and asked the older sales staff. "I would like to buy a house. Could you please arrange for someone to give me a tour and some explanations?" Who would have thought that those employees merely glanced at Lin Yan, then turned their heads away with disdain, resuming their chat without the slightest intention of paying attention to him? Seeing this, Lin Yan frowned and repeated his question. "I said, I want to buy a house. Could you please arrange for a staff member to give me an explanation?" This time, the employee closest to him turned her head, looking somewhat impatient. She sized Lin Yan up with a sneer and disdain, then mocked him. "I've been in sales for so many years, and it's not like we haven't had people come to our Longwan sales center trying to act rich when they aren't. But in the end, has any one of them actually bought a house? At least those people rented a suit and looked the part. You, on the other hand, look like a poor loser in cheap clothes from a street stall, carrying a second-hand phone, telling us you want to buy a house. Who are you trying to kid?" This employee was clearly the most senior among all the staff, so upon hearing her words, the other female employees behind her chimed in as well. "Exactly. The forest is big, and there are all kinds of birds. This is probably some country bumpkin who thinks our villas cost the same as building a house in the countryside. Even if it cost the same as building a house in the countryside, I doubt he could afford it." Lin Yan frowned deeply as he listened to the mockery from these employees. "Tisk, TSK, TSK. Did you get hit too hard and go crazy?" Just then, a familiar voice came from behind him. He turned his head sharply, only to discover that it was actually the gold-digging green tea girl, Yao Li. At this moment, Yao Li was clinging onto a young man's arm with a sweet and happy expression on her face. She looked as affectionate as could be, though whether it was genuine was anyone's guess. "What are you doing here?" Seeing Yao Li holding another man's arm, Lin Yan didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he found it somewhat amusing. After coming to his senses, he frowned. "What am I doing here?" "Obviously, I'm here to accompany my Ahua to buy a house," Yao Li said mockingly, at the same time tightening her grip on the young man's arm. Ahua's father runs a building materials company with assets worth hundreds of millions, and his monthly allowance alone is hundreds of thousands. "Today, I'm here to accompany Ahua to look at houses." As soon as Yao Li finished speaking, the sales staff who had previously mocked Lin Yan immediately rushed over. They began to shower the young man beside Yao Li with excessive flattery. Listening to the staff heaping praise on him, Yao Li looked smug and let out a cold laugh at Lin Yan. "See? This is the gap between you and Ahua. You are just a poor loser struggling at the bottom, while Ahua is a true darling of heaven. Only a man like him can bring me true happiness. You can't," Yao Li said sharply. Lin Yan ignored her, smiled, and dialed Xia Er's number directly. "Hello, President Xia. I am at the Longwan Villa Complex Sales Center right now and have encountered some trouble. I need you to deposit my after-tax income for this month into my account immediately." "Encountered trouble? Do you need me to come and solve it for you personally? The boss of the Longwan Villa real estate developer has some dealings with me, and I might be able to help with this." "No need, just deposit the after-tax income into my account." "Understood." The conversation ended, and Lin Yan hung up first. Immediately, the first thing that came into view was the mocking Yao Li in front of him. "Hey, Lin Yan, breaking up with you was indeed the right decision. I didn't expect that not long after we broke up, your prospects haven't improved much, but your ability to brag has grown significantly." "President Xia. After-tax income? Does your meager salary even require paying taxes? I could count it on one hand." To this, Lin Yan paid no mind, he just quietly waited for the board dividends to arrive. However, seeing Lin Yan remain silent, Yao Li thought she had really struck a nerve, and became even more arrogant. Chapter 4, Yuhua Pavilion. "Didn't you just say you asked some CEO Xia to deposit your after-tax earnings into your account? Well, show us. Where is it? Is this perhaps your final salary settlement? Don't think I don't know that you lost your job just yesterday. You're nothing but an unemployed bum now," Yao Li said with a sneer on her face. As Yao Li spoke, other customers in the sales office who were viewing the housing models also cast disdainful glances his way. To have the courage to visit the Longwan Villa Complex sales office, even if one lacked the capital to purchase a corresponding villa, meant one was at least considered a successful person in the eyes of ordinary people. But now, an unemployed bum had mixed into the sales office, which they found absolutely ridiculous. Just then, a crisp sound came from Lin Yan's phone. Lin Yan glanced at the message and a smile appeared on his face. This was the board dividend he had asked Xia Er to transfer, a full 1 billion yuan. 9 zeros followed the 1, it was a sight that made one feel refreshed. Lin Yan smiled, looked at Yao Li, who still wore a sneer, and turned his phone around. The bank deposit notification was immediately exposed to Yao Li's eyes. At first, there was still disdain on Yao Li's face. But after seeing the information displayed on the phone clearly, Yao Li's pupils dilated sharply, and she immediately collapsed to the ground. "Impossible, this is impossible!" Yao Li screamed, acting like a shrew, her words frantic as she repeated these two sentences over and over. After she fell, the sales office staff behind her and the so-called Ahua also clearly saw the message on his phone. "Your savings account ending in 6270 received a deposit of 1 billion renminbi on June 17 at 16 hours 8 minutes and 54 seconds. Current balance, 1,003,785 renminbi and 29 cents, bank." Silence. A deathly silence. Upon seeing this message, everyone was stunned where they stood. None of them had expected that the poor kid in their eyes was actually a genuine wealthy tycoon. It was no exaggeration to say that the combined net worth of everyone present might not even be worth as much as this single transfer notification. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Yao Li sat on the ground with vacant eyes, muttering to herself incessantly. A super-rich tycoon with a net worth of over 1 billion yuan had been right by her side. Yet she had pushed him away with her own hands for a mere pittance. Regret. In an instant, boundless regret washed over Yao Li's entire body. If she hadn't broken up with Lin Yan back then, she would be the girlfriend of a billionaire now. Watching Yao Li, who sat on the ground muttering to herself and even trying to blame him, the look of disgust on Lin Yan's face grew more intense as he said coldly. I treated you well for years, yet it still couldn't compare to the status of money in your eyes. I should actually thank you for letting me see your true colors, otherwise, who knows what my life would have turned into. After speaking, Lin Yan turned his head toward the sales office staff beside A Hua. Can you arrange for a staff member to show me the villas now? Of course, of course. The female employee who had been arrogant earlier now wore an apologetic smile, bowing and scraping. After this farce, A Hua could no longer bear to stay and left first. As for Yao Li, who was still sitting on the ground, no one paid her any mind. A moment later, she finally left in a daze. On the other hand, Lin Yan had already begun touring the villa he intended to purchase with a young lady from the sales office. Mr. Lin, this is one of the top villas in our Longwan Villa complex, Yuhua Pavilion. After changing hands several times, the price has been hyped up from its initial 200 million yuan to the astronomical price of 700 million yuan today. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the #1 villa in the Longwan Villa complex. It features an outdoor swimming pool, a garden, a wine cellar, and a garage. The villa is designed with 4 levels, with an average of 400 square meters per floor. It has everything: bedrooms, a study, a collection room, a storage room, and an entertainment room. There are 2 restrooms on each floor, and there is an elevator that goes from the 1st floor to the 3rd and 4th floors. The total land area exceeds 2,000 square meters, and the floor area exceeds. Just like that, Lin Yan toured Yuhua Pavilion for over an hour. He was amazed by the style and luxurious decoration of Yuhua Pavilion. Lin Yan, you just said that the price of this Yuhua Pavilion, after changing hands multiple times, has been hyped up to the high price of over 700 million yuan. Yes, of course. If you feel the price exceeds your budget, we can offer you some discounts. Hearing Lin Yan's words, the saleswoman thought he wasn't satisfied with the 700 million yuan price, so she quickly explained. This time, she had signed a military order with the sales manager. No matter what, she had to lock down this tycoon and successfully sell Yuhua Pavilion. The lowest price could even be discounted to 86% of the original. It was just that Yuhua Pavilion was currently in a very awkward position within the Longwan Villa complex. In terms of class, it didn't lose to any other villa, it was even slightly superior. But in terms of price, it had reached an astronomical level. However, if the price were lowered too drastically, the real estate company would suffer losses and face criticism. But even at a price of over 600 million yuan, not many people were willing to buy it. Therefore, the sales manager wanted to seize this opportunity to get this troublesome villa off their hands quickly. On the other side, Lin Yan was a bit surprised to hear that a discount was possible and immediately asked, "How much of a discount can you offer?" "The lowest is 89%. The saleswoman ultimately held back and didn't state the absolute lowest price immediately. Lin Yan stared into the saleswoman's eyes for a moment, and the saleswoman felt a bit flustered. Seeing the saleswoman's expression, Lin Yan naturally knew she was lying, but he didn't mind and just smiled, saying, "Fine, I won't make it difficult for you. If you say 89%, then let it be 89%. In the end, Lin Yan purchased Yuhua Pavilion for over 600 million yuan. As for the saleswoman, she received a commission of over 6 million yuan in one go and was directly promoted to sales director of the Longwan Villa Complex sales office. As for the few salespeople who had previously mocked Lin Yan, they were all filled with heartache. By the time all the property purchase matters were settled, it was nearing evening. Lin Yan ate a little something and then lay down in the master bedroom of Yuhua Pavilion to contemplate life. From obtaining the system and gaining 100% of the equity in Tianqi Group, to purchasing Yuhua Pavilion, it had taken less than a day in total. And in this less than one day, his status had undergone a earth-shattering change. From a poor loser working odd jobs and humbly seeking employment, he had become a super-rich tycoon revered by everyone. Chapter 5, Buying a Car. As expected, the system is an essential tool for success, the netizens truly did not deceive me. Lin Yan sighed from the bottom of his heart. He immediately scrambled up, opened the system panel, and checked his current attributes. The system didn't just have the function of claiming daily gift packages, it also included lucky draws, exchanges, as well as physical fitness, skills, and several other character attribute panels. And at this very moment, his attributes were: Host, Lin Yan. Age, 21. Skills, none. Inventory, 100% equity of Tianqi Group. Lucky draw points, 6. For every 100 million in cash the host spends, lucky draw points automatically increase by 1. Lucky draw panel, empty. The pathetic system panel was completely empty, and the 100% equity of Tianqi Group lay lonely in the inventory, appearing exceptionally glaring. Tisk. Lin Yan clicked his tongue, then lay back on the bed with a look of decadence, letting out a sigh that struck the soul. Sigh, I am still a poor wretch after all. A full 1 billion in cash had shrunk by more than half after his afternoon of squandering, leaving only nearly 400 million. As expected, only when people have money do they realize how easy it is to spend it. The next day, Lin Yan got up bright and early, washed up, tidied himself, and leaned against the railing of the balcony on the top floor of Yuhua Pavilion. Watching the sun gradually rise on the horizon, he still felt as if everything he had experienced was like a dream. Then, he slowly straightened his body. Ding, today's check-in gift package has been refreshed, please claim it in time. Just at this moment, the system's voice came into Lin Yan's mind, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Yesterday's check-in gift package yielded 100% equity in Tianqi Group, and he had gained a full 1 billion in revenue within a single day. He had also purchased Yuhua Pavilion, the top-tier villa in the famous Longwan Villa district. He wondered what rare item he would be able to get today. Lin Yan was secretly looking forward to it. Check in. Lin Yan chanted silently in his heart. A moment later, the system responded. Congratulations, host. Obtained Lamborghini Veneno ×1. There was a moment of silence first. Immediately after, Lin Yan couldn't help but gasp. Hiss. Lamborghini Veneno. Limited to 14 units worldwide. Whether one knows cars or not, I believe everyone has heard of its famous name. Thinking of his driver's license that he had carried for 2 years and never used, Lin Yan's little heart began to thump. As the saying goes, a car is a man's second wife. Just like men love cars and women love bags, all of this is innate and needs no reason. Lin Yan was no exception. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yan suppressed his excitement and agitation. Judging by the extraction method of the first reward, this car probably wouldn't appear out of thin air. Instead, it would be indirectly transferred to his hands through some means or method. Sure enough, just as the system's reward sound faded, his phone rang. He answered without hesitation, and a vigorous middle-aged male voice came from the other end of the line. Hello. May I ask if this is Mr. Lin Yan? It is me. It's like this, I am Wang Lin, the sales manager of the Lamborghini 4S dealership in Jiangzhou City. Since the Lamborghini Veneno you purchased is not in the country, it will take at least 1 day to transport it back. I wonder if you can accept that. Oh, that's fine. Hearing what Wang Lin said, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel a little regretful, but he understood and didn't say much more. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yan calmed his excited mood again, preparing to head to Tianqi Building to take a look. After all, he was a legitimate chairman, just eating and drinking for free all the time wasn't something to be proud of. Although he didn't know much about these things, he had to at least put on a show. As for attending classes, he was already the chairman of a group, so what the hell was the use of a university diploma? Thinking this, Lin Yan opened the wardrobe and only then remembered that he hadn't brought any luggage last night. Embarrassed, he rubbed his nose and decided on the task for his first trip today, buying clothes. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, saddles make the horse. Just like the farce at the sales office yesterday. If only he had dressed more luxuriously at that time, those veteran sales staff at the sales office wouldn't have treated him with that kind of attitude. Putting on his street stall clothes again, Lin Yan walked out of Yuhua Pavilion with a calm expression. Just like before, it was a taxi. Lin Yan felt that he was a group chairman after all, and yet he didn't even have a driver. Having to take a taxi every day was a bit beneath his status. Should he start putting some thought into finding a secretary? Lin Yan thought secretly to himself. It would be best if it were the kind of beauty with fair skin, a pretty face, long legs, a perky chest, a slim waist, and a short skirt, and she also had to be the type who could serve tea and water. He. Lin Yan was lewdly fantasizing in his mind, occasionally letting out bursts of silly laughter. This caused the taxi driver in the driver's seat to sit pressed against the car door with a terrified expression for the entire ride. There was no conversation along the way, and the taxi soon stopped in front of Wanhua City, the largest shopping mall in the entire Jiangzhou city. Rather than a shopping mall, it would be better to call Wanhua City a shopping plaza. Its building area exceeded dozens of acres, and it was even comparable to the total area of a residential complex. The entire Wanhua City had a gorgeous design, with clearly defined areas for selling goods. Whether day or evening, it was always crowded with people and known as the shopping paradise of Jiangzhou City. Wanhua City, second floor. It was filled with world-renowned luxury brands. Versace, Armani, and other men's luxury goods were all available here. However, there were not many people browsing there. There was only one reason. Expensive. Clothes from major luxury brands cost thousands at the cheapest, tens of thousands at the expensive end, and it was not impossible for custom-made clothes to cost hundreds of thousands. This was simply not something that average rich people could afford. Among them, Versace was boycotted by almost everyone due to the anti-China incident, and although there were people wandering around there, it was still very desolate. On the other hand, although there were not many people in Armani either, it was much better compared to Versace. Lin Yan strode towards the Armani clothing store. "Welcome to Armani, how may I help you?" The moment Lin Yan stepped into the Armani store, a sales associate immediately came forward to greet him, not looking down on him just because he was wearing street stall clothes. "I'm here to buy clothes. Please help me pick out a few outfits for daily casual wear and some suits for formal occasions. As for the price, it doesn't matter," Lin Yan said with a smile. Hearing Lin Yan say that the price didn't matter, the female sales associate was clearly stunned, but she didn't question it. She quickly reacted and began to introduce the clothes in the store. "Sir, look over here, this is the Giorgio Armani series of clothing." After the sales associate's explanation, Lin Yan had a certain understanding of this series of clothes and couldn't help but click his tongue in secret. Unlike regular Armani, which might have prices in the thousands, any piece of clothing in the Giorgio Armani counter was at the 10,000 level. No wonder the sales associate was stunned for a moment when he said the price didn't matter. Chapter 6, Jinger. "Sir, would you like to try them on first to see if they fit?" After introducing all the clothes in the boutique, the sales assistant asked Lin Yan, who was standing there in a daze, cautiously. "Oh, no need. Just pack them all up for me," Lin Yan shook his head. "Huh." Hearing what Lin Yan said, the sales assistant froze on the spot. At this moment, none of the clothes in this boutique were priced below 10,000 yuan. She considered herself to have served many customers, but she had never seen anyone who wanted to buy everything without even trying them on. What did you just say?" the sales assistant asked tentatively. "What else could I mean?" "Pack up all the clothes you just showed me." Lin Yan glanced at her with a puzzled look, seeing her reaction. "Oh, okay," the sales assistant stammered, then turned around to pack up the clothes from the boutique. 10 minutes later, Lin Yan walked in front, while the sales assistant followed behind, carrying dozens of Lin Yan's clothes in her hands. Taking out his phone, Lin Yan naturally dialed Xia Air's number. "Hello, President Xia," Lin Yan said in a kind tone. "Chairman Lin, have you run into some trouble again?" "It's not really trouble, I just don't have a driver yet, and I bought a bunch of things at Wanhua City that no one is helping me carry," Lin Yan said with a smile. "Chairman Lin, just wait at the entrance of Wanhua City. I will send a car to pick you up shortly." After hanging up, Lin Yan gestured for the sales assistant to put his purchases on the ground and let her leave. It was midsummer, and the sun was scorching. After standing there for only a short while, Lin Yan was already covered in sweat. Just then, a surprised and sweet voice called out from behind him. "Eh? Lin Yan, it's actually you." Lin Yan turned his head in slight surprise and immediately saw a sweet-looking girl. Jinger. Jinger, the class beauty from high school, whose looks were even more stunning than Yao Li's. She had always had a crush on him, the sunny, handsome, and studious boy, but at the time, Lin Yan liked Yao Li, so nothing ever came of it. He hadn't expected to meet here 2 years later. Seeing an acquaintance, Lin Yan felt a bit surprised, but his mood seemed to improve. He reached out his right hand to greet her. "It's been so long since we last met. Are you buying Armani in bulk now?" And Jinger said with a hint of envy. Back in high school, although she was the class beauty, she was also known as a sweet airhead. She had the looks, but her grades were always at the bottom. Eventually, she had to take the art exam route. Her family had almost gone bankrupt to get her into a music conservatory, but she hadn't achieved much, so she had no choice but to become a street-style streamer. She was streaming as usual today when she saw a familiar-looking back through the camera lens. She hadn't expected to actually run into the idol she had admired for so long. "It's just SOSO, Lin Yan said with a smile upon hearing Jinger's words, not offering any further explanation. At that moment, a black commercial vehicle pulled up steadily in front of Lin Yan. The driver rolled down the window, confirmed he had the right person, and called out, "Chairman, President Xia sent me to pick you up and take you back to the company." Lin Yan, who was chatting with his old classmate, turned his head upon hearing the somewhat rough voice. Only after clearly hearing what the driver said did he realize what was happening. He waved at Jinger and said with a smile, "Let's go. It's been so long, I'll take you to see my company and treat you to a meal." "Wow, you have your own company now." Hearing the driver's words, Jinger widened her sparkling eyes, her small mouth slightly agape, looking completely astonished. "It's just a small company, nothing worth mentioning," Lin Yan said with a smile. "Then, what's your company called?" Jinger asked curiously. Just as Lin Yan was about to decline, the sturdy driver sitting in the driver's seat answered the question first. "Tianqi Group." Immediately afterward, he said to Lin Yan and Jinger with some impatience, "Hey, are you getting in or not? If not, I'm leaving." Lin Yan chuckled at this, but didn't explain further. He just gestured to Jinger again. Seeing her still acting coy, he found it amusing. "We were classmates, there's no need to be like this. You're making us seem so distant." Then, "Thank you, Brother Lin." With that, Jinger opened the car door and sat in the back seat. The moment the door closed, the car started up and headed toward Tianqi building. In the car, Jinger's live stream was still running, and the viewers in the chat had already exploded. Holy crap, Tianqi Group. Oh my god, isn't that the super conglomerate with a market value of over 10 billion? Duh. There are only over 300 listed companies with a market value exceeding 10 billion. This Tianqi Group can definitely make the top 100. Jinger, if you can really hook up with this big shot. Forget about street-style streaming, even celebrities won't earn as much as you. Ha ha ha, if Brother Xin and those top-tier donors come back tonight, they'll probably be pissed to death. As a large, cross-provincial conglomerate, Tianqi Group had business operations in many key cities. Although it wasn't quite the top-tier enterprise, calling it a first-class company was definitely no exaggeration. This was exactly why the audience in the live stream was so excited and shocked. "Oh my, what are you all talking about?" Seeing the discussion among the viewers in the live stream, Jinger's face instantly flushed red. "What is there to be shy about, Schwer? You two are a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Don't get cold feet just because he's well off. When I thought the world didn't love me anymore, I realized the world never cared about me in the first place. Sigh, a billionaire big shot. So young and rich, I'd be satisfied even if I were just a hair on his leg. Nonsense, how could such a handsome guy have leg hair? Everyone has hair on their body." Seeing that the discussion in the live stream had drifted away from the original topic, Jinger finally felt relieved and said goodbye to her viewers. At this moment, the car had already stopped at the foot of Tianqi building. Looking at the massive building before her, a look of longing couldn't help but appear on Jinger's face. Sigh, if I had gotten good grades and went to a good university, maybe I could work here too. Lin Yan, who had already stepped out of the car, found her expression amusing and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Jinger snapped back to reality, her pretty face blushing, and she quickly hopped out of the car. "Is this your company?" And Jinger asked curiously as she followed Lin Yan into the chairman's private elevator. Chapter 7, Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun. Previously, the group security guards had already seen Xia Er lead Lin Yan into the chairman's elevator once, and their demeanor had been respectful. Logically speaking, the general manager does not have the authority to ride the chairman's elevator. Therefore, there was only one answer: Lin Yan was their chairman, or at the very least a director, or perhaps a big shot from another enterprise. Such matters involving big shots were not things they could interfere with. Therefore, even though he had brought someone they didn't recognize this time, they didn't stop him. In the elevator, Lin Yan heard in Jinger's words and turned his head to say, "Yeah, it's all right, isn't it?" Lin Yan looked at the somewhat reserved Jinger and smiled. Running into an old classmate on the street. Not only discovering that the other party was a multi-billionaire, but also being invited to visit his company. It was believable that anyone would feel a bit uneasy. "It's more than just all right." And Jinger muttered softly. Lin Yan just smiled. The system's sign-in gift package had rewarded him with a building on the first day. The second day rewarded him with a globally limited edition supercar. Although the value of the sports car might not seem comparable to Tianqi Group. In reality, the value of the items obtained from the 2 days of sign-in gift packages was on par. The globally limited edition supercar, of which there were only 14, sold for 70 million each. Although ordinary people make up the majority of the world, there are still many rich people. In Yanxia alone, there are over 300 billionaires. Looking at the world, it definitely exceeds 1,000. Even if all these thousands of people wouldn't compete for these 14 limited edition sports cars. Even if only 100 people came to compete, it would still be exceptionally intense. Therefore, being able to obtain such a Lamborghini Veneno represented not just money to Lin Yan, but more importantly, a kind of status. Now that he had both money and status, he naturally wouldn't care about the petty gains of Tianqi Group. The elevator finally stopped on the 3rd floor of the Tianqi building. This was the work area for the group's ordinary employees. Lin Yan had spent about 2 hours purchasing clothes earlier. It was now morning, and all the group's employees were working intensely. Looking at the employees working hard before him, a look of gratification appeared on Lin Yan's face. Employees are undoubtedly the backbone of any company. Lin Yan had already learned about this when he took over the group earlier. Although Tianqi Group was involved in various fields, its main field was still the internet. The Tianqi Mall under its name was the revenue source for the entire group. It was also his own source of income. And these employees before him were the guarantee of his income. He did not disturb these people, he just watched quietly. He didn't want to disturb the work of these employees with a greeting. Behind him, Jinger, who had followed him up, was already stunned. Tianqi Group was a company with thousands of employees. The employee work area was mainly concentrated on the 3rd to 10th floors. Each floor had hundreds of employees working. The scene of hundreds of people working earnestly together was nothing short of spectacular. The sound of keyboard typing echoed in his ears, showing their hard work. Just at this moment, an untimely, mocking voice came from behind Lin Yan. The voice contained disdain and contempt. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Get lost to the side. Before Lin Yan could react, the voice behind him sounded again. This time, the voice carried a hint of envy, jealousy, and hatred, but this time it wasn't directed at him. And this little girl, a new intern at the company, right? Actually bringing such a poor loser into the group, hurry up and make him get lost. Hearing this sentence from behind him, Lin Yan's brows furrowed instantly. Being called a country bumpkin by someone else on his own turf. If it were just this, a simple slap in the face or a lesson would have been enough to let it pass. The point was that his old classmate was still standing next to him now. On the way here, he had already considered Jinger's current situation. He was still considering whether to find a secretary this morning. Given Jinger's current situation, it would be perfect if she were recruited into Tianqi Group to be his secretary. But at this very moment, someone actually had the audacity to make him lose face in front of his future secretary. Unbearable. Thinking this, Lin Yan turned his head abruptly. He stared at the heavily made-up woman before him, his face gloomy. "And what kind of thing are you? How dare you talk to me like that?" Lin Yan said coldly. He lowered his head to look at the name tag on the woman's chest. Finance Department, Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun. What a tacky name. Lin Yan muttered to himself, but his expression remained unchanged. What kind of thing am I? Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun pointed at her own nose, as if she had heard some huge joke. She then pointed at her name tag, looking proud as she said, "Do you see the name tag pinned to my chest? I am the Finance Department Deputy Manager." After finishing, she sized Lin Yan up and down, and the look of disdain on her face grew stronger. In her heart, she was secretly criticizing the group's security for becoming increasingly useless. At this moment, in order to visit the employee area, Lin Yan had not yet changed into the clothes he had just purchased. He was still wearing the roadside stall clothes he used to wear. Secondly, only 1 day had passed since he took office as the chairman of Tianqi Group. The news of the board seat reshuffle had not yet been disseminated to the entire company. So, for the time being, only the group's senior management had heard the news. But to have such quality as a deputy manager. Promotions for Tianqi Group employees were decided based on department leader evaluations and employee recommendations. At this very moment, Lin Yan deeply questioned the workability and work style of the company's senior leadership. Deputy manager? That's right. Is that very impressive? Lin Yan smiled disdainfully, and Jinger behind him was also struggling to hold back her smile. After all, she already knew on the way here that Lin Yan was the chairman of this company. If she had only heard it verbally, she would definitely have thought it was bragging. But based on all that Armani and the luxurious business car, and his ability to enter the chairman's private elevator easily and without obstruction, she believed Lin Yan's identity without a doubt. At this moment, seeing an internal group employee actually speaking ill to her own chairman, she couldn't help but feel amused. Opposite her, Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun saw that the small employee and country bumpkin she thought he was actually dared to mock her, and her face suddenly became a bit ugly. But immediately after, she wore a look of deep disdain again. What? Could it be that you, a poor loser with an outfit worth no more than 200 yuan, could be more impressive than me? As she spoke, she even reached out to tug at Lin Yan's collar. At this moment, if Lin Yan had originally just wanted to make Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun pay the price she deserved, then now, with a gloomy face, he had clearly sentenced her to death in his heart. Chapter 8, A Flustered Xia Heir. If it were just verbal abuse, it would only prove that this woman has a character problem. But now that she has resorted to physical force, it only goes to show that it's not just this woman's character that is the problem. Even the leadership department responsible for personnel hiring must have something wrong with their brains. I am the chairman of Tianqi Group, and I now announce that you are fired. Lin Yan looked at the idiot in front of him with icy eyes, speaking word for word. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place went silent. The employees who were originally working diligently had actually already had their attention drawn to the situation here. They had originally felt some sympathy for Lin Yan's predicament. But at this moment, they all shook their heads in unison. Although Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun was not considered a big shot within the company, her father, however, could be called the most powerful vice general manager in the company, apart from the general manager and the various board members. And she was also a deputy manager jointly recommended by various department managers to curry favor with the vice general manager. Although she lacked the virtue for the position, she still held the title of deputy director of the finance department in the company. Over these years, she had embezzled quite a bit of profit within the company. In the end, she always pushed the blame onto her subordinates. Yet she herself remained unscathed, continuing to enjoy a life of ease in her position. The employees, fearing they would be implicated, all kept silent about this matter. After all, even if a report were successful, the whistleblower letter would still have to pass through the hands of the vice general manager. Even if it didn't, and a report was successful, it would at most just remove Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun from her position. The vice general manager had made extremely outstanding contributions to the entire company. Although he was usually amiable to the employees, it was said that he hadn't expressed an opinion when the upper management recommended her for the position of deputy director of the finance department. But they dared not, nor could they, speculate on the thoughts of these big shots. If they lost the job they had worked so hard to find because of this, it would be too late to cry about it. Look at that guy. It's one thing that he isn't an internal employee and won't be implicated, but he's also dragging that young lady beside him into it. Sigh. Exactly. Although I haven't seen that young lady before, she must be from another department. This Shu Huang's reputation is famous throughout the company. There's no reason not to have heard of her. Who knows? Sigh, now look at this. That young lady is so pretty, it's a pity that the Shu Huang definitely won't let her off. Yeah, wasn't that young man with strong work capabilities from our department forced away by the Shu Huang last time? For a time, the hundreds of employees in the entire finance department were whispering among themselves. But when Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun cast her gaze toward them, they all fell silent. Listening to everything coming from around him, Lin Yan's already gloomy expression darkened a few shades more. It seems this vice general manager also wants to be fired. Thinking this, Lin Yan took out his mobile phone and dialed Xia Er's number. With such trash existing in his company, if he didn't react today, he feared that after he left today, more new employees would be fired for no reason. The call was answered quickly. Xia Er, you've actually managed the company quite decently over such a long time, haven't you? Lin Yan said immediately. On the other end, Xia Er seemed not to have caught the meaning in Lin Yan's words. He was stunned for a moment, then immediately said with a smile. Chairman, have you gone to inspect the area where the company employees work? Lin Yan sneered, isn't that so? If I hadn't come to inspect the employee work area today, I probably wouldn't have discovered such a talent. Lin Yan emphasized the word talent heavily. Only then did Xia Er realize something was wrong with Lin Yan's tone, and his own tone became noticeably hurried and flustered. What happened, Chairman? The third floor. I'll wait for you to come over. After saying this, Lin Yan hung up the phone directly, looking at Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun, who was currently wearing an ugly expression, with a cold sneer on his face. Beside him, and Jinger watched Lin Yan's commanding manner, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes, but it was quickly extinguished. To the side, Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun, listening to Lin Yan's words, burst into laughter as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. Inside the nearby finance department manager's office, the finance department manager had opened the door to look out with some annoyance. But after seeing the situation, he wisely retracted his head. As for Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun, after a burst of laughter, she suddenly stopped smiling. Staring at Lin Yan, she chuckled and said, Xia Er. Our general manager Xia Er. Ha 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 ha, you're killing me. Just a poor loser like you, and you have the qualifications to know our general manager Xia's number. You don't even draft your lies before bragging. I've seen people act tough, but I've never seen anyone act as tough as you. Ha 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 ha. You old hag, looking like you're in your 40s or 50s when you're only in your 20s. Waiting for Xia Er to arrive, Lin Yan didn't care at all about Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun's words. He just mocked her indifferently, then turned his head away, ignoring Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun, whose face had turned the color of a pig's liver. At this moment, in the general manager's office, Xia Er put down the phone he had just hung up, his head covered in cold sweat. He then stood up abruptly and walked toward the elevator. When passing by the office of Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua, Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua looked at Xia Er's anxious expression and asked, feeling a bit strange. Old Xia, where are you going in such a rush? Having been promoted to Vice General Manager for so many years, this was the first time he had seen Xia Er with such an expression. On the other side, Xia Er heard this voice, paused for a moment, and then said quickly. Old Huang, hurry up and fix your clothes, then come with me to the finance department to take a look, and by the way, I'll introduce you to our new chairman. As soon as he finished speaking, he ignored Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua and walked quickly toward the elevator. Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua heard this, paused for a moment, and an ominous premonition suddenly rose in his heart. He then quickly straightened his clothes and followed him out with quick steps. In the elevator, Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua looked at the cold sweat on Xia Er's head and asked with the ominous premonition in his heart. Old Xia, what happened? Xia Er stared intently at the floor display screen in the elevator, not turning his head, and replied in a slightly trembling voice. Someone in the finance department is courting death, they've offended the chairman. Judging by the chairman's tone on the phone just now, he was clearly angry to the extreme. 2 years ago, he and Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua had taken office together. For the past 2 years, the two of them had been conscientious and kept to their duties. They had never done anything inappropriate. He didn't want to lose the general manager position he had only held for 2 years because of this incident. The elevator soon stopped at the 3rd floor. The moment the elevator opened, Xia Er rushed out quickly. Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua followed closely behind. After seeing everything in front of them clearly, Xia Er was stunned on the spot, and the cold sweat on his forehead gradually dried up. In contrast, Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Chapter 9, Be My Secretary. Everything before them was perfectly clear. Lin Yan stood facing Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun, while a girl with a dejected expression stood nearby. One could tell just by looking at the expressions on their faces and those of the surrounding onlookers. It was painfully obvious that these two were clashing. Xia Er and Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua exchanged a glance. Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua offered an awkward smile before hurriedly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Ignoring the stunned Xia Er, he rushed quickly toward his daughter. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, having noticed Xia Er's arrival, wore a faint smile. Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun looked equally bewildered. "Dad, why are you and President Xia?" Slap. Before Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun could finish speaking, the rushing Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua slapped her across the face. The sheer force of the blow knocked Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun to the ground. Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun's already hideous face quickly swelled up. "Dad! Why are you hitting me?" Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun clutched her right cheek and shrieked like a shrew from the floor. However, Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua remained livid. "You unfilial child. I'm not just going to hit you. I'm going to beat you until you're crippled." With that, Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua lunged forward again. Seeing her father's reckless state, Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun's eyes widened, and she immediately shielded her head. Just then, however, Lin Yan stopped him in his tracks. "That's enough." When Lin Yan heard how Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun addressed him, he immediately realized Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua's position, Vice General Manager of Tianqi Group. "I didn't call you here just so you could beat up this shrew," Lin Yan said with a smile. Hearing this, Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua froze in place before turning around with an awkward smile. He had struck Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun so hard actually for her own good. After all, she was his daughter, and he naturally didn't want her to lose her job. However, things had reached a point where there seemed to be no room for negotiation. "Then, Chairman Lin, how do you intend to deal with my daughter?" Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua bowed slightly, smiling obsequiously. Lin Yan watched him, merely smiling without any intention of letting the matter slide. "Verbal insults and physical confrontation, Vice General Manager Huang, I must say, your parenting really leaves me in awe." Lin Yan sneered. "What?" The previously obsequious Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua suddenly lifted his head at Lin Yan's words. Even Xia Er, standing to the side, wore a look of astonishment. He knew Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun was unfit for her position, but he hadn't realized the crazy girl had become so lawless that she was running rampant in the finance department. Had he known sooner, he would have fired her long ago. "How do you think she should be dealt with, given her behavior?" Lin Yan asked with a sneer. "I know what to do, Chairman," Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua said quickly, then stepped back into the elevator. Lin Yan watched the elevator stop at the 4th floor, which housed the company's Human Resources Department. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Lin Yan's face. He knew Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun was completely finished this time. Nearby, everyone, from Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun sitting on the floor, to Xia Er and Jinger standing by, to the employees in their workstations, stood stunned in place. A bitter smile then appeared on Xia Er's face. He knew that after today's events, Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua, who had worked with him for many years, would surely age a few years, and his standing within the company would inevitably decline. And the culprit behind all of this was his dear daughter. Back then, Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua had promoted his daughter to Deputy Manager of the Finance Department so that she could showcase her talents and secure a position within the company. But after the promotion, he had paid her no further mind. Who could have known that 2 years later, the daughter he had personally promoted would do something like this? How unpredictable life is. With these thoughts, Xia Er lowered his head. Looking at Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun, who was sitting on the floor in a daze, a look of disgust appeared on his face. Meanwhile, the employees in the workspace, who had stopped paying attention, suddenly erupted into cheers. Only now did they realize that the young man they had assumed was brought into the company by an intern was, in fact, their chairman. And the reason for their cheers was none other than the fact that Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun was finished. Having witnessed everything, and seeing the elevator floor, they knew that the once overbearing deputy manager of the finance department was about to be dismissed, and it was highly unlikely she would ever make a comeback. For those who had been oppressed by her, this was undoubtedly a huge relief. Once the dismissal papers were signed, they would no longer have to live in fear, constantly walking on eggshells and catering to the moods of this volatile deputy manager. Meanwhile, Jinger watched the scene, her already downcast eyes dimming even further. Just then, Lin Yan suddenly turned his head, looked at the dejected Jinger beside him, and said with a smile, "By the way, I happen to be short of a personal secretary. The monthly salary is 50,000. Would you like the job?" Ah. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Jinger, who had been keeping her head down and feeling somewhat out of place, looked up in surprise. Looking at Lin Yan's earnest expression, Jinger froze, then nervously began to pick at her fingers, feeling completely at a loss. Lin Yan, however, seemed not to notice. Assuming Jinger was dissatisfied with the offer, he continued. "If 50,000 isn't enough, how about 60,000? Besides, living alone and renting a place while doing live streaming must be expensive. I have a property at Yuhua Pavilion in Longwan Villas. If you're willing, you can come live there with me." Ah. Jinger was even more bewildered by Lin Yan's words. She really wanted to say that 60,000 was already a huge amount. She was just an ordinary music student working a part-time job as a streamer. She was already satisfied with earning over 5,000 yuan a month. A monthly salary of 60,000, even employees at some large corporations probably didn't receive such compensation. Meanwhile, the employees who had been cheering earlier were all stunned into silence after hearing the compensation offered to the secretary. Then, a chorus of wails erupted. "My God! 60,000! That's equivalent to our salary for half a year. Actually, you'd have to include the year-end bonus averaged out just to reach 60,000 in half a year." Chapter 10, Dismissal and Industry Blacklisting. Where is your focus? The point is clearly Yuhua Pavilion at the Longwan Villa complex, okay? Holy crap. Now that you mention it, I just realized. Isn't Yuhua Pavilion that top-tier villa in the Longwan Villa complex? I heard the price has been hyped up to a full 700 million. The chairman is truly the chairman. Yeah, it's a pity most of us are still living in small apartments of a few dozen square meters with a monthly rent of a few thousand. Is this how a super tycoon pursues girls? No wonder this is the reason my girlfriend left me. My God, the chairman looked so handsome when he made that offer. Even though he wasn't wearing any makeup, his clothes were very ordinary, and his hair was even a bit messy. He invisibly exuded a faint aura that left me deeply infatuated. You're right. If the chairman were willing to spend time dressing up properly, he would definitely be a god-tier figure, crushing all the current young heartthrobs in Yanxia. My God. Chairman, I want to be your secretary too, and I want to live in Yuhua Pavilion too. I want to have your babies. Brothers, wake up. You're all men, the chairman probably isn't interested. If we really want to talk about it, company employees generally wouldn't dare to joke around with their chairman. However, seeing that Lin Yan was about the same age as them, these employees naturally hit it off with him very easily. Plus, having heard the news that Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun was about to be fired, everyone felt incredibly relieved. So, joking around came naturally. At this very moment, Jinger listened to what everyone around her was saying, and her face suddenly flushed red. She had had a crush on Lin Yan back in high school. After not being in contact for many years, although her feelings had faded somewhat, there was still some lingering affection. Although she wasn't a gold digger who only cared about money, there was no denying it. Having liked him before, and with Lin Yan being so outstanding now, she believed most girls would be infatuated with him. The reason her eyes had been dim and her expression downcast earlier was simply because she thought that in front of Lin Yan, she was just a woman with nothing but looks, completely unworthy of being Lin Yan's girlfriend. Therefore, it had never crossed her mind that Lin Yan was trying to pursue her as his girlfriend. Now that the employees around her had brought it up, and after thinking about it slightly, did it seem like there was something to it. As for Lin Yan, he glanced at the employees around him and scolded with a laugh, "Don't talk nonsense. We just have a normal boss-employee relationship." It would have been better if he hadn't said that, but once he did, the scene was filled with jeers. "Oh, a normal boss-employee relationship, huh? Then boss, as your employee, I also want to live in your Yuhua pavilion, okay. Looking at that male employee's hopeful and bashful expression, Lin Yan immediately turned his head away, then rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Just then, the elevator doors opened again, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua walked out with a serious expression, holding a thin document in his hand. He glanced at Deputy Manager Huang Cueyun, who was still sitting on the floor with a blank expression, with a look of disappointment. Then, he walked toward Lin Yan, who had put away his awkward expression and was wearing a smile again. "Chairman Lin, this is my explanation for you. I hope you can be satisfied." Saying this, Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua bent down and handed the document in his hands to Lin Yan with both hands. "Please take a look, Chairman Lin." Lin Yan glanced at the sincere-looking Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua, then took the document from his hand and opened it to read. The content of the document was roughly that the Human Resources Department and all other department managers, including Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua himself, felt deep remorse regarding the successful promotion of Deputy Manager Huang Cueyun. However, apart from Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua himself, the managers of the other departments all held attitudes and thoughts of shirking responsibility regarding this matter. What they had in common was that they all promised that such a situation would never happen again from now on. At the same time, Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua unilaterally stated that he would permanently dismiss Deputy Manager Huang Cueyun and blacklist her within the industry, ensuring she would never have the opportunity to rejoin the workforce. Looking at the document in his hand, Lin Yan raised his head in some surprise. Although he also had the thought of blacklisting Deputy Manager Huang Cueyun within the industry, he didn't think Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua would be so ruthless. He hadn't expected that Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua was indeed a tough character. Thinking this, Lin Yan handed the document back to Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua. Feeling the contact on his hand, Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua raised his head in a panic, looked at Lin Yan, and hurriedly said, "Chairman Lin, if you are not satisfied, I can change it. You can even demote me. But please, don't dismiss me directly. Huang Cueyun's mother has always been a full-time housewife at home. If I am dismissed, then our whole family is finished." "Who said I wasn't satisfied?" Lin Yan tilted his head with a smile. "Let's just handle this matter this way for now." Lin Yan turned his head and, as if suddenly remembering something, said again, "Oh, right, as for the losses caused to the entire finance department today, let's have you compensate for it with 2 months of your salary." Hearing Lin Yan's words, Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua was stunned for a moment, then looked up with a face full of joy. "No problem, you might as well deduct 3 months of my salary. There's no need for you to act like a big spender here when it comes to deducting salary. I'm treating my old classmate to lunch at noon, you just need to handle the payment for us." Lin Yan glanced at the relieved Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua and said indifferently. Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua was stunned upon hearing this. He then looked at Jinger, whose face was flushed red beside Lin Yan, and then at the chairman who was facing away from him. He nodded. "Then Chairman, please tell me where you are planning to eat this time. I will go over as soon as I finish handling the matters here." Lin Yan nodded and got into the elevator first. Looking at Jinger, who was still standing there blushing, he said with some amusement, "Your innocent and sweet personality really hasn't changed at all. Hurry up and follow me." "Ah." Jinger, who had been in a daze, immediately came back to her senses. Hearing Lin Yan's words, she scratched her head and hurriedly followed. After Lin Yan and Jinger left the Tianqi building, the group employees who had been rowdy became quiet and returned to their respective work. As for Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua, who had initially worn a somewhat ingratiating look, his expression immediately turned cold once he saw the figures of Lin Yan and Jinger completely disappear from his sight. He turned his head to look at Deputy Manager Huang Cueyun, who was sitting on the floor, and said coldly, "What are you still sitting on the floor for? Do you think you haven't embarrassed me enough today?" Go home and reflect properly. Think about why you ended up in this situation. Chapter 11. What, you still want to eat with us? The obsequious manner and pleasant expression he had previously shown Lin Yan were naturally all forced. His daughter had caused such a huge incident. He had almost lost his job because of it. I believe that no matter who it was, they wouldn't still be full of joy and acting like it didn't matter at all. At this very moment, Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun, who had been sitting there in a daze, snapped back to reality upon hearing this. She immediately raised her head to look at her father. She still couldn't believe that the words to fire her and blacklist her from the industry had come from her own father's mouth. Why? Why do you have to listen to that guy? Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun stood up abruptly, her face full of unwillingness. Having been pampered since childhood, she had never suffered such grievances from start to finish. Ever since she was promoted directly from a regular employee to a deputy general manager, she had begun to run rampant within the finance department. Previously, the chairman of Tianqi Group and the other directors on the board might have occasionally inquired about various company affairs and approved some important documents, but they had never noticed the existence of her, the deputy manager of the finance department. Or rather, even if they had noticed, they hadn't delved into the actions she had committed within the finance department. This led to her personality becoming increasingly eccentric and overbearing, to the point where she became someone that everyone in the finance department of Tianqi Group dared not provoke. Although she knew she should show respect to the chairman, she did not believe the chairman should fire her, or even blacklist her from the industry, over what she saw as a little trifle. She had become accustomed to a life in the group where everyone respected and fawned over her, so falling from the mountaintop to the valley floor so suddenly made her feel very uncomfortable. Especially hearing that after the employees in the finance department saw her being dismissed, their faces revealed happy smiles that were different from usual, which made her feel extremely irritable. Why? Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua looked at his daughter, who seemed like an idiot, and was so angry he laughed. Do you think you know who that young man you just spoke out against and even tried to attack is? Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua pointed toward the elevator direction where Lin Yan had just left and said loudly. Do you take him for a bootlicker who is humble to the bone, or someone willing to kneel and lick your boots like usual, whom you can insult at will? He is our Tianqi Group's newly appointed chairman. As long as he isn't making us do anything illegal or criminal. Whatever he says, we employees of the group must treat it as an imperial decree and execute it. Or even if it's not as exaggerated as an imperial decree, we must find a reasonable explanation to provide. Unless we have the courage to say that we don't want to work anymore, or that we won't take his salary anymore. But if we do that, we will be immediately expelled, and you will never, ever be able to find a job like this again. Stop thinking you are some high and mighty princess. You are someone who has stepped into society. You must adapt to the cruel rules of social competition. Otherwise, you are destined to be eliminated and abandoned by this society. Just like you are right now. Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua's shouting voice was deafening. Hearing such words from her father, Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun, who had been acting like a madwoman, suddenly froze in place. Then, as if she had suddenly realized something, she took a few steps back. Then, with tears in her eyes, she walked into the employee elevator and rushed out of the Tianqi building. Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua walked to the window. Watching his daughter crouching at the entrance of the group, burying her head and crying bitterly, he sighed deeply. Just then, Xia Er walked to his side and gently patted his back. All right, old Huang, things have already reached this point. The chairman didn't mean to blame you. He has already been benevolent and righteous. What needs to be done next still needs to be done. As for Deputy Manager Huang Cuiyun, let her be. At worst, we can just let her find a good family to marry into, or support her for the rest of her life. Otherwise, can we, as fathers, break off relations with her? Hearing Xia Er's words beside him, Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua's mouth curled into a bitter smile, and he then adjusted his mood. Old Xia, you're right. No matter what happened, our lives must go on as they should. The chairman just told me to pay for his meal. Old Xia, you should know the chairman's phone number, right? I do. Lin Yan did not know about the life reflections of Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua and Xia Er within the Tianqi building. At this very moment, he was walking on the streets of Jiangzhou City with Jinger. After experiencing such a farce, it was already approaching noon. The hotel Lin Yan chose this time was the top-tier Jinhua Hotel in all of Jiangzhou City. The 6-star reputation made Jinhua Hotel the center of attention throughout all of Yanxia. However, the money required to consume there made many people shrink back. Even some wealthy people did not dare to easily come here to eat. It was known as the hotel with the most expensive smashed cucumber in the world. It could be said that at Jinhua Hotel, even if you came to enjoy life alone, and even if you only ate until half full, a single meal would cost at least over 1,000 yuan. And the room rates here were ridiculously expensive. Here, even for the cheapest standard suite, a night's stay cost a full 1,288 yuan. Although even the cheapest standard suite here had decor that could rival the best rooms in an ordinary 4-star hotel, the high price was still enough to make people gasp. It could be said that this was a paradise for the wealthy. And this time, if Lin Yan and Jinger wanted to eat well, it would start at a minimum of tens of thousands. But now, even after purchasing Yuhua Pavilion in the Longwan Villa complex, Lin Yan's remaining assets were still nearly 400 million yuan. Moreover, Lin Yan didn't need to pay for this lunch himself. So, shouldn't he arrange it according to the highest specifications? At Tianqi Group, as general manager and deputy general manager, their salaries could not compare with the general manager and deputy general manager of Yanxia's #1 group, the Jinhua Group. However, including various bonuses and rewards for participating in events, the average came out to no less than 1 million yuan. Therefore, treating him to this lunch was just a moderate apology. As for the fine of 2 months' salary, that could be considered a real punishment. Soon, the two arrived at the foot of Jinhua Hotel. At this moment, although the building in front of them could not compare to the Tianqi building, the interior decoration was extremely luxurious. Overall, it was not necessarily much inferior to the Tianqi building. Chapter 12, a meal worth nearly 1 million. But who could say for sure when it came to the system? Maybe if I checked in at this hotel tomorrow, it would become my private property. Thinking this to himself, Lin Yan walked quickly into the Jinhua Hotel. It had to be said, the wealthy people in this world still exceeded Lin Yan's imagination. At this very moment. In the hotel, where he originally thought there wouldn't be many people. It was filled with gentlemen and beauties dressed in suits and formal wear. To put it in common terms, they were big shots and wealthy women. Seeing the two out-of-place figures of Lin Yan and Jinger walk into the hotel at this moment, they all turned their heads to look, but only revealed a trace of a disdainful smile. Then they turned their heads back and continued to enjoy their own delicacies. After all, these ordinary upstarts, who considered themselves noble, although they lacked the taste and assets of top-tier billionaires, would not lower themselves to the level of a fool like deputy manager Huang Cuiyan, who mocked every poor person she saw. Seeing the expressions and attitudes of the people around him, Lin Yan awkwardly rubbed his nose, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. Back when he and Jinger arrived downstairs at the Tianqi building, the driver had already taken all the clothes he had purchased and put them in his office on his behalf. He had been so hasty and thorough in his act of showing off and slapping faces that he had completely forgotten about changing his clothes. So, at this very moment, Lin Yan's attire was exactly the same as before. If someone dressed like him appeared at the Tianqi Group, it might still be acceptable. But appearing in an occasion like the Jinhua Hotel, even he felt a bit embarrassed. As for Jinger, who was standing to the side, seeing Lin Yan like this, she covered her mouth and giggled. Although it had only been a few short hours since they met. From beginning to end, Lin Yan had always been calm, composed, and confident. He had never looked as deflated as he did now. Thinking this, Jinger impulsively took out her phone and snapped a picture of Lin Yan. Just then, a waiter walked towards them, and Jinger quickly put her phone away. It could be seen that the waiter in front of them looked listless when facing Lin Yan and the other. And that was indeed the case. His name was Lin Tao, and he could be considered a graduate of an ordinary first-tier university in the country. Since graduating from university, he had not chosen a career that matched his major and qualifications. The cost of the dishes at the Jinhua Hotel could not compare to their selling prices at all. Because of this, while the Jinhua Hotel might not seem comparable to some listed companies, in reality, after deducting costs, its profits could even surpass the Tianqi Group. At the Jinhua Hotel, employee benefits were extremely generous. Even a waiter like him often received tips from wealthy guests, earning a salary of nearly 10,000 yuan every month. And if he were to go out and look for a job with his ordinary first-year university degree, he would earn at most 5,000 to 6,000 yuan a month, and that was the best estimate. So it was better to choose to be a waiter at this Jinhua hotel. And now, looking at the two ordinary guests in cheap clothes in front of him. If it weren't for the hotel's strict rule of not judging customers by their clothes, he wouldn't even have bothered to come forward to serve them. "Respected sir and miss, is there anything you need help with?" Lin Tao asked politely, half bowing. To the side, Lin Yan felt a bit surprised looking at the service attitude of the person in front of him. He then sighed that it was indeed worthy of being a famous six-star hotel. "Find a private room for the two of us, thank you," Lin Yan said with a smile. "Huh." Hearing Lin Yan's request to book a private room, Lin Tao raised his head in surprise. Seeing that Lin Yan's expression didn't seem fake, he bent down again and said, "I'm sorry, sir, all the private rooms in the hotel have been booked by other guests. If you are willing, I can find you the largest table outside the private rooms, is that okay?" Lin Tao's words could be said to be very tactful. The implication was nothing more than the status, position, and assets required of guests in private rooms were not something that someone like Lin Yan could match. If he wanted to eat, he could at most be arranged at the largest seat outside the private rooms, so he shouldn't be unappreciative. Looking at the waiter's attitude, Lin Yan sighed deeply. Sure enough, clothes make the men, as people always subconsciously believe that people of a certain level wear clothes of a certain level. However, on the way here, he had already spoken with Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua on the phone. As the Vice General Manager of the Tianqi Group, Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua still had a certain status in the entire Jiangzhou city. He believed he hadn't come to the Jinhua Hotel to eat any less often. The person in front of him looked like a veteran waiter. He believed he must have seen Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua many times. He should be able to recognize him. Thinking this to himself, Lin Yan spoke directly. "It's not that I don't want to book a place outside the private rooms, but I'm afraid that the tables outside the private rooms won't be able to hold the dishes we want to order." Pfft. As soon as Lin Yan finished speaking, Lin Tao laughed out loud. He then quickly suppressed his laughter. Forcing back his laughter, he said to Lin Yan in front of him with a straight face, "Sir, do you know how many dishes you need to order to fill an entire large table in a private room at the Jinhua Hotel?" "How many?" "Well, it takes over 30 dishes to fill the entire large table in a circle, and if you want to fill the entire table, you need at least over 50 dishes. And for these 50+ dishes, even if you choose all the cheapest items, plus drinks, the total cost will be at least over 100,000. Speaking of this, Lin Tao raised his head and said with a smile, "Sir, are you still sure you want to book a private room now?" Standing to the side, Lin Yan heard the price quoted by the waiter in front of him. He was obviously a little surprised. But he soon recovered. Over 50 dishes, if chosen according to the cheapest items, the cost this time would exceed 100,000. And if chosen according to ordinary standards, it would have to be hundreds of thousands. If chosen according to the best standards, plus drinks and desserts, it could even be nearly 1,000,000. That would just be punishing Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua with another month of salary, which happened to suit his wishes, so it didn't matter at all. Thinking this, a smile returned to Lin Yan's face. "Yes, and who said I was going to choose based on the cheapest dishes? I want everything configured according to the most expensive standards." Just then, there was a sound of a door opening behind Lin Yan. He turned his head with a smile, and it was indeed Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua who had arrived. Chapter 13, Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua, you are very thoughtful. Chairman, I'm sorry I'm late. Have you already ordered the dishes? Upon seeing Lin Yan's figure, Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua's eyes lit up. He immediately quickened his pace and walked toward Lin Yan. "It's fine. Today, I'm planning to have a meal here that costs over 1,000,000. You don't mind, right?" Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua, who had been smiling, froze for a moment upon hearing this, then forced a smile. "It's no problem, Chairman. Today, feel free to order whatever you like here. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters." Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua said this with an indifferent expression, but his heart was aching. A meal costing over 1,000,000 was equivalent to a month's salary for him. Although he was the distinguished vice general manager of the Tianqi Group, after purchasing a property in Jiangzhou, he didn't have much in savings. Being fined 2 months' salary was already a very heavy punishment for him. Now, having to spend another month's salary on a single meal really made his heart ache. Although Lin Yan could see through Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua, he just smiled. After all, since he had such a promising daughter, this penalty of over 3 million could be considered a lesson for his failure to raise her properly. Standing to the side, Lin Tao, who had been looking at Lin Yan with a smile, froze on the spot when he saw the middle-aged man in a suit walk through the door. Having worked as a waiter for several years, he had seen countless business magnates. The aura possessed by the middle-aged man before him was rare among all the guests he had served. This was a big shot. Lin Tao thought to himself, and he no longer held the slightest bit of contempt for the young man before him. He had heard clearly what the middle-aged man had called the young man just now, chairman. To be a chairman of a listed company at the age of around 20, he didn't believe this was the result of the young man's own hard work. This must be a rich second generation, and not just an ordinary one at that. This was a rich second generation who became the chairman of a listed company at 20. Sir, there is only one private room left in the hotel now. Please follow me. Lin Tao bowed respectfully and said, then led the way toward a private room behind them. Seeing Lin Tao's reaction, Lin Yan smiled and pulled an Jinger, who was standing frozen behind him. Let's go, or else this private room will be snatched by someone else. Lin Yan said with a smile. Hearing the words, the dazed an Jinger suddenly snapped back to reality, then looked at the smiling Lin Yan with a complicated expression. A single meal costing over 1 million. She hadn't just never seen or experienced such a life and treatment, she hadn't even heard of it. Once upon a time, when she was in high school and hadn't planned on attending music conservatory, her family, while not wealthy, was a middle-class family. But even then, the most expensive meal she had ever eaten was only a little over 1,000. Although she wasn't great at math, she could handle basic mental arithmetic. 50 dishes plus drinks and desserts totaling over 1 million meant that, on average, each dish cost exactly 20,000. That was 20,000. Even with her working so hard on live streaming now, her monthly dividends were only a few thousand. This meant that this one meal cost nearly 10 years of her income. It was simply unimaginable to her. How about we eat somewhere else? An Jinger said hesitantly. Seeing an Jinger like this, Lin Yan smiled and reached out to pat her head. All right, we're already here, and it's not like we can't afford it. Besides, I'm not the one paying for this meal, he is. Lin Yan said, casting his gaze toward Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua behind him. Hearing what Lin Yan said, although an Jinger was still a bit hesitant, she was clearly wavering. Seeing her like this, Lin Yan simply pulled an Jinger toward the private room. Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua, seeing this scene, sighed and followed them. It must be said that the configuration of the private rooms in Jinhua Hotel was indeed luxurious enough. The magnificent decor, 5 huge crystal chandeliers arranged in a circle, and the surrounding dense array of transparent small lights. The golden coat racks and the clever room design were completely worthy of its 6-star hotel reputation. After entering the private room, Lin Yan pulled an Jinger to sit down naturally. The waiter, Lin Tao, handed the menu in his hand to Lin Yan, then hurried out of the room for some unknown reason. Although Lin Yan felt a bit strange about this, he didn't pay too much attention to it. The menu was thick. It took a full 5 minutes to flip through the whole thing. Looking at it, among the hundreds of dishes, not a single one was priced under 100, and the most expensive items even cost hundreds of thousands. Lin Yan had originally thought that since acquiring Tianqi Group yesterday, his horizons had been broadened enough. Today, he realized he was still a frog in a well. Well then, Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua, I'll just order whatever I want. Thinking this, Lin Yan moved his gaze from the menu and looked at Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua standing to the side. Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua stood behind Lin Yan, looking at the shocking prices on the menu. Hearing Lin Yan's words at this moment, the corners of his mouth twitched. Unlike what Lin Yan guessed, he had actually never eaten at Jinhua Hotel before. Although Tianqi Group often had various business activities and collaborations with other companies, no one would pay such high prices to eat in a place like this. Business cooperation is different from dating. Dating might eventually yield intimacy, or perhaps nothing at all. But business cooperation is only about money. Eating here, even a slightly decent meal, would cost hundreds of thousands. Without guaranteed returns, no one would make such a losing deal. However, facing his own chairman. Thinking of this, Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua glanced at Lin Yan with a guilty conscience. Seeing Lin Yan smile, he immediately forced a fake smile onto his face. Chairman Lin, do you think we could? All right, I understand. Before Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua could finish, Lin Yan immediately interrupted him. Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua was overjoyed, but just as he was secretly happy, he suddenly froze on the spot. Before his eyes, Lin Yan waved his hand grandly and said generously, I understand what you mean. We, the chairman of Tianqi Group, must dine according to the highest standards. Otherwise, it wouldn't befit this status. Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua, you are very thoughtful. Lin Yan said with a smile, while Jinger, who had been blushing to the side, burst out laughing. Chapter 14, Ruihua Real Estate. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Vice General Manager Huang Yuhua was stunned on the spot. Just as he was about to offer an explanation, Lin Yan had already handed the menu to the waiter who had just arrived. But just at this moment, a noisy commotion erupted outside the private room. One of the female voices sounded somewhat familiar. Feeling curious, Lin Yan stood up, walked to the door of the private room, took a look, and immediately smiled. The shrew screaming at this very moment was none other than that foolish woman, Yao Li, causing trouble again. She had just caused a scene at the Longwan Villa complex yesterday, and today she still wouldn't settle down. I really don't know if that so-called Ahua is blind or what, to actually choose such a woman as his girlfriend. Outside the private room, Yao Li glared with a ferocious expression at Lin Tao, the waiter who had just served Lin Yan and the other, screaming at him. The waiter, Lin Tao, kept his head lowered, not daring to retort in the slightest. Doesn't your Jinhua hotel claim that the customer is God? What? Did you change the rules now? Heaven must be blind to let a shady establishment like yours stay open until now. Today is the second-day anniversary of my relationship with Ahua. If our date is ruined just because of your Jinhua hotel, I will spread this matter everywhere. I'll let everyone know exactly what kind of place your Jinhua hotel is. Yao Li deliberately raised her voice, causing guests on the entire floor to turn their gazes toward them. What's going on here? Someone actually dares to cause trouble at Jinhua. Who knows? Since that person dressed like a bumpkin earlier was allowed into a private room, it's understandable that this woman is acting this way. These top-tier rich people are really strange nowadays. It's one thing to like playing the pig to eat the tiger, but to have people like this is just bizarre. Sigh, in my opinion, those two people causing trouble are done for. I've heard that the chairman of Jinhua Hotel is a big shot. Plus, if you add up Jinhua's total assets, it's not much less than our Jiangzhou's #1 corporation, Tianqi Group. Tianqi Group? That's a behemoth with a market value in the tens of billions. It's an honor for Jiangzhou that they even established roots here. As for this Jinhua, it was only built to 6-star standards because we have so many tourist attractions and historic sites, just to cater to wealthy outsiders. Can it really compare to Tianqi? Could that be false? If we're talking about influence, Jinhua might not compare to Tianqi, but in terms of sheer scale and total assets, they are absolutely on par. You seem very knowledgeable, brother, you must be an insider. Shall we get to know each other? Huang Zhen. Li Dong. Nearby, other customers watched the scene unfold and began to chat, but their opinions boiled down to only one conclusion: the two troublemakers were finished. Just then, as Yao Li was preparing to walk into the private room to see exactly who had snatched her room, she saw Lin Yan leaning against the doorway and couldn't help but freeze. Why are you here, you poor loser? After leaving the Longwan Villa complex yesterday, she had thought it through clearly. She believed that Lin Yan was just bluffing yesterday. Someone capable of being a salesperson at a sales office, even in Longwan, wouldn't have any real skills. Because capable salespeople would have already been promoted or resigned. Therefore, she was convinced that Lin Yan must have paid off the sales staff at the office and colluded with them to deceive the sales manager and make her look foolish. As for that payment notification, no one present had seen who actually sent it, so she believed the message must have been sent by someone Lin Yan hired to impersonate the bank. After all, she would never believe that a super tycoon with a net worth of over 1 billion would be willing to grovel at her feet for several years. Thinking this way, naturally, Yao Li wouldn't give Lin Yan a pleasant look. "Heh, I didn't expect you to go to such lengths yesterday just to make me look bad, bribing salespeople, forging bank messages. It actually makes me look at you in a new light, you loser." Yao Li sneered. As the scene of her losing face at the Longwan Villa complex yesterday surfaced in her eyes, her face, which had originally just been sneering, involuntarily took on a hint of malice. Lin Yan, who had been leaning against the private room door wanting to watch a good show, couldn't help but be stunned upon hearing this. Immediately afterward, his face turned the color of a pig's liver, not from anger, but from holding back laughter. Finally, Lin Yan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Buffed, ha 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 ha. Hearing this, how could he not understand the situation now? It was clearly that Yao Li and her new boyfriend had come to celebrate their second-day anniversary, only to have their private room assigned to him. Even the matter of him purchasing Yuhua Pavilion at the Longwan Villa complex yesterday was assumed to be him forcing a show-off. Truly, an invisible brain supplement is the most lethal. Thinking this, Lin Yan suppressed his laughter and looked at the so-called Ahua beside Yao Li, only to find that Ahua also wore an expression that took it all for granted. Fine. It seems it's not that Ahua is blind, but that he is just as stupid as this foolish woman. Tell me, where do you get the confidence to come here and question me? Lin Yan asked Yao Li with a smile, his arms crossed. Just because I am the young master of the Jiangnan Province Ruihua Real Estate Company, Limited. Just then, the so-called Ahua, who hadn't said a word either yesterday or today, stepped forward. For a moment, the entire scene fell into boundless silence. Ahua's real name was actually Wu Zhenhua. He was the eldest young master of the Jiangnan Province Ruihua Real Estate Company, Ltd. Most importantly, Ruihua Real Estate was not a publicly listed company. This meant that all the company's profits, aside from employee salary distributions, were managed by the boss. The Jiangnan Province Ruihua Group was the largest real estate construction group in the entire Jiangnan province. It had almost monopolized 50% of the land in over a dozen cities and prefectures throughout the province, and all of it had been developed. Nowadays, their industry had even begun to expand outside the province. The entire group's total market value and the boss's personal net worth were not a bit inferior to Tianqi Group, and were even slightly stronger. Upon learning this, Lin Yan's expression immediately became grave. Damn it. I've been acting cool for 2 days, but it seems I've kicked an iron plate this time. Only now did Lin Yan realize that the reason he was able to bluff Wu Zhenhua yesterday must have been because of that 1 billion yuan deposit notification of his. A young master is a young master after all. Even if he could get pocket money, it was impossible for him to have ever seen a massive sum of 1 billion yuan. But if he bullied him too hard and his father came looking for trouble, even if Tianqi Group could withstand the pressure, it would inevitably result in a lose-lose situation. Chapter 15, Warmth in the Human World. Lin Yan maintained his previous posture, though his mind was racing with countless thoughts. Right now, this seemed completely like a dead end. Currently, the only multi-billion-dollar companies he had contact with were his own Tianqi Group, the Jinhua Hotel where he was staying, and Ruihua Real Estate. If he wanted to break the deadlock now, it seemed the only way was to pull the chairman of the Jinhua Hotel into the mess. But it seemed the person had no reason to help him at all. How about giving up some shares? As the holder of 100% of the shares, if he gave up 10%, he believed the chairman of the Jinhua Hotel would definitely be tempted. No. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yan ultimately dismissed this idea. He could do anything else, but shares were his bottom line. He absolutely could not concede. Once that 10% of the shares were given away, it would mean that Tianqi Group was no longer his private property. Once there was a possibility of outside interference, it would cause great instability to the development and stability of the entire company. If someone dismantled it directly from the inside, or replaced the group's employees. Hiss. Lin Yan shook his head violently. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. How the hell did I not think of that? Lin Yan slapped his hands together and burst into laughter, leaving the surrounding crowd looking completely bewildered. The method Lin Yan thought of was nothing else but utilizing the system. Since the system's basic skill was check-in, it directly caused Lin Yan to automatically overlook the two major skills, Shenhao points and the lucky draw. Yesterday, he successfully spent over 600 million yuan and obtained 6 Shenhao points. And the system's lucky draw function was set up as follows. Every 5 Shenhao points allowed for 1 low-level draw. Every 50 Shenhao points allowed for 1 mid-level draw. Every 100 Shenhao points allowed for 1 high-level draw. And the system set the daily check-in gift reward to default to a normal gift bag. That is to say, if he was lucky, it was entirely possible for Lin Yan to draw 100% of a company's shares again. Thinking of this, Lin Yan laughed out loud and immediately issued a command to the system. Spend 5 Shenhao points to perform a low-level draw. Ding! Command successfully received. The system is starting the automatic draw. Please shout stop. Draw started. After a mechanical sound, a huge virtual metal roulette wheel appeared before Lin Yan's eyes. Lin Yan looked at the various items on it, feeling extremely envious. He closed his eyes and kept muttering in his heart. Draw a company, draw a company, draw a company. Stop. Draw paused. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the position of president of Jiangnan Province Ruihua Real Estate. Hearing this system sound, Lin Yan was stunned on the spot. Before he could even react, the phone in his pocket rang. Lin Yan snapped back to reality, and a look of wild joy appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha. I really am a lucky dog. Directly obtaining the position of the other party's boss, damn, who else could do that? Lin Yan felt a surge of excitement in his heart, and immediately took out his phone and pressed the answer button. Hello. Is this Mr. Lin? A middle-aged man's voice came from the other side of the phone. The voice was hearty, full of vigor, and carried a hint of authority. One could tell immediately that he was a big shot who had been in the business world for a long time. I am. Who is this? Although he had already guessed the other party's identity, Lin Yan suppressed the joy in his heart and tried his best to speak in a calm voice. Benefactor. I have finally contacted you. Upon hearing Lin Yan's identity, the person on the other end shouted out loud. Lin Yan's hand shook, and he almost threw the phone in his hand. Who are you? Why do you call me benefactor? Lin Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked with a puzzled expression. Benefactor. Do you not remember me? I am Little Wu, whom you generously helped 10 years ago. The voice on the other end became increasingly excited. Lin Yan was completely bewildered. This. 10 years ago, he was still an elementary school student, striving for his 3 Good Student award. How did he become the benefactor of such a business tycoon? Lin Yan grumbled in his heart. The system couldn't even find a more reliable excuse. However, the following words from the other side left Lin Yan speechless. Back in the day, I, Chairman Wu Jingtian, was still a beggar wandering the streets, begging for a living. I couldn't even get a bite of hot food. People passing by on the street ignored me, until that day. I met an elementary school student. There was nostalgia and a hint of emotion in Chairman Wu Jingtian's voice. I remember clearly that the extraordinary elementary school student walked up to me with a rujiamo in his hand, and handed the rujiamo, which he couldn't even bear to take a bite of himself, to me. And he said words to me that I would benefit from for the rest of my life. What words? Uncle, hurry home, don't catch a cold. Chairman Wu Jingtian's voice suddenly calmed down. Ever since that day, I worked hard and used all my savings to go to the biggest metropolis in Yanxia, the imperial capital, to beg. Big cities are just different. I would lie outside the tourist attraction every day, begging, and after a few years, I miraculously saved up 200,000 yuan. Then I used that meager 200,000 yuan to invest everywhere. At first, I lost 100,000, but I didn't give up. The second time, I finally succeeded. That time, I invested in a real estate company, which was the then nascent Ruihua Real Estate. And my 100,000 yuan became the startup capital for that entrepreneur. Over these years, I first managed Ruihua Real Estate together with him, but later that brother unfortunately got into a car accident, and because he had no wife or children, I naturally became the sole controller of Ruihua Real Estate. And all of this was because of your encouragement. It was you who let me feel the warmth of the human world in this cold society. Chairman Wu Jingtian said in an excited tone. And today, I am going to transfer Ruihua Real Estate, which I have worked hard to manage for many years, to you. My benefactor. At this moment, Lin Yan, who had been listening to Chairman Wu Jingtian for so long, was shocked beyond measure. He vaguely remembered that when he was in elementary school, he did indeed throw a rujiamo to a beggar on the street. But his goal was just the few dozen yuan in the beggar's bowl. Although it was just a whim and he didn't succeed, losing a rujiamo wasn't a big loss for him. But this Chairman Wu Jingtian's experience was just too outrageous. Could it be that I have the potential to be an investor? Lin Yan asked himself in his heart. Chapter 16, The Dumbfounded Wu Zhenhua. However, he quickly dismissed the thought in his mind. If his luck were really that good, then the hundreds of dollars he had spent on lottery tickets couldn't possibly have yielded not even a single cent in winnings. It could only be said that all of this was the system's arrangement. But as long as he had a way to resolve the current situation, that was enough. Thinking this, Lin Yan raised his head and said with a smile into the phone, Chairman Wu Jingtian, let's not rush into matters like company transfers. After all, your benefactor is not someone who is blinded by greed or unable to move his feet upon seeing money. The most critical point is, it seems I have developed some conflict with your son. I just don't know if you could. What? On the other side of the phone, Chairman Wu Jingtian was sitting in his president's office, holding the phone with an excited face. The joy he had felt at seeing his benefactor vanished into thin air the moment he heard this news. He stood up abruptly and interrupted Lin Yan's words with an angry expression. Benefactor. Did you just say that Brat actually dared to have a conflict with you? Over the phone, Chairman Wu Jingtian's tone was filled with anger. Hearing this voice, a happy smile couldn't help but appear on Lin Yan's face. He knew that he would definitely be able to get over this hurdle today. Furthermore, he had also gained a great profit. As for the two clowns in front of him. Thinking this, Lin Yan raised his head and looked at Wu Zhenhua, who still had a sneer on his face, and Yao Li, who was standing beside him. At this moment, Yao Li and Wu Zhenhua clearly did not know what exactly Lin Yan was doing. In their hearts, they only regarded this behavior as a sign of guilt and bravado. Yao Li looked at Lin Yan before her, her face filled with a sneer. Lin Yan, a person will not stumble over the same hurdle twice. We already fell into your trap yesterday, do you really think we will be fooled again today? You are simply too naive. That's right, kid. Now that you know who my father is, you should be scared, right? Wu Zhenhua also chimed in from the side. But just at this moment, a voice transmitted from Lin Yan's phone left him frozen in place. Wu Zhenhua, you bastard. I wasted my time raising you this big. Was it so you could go against our benefactor? If it weren't for the benefactor in front of you, you wouldn't exist, you unfilial son. And I, your father, would still be begging on some street in Jiangzhou. Now, you immediately apologize to the benefactor in front of you. Otherwise, you are never to return home again for the rest of your life. I, Chairman Wu Jingtian, will treat it as if I never had a stupid son like you. Lin Yan had already put the phone on speaker. Chairman Wu Jingtian's voice resounded directly throughout the dining area of the Jinhua Hotel. Upon hearing these words, everyone except Lin Yan was instantly stunned. Although they had never met Chairman Wu Jingtian in person, they had seen plenty of relevant videos. They were intimately familiar with this voice. Isn't this the voice of the richest man in the entire Jiangnan city, Chairman Wu Jingtian, the god of wealth Wu? Even the people present could recognize Chairman Wu Jingtian's voice. How could Wu Zhenhua, who was facing the phone right across from Lin Yan, not recognize it? At this moment, besides being dumbfounded, his heart was filled with boundless confusion. How could this poor loser in front of him have his father's phone number? Could he be a security guard at Ruihua Real Estate? Thinking this, he walked quickly toward Lin Yan opposite him. Then, he grabbed the phone from Lin Yan's hand and asked curiously, Dad, how does this kid have your number? Is he an employee of our company? That's not right, even if he were an employee of our company, he shouldn't have the authority to speak directly with you, right? You bastard, you still dare to ask me. You actually called our benefactor a kid. I think you should be calling him Grandpa. As soon as Wu Zhenhua finished speaking, a roar came from the phone. It was indeed Chairman Wu Jingtian, who was in a state of rage. Dad. What is wrong with you today? This kid in front of me doesn't have any special skills. Why are you losing such a big temper because of him? You still dare to call him kid? I'll say it again. Call him benefactor. Call him grandpa. But if I call him grandpa, shouldn't you be calling him dad? So what if I call him dad? The benefactor is my second parent. Even if he asked me to call him dad, I would be willing. On the contrary, you brat. You have been speaking rudely to the benefactor. You even dared to get into a conflict with our benefactor. I think you haven't been beaten in too long and your skin is itching for it. Wu Jianhua looked aggrieved. He had just opened his mouth, preparing to argue, but at this moment, one sentence from Chairman Wu Jingtian left him frozen in place. Also, let me tell you, kid. From today on, our benefactor is the absolute controller of Ruihua Real Estate. Your father, I, do not want this company anymore. This is what I owe the benefactor. It is also what the benefactor deserves. You had better restrain yourself in the future. Remember. You are no longer that rich young master you once were. As soon as he finished speaking, a busy signal came from the phone. Clatter. Listening to the busy signal coming from the phone, Wu Jianhua's face was numb. Immediately after, his body began to tremble violently. The phone in his hand couldn't help but fall to the ground. Yao Li, who was beside him, watched Wu Jianhua's reaction and, thinking something terrible had happened, quickly asked with a concerned look, Hua, what happened? Are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital and get checked out? However, her concern did not receive any reply. As for Lin Yan, watching Yao Li's expression of concern, he only felt a nauseating feeling rise in his heart. A moment later, the previously stunned Wu Jianhua finally reacted. As the son of a billionaire, he was not a brainless existence like Yao Li or Huang Cuiyun. Being pampered from childhood made his personality somewhat arrogant and domineering, but he was not someone who could not read the situation. The situation before him was already very clear. The poor loser he had originally thought was just a poor loser had flipped the script and become the benefactor of his entire family. As for himself, he had gone from a rich young master enjoying wealth and glory to an ordinary nouveau riche. He could only rely on his father's remaining savings to spend the rest of his life, or he would need to go out and find a job himself. Thinking this, Wu Jianhua gritted his teeth. He then took 2 steps forward and bowed deeply to Lin Yan, who had a smiling and mocking expression. Benefactor, I apologize to you for my improper behavior yesterday and today. I hope you can forgive me. Chapter 17, Life-Saving Benefactor. Seeing Wu Jianhua's behavior, Yao Li bristled. Isn't he just a stinking loser? What right do you have to be so servile to him? You are the son of the president of Ruihua Real Estate. With a slap, Wu Jianhua struck her hard across the face, gritting his teeth. You stinking bitch, this is the benefactor of our entire family. You are not allowed to interrupt. Yao Li looked at Wu Jianhua with a wronged expression. Hua, last night at your villa, you told me that as long as I was with you, I could have whatever I wanted. Lin Yan watched the two with interest and teased, have it all, huh? How about I kneel for you two first? Lin Yan brushed off his clothes and pretended to kneel. Seeing this, Wu Jianhua hurriedly steadied Lin Yan to make him sit, then fell to his knees in front of Lin Yan with a thud. Yao Li remained relentless, pulling at her own hair, her face flushed red. Hua, you are a rich second generation, how could you act like this toward a poor loser? Wu Jianhua frowned. This is the benefactor of our entire family, it is not for you to judge. Yao Li laughed in anger and pointed at Lin Yan. Him? Him? He's just an ordinary poor loser. Dad just said he saved him 10 years ago, he must have lost his mind, right? 10 years ago, he was just an elementary school student, how could he? Before Yao Li could finish, Lin Yan raised his hand to interrupt. Little Wu, it seems like I'm not sitting very securely in this position. It looks like I'll have to go find old Wu for some tea. It seems you don't particularly acknowledge me. Wu Jianhua slapped Yao Li again and scolded angrily. Is it your place, you poisonous woman, to gossip and run your mouth? Get out of here right now. Yao Li was frantic with rage. The world is always changing. You just wait, I will definitely not let this poor loser go. Seeing she was about to leave, Lin Yan pursed his lips at Wu Jianhua. After receiving the signal, Wu Jianhua grabbed Yao Li by her hair, dragged her over, and threw her in front of Lin Yan. Yao Li stumbled and fell to her knees before Lin Yan. Lin Yan looked at Wu Jianhua and nodded with satisfaction. Well done, but I'm still not satisfied. What should we do? You know, people in high positions don't like these empty gestures. Wu Jianhua pressed down on Yao Li's head. Before Yao Li could react, she knocked her head heavily against the floor for Lin Yan. Lin Yan nodded and muttered to himself, it feels like something is still missing. Wu Jianhua immediately caught on and said fawningly, I understand, I understand. He then grabbed Yao Li by her hair, yanked her head up, and said viciously, how you served me last night, you must treat my benefactor the same way today, do you understand? If you don't understand, you can just disappear from this world. Yao Li said tremblingly, why should I serve this poor loser? I don't accept this. That phone call must have been faked. How could a poor loser like him possibly know the chairman? Lin Yan's expression changed, still a poor loser. Still a poor loser. Fine, if I don't know him, I'll go and get to know him right now. He then stood up, prepared to leave. Wu Jianhua hurriedly let go of Yao Li and fawned over him, licking his lips. Brother, oh no, grandpa, no, ancestor, I believe you, I believe you. This was all this bitch's idea. He then glared fiercely at Yao Li. Yao Li, slumped on the ground, hurriedly shrank back. Lin Yan laughed in spite of himself and waved his hand, forget it. Gods never haggle over gains and losses with annoying people. Let's end this matter here. It's been years, I'll go find old Wu to catch up. Yao Li spat, pa, stinking loser, nouveau riche. You two just wait. My brother is Yao Wang, just you wait. Lin Yan sighed, forget it. For the sake of our years of acquaintance, you'd better leave on your own. If I have to take action in a moment, I might not show any mercy. Yao Li shivered and scurried out the door, not forgetting to leave a harsh threat, from today on, this city cannot hold both you and me, Yao Li. You just wait. Having finally run out of the private room, Yao Li, covered in blood, naturally attracted everyone's attention. She screamed hysterically, you bunch of stinking losers, what are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a woman? Do you want me to strip naked so you can get a good look? A young man in the corner couldn't hold back and was about to stand up to confront her, but the middle-aged man sitting opposite him gently tapped the table, sit down and just watch. Don't cause trouble. The young man was indignant, but she talked to us like that. You can tolerate this. I can't, anyway. The middle-aged man looked up and stared intently at him, if you go over there, our relationship will be completely severed. Her brother, Yao Wang, is an important figure in the Tianqi Group. Now that the Tianqi Group is changing chairman, no one can be underestimated in these murky waters. Hearing the name Tianqi Group, the young man calmed down and nodded slightly, understood. After Yao Li walked out the door, the crowd began to whisper, but their chatter could not affect Lin Yan in the private room. Lin Yan picked up the tea Wu Jianhua had poured for him, took a small sip, and said nonchalantly, prepare the car. Wu Jianhua was stunned for a moment and confirmed, prepare a vehicle. Young master, where are you planning to go? Lin Yan put down the teacup and looked at him with a playful expression, it's been a while since I caught up with your old man. I've been quite busy lately, but there's no time like the present. Let's go over and have a chat with him today. Wu Jianhua was secretly delighted, thinking, aren't you just walking right into the line of fire? I don't believe you know our old man. Since you're delivering yourself to my doorstep, don't blame me. But Wu Jianhua still pretended to be aggrieved and tried to dissuade him, isn't that a bad idea? Lin Yan climbed right up the pole, that's true, President Wu is usually so busy managing the company. All right then, I'll just go back to my villa to rest. Lin Yan then stretched and walked to the door of the private room. Thinking that he must be feeling guilty, Wu Jianhua hurriedly urged him, no, young master, I meant that your presence in our small company would truly bring honor to our humble dwelling. I will arrange the vehicle right away and go with you. Lin Yan nodded slightly, that is true. Go prepare the vehicle, I'll just wait here for you. As soon as Wu Jianhua left the private room, he turned and went into another empty room, took out his phone, and called his father. At this moment, Chairman Wu Jingtian was in a board meeting, discussing the matter of changing the chairman. Seeing his son calling, he frowned, hung up the phone, and hurriedly apologized, a small interruption, a small interruption. It won't hinder us. I have already turned off my phone. Inside the private room, seeing that his father hadn't answered the phone, Wu Jianhua was now 7 or 8 parts certain that his suspicions about Lin Yan being a fraud were correct. He gripped his phone tightly, took a deep breath, and thought to himself, just wait until you make a fool of yourself, you poor loser. Although that was what he thought, as an old hand at this, Wu Jianhua still spoke to Lin Yan with a smiling face. Brother, my old man said he's free. When do you think it would be appropriate for us to go over? Lin Yan frowned and squinted at Wu Jianhua. What did you call me? Wu Jianhua wiped the sweat from his forehead. Young master, old Wu is ready on his end. Please come with me, I've already arranged for a driver. Lin Yan nodded slightly. Smart. Get in touch and let's leave now. Wu Jianhua led Lin Yan downstairs, and many people saw them and began whispering. Isn't that the real estate tycoon's son? Why is he following that young man so respectfully? Others sneered, that's the real estate tycoon's son. He's lost all of his father's face, fawning over some unknown young man. Someone stopped him from continuing. All right, that's enough. He might be the son of some high-ranking official. Be careful what you say. Wu Jianhua clenched his fists, vowing in his heart, the tides will turn. Don't let me expose your lies. After seeking Lin Yan's permission, he took out his phone to contact the driver. Hey, driver, I'll be bringing our chairman over to see you in a bit. Glancing at Lin Yan from the corner of his eye, he said guiltily, you want me to come find you first? You've run into trouble over there. Fine, wait there for me, I'm coming over now. After hanging up, he turned back to Lin Yan with a fawning smile, and Lin Yan waved him off, letting him go. After finding the driver, Wu Jianhua pulled a stack of cash from his pocket. The driver didn't dare take it and asked, what's going on? Young master, why are you randomly giving me money? After lighting a cigarette for him, Wu Jianhua patted his shoulder and said, brother, let's be straight with each other. There's this kid acting incredibly pretentious. I can't easily mess with him, but you can, brother. The driver was so scared his cigarette fell to the ground, and his hand holding the cash trembled. No, brother, if even you don't dare to mess with him, why would you think I'm capable of teaching him a lesson? Wu Jianhua lit another cigarette for him, then pulled out another stack of cash from his pocket, lowering his voice, you don't need to worry about that. This guy is just a poor loser. The driver took a deep breath, made a throat-slitting gesture at Wu Jianhua, and gave him an inquiring look. Wu Jianhua nodded. Soon, Lin Yan found the place and silently patted Wu Jianhua on the shoulder. Wu Jianhua jumped in shock and shouted, which bastard scared the hell out of me? Lin Yan squinted at him. Wu Jianhua jumped again in fright and laughed awkwardly. I was just teaching the driver how to slaughter a chicken. Young master, you should just go to the company with this driver. Watching Wu Jianhua scurry away faster than a rabbit, he felt a strange vibe. At this moment, the driver touched the money in his pocket and sighed, thinking, if even Wu Jianhua has to call him young master and can't afford to offend him, could I possibly afford to offend him? But I can't afford to offend Wu Jianhua either. Looking at how this guy is dressed, he's definitely a loser. Might as well go all in. The driver took a deep breath, his tone becoming caustic. Where did this poor kid come from, to make even Wu Jianhua call you young master? Lin Yan looked at the driver with surprise, and the driver, finding courage from somewhere, added, wearing a pile of street market trash, and that high-end watch on your wrist must be fake, too, right? Lin Yan took a deep breath, we have no past grievances or recent grudges. I haven't cut off your livelihood or slapped your face. Why are you doing this? The driver shook his head slightly. I just find you too much of a loser and couldn't help but mock you. Tell me, I've worked so hard for so long, how am I not as good as a loser like you? You have no class, no physique, just like a little weakling. Lin Yan nodded slightly. You're quite right, but I have money. The driver spat, you can't take it with you when you die. What's the use of having so much money? Lin Yan revealed a sly smile, that's because you don't have money. You're just a hick from the countryside with a little bit of petty cash, right? Judging by your personality, you must have been born without a mother to raise you, shameless and thick-skinned. Lin Yan instantly wiped the smile off his face, his expression serious. You can talk about me, but you cannot talk about my family. Lin Yan's father had passed away early, and only his mother, at her advanced age, had managed to raise him with great difficulty. Seeing he had hit a sore spot, the driver continued his attack. Is that so? I thought maybe your mother was kept by Chairman Wu Jingtian, which is why Wu Zhenhua has to call you young master. Lin Yan was stunned for a moment, then asked, you really don't know who I am? Just a stinking loser. What point would there be in me knowing you? Lin Yan clicked his tongue in wonder. Fine, you're fired. He then pulled a stack of money from his bag and threw it in his face. This money is your severance pay. The driver sneered. Do you think I'm one of Chairman Wu Jingtian's lackeys? Sorry, I'm an employee of Suzhou Security Company, but I'll take your money. Lin Yan straightened his posture, his expression serious. Do you dare tell me your name? I don't change my name when I stand or sit. I am Su Qi. What are you going to do about it? Su Qi, fine, good name. Just wait a moment. Then Lin Yan took out his phone and made a call. Hello, this is Lin Yan. Shut down that Suzhou Security Company for me. Just say someone named Su Qi offended me. The driver mocked. Done. And then what? Look, I'm still sitting here perfectly fine. Besides posturing, what else can you do? Just then, the driver's phone rang. He took out his phone, glanced at Lin Yan, and didn't know whether to answer it. Lin Yan revealed a brilliant smile. Answer it, put it on speaker, and you'll know whether I'm real or fake. The driver answered the phone with trembling hands, and a barrage of cursing came from the other end. Did you offend someone named Lin Yan? Boss, he's in my car right now. What's wrong? Our company has been taken over by Tianqi Group. Our stocks have all been sold off at a low price. In other words, the company now belongs to Tianqi Group. No, to put it another way, the company now belongs to young Master Lin in front of you. You'd better try to please him, you're on your own. Chapter 19, Tai Shan Kao. The phone call was disconnected. Su Qi called his boss again, but only a busy signal came from the other end. The driver regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He looked at Lin Yan, his eyes wide with rage, and murder stirred in his heart. However, Su Qi forcibly suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and looked at Lin Yan with a smile. Chairman Lin, I was also blinded. That brat Wu Zhenhua was spouting nonsense to deceive me. Lin Yan raised two fingers. First, I hate it the most when others talk about my parents. This is my biggest taboo. Second, I hate spineless people. By comparison, I would prefer you to be a bit tougher. You can join me. Su Qi hurriedly knelt down, pressed his hands together, and begged, young master, I actually have a lot of backbone. Please let me join you. I have a paralyzed mother at home and an infant waiting to be fed. Please, young master, give me a way to survive. Lin Yan raised his head with a look of disdain. I said you could join me, but I just won't accept you joining. Su Qi kowtowed heavily to Lin Yan. Young master, I beg you, please take me in. Lin Yan remained silent, then made an unimaginable decision. He stepped on Su Qi. Although he didn't use force, the insult was extremely strong. Then, he bent down to help Su Qi up, patted his pant leg, and said, Brother, I was just joking. Then he looked at him with a smile and said, Brother, my company is quite large, but it lacks a person for external liaisons. I wonder if you have any interest. Su Qi could only swallow his anger, smiling as he asked, What kind of job is it? I think I can handle it. The job is very simple. You just need to interact with different people on the street every day and obtain funds from them. Su Qi asked with an expectant look, I know, you want us to solicit investment, right? Lin Yan shook his head, no. Then that means you want us to solicit clients. That's not it either. It's just purely for you to go out and beg. The company will give you a bowl, and it will be printed with the name of Tianqi Group to beg. Su Qi was burning with rage. He stretched out his fist and punched toward Lin Yan's head. Lin Yan didn't dodge and took the hit squarely. Lin Yan fell silent. He was clearly no match for his opponent, who was burly and thick-limbed. At this moment, he suddenly remembered he still had Shenhao points and hurriedly asked the system, Is there any way to let me knock down this big oaf? Yes. The original price is 10 Shenhao points, but since the system sees this is your first time using it, it will cost 5 Shenhao points for 5 minutes, granting you all the skills of a Sanda champion. Watching Su Qi approach him again, Lin Yan hurriedly shouted, I'll buy it, I'll buy it. Su Qi was stunned for a moment and mocked, "You haven't been scared silly by me, have you? If you've been scared silly, I might actually let you off, right?" Lin Yan climbed up from the ground without a word, brushed the dust off his body, and his eyes appeared calm and unruffled, completely devoid of the panic from just moments ago. Lin Yan spread his hands, "All right, I'm showing my cards. I am a national Sanda champion. I was just pretending earlier. I didn't expect your punches to be so featherlight, so I really have no need to keep messing around with you." Su Qi was furious and his face flushed red. He swung his fist at Lin Yan regardless of anything else. Lin Yan gave a light slap, batting the fist away from his position, then grabbed his arm and pulled forward with force. What followed immediately was Su Qi's wail. Lin Yan shook his head, "TSK, I just gently pulled your hand forward, and your hand dislocated. You are really useless." Su Qi endured the pain, pulled down hard, then quickly pushed up. After resetting his arm, he pulled out the dagger tucked at his waist and charged forward with all his might. Lin Yan bent down to dodge the knife, then whispered in Su Qi's ear, "This is the long-lost Shaolin masterpiece, Tai Shan Kao." Su Qi was sent flying. Lin Yan watched him coldly as he fell to the ground, looking half dead, with more air going in than coming out. Lin Yan found a rope in the car, tied him to a tree by the side of the road, got into the car, closed the door, and after confirming it was locked, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Lin Yan looked spirited. "Is this the martial art that so many people pursue? Not bad, I quite like it. After this matter is over, I must definitely learn it properly." What Lin Yan didn't know was that Su Qi and Wu Jianhua had an agreement. If things failed, he should inform Wu Jianhua as much as possible, but if things succeeded, he should not answer anyone's phone calls to avoid exposing the matter. Therefore, many people watched Wu Jianhua clutching his phone, restless downstairs at the company, occasionally going out to look around, and occasionally checking his watch. At this moment, the security guard at the door suddenly shouted, "Hello, young Master Qin." Qin Feng didn't pay attention to the security guard and walked straight up to Wu Jianhua, patting him on the shoulder. "Hey, brother, what's wrong with you? What's the situation? Tell your big brother about it first." Wu Jianhua was startled by the pat and only realized it was his brother, so he quickly said, "Brother, sit for a while. There are still a few minutes left, let's wait a bit longer." Qin Feng felt puzzled, then went to ask the company's receptionist, pointing at Wu Jianhua and asking, "How long has your young master been like this? It's been 50 minutes since he came back. He has been restless, staring at his watch from time to time, and frowning while looking at his phone." Qin Feng teased, "You're paying so much attention to him, do you have any improper thoughts about your young master?" A young girl's heart is always poetic. The receptionist covered her face and lowered her head, but Wu Jianhua saw it. He thought to himself that this girl was not bad. He hadn't realized before that she was quite pleasant to look at. So he stepped forward to chat her up. "I heard there is a young girl infatuated with my handsome face." But upon closer inspection, Wu Jianhua wasn't actually handsome, he looked quite average. However, he couldn't help that his wealthy father added points to him. The receptionist's face turned even redder. She lowered her head, not daring to reply, and whispered, "Young master is handsome and heroic, which girl wouldn't like you?" Wu Jianhua straightened his back, but then deflated again. He looked at his phone. It had been an hour, and there hadn't been any calls. He muttered, the matter should have succeeded. The two were stunned for a moment. Qin Feng laughed heartily and patted him on the shoulder. "Brother, you even eat the grass beside your own nest. That really suits my taste, you are truly my brother. Little sister, what do you think? Your young master thinks the matter has succeeded." The girl lowered her head even further and replied in a voice like a mosquito, I also think it succeeded, but I still don't want things to develop so quickly. I still want to start from a normal relationship." Wu Jianhua couldn't help but laugh and replied to her, "These are all minor issues. I am happy today. I accomplished a big thing today. Would you do me the honor of having a meal together tonight?" Before the girl could respond, Qin Feng asked in return, "What big thing has made you so restless?" Wu Jianhua straightened his back once again. "I finished off a pretentious brat today. I thought he was some big shot, but it only took a small security captain to finish him off." But the voice that rang out from outside the door startled Wu Jianhua. "I don't think so, do you?" Chapter 20, Blocking the Door. The young girl raised her head, looking at Wu Jianhua with her big, watery eyes, and gently tugged on his sleeve. "Young master, do you know him?" Seeing how lovely and spirited the girl looked, and not wanting any complications in tonight's operation, Wu Jianhua could only steel himself and respond loudly, "I know him. He's just a poor kid trying to leech off our family's money, insisting on sucking up to us even when we give him the cold shoulder." Upon hearing this, the security guards at the door immediately understood and blocked his path. "Kid, this isn't a place you can just walk into whenever you want. You'd better leave quickly and stop causing trouble for yourself." Lin Yan sneered, "Hey, causing trouble? I came here specifically to cause trouble today. How nice, is this how the Wu family treats their savior, by trying to get rid of them as quickly as possible?" The girl looked somewhat incredulous, turning to Wu Jianhua with a pleading look, and he responded with a firm expression. The girl naively shouted, "Don't think you can latch onto my young master. My young master isn't someone like you can cling to. You'd better leave quickly." Lin Yan curled his lips. Just by hearing her voice, he could tell she was a natural airhead, likely deeply corrupted by Wu Jianhua. Lin Yan waved his hand, took out 2 packs of high-quality cigarettes, and said politely, "You 2 gentlemen have been standing here for a long time, it must be tiring. I happen to have 2 packs of cigarettes here that I haven't finished yet. Why don't you 2 go have a smoke and come back later?" "Smoke? Are you kidding?" The 2 security guards slapped away Lin Yan's hand as he offered the cigarettes and said righteously, "We are on duty. Please do not interfere with our work." Lin Yan's temper flared up instantly, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall how to perform Sanda, so he could only speak amiably. "Gentlemen, I know your work is hard, but this building isn't a dictatorship, is it? You need to follow the rules and regulations." By now, Lin Yan had truly annoyed the security guards. One of them sneered, "Rules and regulations? Do you even know where this is? This is the Wu dynasty. The orders of the Wu family father and son are worth more than any rules. If you want to mess around or force your way in, feel free to see what happens." Lin Yan took a few steps back, suppressing his anger, and said, "Fine. When you 2 get off work later, go to the finance department to settle this month's salary and go to the human resources department to get your resignation papers." Upon hearing this, the girl couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Young master, who is this? Why is he acting so mighty?" Wu Jianhua pulled the girl's hand and walked to the door, stumbling a bit. He was now in a difficult position and couldn't lose face in front of the girl, so he had to bite the bullet and mock, "Lin Yan, is something wrong with you? I've already said that our Wu family isn't your relative, and it's not someone you can climb up to. Why do you insist on gilding your own face?" Lin Yan immediately wanted to retort, "I." But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Wu Jianhua again. "What, I? Don't you know your own worth?" Lin Yan smiled slightly and replied, "Sometimes, it's just impossible to communicate with people who only know 3 seasons. I am your family's savior. Are you sure there's no problem with you talking to me like this?" Wu Jianhua immediately exploded, "Savior? Can you stop mentioning those words? Savior? You say you saved my father? When, where, and at what location? I've never heard of it, let alone the fact that since I can remember, our Wu family's empire has always been this stable. This is what your father said. Why don't you just ask him yourself? Should I call him right now?" Stuck in a difficult position, Wu Jianhua could only bite the bullet and say, "Call him. Call him right now. Let's see who's going to answer your call." Lin Yan called Chairman Wu Jingtian, but Chairman Wu Jingtian's phone was on silent mode, so he didn't see Lin Yan's call. Seeing that his father didn't answer, Wu Jianhua became even more convinced that Lin Yan was trying to scam money through fabrication. He immediately shouted sternly, "Enough. You're trying to scam me? Get out of here right now, get as far away as possible, and don't ever appear in this city again." But at this moment, a faint voice came from inside the house, "Jingtian, what's going on? It seems the security here isn't very good. People come to cause trouble every few days." Chairman Wu Jingtian laughed it off, "Not at all, President Su, you're joking. Our security here has always been excellent. How could such a thing happen, right?" Subsequently, Chairman Wu Jingtian quickly ran over to his son and asked in a low voice, "What is going on here?" Before Wu Jianhua could speak, Lin Yan immediately cut in, Chairman Wu Jingtian, I am your savior. I came to catch up with you, but I was blocked at the door by your bastard son. Chairman Wu Jingtian's face darkened. Suppressing his anger, he asked, didn't I tell you that this young friend is our savior? Why did you block him at the door? But Lin Yan, having sharp ears, also joined the conversation. Your good son didn't believe me. Is this how your Wu family treats your savior? Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock if word gets out? Seeing Chairman Wu Jingtian's face getting darker and darker, he quickly shifted the blame to the two security guards. How are you doing your jobs? Someone arrived and you didn't even report it. I was watching at the door for so long and almost didn't recognize my savior. The security guards, knowing how to read the room, lowered their heads. Yes, 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 the young master is right. This was indeed our negligence. Please punish us, young master. Wu Jianhua looked at his father, who asked in a low voice, you didn't do anything to them, did you? People from the Tianqi Group are here. Don't leave a bad impression, or it might affect our cooperation. Wu Jianhua patted his chest hard, and before he could speak, he discovered that his own voice was coming from Lin Yan's side, repeating every word of the mockery he had just made, word for word. Chairman Wu Jingtian's face grew darker and darker. Enraged, he slapped Wu Jianhua across the face. Wu Jianhua's head buzzed, and he spat out two bloody teeth, saying, you actually hit me. You hit me for this kid of unknown origin. President Su approached at this moment and said earnestly, the young man's words were a bit harsh, but you shouldn't hit your child, right? By the way, is this the savior you mentioned to me just now? What was his name again? I seem to have a slight impression. Wu Jianhua responded in broken Mandarin, his name is Lin Yan. President Su suddenly grabbed his shoulder, reacting violently, what? His name is Lin Yan. No, that is Chairman Lin. Chapter 21, The Secret Exposed. Chairman Wu Jingtian nonchalantly swatted his hand away. Yes, but how did you know I gave the group to him? I seem to recall only mentioning that to my son. No, I mean he is the chairman of Tianqi Group. What? The chairman of Tianqi Group? Does that mean you can't make the final decision regarding our cooperation on the IPO support project? President Su nodded slightly in response. My main task is simply to convey the relevant details of our cooperation to the chairman. I cannot make the final decision on this matter, it requires the chairman's approval. Chairman Wu Jingtian looked at Lin Yan, who sneered and said, Chairman Wu Jingtian, you really are something. I never expected you to be so good at teaching your son. Truly, a master of parenting. If I weren't the chairman of Tianqi Group, would I have been the one to suffer today? Chairman Wu Jingtian, feeling nervous, wiped his sweat and replied cautiously, Benefactor, that's not quite right. It's not like that. My failure to discipline my son is indeed my fault, but that shouldn't jeopardize the livelihood of the thousands of people in my company, should it? Hey, that sounds better than a song, doesn't it? The livelihood of thousands of people. I'm thinking, if you don't go public, they'll still earn the same amount of money they're getting now. If you do go public, are you going to give your employees a raise? No, you won't. Capitalists view the lower-level workforce as pigs and dogs, as nothing more than blades of grass. Once you go public, you'll only be thinking about how to make the company bigger and stronger, and how to make a little more money, rather than thinking about how to help the brothers who supported you make money. I will. Lin Yan was somewhat angry and continued to retort indignantly, you will. Like hell you will. Who am I? I am your savior. Is this how you treat your savior? You didn't even think to pick me up immediately to treat me well, nor did you announce to the public that I am your savior. Chairman Wu Jingtian wiped his sweat. Well, wasn't I just preparing to announce it? Preparing? A fine preparing. It's the same logic as saying, I'm just about to hold a press conference, after something goes wrong. After you go public, the first batch of people to be laid off will probably be the old employees, the ones who followed you wholeheartedly and supported you. Perhaps you'll say this is caused by natural competition. Seeing an opportunity to back down, Chairman Wu Jingtian quickly added, yes, it's natural competition, survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest, indeed. Those people ended up in this state because they supported your career. If they had just finished their own work from the beginning and used their spare time to improve themselves, would they have ended up in such a sorry state? Ding! Congratulations to the host for initiating a side quest, start your own business empire. Upon success, you will be rewarded with 30,000 Shenhao points, with rewards distributed in stages. Please work hard, host, to help more people escape their suffering. Also, a reminder to the host, please control the other party's emotions. If any mistakes occur, it will affect the effectiveness of the brainwashing on all chairmen under the host's control. Lin Yan stopped, and both sides fell silent. The first to break the deadlock was Wu Zhenhua. Speaking with a lisp in his Mandarin, he stood by his own sense of justice. Dad, don't let him fool you. Think back carefully. What was the situation when you were reduced to begging? What did he give you, and what did he look like? Lin Yan saw Chairman Wu Jingtian looking at him with a pleading gaze, and he didn't know what to do. Chairman Wu Jingtian closed his eyes in deep thought. However, President Su became the second person to break the deadlock. Director Lin, Director Wu, you two chat first. I'll go back to the headquarters to convene the board meeting. I hope the chairman, as the major shareholder, can return soon to preside over the overall situation. After President Su had been gone for a long time, Chairman Wu Jingtian finally regained his senses. I remember now. It was at the entrance of Sunshine Hope Elementary School. I was forced to beg because my investment failed. My savior gave me a steamed bun, which filled me with confidence in life again. Lin Yan nodded with satisfaction. That's right. So, what happened after you finished the bun? Why were you able to become so successful and rise so quickly? Chairman Wu Jingtian sighed. The past is too painful to look back on. After eating the bun, I felt I couldn't continue to degenerate like that, so I went back and inherited the 30 billion estate left to me by my father. I started from scratch and established the current massive company with a scale of 1 billion. Lin Yan was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, what a guy. He had assumed everyone started from nothing, but this person was actually a rich second generation. His previous generation left him 30 billion, and after all that effort, he was left with a company with a scale of only 1 billion. At this moment, the system suddenly spoke up to remind Lin Yan, Chairman Wu Jingtian is faking it. The system detects that the brainwashing on Chairman Wu Jingtian has been lifted. He is just trying to use your Tianqi Group to help him go public. Lin Yan remained calm, but inside, he was in an uproar. He quickly asked the system, will this have any impact? How should I solve this problem? If he reveals that he was brainwashed, it will inevitably affect the control over the Tianqi Group chairman. There are only two ways now. The first is to brainwash him again, but you cannot precisely draw this company again. The second is to draw another company and acquire this one, after which you can freely control the chairman. Lin Yan felt particularly surprised. Wait, system, why are you so talkative today? You aren't usually like this. Don't interrupt. Now is not the time to discuss this. If the matter is exposed, let alone the system, even you won't be able to escape unscathed. Then do I have to convince every board of directors to make them determined to acquire this company? Theoretically, that is the logic. After a pause, the system continued, but you must ensure that the acquisition takes place with Chairman Wu Jingtian's willingness. Lin Yan quickly realized, if we don't do the IPO cooperation project, the other party will fight to the death and definitely expose the fact that we brainwashed him. As the boss of such a large enterprise, he definitely won't believe that he just remembered it wrong. After clearing his thoughts, Lin Yan spoke up to break the deadlock. Fine, let's sign a valuation adjustment mechanism agreement. I can support your IPO, but if you cannot give us the corresponding profits after going public, the price will be the transfer of 10% of your equity. Chairman Wu Jingtian agreed immediately. No problem, these are just minor issues. When shall we sign the contract? I need to go back to the company to convene a board meeting. Come to Tianqi Group at this time tomorrow, and I will personally receive you. Lin Yan hailed a taxi by the roadside. After telling the driver the destination, he started chatting with the system. You damn system, why didn't you just bring up the acquisition, instead of only asking for 10% of the equity? Once we have the equity, we can better control his company. This is absolutely not a loss. If there's really no other way, we'll have to resort to the worst-case strategy. The worst-case strategy? Using mercenaries to silence them, and installing our own puppet to take over, is the only way to completely control the company and ensure the other party won't leak your secrets. That's all well and good, but we aren't the type to commit murder or arson. Not the type. When I was created, my master told me, murder and arson lead to golden belts, while repairing bridges and paving roads leaves no corpse. You did so many good deeds, yet in the end, you were just mediocre and got fired by the company, didn't you? Lin Yan was deep in thought, wondering how to solve this problem, when the driver suddenly slowed down. Lin Yan felt puzzled as there was no traffic jam ahead, so he asked, "Master, is there something wrong with the car?" "Not really. It's just that the crown prince of the Wu family is forcibly abducting a young woman again. We're watching with excitement, but don't have the guts to do anything, so we can only slow down to take a few more looks." Lin Yan looked out carefully. He saw that downstairs at a hotel, Wu Zhenhua and his lackeys were forcibly dragging a young woman inside, and she was struggling fiercely. Lin Yan clicked his tongue in wonder. Does the law not exist for something happening in broad daylight like this? The driver laughed. The law. In this small place, besides Tianqi Group, there is only the Wu family. The actions of these two companies are the law. The young master likes to play exciting games. He doesn't like to drug people and take them away. Forcible abduction is a common occurrence. Lin Yan originally didn't want to get involved, but the system's new task popped up. New task: let Chairman Wu Jingtian know who is the real power in Donghai City. Task requirements: rescue the young woman and berate his son, Wu Zhenhua, in front of Chairman Wu Jingtian. Lin Yan immediately cursed. Playing like this, aren't you afraid Chairman Wu Jingtian will be driven to desperation and spill everything? Reward: 30 Shenhao points. Lin Yan sat in the car and muttered to himself, I doubt Chairman Wu Jingtian would dare to act recklessly. The driver was startled. Young man, watch your tongue. Lin Yan had the driver stop, opened the car door, and got out. He happened to run into Wu Zhenhua, who was preparing to carry the young woman inside. Seeing Lin Yan walking closer, Wu Zhenhua cursed under his breath, what a plague god, I run into him everywhere. A smile hung on Lin Yan's face, a cold one, of course. Wu Zhenhua stepped forward to greet him. Brother Lin, what a coincidence, ha! You're into this too. Why don't you go first, leave some scraps for my brothers here, and I'll go find something else. Only when Lin Yan got closer did he realize it was the receptionist, the young woman who had expressed her feelings to Wu Zhenhua. Lin Yan took a step forward and said, let her go. I'm definitely handling this matter. Wu Zhenhua had clearly been quick to get his teeth fixed. He even deliberately showed off his new white teeth, smiling at Lin Yan. Brother, I can stop, but my brothers aren't under my control. Wu Zhenhua's lackeys took the opportunity to announce their backgrounds: Lin Group, Wang Biopharmaceutical, Li Real Estate, and Chen Health. Each of them looked arrogant. Lin Yan nodded slightly. I see. So it's just these few companies, right? Then, Lin Yan dialed Chairman Wu Jingtian's number and put it on speakerphone. As soon as the call connected, Lin Yan started making trouble. This isn't good, old Wu. Your listing plan might have to be put on hold for a while. Chairman Wu Jingtian hadn't grasped the meaning yet, so he had to ask directly, Benefactor, have you encountered any trouble? Do you need me to send the police over to assist you? It's not a big deal, just that I ran into your good son on the road. He brought a few of his good friends and said they wanted to boycott me together and drive Tianqi Group into bankruptcy. Wu Zhenhua hurriedly explained, No, I didn't say that. It was my good brothers who said it. Seeing the murderous glares from his good brothers, he quickly added, No, we didn't mean that. Chairman Wu Jingtian didn't listen to the explanation. Where are you? I'm driving over right now. Which companies are those little bastards from? I'll have my secretary contact them right now. It seems to be called the Lin Group, Wang Biopharmaceutical, Li Real Estate, and Chen Health. They even teamed up to form an anti-Tianqi Group alliance. It's got me a little scared, so should we reconsider our cooperation for now? The roar of an engine came from Chairman Wu Jingtian's side, and he almost roared, Don't. Where are you? Tell me your location, I'm heading over now. Qiandeng Hotel, on Qiandeng Road. Chairman Wu Jingtian urged the driver to hurry and said he was on his way, then hung up the phone. The young woman was let down and hid behind Lin Yan with a sobbing voice, her nose sniffing, and she said, Thank you for saving me. If you hadn't appeared, today I would have. She then started crying loudly again. Lin Yan turned around, gently hugged her, and stroked her head tenderly. He turned his head to look at the four little brats who were fumbling with their phones. Before long, Chairman Wu Jingtian arrived. He first slapped Wu Zhenhua, loosening the teeth that had just been fixed. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with teeth and said in a slurred voice, "We didn't say we wanted to target Tianqi Group." Chairman Wu Jingtian wasn't stupid. He certainly knew they didn't intend to target Tianqi Group, but there was a reason for everything. It must be because his son had offended Lin Yan. For the long-term development of the company, he had to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Then, he looked at Lin Yan with a smiling face. "Look, I've hit him, and the matter is resolved. Can we let this go? I failed to discipline my son properly. I hope you won't take offense, benefactor." Lin Yan also complimented him. "Not at all, not at all. Like father, like son, right? But brother, I must ask you to have Zhenhua apologize to this girl." Wu Zhenhua first heard the first half of the flattering words and felt a bit carried away. His old man was so powerful. But then he pondered for a moment and felt something was wrong. If the son is forcibly abducting a woman, then the father can't be much better. He suddenly realized this was a roundabout way of scolding him. Just as he was about to retort, he suddenly realized something else was wrong. He thought to himself, "He calls my old man brother, so doesn't that make me a generation lower than him? This guy is clearly younger than me." Just as he was thinking of retorting, he was grabbed by the ear by his old man and dragged in front of the girl. Then, with a sweep kick from his old man, he was respectfully kneeling in front of Lin Yan. Chapter 23, A Comical Misunderstanding. Lin Yan couldn't be bothered to dwell on these matters. It was merely to give Chairman Wu Jingtian a stern warning. However, if pushed too far, there was no telling if Chairman Wu Jingtian might decide to go down fighting. Lin Yan was naturally aware of the carrot-and-stick approach, and Chairman Wu Jingtian also needed an opportunity to ease tensions with Lin Yan. Thus, Chairman Wu Jingtian took the initiative and suggested, "Benefactor, let me take you back to Tianqi Group." Lin Yan gave a slight nod. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Yet both sides had their own secret agendas clearly calculated in their minds. Chairman Wu Jingtian wanted to see if Lin Yan truly held such a high position at Tianqi Group, or if the Lin Yan of Tianqi Group was someone else entirely. Lin Yan, on the other hand, was thinking about the overlooked woman named Yao Li. She had once claimed her brother was an insider at Tianqi Group. If her brother happened to be the chairman of Tianqi Group, there might be flaws when trying to cover up the lie, which could cause the situation to escalate. The two sat in the back seat, chatting intermittently. Chairman Wu Jingtian talked endlessly, discussing the company's future development strategy with Lin Yan, and repeatedly insisted on yielding the position of chairman to Lin Yan. After all, he was his savior, and they had met too late in life. Lin Yan responded to his development strategies half-heartedly, occasionally using content from Shenhao novels he had read online to reply to him, while repeatedly refusing to take the position of chairman. Both sides were well aware that this was just polite talk. If Lin Yan were to forcefully demand the chairman position, he might end up with an empty shell of a company and a desperate fight to the death. It would also indirectly show that Lin Yan lacked vision. While exchanging pleasantries, Chairman Wu Jingtian was also constantly probing Lin Yan. After all, what gentleman doesn't love wealth? After Chairman Wu Jingtian had said it countless times, Lin Yan finally lost his patience. All right, old Wu, that's enough. I didn't save you for your money back then, and I'm not doing it for your money now. I am the chairman of Tianqi Group." As they were about to arrive at Tianqi Group, Lin Yan still felt a bit nervous and insecure. He cautiously asked the system, "It's fine, right, brother system? You're sure there won't be any problems, right?" The system conjured a human form in his mind and patted its chest firmly, saying, "Hearing you call me brother makes me very comfortable. There definitely won't be any problems. I even added a little fuel to the fire at Tianqi Group, though some variables are inevitable." The moment Lin Yan and Chairman Wu Jingtian stepped into the Tianqi Group office, both of them were stunned. This inevitable variable was simply too massive. Chairman Wu Jingtian pointed at the signs on both sides of the entrance and asked, "Benefactor, do you usually have this hobby?" Lin Yan was also dumbfounded. He dove his consciousness into his mind and asked, "What's going on? What is this situation? Why is the entire company filled with my photos?" The system said with a proud tone, I told you, as long as you call me brother, I will definitely get things done for you perfectly. I have already brainwashed everyone in this company from top to bottom. If you see anyone here who hasn't been brainwashed, they must have been fired. Lin Yan said with a helpless tone, that's not what I'm talking about. Look at these portraits, is there anything strange about them? The system was dismissive, these are photos I found in your social media account. I immediately relayed them to everyone in the company in your name and had them made into these photos. Lin Yan exploded in rage, who told you to take these photos? These non-mainstream photos were taken when I was in high school. They're covered in dense Martian script and feature me with long bangs, you managed to dig these up. You even cracked the password I set. Isn't this just dragging me out to be whipped? That's right, it's to whip you into making progress. Seeing Lin Yan's face turn from blue to red, Chairman Wu Jingtian asked, General Manager Lin, are you all right? Lin Yan twitched his mouth, feeling incredulous. He pointed a finger at the portraits and retorted, look at this flowing long hair, look at these bangs, and look at the, don't love me, there's no result, Martian script on them. Chairman Wu Jingtian wore an expression of understanding, I understand, I understand. It's a small issue, right? Everyone has a youth. I just didn't expect General Manager Lin to like using your own youth to motivate your employees. Lin Yan was furious. He grabbed a portrait and tore it up, someone, come here, quickly. The receptionist hurried over and asked, General Manager Lin, what's going on? Our company has always felt that these portraits look very good. Lin Yan pointed at the portrait and said, two things, I am the chairman, the big chairman, you should call me Chairman Lin. Second, who gave the order to have these portraits made? Drag them to me immediately. This. Lin Yan turned his head and glared at her, asking, what's wrong? Is it hard to do? It's not particularly difficult, it's just that you were the one who gave the order to do this, so we didn't know what to do. I gave the order. Lin Yan was stunned for a moment, then realized, right, I gave the order. I was confused. I meant the person in charge, other than me, bring them to me. This. The receptionist looked troubled but still explained, after he finished this, he voluntarily resigned. We don't know his specific situation. Lin Yan smiled and said to Chairman Wu Jingtian, Chairman Wu, I've made a fool of myself. I won't see you out. I was a bit harsh on Genhua today, but it was more or less for the child's own good. I'll treat you to a meal at this time tomorrow, and we can have a good chat at the table. After receiving the order to leave, Chairman Wu Jingtian did not stay long. After exchanging a few polite words, he left. Lin Yan asked the system with some irritation, Brother system, you were the one who caused this. Do you have any way to erase my influence? Of course it can be solved. Please pay 50 Shenhao points and voluntarily give up the position of chairman of Tianqi Group, and the system will help you brainwash this group of people. Stop, brother system, you might as well brainwash me instead. I'll investigate this matter myself. Stupid host, the system never created these photos. I was just joking with you. Someone else created these photos. I was just a bystander watching him do it, and the person who did this is watching you right now. Lin Yan was startled and instinctively shouted, who? After digesting the information, he shouted again, if you don't come out yourself, I definitely won't let you off. Oh. If I come out on my own, you'll let me off. You're telling me this. Chapter 24, Guardians Alliance. No, it doesn't necessarily mean I'll let you off the hook, but at least I'll give you a chance to explain yourself. Lin Yan watched the men in the suit walking towards him from outside the door, speaking with absolute certainty. The man in the suit pushed up his glasses, let me introduce myself. My name is Yao Wang, Yao Li's older brother. At the time, I was serving as the CIO of this company, busy with all the various affairs of the firm, and perhaps I failed to discipline my sister properly. I apologize to you for that. Yao Li also walked in from outside the door and brazenly said, cousin, there's no need to apologize to someone like this. You are the CIO of this company, isn't dealing with a green kid just a simple matter? Lin Yan looked at Yao Li with great interest, don't you know I am the chairman of this company? How can you even say such things? Yao Wang turned back, glared at Yao Li, and scolded, shut up for now. This is a conversation between men, it's not your place to interrupt. I am not here to settle scores for you today. Lin Yan's interest deepened, and he asked, "Oh, not here to settle scores? Then what are you here for?" Yao Wang made a gesture of invitation and then added, "This isn't a good place to talk. Sir, why don't we go somewhere else to have a proper chat?" Lin Yan feigned fear, took a small step back, and replied, "How do I know if you won't bring a dozen people to tie me up and throw me into the sea to feed the fish?" Yao Wang cupped his hands in a salute and said, "Sir, you are truly talented." He paused, then leaned into Lin Yan's ear and whispered, "I said this isn't a good place to talk, but it seems you don't believe me. You were first punched by the little security guard, and then you took him down. That was your doing, right?" Lin Yan spread his hands. "I happen to know a little martial arts personally." "That's understandable, right?" Yao Wang smiled, "Is that so?" He snapped his fingers, and a red dot appeared on Lin Yan's forehead. Lin Yan raised both of his hands. "Not bad, huh? You even used a sniper on me. Isn't that a bit unnecessary? Even if I grew wings, I wouldn't be able to fly away, would I?" Yao Wang put away his playful expression and said with a serious face, "Please come with me. There are some things I would like to ask you about." Lin Yan obediently got into the car with Yao Wang, while Yao Li got into a different vehicle. The back and front seats of the car were separated, custom-made, and bore the emblem of the Guardians Alliance. After getting into the car, Yao Wang dropped the act and took out his credentials to hand to Lin Yan. Lin Yan took one look, his pupils contracted slightly, and he saluted him. "Greetings, officer." "I'm sorry, officer, I didn't know if I had offended your sister." "If I did, I am very sorry, and I will definitely pay a visit to apologize." Yao Wang threw the credentials at his face. "I'm not here to play games with you. Let's talk business. You know about the sudden change in the chairman position of the two companies recently, right?" "Officer, this has nothing to do with me. They insisted on making me the chairman. Give me a break. Now, read out my position aloud. I'll only give you one chance, so cherish it. If you don't, then I have no choice but to take you to the laboratory for dissection and investigation." Lin Yan scrambled, quickly picked up the credentials, and respectfully read, "Yao Wang, General Manager of the East China District, East China Branch, Bureau of Unnatural Phenomena Investigation, under the Guardians Alliance." "That's right. I was the first person to discover that you could inexplicably become the chairman of other companies. I had originally planned to spend 3 to 5 years becoming the chairman of Tianqi Group, but you suddenly appeared out of nowhere." Lin Yan spread his hands. "Isn't that normal? Each generation produces its own talents, right?" Yao Wang looked at him with a half-smile and replied, "Ever since I joined Tianqi Group, things haven't been this smooth. I have records for every single day. 3 days ago, you suddenly appeared and became the chairman of Tianqi Group. Let's put that aside for now. Anyone who investigates with intent can discover that you never saved Chairman Wu Jingtian. He calls you his benefactor mainly to use your Tianqi Group as a stepping stone for his company to go public." Lin Yan squinted his eyes and looked at Yao Wang with a slight smile. Yao Wang felt a bit unnerved by his gaze and hurriedly asked, "What is that expression? Don't tell me you already knew." Lin Yan nodded slightly in response. "Just because you know about it, doesn't mean others don't. I believe it won't be long before they come to investigate, but the urgent matter right now is probably not that simple, otherwise you wouldn't have resorted to using a sniper." Yao Wang snapped his fingers. "You're very smart. I like talking to smart people. What I want to tell you is that my superiors ordered me to come and arrest you." Lin Yan dropped his playful demeanor. "Don't try to bluff me. Your superiors sent you." He leaned forward. "Ordered you to arrest me." He then scolded, "Stop joking. Although I, Lin Yan, am a fake tycoon, I am not some real loser." Then his tone softened. "I can only give you one last chance. State your true intentions." Yao Wang also took off his glasses, his eyes sharp as he stared at Lin Yan. "The organization's higher-ups ordered me to arrest you, but I suppressed this matter. I indicated that you are still of great use to us." Lin Yan smiled at the corner of his mouth and countered, "And then?" Yao Wang sighed. "You really are impervious to reason. I thought that by revealing my position, you would at least be a little nervous." Although Lin Yan was already nervous to death, under the system's prompt, he remained particularly tense. The system explained to him, "All of this is similar to the butterfly effect. Once one person knows the truth of this matter, all rumors will collapse. This is also a flaw in the system. Everything requires improvisation. Speaking of improvisation, Lin Yan chuckled lightly. All right, I didn't come here to shoot the breeze with you. If you think a sniper and an armored car can hold me, then that's completely unnecessary. Lin Yan pretended to leave, but was held back by Yao Wang. Hey, all right, let's both stop pretending. Others might not be able to tell, but I have figured it out. Lin Yan pretended not to understand and asked, figured out what? Yao Wang looked at Lin Yan with a serious face. You know that my purpose in coming was not to arrest you, and I also know that you might not necessarily be unafraid of me. So, I am now formally notifying you, the organization needs to use your power. If you are not used by the organization, then all consequences will be borne by you personally. Lin Yan glared fiercely at Yao Wang. Are you threatening me? Yao Wang shook his head. I am not threatening you, but rather, we need to cooperate now. Cooperate. Lin Yan touched his chin thoughtfully. Chapter 25, Decrypting the Shenhao System. That's right, it is a collaboration. Yao Wang nodded firmly, then added, the organization values your ability, a mysterious ability that allows you to become the CEO of 2 companies in just a few days. What does the organization need me to do, and what can the organization give me? The organization needs you. If you refuse, the organization will capture you to study your ability. Lin Yan was silent for a long moment, then asked, is this number 1's idea, or? The Guardian Alliance does not need number 1 to intervene. In fact, we can refuse number 1's requests when necessary. Lin Yan's lips curled up. Interesting. So, what can the organization give me? If you're going to use the stick, you have to offer a carrot, right? This. Yao Wang hesitated to respond, and Lin Yan grew impatient. He sighed and said, forget it. Some people really do love treating me like a beast of burden. Lin Yan pushed open the car door and said nonchalantly, if you want the horse to run, but don't want to feed it grass, go back and tell the boss, dealing with people is just like animal husbandry. If you don't even feed your dog enough, how can you expect it to guard the gate for you? It might even steal food, don't you think, Mr. Yao? This. Just as Yao Wang didn't know what to say, the front door opened. An old man who looked like he was on his last leg stepped out from the passenger seat, leaning on his cane, and walked step by step toward Lin Yan. Lin Yan met his gaze. Beneath the silver-white hair, the man's eyes were like needle points, making Lin Yan feel unable to withstand his stare. He took a step back and asked, friend or foe? Since you got out of the same car, I assume you're also part of the system. The old man didn't answer directly. Instead, he opened the car door, dragged Yao Wang out, and then reached out to grab Lin Yan's hand. Just as Lin Yan was about to struggle, a deep, resonant voice came from the old man. I'll squeeze you a few times, and I guarantee your blood will surge. I'm afraid this hand of yours will lose sensation for a short while. Go back and sit down obediently. Lin Yan asked internally, System, if I insist on running, what are my chances? You don't have many Shenhao points left. If you insist on running, I recommend purchasing Dustfall. It costs all your current Shenhao points, and its specific effect depends on how many Shenhao points are invested. The previous host was able to use this skill to turn his powerful enemies into idiots. It's very effective. Just as Lin Yan wanted to ask something else, the old man grabbed both of his temples, and Lin Yan discovered that he had lost contact with the system. Lin Yan looked up sharply and stared at the old man. The old man tore off his face mask, restored his original bone structure, and extended a hand toward Lin Yan. Lin Yan shook his hand, and the other party introduced himself first. I am Lin Fan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lin Yan smiled slightly and replied, still a cultured person after all. Now that the main player has arrived, I hope we can have a proper talk. If we can't reach an understanding, I'll still leave. Lin Fan responded with a polite smile and whispered into Lin Yan's ear, don't count on your system to help you anymore. I've just blocked it. Lin Yan's heart trembled, and he shrank back. Who are you? How do you know about these things? Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged, still wearing that gentle smile, but his voice was exceptionally cold. I'm just telling you that the system chose you well. We have been tracking this system for a long time, but it has never chosen any of our people. However, our research has found that this system is not a good thing. Besides, without the system, you'd still be just a street vendor, so you'd better not become too dependent on it. Lin Yan nodded slightly. All right, I understand. I will carefully consider those words. Now, I hope you can answer me, what exactly is going on here? Actually, it's very simple. Have you heard of the four great families of Shangjing? They were originally at odds with each other, but recently, due to some inexplicable reasons, they have united to form a conglomerate. Lin Yan was somewhat shocked. He had thought that obtaining the system was just to help him become a CEO, but now it seemed that this was all part of a massive conspiracy. Lin Yan hurriedly asked, I'm just a nobody. You aren't planning to keep me under house arrest to prevent something like what happened in the neighboring country, are you? There's really no need. There is no need. So, what you need to do now is start from the basics and eventually help the country break the four great families one by one, and transform their groups into state-controlled enterprises. Lin Yan suddenly realized that this seemed to coincide with the system's task of building his own business empire. So, what needed to be done now? He pondered carefully, could it be relying on the system's lucky draws to take over the chairman positions of these enterprises one by one? Lin Fan saw through Lin Yan's thoughts and retorted, you can't take shortcuts like that. Every time you use the system's feature to draw the position of a chairman, the system will drain a portion of your life force. Lin Yan was puzzled. Why does the organization want to help me accomplish this? Just because I have this system? I always feel like the system has its own intelligence. Besides, I've never heard of the 3-star group incident. That happened in the last century, it's been over 80 years. Lin Fan took a breath and continued, and later, when Jin Qingyang was on his deathbed, he was placed under house arrest by the descendants of a man surnamed Li. Jin Qingyang eventually died with hatred in his heart, but he never revealed the secret of the Shenhao system until his death. Lin Yan didn't feel enlightened at all, instead, he felt even more confused. He asked, what does this have to do with me? But at this moment, Lin Fan said something very important. Jin Qingyang's brain is soaked in formalin, and the core of the Shenhao system is inside that brain. Chapter 26, Security Guard Trouble. Lin Yan asked back, so, does the organization mean for me to go to Hanqing to retrieve the brain? Lin Fan rolled his eyes at him. Don't you dare. With your current strength, going to Hanqing is just asking to be slaughtered. You think the Shenhao system is just a simple Shenhao system, but it contains many things you don't know about. Lin Yan was stunned and hurriedly asked, what exactly are those things? Generally speaking, according to our understanding of the Shenhao system, you can use Shenhao points to purchase any item. The way to obtain Shenhao points is by starting a business. When you succeed in your venture and the company reaches a certain scale, it will grant you a certain amount of Shenhao points. Then, since I am currently the chairman of Tianqi Group, this shouldn't be hard for me to implement, right? Lin Fan argued, it's very difficult, given your current situation where you'd be nothing but a loser without the system. In short, just go and do it. The organization can only help you from the shadows, helping you clear away illegal obstacles. As for legal, healthy market competition, the organization won't interfere. Afterward, Lin Fan opened the door, kicked Lin Yan out, and said to the driver, Xiao Lin, you shouldn't have dragged this kid into this. He is just an ordinary and simple child. Leader, responsibilities that must be borne. Just like you and me, who wasn't an ordinary and simple child before joining the organization. Sit tight, I'm starting the car. Lin Yan watched the vehicle drive away, feeling a sense of loss in his heart, but where did this sense of loss come from? He thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out, so he went into his mind and asked the system, what is this feeling of loss about? After waiting for a long time without a response, he asked again, no, what exactly is this feeling of loss? Brother system, can you answer my question? He walked a few more steps, and his anger flared up. No, I'm saying, system, can you? Lin Yan suddenly remembered and exclaimed, oh crap, I suddenly remembered that brother system was sealed by them. I need to hurry and give them a call. He then took out his phone but froze in place, slapping his forehead. Oh crap, I forgot to get their phone number. Will this organization still help me? I'm penniless now. I'd better head back to Tianqi Group first. In a certain car, the driver asked Lin Fan, Brother Fan, we didn't leave a phone number, and we didn't unseal his system. Is that going to be a problem? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, pondering other matters. After a while, he replied, "This is the first test. If after these few days, he is useless once he leaves the system, then there is no need to keep the Shenhao system on him." Afterward, Lin Fan made a throat-slitting gesture. When Lin Yan returned to Tianqi Group, he found that no one came up to greet him. He already suspected in his heart whether it was because of the system issue that affected his position within Tianqi Group. He trotted all the way to the front desk, where the receptionist looked at him with a smile and asked, "How may I help you?" Lin Yan was stunned for a moment and asked in a low voice, "Do you know who I am?" The girl smiled and said, "You're really joking. How could I possibly know who you are?" Lin Yan felt helpless and then left Tianqi Group. He thought to himself, if I am no longer the chairman of Tianqi Group, then the upcoming cooperation with Chairman Wu Jingtian might have flaws, and Wu Zhenhua's revenge might follow. So, what I need to do now is leave this city immediately and start over in another city. But if the system doesn't return to normal, I might not be able to carry out my work for a single day. Suddenly, Lin Yan realized, actually, I'm not completely broke. I still have the luxury car and the villa I bought while splurging. This money can be used as startup capital. Lin Yan hailed a taxi and went all the way to the entrance of his villa complex. After getting out of the car and walking toward his villa area, a security guard rushed out from the security booth. He looked at Lin Yan with a smile and greeted him, "Hello, may I ask what business you have here?" Lin Yan shook his keys, "I'm going home." "Is there any other business?" The security guard took the keys and then slammed them onto the table. "Are you trying to fool me, kid? This is definitely not a universal key for the villas here." Lin Yan frowned, "Impossible. I am the owner here. You can check it, and you'll find it." The security guard looked even more arrogant. "All right, I don't want to hear any of that. If you really need to go in for something, tell me where you're going, and have the owner call us. Only then can I let you in." Lin Yan politely handed him a cigarette. "Brother, I really am the owner here. Just let me in, or check it yourself and you'll see." The security guard rolled his eyes and took the cigarette but didn't appreciate the gesture. He picked up the lighter on the table, lit the cigarette, and muttered to himself, "Look at your outfit. It's bad enough you're wearing cheap street stall clothes, but you keep bowing and scraping as if you're desperate to get into this residential area." When Lin Yan heard this, he was absolutely furious. He pointed at the security guard's nose and scolded, "You are just a tiny little watchdog. What right do you have to stop me from entering?" The security guard, upon hearing this, was also burning with rage. He shoved Lin Yan, not forgetting to shout, "Who do you think you are? What are you? Do you think you can live here with that outfit? Can you even imagine the housing prices here? Besides, I am the security guard here. If I let you in, you can enter. If I don't let you in, you have to sit obediently on the ground. Even if you're a dragon, you have to coil up for me. Even if you're a tiger, you have to lie down for me. I'm the one in charge here." Lin Yan stood up and brushed off his clothes. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. No, it won't take that long for us. Just you wait, you will soon regret everything you've done. On his way out, Lin Yan kept comforting himself in his heart, that's how small characters are. When living humbly at the bottom, they always try to find some sense of existence for themselves. They want to find ways to make small powers in their hands become infinitely large. Just like the security guard, I may just be a small security guard, but I love the fact that with a single word, I can shut out people who are doing better and are richer than me. So what? The more Lin Yan thought about it, the angrier he got. The angrier he got, the more he thought about it. After hailing a taxi on the road, he told the driver to go to the nearest real estate agency, then closed his eyes. Chapter 27 Asset Freezing. After getting out of the car, he took a deep breath to clear his head and make it sharper. The sudden vibration of his phone pulled him back to reality. He saw a text message. It turned out that the automatic payment for the insurance he had purchased had gone into effect. He didn't forget to check his balance, carefully counting it out, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million. He let out a sigh of relief, gently patted his chest, and said, "Not bad, looks like my balance is still quite substantial, enough to support me in creating more brilliance." But the next moment, he received another text: due to issues with your account, your assets have been frozen and will be returned to Tianqi Group, with the exception of real estate under your personal name. Lin Yan managed to steady his feet and gathered his courage to push open the door. Hello, I have a house I want to sell. I just bought it recently, but because I'm in urgent need of money, I want to sell it. Could you see what price would be appropriate? A young man wearing a mask replied to him, houses that haven't been held for 2 years cannot be transferred. If you have any other requests, you can add me on WeChat, and we can discuss it in detail. Lin Yan saw the young man winking at him vigorously and caught on, add you on WeChat. Oh, okay. I actually just happened to mention I had another house to sell. How about this, let's add each other on WeChat, and you can come with me to take a look at the house. After adding each other on WeChat, the young man followed Lin Yan outside. At the next corner, the young man took off his mask, punched Lin Yan in the chest, and cursed, "Holy crap, brother, how long has it been since we parted? You're telling me you have a house? And you're planning to sell it? What's going on? Are you suddenly rich?" Lin Yan punched him back. What rich? Forget it. I offended someone I shouldn't have. It wouldn't have mattered before, but now, the higher-ups say I need more training. They took my money, stripped me of my influence, and kicked me out of my comfort zone. By the way, Jian Nan, how are you doing? Are you blind, brother? If you don't want your eyes, I suggest you donate them. If I were doing well, would I be out here greeting you? My boss just eats and sleeps, he doesn't do anything. Who could possibly work for him? He comes to the office at 11, sits for a while, eats with the staff, then starts taking a nap, and spends the whole afternoon playing games until it's time to get off work. Stop. I don't want to hear about your boss's endless list of sins. If you want to work with me, go tell your boss you're quitting now. I'll take you to another city to start from scratch. No rush. Brother Lin, didn't you say you had a house to sell? Given current policies, you definitely can't sell it, but you can use it as collateral to apply for a loan. I have connections here, I can just take you to the bank. Lin Yan was very anxious now. On one hand, the house belonged to the Wu family, and if they used the excuse of property inspection to make the house temporarily unavailable for collateral, that would be a problem. Secondly, this house was bought with money from Tianqi Group, so it would be reasonable for Tianqi Group to reclaim it. With the help of Jian Nan, Lin Yan arrived at the entrance of the bank. The lobby manager stepped forward and asked, "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" Jian Nan spoke up first, "Help me find He Hui, and just tell her that I've brought her a client." When the lobby manager left, Jian Nan whispered into Lin Yan's ear, "The water here is very deep, deeper than you can imagine. But don't worry, brother, He Hui is the best-looking one here, and doing business with her will be very comfortable." Lin Yan was a bit confused. Very comfortable. Could it be that she understands me very well? What does that mean? Jian Nan smiled mysteriously and said, "Wait until tonight when I take you to a place, and you'll know." Before long, the young girl who looked quite innocent came over and gave Jian Nan an ambiguous smile. "Brother, it's been a long time since you introduced any business to me. Are you sure this deal will work out?" Jian Nan patted his chest, put his arm around my shoulder, and said, "This is my brother, you can rest assured. We grew up together, we're as close as can be. Today's deal, brother guarantees you can pull it off, but regarding this..." I understand. Brother, don't worry." Jian Nan pushed me. "Hey, brother, where is that house of yours again?" Lin Yan had just been thinking about that too. I just told the driver to go to the villa district when I went back. After all, there's only one villa district nearby. What's it called? What was the name of the villa district? He Hui immediately chimed in, "Is it the Longwan Villa District? That's the only villa district around here. I heard the most expensive unit there sold for over 700 million, but it was already bought by the president of Tianqi Group when it was released. It's a real pity, but people like us don't have the money to buy it anyway." He Hui suddenly realized that Lin Yan and Jian Nan were still standing there, and she quickly apologized. Sorry. I'm used to talking to myself, so I couldn't help it." Lin Yan waved his hand. "Small matter. Can you help me estimate the price? If that house is used as collateral, how much money can I get?" He Hui looked a bit troubled. It's hard for us to say. We have to go to the site to inspect the house to know exactly how much it's worth. Lin Yan suddenly slapped his forehead. Look at my memory. I suddenly remembered that I also have an old car. It seems a friend gave it to me back then, but I can't reach that friend now. I'm planning to sell that too first. He Hui was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on her face. Knowing this was a big client, she quickly said, Sir, I can also handle vehicle mortgages here. You can rest assured completely. I will take care of everything for you perfectly, you won't need to worry about anything else, sir. All right then. Shall we go see the house first or the car? Oh right, the car seems to be in the underground garage. It's not easy for us to get in, let me think of a way, see how we can get in first. He Hui was a bit surprised. Sir, you need to think about how to get into the villa district. That group of security guards looks down on people. There's no helping it. Even though I'm the owner, it still takes some time for me to get in. I'm just thinking about the best way to get in. Just at this moment, Lin Yan's phone rang. It wasn't Jinger calling. Her voice on the other end was a bit coquettish. Brother Lin, did you forget Jinger in the residential area? Lin Yan laughed awkwardly. How could that be? I'm coming back now. Wait a moment and come out to pick me up. Jinger responded obediently. Okay. Chapter 28, Everyone has their own troubles. After hanging up the phone, Jinger gently patted her chest towards the camera and stuck out her tongue, saying, You scared me to death. I thought brother was going to say something. Don't make me do these kinds of dares next time. All right, Jinger is going to change clothes to go pick up brother. After ending the live stream, Jinger changed into a slightly fresh-looking short skirt and short sleeves. The white crop top t-shirt made Jinger look exceptionally young. In fact, she wasn't very old. She picked up the house keys and ran out. A few minutes later, she opened the door and ran back in, grabbed her car keys, and headed straight for the garage. After getting into the elevator, she pressed the button for the basement level and muttered to herself, It's still a long way from here to the gate, it would take forever if I had to walk. Jinger will drive carefully. Brother, wait for Jinger. On the other side, Lin Yan had brought his good brother and He Hui to the entrance of the villa area. The security guard was the same one as before, blocking Lin Yan's path with a mocking expression. I just kicked you out today, why are you back again? Lin Yan suppressed his temper and spoke to him calmly. I don't want to say too much to you today. Please check carefully who bought the King of Buildings at Building 7. You'll know once you check. The security guard waved his hand. No need, there's absolutely no need for that. So what if I check? To find out it's not you. And then kick you out again. Or are you going to insist that you are the person with that name and that you bought it? What a joke. Lin Yan pulled out his phone and waved it at the security guard. I have recorded everything you said. I will sue your company for poor service and refusing entry to a property owner, and demand that your company compensate me for lost wages and emotional distress. The security guard's expression changed. You, asking for lost wages? Do real owners care about such petty cash? Give me the phone, or delete that recording right in front of me. Lin Yan casually put his phone back in his pocket and said, No, I refuse your request. I simply don't want to give you my phone. What can you do to me? What can you possibly do? The security guard's face darkened, and he rolled up his sleeves. Lin Yan raised his hand and said, Hey, you better be careful. If you touch me, and it turns out I really am the owner who can afford a building like this, the compensation for lost wages alone will be enough to bankrupt you. Meanwhile, because it was a certain resident's birthday today, there were many cars on the road, parading through the villa area with balloons tied to them. The resident was sitting in a convertible sports car, sharing drinks with a beautiful woman. Jinger was waiting anxiously, honking her horn continuously, but the other party didn't react at all. Having no other choice, she could only slow down and keep her distance. The security guard reached out and grabbed Lin Yan's shoulder, scolding, You must have a death wish. Do you really think you can afford a house here? Trying to sneak in. Then he looked at He Hui, scanning her up and down without any attempt to hide it, and finally let his gaze rest on He Hui's chest, which was so prominent that the security guard wanted to grab them one in each hand. When He Hui noticed, instead of feeling shy, she pushed her chest out even further, looking proud. The buttons were about to pop off. Lin Yan, with his pure yang body, felt a wave of heat, but he held back and gave a light cough. The security guard snapped out of it, released Lin Yan, and pointed at He Hui, saying, "Is this your colleague?" Lin Yan shook his head. "No, we just met. I'm looking for her regarding something." The security guard immediately said with a look of disdain, "What kind of business could you have? Wearing a suit, you're probably a real estate agent, right?" "Sorry, but real estate agents and dogs are not allowed inside." At this moment, Jian Nan, who had been silent, was enraged. He pointed his finger at the security guard and asked, "What did you say? If you have the guts, say that again." The security guard only then noticed that Jian Nan was also wearing a suit, with XX Real Estate written on his tie. He looked at him with contempt, tapping his chest lightly with his hand and saying, "Real estate agents and dogs are not allowed inside. In my opinion, you agents have even less power than us security guards. You bow and scrape to clients every day and have to go out to socialize occasionally. Look at us standing here, whether you can get in or not depends entirely on whether I nod or not." Jian Nan was burning with rage. "You and I are both small potatoes. Why do you think you're superior? Do you have to delude yourself into thinking you're just a small security guard? Although I am an agent, I may be poor, but I have ambition. I never make things difficult for owners, but you." Jian Nan tapped the security guard's chest with his hand and continued, "The original responsibility of a security guard is to protect people's commutes and safeguard their property. You are so snobbish that you are not even as good as a dog." The security guard was completely enraged now. He clenched his fist and swung it at Jian Nan. Jian Nan dodged to the side, lightly parried the fist, and delivered a low kick to the security guard's shin. In pain, the security guard fell back into his chair. The security guard had a sharp tongue and didn't want to let Jian Nan off the hook. He continued, "What good intentions could you agents have coming in here? If things go missing, who is to blame? Or if there's a problem with the house, who is to blame? When problems arise, won't the owners come to complain to us?" Jian Nan was instantly silenced. After all, every family has its own troubles. The security guard kept rubbing his lower leg. Lin Yan said helplessly, "I really am the owner. You can just check the files. Why would I lie to you about this?" Only then did the security guard tell the truth. "It's not that I don't want to check the files, it's something I could verify with one look, but I don't have the clearance. I can't view the files, it requires a password and identity verification. It's not that I'm making things difficult for you, it's that life is making things difficult for me. Then can't you just let me in?" The security guard suddenly flared up. "Do you think I want to keep you blocked here? I don't want this to happen either. The problem is, if I let you in and something goes wrong, what am I supposed to do?" The security guard knew he might not be a match for Jian Nan, and even if he were, he couldn't handle all three of them at once. He could only start playing the victim. Think about it yourself. If I were wearing a security uniform and told you that I was the owner of this villa area, and asked you to check the files yourself, what would you do when you couldn't find anything? After the three of them were silent for a while, the sound of a sports car came from outside. This sound was quite common in the villa area. The sports car pulled into a parking space next to the security booth. A sweet voice rang out from outside, "Brother Lin, have you missed Jinger?" Lin Yan ran out and gently touched Jinger's head, saying, "Brother missed you too, but brother just can't get into the villa because of some issues." Upon hearing this, the security guard realized that this situation was not going to end well. Chapter 29, Parting Ways. Jinger raised her willow leaf eyes to look at the security guard. The guard looked a bit nervous, wiped his sweat, and asked in a low voice, "You are the big streamer from the seafood platform, right? I know you, but I just never expected you to live in this residential complex." Jinger sneered in response, "There are many things you haven't expected. You probably also wouldn't expect that the person sitting in front of you is actually our big boss and also the chairman of Wu Real Estate." However, as soon as these words were spoken, Lin Yan gasped, "Hiss." Then, he bit the bullet and continued, Yes, I am also the chairman of the Tianqi Group, and this premier unit was given to me by Wu Real Estate to curry favor with me." But the security guard was skeptical, or perhaps it could be said he didn't trust Lin Yan, and retorted, "How can you prove who you are?" Lin Yan pointed at the Lamborghini Veneno and said to the guard, "Look at the license plate number of that car. See if it's mine, and whether I can drive it openly and honestly. The security guard was hesitant in his heart. If he firmly refused to believe him and the man really was a big shot, he probably wouldn't be able to survive in this city anymore. If he believed him, but the man was just there for some shady business, at least he had a friend with a Lamborghini. The security guard gritted his teeth. Fine, you guys go in. It's no big deal. If any problems arise, I'll take the heat for you. Lin Yan patted him on the shoulder. Good lad, not bad. You're quite dedicated. Later, I'll have a word with Chairman Wu Jingtian about getting you a promotion and a raise. Upon hearing this, the young security guard put on a fawning expression that would naturally be great. I'll leave it to you to put in a good word for me with the chairman. Lin Yan sat in the passenger seat, squinting his eyes as he pondered matters, while Jinger chatted away, introducing things to Lin Yan as she drove. When the car came to a stop in the basement, Lin Yan finally explained to Jinger, Jinger, I plan to go to another city for development, so I have decided to sell this house and the car. Ah. Jinger was shocked and subsequently asked, what's wrong? Brother, did you offend someone you shouldn't have? Lin Yan scratched his head embarrassedly. It's not really that. It's just that my superiors want me to start over in another place. Besides, I've encountered some situations now. Jinger grabbed Lin Yan's hand. Brother, where do you plan to go? Jinger will accompany you to the ends of the earth. Lin Yan gently stroked her head. Silly girl, I'm going to the countryside to work hard for a period of time, start from the countryside, expand to the surrounding areas, and finally build my own business empire. Jinger lowered her head. Then you don't want the Tianqi Group and the father-son duo's real estate company anymore. That is the empire you built yourself. Lin Yan smiled slightly. Those things were all bestowed upon me by the organization. I absolutely cannot touch the companies, but I can liquidate these houses and cars. Jinger covered her mouth, exclaiming in surprise, what kind of company is so powerful? To just give away such a large Tianqi Group and the father-son duo's real estate company. Lin Yan's gaze became somewhat profound. This organization is very, very strong. I was once a part of this organization, but I discovered that it is not as simple as I thought. I want to unveil the mystery of the organization. Jinger smiled like a flower and said, in that case, Jinger will definitely accompany brother. Wherever brother goes, Jinger will go too. However, Lin Yan noticed the subtle disappointment in Jinger's eyes. Lin Yan understood that if he changed cities, the place where he settled would definitely be in the countryside. In that kind of isolated environment, unless Jinger wanted to live a life of farming and weaving with him and had decided that she would marry no one else, she definitely wouldn't follow him there considering her future prospects. Lin Yan understood this very well and gently stroked her head. All right, Jinger, don't be so sad. Brother is just being sent by the organization to gain experience. I will be back soon. Jinger nodded vigorously and mumbled in a low voice, Jinger has also earned quite a bit of money from streaming recently. I can let brother use it first. Lin Yan smiled, understanding that Jinger was just playing at adding flowers to the embroidery. She clearly knew he was here to sell the house. It seemed simple, but she had many thoughts in her mind. No need. Jinger, use this money to get a better place, live a good life, and wait for me to come back. After gently stroking Jinger's head, Lin Yan turned back with a smile and said, all right, He Hui, you come with me. Jian Nan, you and Jinger stay here. After getting out of the car, Lin Yan returned to his indifferent expression and quickly went upstairs with He Hui. He Hui asked in a low voice, are you really the chairman of the Tianqi Group? What kind of organization is that? Lin Yan sneered, if you want to be erased by the organization, I can tell you in detail everything that happened that day. But, as you know, only dead people can keep secrets. He Hui shuddered, feeling the atmosphere become awkward. Just as He Hui was about to speak, Lin Yan said, stop talking about useless things. We're here. After Lin Yan opened the door with his fingerprint, the decoration of the house was very imposing, and the furniture was complete. It faced south, was filled with sunlight, and was a 200 square meter duplex, which truly made He Hui's eyes light up. Lin Yan had He Hui sit down, then went to the study. After taking out a book, he stared at the empty space where the book had been, and a safe appeared after a pupil scan. He then scanned his fingerprint to open the safe. Inside the safe were documents related to the Lamborghini Veneno, the property deed, and other certificates. Lin Yan casually took out a file bag, tossed it to He Hui, and then said to her, "All right, the vehicle ownership certificate and the property deed are all inside. If there are no issues, let's go back to the bank to handle the mortgage." He Hui checked it, and then happily followed behind Lin Yan, saying nothing, as they returned to the basement. Jinger asked, "Brother, have you cleared up everything?" Lin Yan glanced at her. She was quite an attractive girl, but there was no help for it. They were walking different paths and could not conspire together. He had to return to the mountain village to work hard, while Jinger could only continue being a streamer. Everyone was doing it for survival. Lin Yan nodded slightly. Jinger also felt that her relationship with Lin Yan had grown much more distant. She got out of the car and bowed respectfully to Lin Yan. "Brother, Jinger thanks you for your care over these past few days. Jinger will move out very soon." He Hui looked at Lin Yan, then at Jinger, and quickly explained, "No need, no need. We are just mortgaging the property rights of the house, it doesn't affect the right to use the house." But Lin Yan gave an untimely grunt, gently hugged Jinger, went to the driver's seat, stepped on the gas, and left Jinger standing there in a daze. Chapter 30, Killing the Chicken to Scare the Monkey. Lin Yan's expression was slightly off, and no one dared to cross him. After leaving the parking lot, they arrived at the entrance of the villa district, where the same young security guard was still on duty. Lin Yan rolled down the window and put on the custom sunglasses he had prepared, looking exactly like a nouveau riche, as he tilted his head toward the young security guard. When the young security guard saw it was Lin Yan, he rushed over, bowing and scraping before him. "Brother, are you leaving? Shall I open the gate for you?" Lin Yan nodded slightly, took a pack of cigarettes from the car, and tossed it to him. "Open the gate, I'm in a hurry." Lin Yan naturally didn't want to waste time with the young security guard. After receiving the cigarettes, the young security guard scurried to the control room, opened the gate, and bowed and scraped at Lin Yan. He didn't dare to lift his head until the Lamborghini Veneno had driven far away. Lin Yan rested one hand on his head while steering with the other, looking quite like a young master from a wealthy family. Jian Nan, sitting in the passenger seat, joked, "Brother Lin, that young security guard just now was really like a dog." Lin Yan said nonchalantly, "Whose life isn't like that? Busy and bustling like a dog. Some people are supposed to be established by 30, yet when they reach 30, they still don't know what they are doing. Some people gain inexplicable opportunities in their teens, becoming either world-renowned or fabulously wealthy. Life is just like that. Don't look at me as being fabulously wealthy. In reality, if some problems were to arise, I wouldn't be able to remain this rich forever." Jian Nan gave an awkward laugh, not knowing how to respond, but at this moment, Lin Yan continued to share his views. "Actually, everyone has the potential to become a wealthy talent, it's just that the mundane necessities of life grind away their sharpness." Jian Nan didn't know how to reply either, so he just laughed it off. "Brother Lin, you're right." The atmosphere began to turn awkward. Lin Yan stopped talking and headed straight back toward the bank. On the other side, the security guard collapsed into his chair, panting heavily. "It's a good thing I didn't offend him to the point of no return. This guy must have some real power. I almost caused a huge problem. Fortunately, I checked that the owner of this Lamborghini Veneno is Lin Yan." Just as the young security guard sat down, his phone rang. He frowned, answered the call, and asked impatiently, "Hello? Who is this? What's the matter?" The voice on the other end was somewhat deep. "Has someone named Lin Yan been to the residential complex?" The security guard's arrogance returned. "I'm sorry, but for the sake of security, I cannot tell you whether a client has returned." There was silence on the other end, followed by a thunderous roar. "I'm asking you, has someone named Lin Yan been to the residential complex? What time did he arrive?" The security guard hung up the phone directly and then cursed, "Crazy. I don't know who called me, they must be sick in the head." Just after finishing his curse, the phone rang again. The security guard answered, "Hello. Who are you looking for? What is the matter?" The voice on the other end was even deeper, appearing to be forcibly suppressing anger. "I'll ask you one last time, did someone named Lin Yan just leave the villa?" The security guard reprimanded, "That's enough. If you harass me again to pry into our company's privacy, I will definitely file a lawsuit against you. Please respect my profession." The other end paused for a moment, then said, "Don't regret this. I hope you come to know what Chengju means. Then he hung up the phone. The security guard cursed, "What a lunatic. I've never seen such a person." About 5 minutes later, the security captain rushed in and slapped the young security guard, who immediately jumped to his feet. The captain reprimanded, "Sit down. I've never seen someone with such a death wish. Do you know who called you just now?" The young security guard felt aggrieved. "Who? How would I know who it was? They just started demanding answers to this and that right away. How could I put up with that kind of attitude?" After hearing this, the captain became even angrier, pointing his finger at the guard's nose and cursing, "Do you know who called you just now? That was Wu Jianhua, the young master of our group. You're finished. I can only try my best to protect you." The young security guard got angry too and slammed the phone down. "What's the big deal? I quit. I won't take this abuse." The young security guard took off his uniform, changed into his own clothes, and walked toward the door, but was pushed, falling to the ground. "I didn't say you could leave. Weren't you very impressive just now? Hanging up on me directly. And letting that person go." The young security guard stubbornly retorted, "Isn't it just a group chairman? I've resigned. I'm not doing this anymore. I don't even want my salary." The young security guard looked at Wu Jianhua, pointing his finger at his own chest. "What young master of the Wu Group? I'm firing you. I'm done." He then turned to leave, but 2 men in black grabbed his arms and dragged him in front of Wu Jianhua. Wu Jianhua gave a signal, and the 2 men in black pressed down on him with force, causing the security guard to fall to his knees in front of Wu Jianhua with a thud. Wu Jianhua used his finger to gently lift the guard's head, wearing a cynical smile, and said softly, "Did you think that by siding with Lin Yan, you would have everything you desire?" "Wrong." Wu Jianhua roared, standing up. "Lin Yan's board of directors at Tianqi Group is fabricated, and he was never the savior of my father and me. I don't know what method he used to brainwash us. But we don't care about any of that. What I care about is that this person cannot be allowed to leave. Yet, not only did you let him in, you also let him out. What does that amount to?" Wu Jianhua kicked the security guard hard. "This is called colluding with the enemy, do you understand? Are you leaving an opportunity for Lin Yan to make a comeback? Who is going to bear the risks behind this?" The security guard's mind went blank with terror, and he kowtowed repeatedly, "Young master, please spare me. Those who don't know are innocent. Those who don't know are innocent." But no matter how much he repeated that he didn't know, Wu Jianhua's intention to make an example of him remained unchanged. If he wanted to completely sever ties with Lin Yan, he had to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, sending a message that he was at odds with Lin Yan. The 2 men in black asked, "Young master, what should be done with this person?" Wu Jianhua waved his hand, forged some documents and threw them into his room, then he made a throat-slitting gesture. The men in black understood and used a hand strike to knock the security guard unconscious. Wu Jianhua didn't forget to instruct, "Be clean about it, don't get caught." He then took out his phone and dialed Chairman Wu Jingtian. "Hello, Dad. The person has escaped, we've let the tiger return to the mountain. Let's close the net first. I don't need you to teach me what to do." However, it was precisely Chairman Wu Jingtian's arrogance that gave Lin Yan one day to cash out and escape. Chapter 31, A Race Against Time. After hanging up, Chairman Wu Jingtian paced back and forth, then immediately dialed Wu Jianhua's number. "Right, hurry and take some men to search his house. See if he's still inside." By the time Chairman Wu Jingtian arrived at the property, Lin Yan had already reached the bank. He first processed a mortgage loan on the house, and as soon as he received the funds, he immediately transferred them into his Swiss bank account. This was something Lin Yan had set up a few days prior as a precaution. He hadn't expected it to come in handy so soon. Just after Lin Yan finished the mortgage, Chairman Wu Jingtian immediately called Wu Jianhua. "Jianhua, how is it? Have you caught him?" "Dad, we didn't catch him, but we did catch a woman. She might be Lin Yan's mistress. We can make her contact Lin Yan and force him to walk right into our trap." Chairman Wu Jingtian rubbed his chin and thought, "If I were Lin Yan, I certainly wouldn't leave my mistress in the house after trouble started. I would transfer her first, then move the assets. To Lin Yan, money is just a number at this point." He quickly added, "Keep that as a trump card to use as a last resort." I'll contact some people to have Lin Yan's house sealed and forcibly transferred. You find a stooge to take over the property, make sure their background is clean. Understood. After hanging up, Wu Jianhua led his team out of the house. After mortgaging his car, Lin Yan took out his phone and made a call. Brother, I've been eyeing your goods for a while now. If you're legit, come to the Qingnan tea house. I'm heading there now to wait for you. Drive the goods over. Lin Yan and Jian Nan, both wearing masks, got into a taxi. Jian Nan was confused. Brother Lin, are we being hunted or something? Why do you seem like you're rushing for your life? Lin Yan lowered his voice. An innocent man commits no crime, but his wealth makes him a target. I've become the CEO of 2 groups in just a few days, they must suspect I have some secret. But since their investigations haven't found any background on me, they'll definitely make a move, though they aren't daring enough for a major one just yet. Jian Nan was dazed by his words and asked tentatively, so we still have time to get out of here? Then why are we coming to a tea house instead of leaving? We can't. If we buy a car through normal, standard channels, they'll be notified the moment it's registered. Even if we just take a ride, there are security cameras on the vehicles. They haven't been triggered yet, but any later and they'll put out a citywide APB on us under some trumped-up charge. Jian Nan didn't know what was going on in Lin Yan's mind and didn't reply. Lin Yan spoke up, Jian Nan, you have 2 choices now. First, go back to the real estate company and live your safe, stable life. Second, follow me on the run. But as long as we make it out of Donghai City alive, I have enough money in my hands to start a new company. Jian Nan felt nervous. He asked cautiously, what are our odds? 50-50. Even odds. Jian Nan fell silent. At that moment, the driver who had been listening in pulled the car over. What's going on with you two? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I'm calling the police. Lin Yan remained calm. I can't disclose my identity. But if you are going to call the police, it's best to tell them my name is Lin Yan and ask them to transfer you to the National Security Department. The police did as told, but this small suspicion put Lin Yan at a disadvantage. Although the driver eventually refused to take any fare and even apologized profusely after dropping Lin Yan off at his destination, Lin Yan didn't care much about such a minor character. As soon as Lin Yan stepped into the tea house, he saw a man in a Zhongshan suit waving at him repeatedly. Lin Yan took a step forward, then immediately turned around, grabbed Jian Nan, and bolted. Jian Nan didn't know what was happening. Once he finally caught his breath, he asked weakly, Wait, Brother Lin, weren't we supposed to meet at the tea house? Why are we running so fast? Lin Yan smiled faintly. The Wu father and son have already been to the bank. I made that call while I was still there. First, the person waving at me had an unnatural expression. Second, I checked the surroundings. I told him to drive the vehicle directly over, but there were no vehicles around. Instead, it was unusually empty, likely to make it easier to catch us in a trap. Jian Nan still didn't understand. Then why didn't anyone stop us when we left just now? It's simple. That guy was waving at everyone. Even though he'd seen our photos, he couldn't recognize us through our masks. That's why they didn't react when we ran. In short, ask less, look more, and try to understand more. After saying that, Lin Yan took out his phone and called the car seller. I'm at the Nanshan Hotel now. Bring the car over, I'll wait for you here. He then hung up and explained, my phone and the car seller's phone are both being tapped. Chairman Wu Jingtian was growing impatient, but then news arrived. Lin Yan has arranged to meet the car seller at the Nanshan Hotel for the transaction. Chairman Wu Jingtian immediately dispatched his son to the Nanshan Hotel. Still uneasy, he took another team of security personnel to search the area around the tea house. Lin Yan pulled Jian Nan away. He whispered, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, they'll definitely think I'm playing the most dangerous place is the safest place card and will continue searching around the tea house. But they're overthinking it. That the most dangerous method is the safest one was something Jian Nan hadn't expected. He felt helpless. Brother Lin, we're hiding like fugitives, and you're having me ride a shared bike. Less talk. Follow the crowd, follow the rush hour commuters. The greatest hermits hide in the city. We'll meet at the entrance of the Donghai waste treatment plant. We're splitting up. Wu Jianhua came up empty-handed at the Nanshan Hotel and was furious. He grabbed the car dealer and threatened to have him thrown in jail for smuggling if he didn't contact Lin Yan. The car dealer, whose own hands weren't exactly clean, called Lin Yan. "Hello, Boss Lin. When can you get here?" When Lin Yan heard him address him as Boss Lin, he knew something was wrong. He had never told the men his surname. Lin Yan decided to play for time. "I'm on my way. I've been tailed, so I'm currently in a friend's car." Wu Jianhua thought he had a lead and told the car dealer to hurry Lin Yan up. Lin Yan, sitting in a restaurant, leisurely ate while saying, "No problem, no problem. I'll be there soon. There's a bit of a traffic jam here, it'll take about 20 minutes. "A traffic jam?" Wu Jianhua's eyes lit up. He ordered his men to check where the traffic jams were in the city. But Wu Jianhua probably didn't realize that he was once again following Lin Yan's line of thinking, and going further and further in the wrong direction. Chapter 32, Escape from Death. In Wu Jianhua's estimation, Lin Yan should be frantically fleeing across the world right now. However, as luck would have it, the roads out of the city were congested. If he set up checkpoints at the city gates and guarded all the strategic locations, catching Lin Yan would be a piece of cake. A playful smile curled at the corner of Wu Jianhua's mouth as he thought of this. "Lin Yan, I'll make sure you pay this time." Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Jianhua called Chairman Wu Jingtian and laid out his plan. For some reason, although Chairman Wu Jingtian agreed that Wu Jianhua's plan was sound, he couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Yan was somehow different from the average person. "Jianhua, hold off on doing this for now. I have a feeling something is fishy. Dad, we've been supporting them for so long, at a critical moment like this, they need to pay us back. It's time they put in some effort. They can't just take our money and do nothing." Chairman Wu Jingtian frowned slightly after hearing Wu Jianhua's words. "What you say is true, but we must be careful. Once certain connections are used, it will put us in the spotlight. Time is of the essence. Given that brat's intelligence, if he truly escapes, it will be a massive problem. I've already discussed this with you, Dad, the rest is up to your decision." With that, Wu Jianhua hung up the phone. Chairman Wu Jingtian pondered for a moment, then abruptly stubbed out his cigarette on the ground. A look of determination flashed in his eyes. "Let's do it." Having made up his mind, Chairman Wu Jingtian dialed an unfamiliar number. A raspy voice came from the other end. "Is this Secretary Li?" "Mayor Zhao." Before Chairman Wu Jingtian could finish, a cold, sharp voice interrupted from the other end. "The gentleman is not here. If you have any business, you can contact me from now on. A thug seems to have fled into our city recently. I hope you can put the whole city on alert. As a model citizen, I truly cannot bear to see our city suffer from that thug's intrusion. If any innocent people were to be implicated because of this, my conscience would not be at ease." Secretary Li pondered for a moment after hearing Chairman Wu Jingtian's words, then looked up at Zhao Tianqi, who gave a slight nod. Secretary Li smiled. "Mr. Wu is absolutely right. Such thugs should be severely punished. When do you think would be the most appropriate time to seal off the city?" "The sooner, the better." With that, the two hung up. Standing alone in front of a floor-to-ceiling window, Chairman Wu Jingtian's eyes flickered with a strange expression. For some reason, he had an ominous premonition that something big was about to happen. Meanwhile, Lin Yan was also stuck in traffic. "It looks like you're in for some trouble this time, and big trouble at that." Lin Yan's expression darkened upon hearing the system say this. "Don't forget, I'm your host. If I'm finished, you're finished too. I can just find someone else." Lin Yan. "Cut the crap. Is there any way for me to get out of this fix?" Hearing this, the system let out a sinister cackle, like a profiteer spotting a lamb ready for the slaughter. "Bet all your Shenhao points and play a big game. Do you dare?" Lin Yan felt that something was off, though he couldn't pinpoint what. He frowned slightly. "If I bet all my Shenhao points, how will the situation be handled? At the very least, it will give you a glimmer of hope. I can introduce you to someone. You can pose as a friend she hasn't seen in years. That might just be your lifeline." To be honest, ever since acquiring the system, Lin Yan had never felt so stifled. A strange glint flashed in his eyes. I also want to give the father-son duo, Wu Jianhua and Chairman Wu Jingtian, a gift. Although I don't know why you've been so keen on me spending my Shenhao points, I am indeed willing to give them all to you, on the condition that you agree to my terms. I don't like bargaining. Actually, given your current qualifications, the system is only at the 1.0 stage. You aren't even qualified to meet that person. I'm actually making an exception to help you. In for a penny, in for a pound. System. I agree, but I cannot fulfill any excessive requests with my current authority. Upon hearing the system's agreement, a cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Yan's mouth. Of course it's not excessive. How could I possibly make such unreasonable requests of you? Spit it out. What's your request? I remember that Wu Jianhua has a brother named Su Wan. I heard that Su Wan comes from a poor family but is quite good-looking. And as it happens, that old geezer, Chairman Wu Jingtian, is rarely home. Women have needs, don't they? Upon hearing this, the system immediately understood what he meant. You want Su Wan and Wu Jianhua's mother too? Lin Yan nodded slightly. That's not all. I want the two of them to be caught in bed by Wu Jianhua and Chairman Wu Jingtian. If that actually happens, I think the expressions on their faces will be quite spectacular. Even the system was speechless. That's not difficult, but you really are quite vicious. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa, a beautiful middle-aged woman was drinking alone when a sudden, urgent doorbell rang. The middle-aged beauty walked slowly to the door and opened it gently. She saw a handsome young man, who looked somewhat shy upon seeing her. Auntie, is young Master Hua here? A strange glint flashed in the middle-aged beauty's eyes. A charming smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she slowly walked toward the young man. The young man was extremely resistant at first, but the middle-aged beauty didn't say a word, she just tossed a bank card at him. In the end, the young man finally gave in. Several videos appeared on Lin Yan's phone just like that. A playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. You certainly get things done efficiently. That goes without saying. Now, it's time for you to go and meet the opportunity you exchanged all your Shenhao points for. Chapter 33, A Good Show. Has that person arrived? Where are they now? At the Yujian tea house. A strange look flashed in Lin Yan's eyes, and he frowned slightly. Yujian tea house. I recall that place is right outside Chairman Wu Jingtian's company, isn't it? Hiding in plain sight, I like it. Suddenly, several video clips appeared on the phones of Chairman Wu Jingtian and Wu Jianhua. When they watched halfway through, they were so furious they felt like exploding. Almost at the same time, the two of them smashed the phones in their hands to pieces. Without another word, Wu Jianhua and Chairman Wu Jingtian drove to the villa, where the male and female protagonists of this story were currently sleeping in each other's arms on a luxurious bed. Wu Jianhua and Chairman Wu Jingtian arrived at the villa one after the other. Without a word, Chairman Wu Jingtian rushed to the bedroom. The door was locked, so he kicked it open with a single blow. Chairman Wu Jingtian went straight to the bed and grabbed Su Wan. A cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and then, swinging his arm, he slapped Su Wan across the face. The woman had sobered up by now, but she seemed like a completely different person. She shook her head desperately. This has nothing to do with me. This isn't my fault. Sir, you must believe me. It was all this kid, he forced me. A cold sneer curled on Su Wan's lips. I have video evidence of everything that happened. Furthermore, young Master Lin said he hopes you enjoy this gift. You can kill me, but think about this, if a video of a group chairman's wife sleeping with a stranger were to be posted online, how much would your group stock plummet? Su Wan's tone was very gentle, as if he were talking about something completely unrelated to himself. He slowly raised his head, cast a cold glance in their direction, and sneered. At that moment, the father and son, Wu Jianhua and Chairman Wu Jingtian, felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Their eyes were filled with cold light as they stared fixedly at Su Wan. If you dare, you are a dead man. But I'm not sure if you'll let me go now, am I? What exactly does Lin Yan want? Just like that, Su Wan suddenly laughed. He turned his head to look at Wu Jianhua. Young Master Lin told me to send his regards to you both, that is all. He had originally intended to leave this city. After all, this place is too small. He also said this is the final gift he is leaving for you. In truth, Lin Yan had not planned any of this. It was akin to brainwashing. This conversation and these memory fragments had been forcibly implanted into Su Wan's mind. Perhaps even he himself did not know what was going on. Chairman Wu Jingtian just looked coldly at the middle-aged beauty on the bed. At that moment, he kicked her. The woman let out a cry of pain before fainting. A sense of humiliation flashed in Wu Jianhua's eyes. After all, having gone through such an experience, and having it done by his own friend, he naturally could not feel good about it. Lin Yan, I will remember you. Even if you leave this city, to the ends of the earth, I will kill you. After speaking, Chairman Wu Jingtian made a phone call. Moments later, several men in black suits walked in. You watch this woman for me. If anyone lets her out, I will make sure you suffer the consequences. Those men looked at each other, then nodded heavily. Understood, sir. The middle-aged beauty was now filled with immense regret, regretting why she had done such a thing in the first place. However, under the heavens, one could buy any kind of medicine, except for the medicine of regret. So, even if the middle-aged beauty was extremely remorseful, there was nothing she could do. Meanwhile, the protagonist of this incident was in a tea house. Sitting opposite him was a woman of stunning beauty, a woman of peerless elegance and breathtaking beauty, and such descriptions would not be an exaggeration. She had willow leaf eyebrows, a pair of phoenix eyes, and a face filled with charm. Between her brows lay countless expressions of allure, and her 10 fingers were slender and as white as snow. The woman took a pack of hand-rolled cigarettes from her handbag and lit one gently. The smoke instantly enveloped her, adding a touch of allure to her presence. Seeing this, Lin Yan just smiled. Sister Murong is still as elegant as ever. I just didn't expect that you would come personally to help me this time. In reality, Lin Yan naturally could not have known Murong Shui, but he had used all his Shenhao points, and his gamble had paid off. The identity of the woman before him was not simple. She was the head of the 4 beauties of Shangjing, known alongside Sitaningbing as the peerless twins of Shangjing, and she was the apple of the Murong family's eye. It must be known that the Murong family ranked 8th in Shangjing. It was said that Murong Shui's grandfather was a top-tier figure. If he were to cough, the entire city of Shangjing would likely tremble 3 times over. Murong Shui raised her eyebrows slightly, a playful smile curling on her lips, and a touch of charm appearing on her face. She slowly leaned over toward Lin Yan until their noses were almost touching. Lin Yan could even smell the faint, lingering fragrance wafting from Murong Shui. Lin Yan's face could not help but flush red, and he subconsciously turned his head to the side. I wonder, Sister Murong, what is the meaning of this? Upon hearing Lin Yan say this, a hint of charm flashed in Murong Shui's eyes. She then pulled back, covered her mouth, and let out a tinkling, delicate laugh. Hee hee, I didn't expect you to be shy now. Why wouldn't I be shy? Seeing you pull off such a grand display a few days ago, honestly, even I was taken aback. Lin Yan just smiled. Really? Murong Shui nodded. Of course. If the father and son, Wu Jianhua and Chairman Wu Jingtian, knew that the protagonist of this incident was quietly drinking tea right under their company building, don't you think they would be angered to death? Lin Yan shook his head. I'm not sure about that, but if that were the case, the expressions on their faces would certainly be spectacular. Lin Yan suddenly remembered another matter. As he thought of it, a playful smile curled at the corner of his lips. Chapter 34, Leaving the City Openly. I suppose they should have already rushed back. I really don't know what kind of expressions they'll have, and I really want to see the looks on their faces right now. At that moment, Murong Shui's phone suddenly rang. After she picked it up and took a glance, she frowned slightly. This is bad. They've locked down the city. I'm afraid even if you grew wings, you wouldn't be able to fly out now. At this, the corners of Lin Yan's mouth curled into a cold smile. It's nothing. I had long anticipated they would resort to such tactics. With traffic jammed outside, if I had actually left back then, things would be quite interesting right now. But even if there were no traffic jams, I think it would still be difficult for you to leave. Did you really not prepare any escape route for yourself at all? Murong Shui's gaze was intense. She stared fixedly at Lin Yan, as if trying to discern some clue from his face. Lin Yan sighed heavily. I didn't expect this day to come so quickly, so I didn't prepare anything else at all. What are you going to do now? Although my people could save you, if the relationship between us is exposed, I'll be in a lot of trouble and very passive. So, I can only help you from the shadows. Lin Yan just chuckled and glanced at Murong Shui. Actually, Sister Murong, it's already great that you could come. Besides, I didn't ask you to come this time for help. Murong Shui took a gentle sip of her tea, then turned her head and glanced at Lin Yan. Then what did you ask me here for? It couldn't be that you just wanted me to watch a show, right? After hearing Murong Shui say this, Lin Yan chuckled. Ha ha ha, Sister Murong, you are truly brilliant. You're right, I really did ask you to come watch a show. What show? Dingjun Mountain. If you are Zhuge, I wonder who is that Commander Huang Zhong. The corners of Lin Yan's mouth curled into a playful smile, and he softly uttered two words, secret. Murong Shui rolled her eyes at Lin Yan, an unusual look flashing in her eyes. Be careful. It's always the ones who can swim that drown. Sometimes you think you're smart, but others might be a few degrees smarter than you. Do you understand this principle? Murong Shui's gaze was burning, her eyes like torches. Upon hearing her say this, Lin Yan nodded gently. Don't worry, Sister Murong. I'm leaving the city now. I've already sent people to make arrangements. If you take my car out of the city, no one will dare to check you. Lin Yan shook his head. We don't need to hide anymore, because someone will protect us. Hearing Lin Yan say this, Murong Shui couldn't help but frown slightly, a strange look flashing in her eyes. Don't forget, the person you've provoked has quite a bit of power in this area. I'm afraid that even I cannot truly afford to offend him openly. Murong Shui had made it very clear, help from the shadows was fine, but open assistance was absolutely out of the question. However, Lin Yan didn't care too much about all of this. For him, just knowing Murong Shui was enough, other things were not that important. After Lin Yan walked out of the tea house, he casually hailed a taxi and headed towards the outskirts of the city. However, before they could even pass a single checkpoint, they were stopped directly, and Lin Yan was taken to the presence of the father-son duo, Wu Jianhua and Chairman Wu Jingtian. It took us a great deal of effort to invite you here. When Lin Yan heard Wu Jianhua say this, the corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile. At that moment, he didn't look like someone else's prisoner, instead, he looked like a guest who had come to visit. Wu Jianhua had been toyed with by Lin Yan so many times and humiliated in every way, so his eyes were now filled with a cold glint. Kid, you've offended that big shot. He said he wants you dead. He wants us to cut off your head and mail it to him, he wants to put it in his house as a chamber pot. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed into slits, his gaze like two blades, striking directly at Wu Jianhua's face. Say that again. Wu Jianhua was also frightened by Lin Yan. He instinctively took a few steps back, a hint of terror flashing in his eyes. What do you want to do? Wu Jianhua, I remember you once sent a woman to that big shot. That woman seems to have had a very intimate relationship with you. Tell me, if that big shot finds out about this, what do you think he will think? Wu Jianhua's expression changed slightly, and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. How did you know that? I've already prepared a contingency plan. As long as I don't contact my companion outside by noon tomorrow, he will directly package all the information and hand it over to the big shot you speak of. At this moment, Lin Yan suddenly smiled, a playful look flashing in his eyes. I'm very curious now, if he finds out about this, what kind of end will the two of you meet? At this, Chairman Wu Jingtian and Wu Jianhua looked at each other. They never imagined that Lin Yan's methods would be so vicious, or that he would do such a thing. For a moment, the two of them felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. They couldn't help but swallow hard, a look of terror flashing in their eyes. What exactly are you trying to say? I don't think there's any need for us to be secretive here anymore. Let's speak plainly. Lin Yan nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, that's quite straightforward. I won't make things difficult for you, send me out of the city, and this matter will be wiped clean. Chairman Wu Jingtian and Wu Jianhua's fists were clenched so tightly they cracked. But at this moment, they had no other choice. At this moment, looking at the expressions of anger on their faces, coupled with the fact that they could do nothing about him, the corners of Lin Yan's mouth couldn't help but curl into a cold smile. Oh right, what was it that Wu Jianhua said just now? I don't have a very good memory, so I can't quite recall. If it were forgetting things that should be forgotten, that would be easy to talk about. But if I forget things that shouldn't be forgotten, that might be tricky. For instance, if I forget to reply to my companion's message, what should be done about that? Wu Jianhua and Chairman Wu Jingtian's fists were clenched so tightly they cracked. They stared fixedly at Lin Yan, but were helpless. Chairman Wu Jingtian kicked Wu Jianhua in the calf. Wu Jianhua felt a sharp pain in his leg, lost his footing, and knelt down just like that. Chapter 35, Parting Sorrows. I have taught you many times before to be careful and not offend people who shouldn't be offended, but you chose to treat my words as wind passing by your ears. Hurry up and apologize to him now. If young Master Lin doesn't forgive you, you can just kneel here forever. Seeing Chairman Wu Jingtian like this, Wu Jianhua understood exactly why. After all, even someone as strong as Lin Yan had to submit to that person's authority. If he and his father truly lost the trust of that esteemed individual because of this matter, he feared their fate would be countless times worse than Lin Yan's. I'm sorry. You are a magnanimous person, please just treat me like a fart and let me go. Hearing Wu Jianhua say this, Lin Yan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, what you said is actually true, this fart really is quite stinky. There's no point in haggling with you all, so let's just consider this matter settled for now. If you come to provoke me again, I bet I have over 100 ways to deal with you, and I will make you wish you were dead. Lin Yan's cold and gloomy aura made the two of them tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, neither Wu Jianhua nor Chairman Wu Jingtian dared to spout any more nonsense. After Lin Yan finished speaking, he strode forward and walked out. Although the father-son duo, Wu Jianhua and Chairman Wu Jingtian, were unwilling to accept this, their leverage was still in his hands. Even if they were resentful, there was nothing they could do. Lin Yan sat directly into a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Although the model was a bit old, it could still be considered a top-tier luxury car. Chairman Wu Jingtian and his son followed closely behind and got in. But as soon as the two of them sat down, Lin Yan turned his head and shot them a cold glance. I don't like people sitting in the same row as me. Although the soundproofing is quite good, it's a pity the driver's skills are somewhat unsatisfactory. Hearing Lin Yan say this, Chairman Wu Jingtian was furious, but he suppressed his anger. He turned his head to look at Wu Jianhua. Jianhua, you go drive. Although Wu Jianhua was unwilling, he had no choice and could only nod in agreement. After Wu Jianhua got out of the car, Lin Yan looked at Chairman Wu Jingtian, a playful smile curling on his lips. I remember saying just now that I don't like sitting in the back row with others. You have two choices now, sit in the passenger seat, or get out. Chairman Wu Jingtian's face was so gloomy it seemed like water could drip from it. He stared fixedly at Lin Yan. Young Master Lin, acting like this is going a bit too far, isn't it? Lin Yan shrugged, is it? I don't think so. If that's how you feel, I can get out of the car, let others catch me, and then tell them a few things that might save my life. Chairman Wu Jingtian's expression was incredibly ugly at this moment. He forced a smile to the corner of his lips. Look at you, young Master Lin, why are you saying such things? You're being too much of a stranger. I'll get out right now. After Chairman Wu Jingtian finished speaking, he respectfully got out of the car. Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction. Isn't what you're doing a bit too much? Are you really not afraid that they might be driven to desperation? The system's voice suddenly appeared in Lin Yan's mind. A playful smile curled on Lin Yan's lips. They won't. How do you know that? If they really dared to hand me over, they would have already told that person my whereabouts. Since I am still safe until now, it's obvious they don't dare. You have used up all your Shenhao points and can't even afford my consultation fee. However, I have a mission worth 1,000 Shenhao points right now. Do you want to take it? Hearing the system say this, Lin Yan's eyes almost lit up. A hint of excitement flashed in his gaze. A mission worth 1,000 Shenhao points. What kind of mission is it? Tell me quickly. But just at this moment, Lin Yan seemed to remember something. He was extremely familiar with this system fellow, it was cunning and calculating. He might be able to get the corresponding reward, but he would likely have to pay a corresponding price. Therefore, a hint of seriousness immediately flashed across Lin Yan's face. What exactly are you up to? Fess up. If the mission fails, will there be any punishment? You are actually wrong. This time, if you succeed in the mission, I will directly give you 1,000 Shenhao points. But if you fail, there will not be any punishment. Will you accept this mission or not? Lin Yan never believed in free lunches falling from the sky, but then he thought that the system itself seemed like a free lunch. So, after hesitating for a moment, he nodded gently. Although I don't know what you're up to, there's no harm in trying, and anyway, there won't be any punishment. So, does that mean you agree? Lin Yan nodded gently. What is the mission? Hurry up and issue it. Confess to Murong Shui and kiss her. These are 2 missions. Regardless of which one you complete, I will give you 1,000 Shenhao points. What if I can't complete either of the 2 missions? I estimate that by then, there will be no need for me to act. Naturally, someone will punish you. And since you won't have any Shenhao points for me to help you, you can imagine your fate then. Lin Yan. Are you agreeing or not? If you don't agree, then forget it. At this moment, Lin Yan just felt that the system issued missions quite arbitrarily. However, after hesitating for a moment, he still nodded gently. You just said there are 2 missions, and I can complete either one. But what if I complete both of these missions? Upon hearing Lin Yan say this, the system was stunned for a moment, but then it said decisively, that is impossible. Then what if I really complete them all? Then the mission reward will be tripled. How about that? After hearing the system say this, Lin Yan chuckled. For some reason, the system suddenly felt a sense of having been calculated by a profiteer. The car soon drove to an intersection. The people blocking the road saw Chairman Wu Jingtian's license plate number and, without thinking, immediately let them pass. However, when they saw the figure reflected in the front windshield, a look of disbelief flashed across their faces. Chapter 36, Tiantan Mountain Racetrack. After leaving the city, Lin Yan slowly got out of the car. He pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and then lightly lit one for himself. You 2 did a decent job with this matter, and I am quite satisfied. We can let the previous business slide for now, you may leave first. At this moment, Chairman Wu Jingtian and Wu Zhenhua felt a huge weight lifted off their shoulders. Just as they were about to get into the car, Lin Yan stopped them abruptly. When did I ever tell you that you could drive away? Upon hearing Lin Yan say this, the 2 were stunned, and a look of confusion flashed across their eyes. What do you mean by this? I don't quite understand. You can leave, but the car stays. Chairman Wu Jingtian. Wu Zhenhua. The 2 of them felt as if they had encountered a robber, yet they had absolutely no way to deal with this robber. Why aren't you leaving yet? Do you think I've been too kind to you? If that's the case, I happen to think the weather in the suburbs is a bit cold, so why don't you leave your coats behind as well? Chairman Wu Jingtian, Wu Zhenhua. Lin Yan naturally wasn't going to pamper them. In the end, the 2 were left with nothing but their underwear. As it grew late, the weather in the suburbs was indeed as cold as Lin Yan had said, and the father and son pair were shivering from the cold. Lin Yan got into the car and then gave Murong Shui a call. Sister Murong Shui, I've already left the city. Where are you now? It's good that you've left the city. I'm currently at the Tiantan Mountain Racetrack, preparing to race someone. If you're fast enough, you might just be able to watch me compete. Tiantan Mountain. A youth with dyed yellow hair stared fixedly at Murong Shui, his eyes filled with a touch of lewdness. At this moment, he was even fantasizing about the scene where he would pin this peerless beauty under him in bed. After thinking this, the youth's mouth curled into a sneer involuntarily. For some reason, when Murong Shui saw the youth look like that, a wave of disgust inexplicably surged in her heart. Little beauty, you'd better think carefully. Once you step off the track, you won't be allowed to go back on your word. A trace of disdain flashed in Murong Shui's eyes, and her mouth curled into a cold smile. Thought it through. Of course I have. Stop talking nonsense. If you're a man, don't be so wishy-washy. The youth just shook his head. I didn't expect anyone to rush to their own demise, but this works out just fine. Although Lin Yan's driving skills weren't top tier, they certainly weren't bad either. When he arrived, the race hadn't started yet. He saw Murong Shui standing at the very front of the crowd, along with the car she was sitting in. He walked over to Murong Shui's side. Murong Shui turned her head to look at him, a flicker of excitement flashing in her eyes. Everyone else has a little cutie in their passenger seat. Do you want to be Sister Murong Shui's little cutie in the passenger seat? Murong Shui's eyes were fixed intently on Lin Yan. After hearing her say this, a strange look flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. That's certainly no problem, as long as you want to, Sister Murong Shui. But what kind of bet are you two making? A trace of disdain flashed in Murong Shui's eyes. If I lose, I have to sleep with him for one night. If I win, he has to become a eunuch. Although Murong Shui spoke lightly, Lin Yan could still sense a hint of tension in her words. He gently patted Murong Shui on the shoulder. Why don't I do it instead? In Murong Shui's impression, Lin Yan didn't seem to know how to drive, so at this moment, a look of doubt flashed in her eyes. You? Are you sure? You have to know that this matter is of great importance. It doesn't allow for any of your nonsense. At this moment, Lin Yan seemed to have remembered something. I'm serious. I can definitely win the race, but I need you to kiss me once to encourage me. 3 black lines appeared on Murong Shui's forehead, but being bold and spicy, she still lightly pecked Lin Yan on the cheek. All right, you should be satisfied now. Stop messing around. The system was speechless after seeing this scene. It never expected Murong Shui to kiss Lin Yan so easily. Even Lin Yan never expected things to develop like this. 1,000 Shenhao points, no backing out. At this point, Murong Shui got directly into the driver's seat. Lin Yan had no choice but to sit in the passenger seat. Fine, I can certainly give you 1,000 Shenhao points. But a friendly reminder, this is a mountain road race, so make sure to fasten your seatbelt. Sitting next to the yellow-haired youth was a hot-bodied young delinquent girl. The way this girl looked at them was filled with a bit of disdain and hostility. The Shenhao points for this day had been obtained without any effort, which made Lin Yan quite excited. Ready, 1, 2, 3, go. The model's movements were quite uninhibited. The moment her starting gun fired, the 2 cars drove side by side, roaring forward before speeding away. From the very beginning, Murong Shui took the lead and sped off. She looked at the yellow-haired youth left behind, a hint of disdain in her eyes and a scornful sneer on her lips. That bastard can just wait to become a eunuch tonight. Murong Shui's ride was a Porsche 911. Whether in terms of horsepower or any other aspect, this car was quite good. Setting aside other factors, its specifications were very impressive. The only pity was that her car hadn't undergone any modifications. Murong Shui could be said to have taken the lead, leaving the yellow-haired youth's car far behind. At this moment, however, the yellow-haired youth's mouth curled into a sneer, and a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. If you are happy now, then I can tell you very clearly that you are happy too early. The yellow-haired youth's gaze was burning and sharp, as if he had seen right through Murong Shui. At this moment, Lin Yan appeared quite calm. He looked through the rearview mirror and saw the yellow-haired youth biting firmly onto Murong Shui's tail. Regardless of what happened, the two maintained a distance of about 50 meters. Whether Murong Shui turned or accelerated, the yellow-haired youth would follow with the same maneuvers. At this point, Lin Yan had figured it out. The yellow-haired youth was merely toying with Murong Shui on purpose. Chapter 37 Kneel and Kowtow. It seems this young lady is no match for that yellow-haired guy. Lin Yan sighed softly. Doesn't that suit your wishes perfectly? In a moment, when this young lady loses, you can step in and deal with that yellow-haired guy. It will be the perfect opportunity for a hero to save the beauty and win her heart. Wouldn't that be wonderful? After hearing the system say this, the corners of Lin Yan's mouth lifted slightly, curling into a playful arc. What you say isn't wrong, I really was thinking that. Is there any skill that can improve my driving? Driving skill upgrade to professional level, 300 Shenhao points for 10 minutes, 30,000 Shenhao points for permanent. Why don't you just go rob someone? After all, you just obtained 1,000 Shenhao points. For this small amount of money, I don't think you'd take it to heart, right? Lin Yan. After all, we've been trading for so long. It's better not to burn bridges. Let's negotiate. If you make it a bit cheaper, I'll use it. The system was speechless. One had to know that Lin Yan had once served as a CEO and had known glory, but now he was haggling like a petty merchant. You know, whenever I issue rewards to you, I never haggle. If you're going to be like this, can we negotiate when I issue rewards in the future? Fine, fine, this time I, your master, will pay the original price, all right. Ahead was the final sharp turn. Usually, at this point, cars would always brake. Drifting through the turn seemed to be the best choice, and Murong Shui indeed did exactly that. A massive centripetal force rushed towards them. Lin Yan felt as if he were about to be thrown out by this tremendous force. At this moment, a smile unique to a victor was already hanging on Murong Xue's face. Now, she clearly thought she had victory in her grasp. But just at this moment, the roar of an engine came, followed immediately by a beautiful tail slide that cut directly in front of her. It turned out that the yellow-haired guy, in such a critical situation, not only didn't slow down but actually accelerated and passed Murong Xue, rushing towards the finish line. Anyone who was an expert would know that the yellow-haired guy was deliberately humiliating Murong Xue, so after he crossed the line, he let out a roar that shook the earth. The yellow-haired guy got out of the car and lit a cigarette, smoke swirling around him. He slowly walked to the front of Murong Xue's car, his eyes filled with a bit of frivolity and a bit of heat, looking as if he had already seen completely through Murong Xue. "Beauty, it seems you've lost now. According to the agreement just made, tonight you are mine." At this moment, Murong Xue's face turned pale. You have to know she had never experienced relations between men and women, and she didn't want to give her first time away so carelessly to a punk like this. "I can give you money, yes, give you a lot of money." The yellow-haired guy blew a puff of smoke towards Murong Xue. "Money isn't as important as a woman, and it's certainly not as important as such a beautiful woman. Don't you think?" A strange look flashed in Murong Xue's eyes. "Except for that condition just now, I can agree to anything you want. But except for that condition just now, I don't want anything else." At this time, the yellow-haired guy laughed, just like a cat playing with a mouse. And at this moment, Lin Yan just coldly glared at the yellow-haired guy, then the corners of his mouth curled into an evil, charming smile. "Sister Murong, do you find him more pleasing to the eye, or me?" "Of course it's you." Murong Xue said this almost subconsciously. "Then if I beat him, will you be my girlfriend?" "Okay." Murong Xue almost blurted it out, but after she said it, she realized that something seemed wrong. "Wait, what did you just say?" "If I win against him, you become my girlfriend." "I am much better than this guy, right?" The yellow-haired guy saw someone trying to intercept, and he was furious. At this moment, he stared fixedly at Lin Yan. "Kid, if you want to play the hero saving the beauty, it's not impossible, but you have to beat me first. I will leave you 50 meters behind. But if I win, this matter will be wiped clean, and you must kneel and apologize to her as your punishment. And if you lose, not only will you become a eunuch, but you must kneel, crawl like a dog for 50 meters, and then kowtow to me 3 times. "No problem." Lin Yan blurted out, and Murong Xue was too late to stop him. At this time, she turned her head to look at Lin Yan, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. "This guy's driving skills are not bad. Are you really sure you can be his opponent?" Lin Yan nodded gently. "Of course that's no problem. For a guy like this, I can crush him with one hand. Kid, I do admire your arrogance, but sometimes, arrogance comes with a price." "Great, I look forward to you making me pay the price." The yellow-haired guy got into his car, and the two returned to the same starting point, only this time, Lin Yan was sitting in the driver's seat. 10 minutes should be enough, right?" "Just about, but I advise you to be careful. You must understand that what this guy just showed wasn't his full strength. As for what his full strength really is, the two of us might not truly be able to know." Lin Yan nodded, a hint of solemnity flashing in his eyes. "Ready, 3, 2, 1, start." And just at this moment, the female model tore off a piece of something, I don't know what it was, and the surrounding men were in an uproar. As for Lin Yan, he was a bit slow to react. He started his car a full 3 seconds later than the yellow-haired guy. You have to know that in racing, every second counts, yet this time he was 3 seconds behind. A look of helplessness flashed in Murong Xue's eyes, and the corners of her mouth also curled into a bitter smile. "This time you are sure to lose." The corners of Lin Yan's mouth curled into an evil, charming smile. "Sure to lose? I don't think so. Watch closely, you'll have a surprise." At this moment, Lin Yan slammed his foot on the accelerator to the floor. The car let out an angry roar. Accompanied by this roar, the car, like an arrow released from a string, rushed out just like that. In this instant, Lin Yan's Porsche directly latched onto the yellow-haired guy's car. Chapter 38, Absolute Suppression. Seeing Lin Yan catching up, the blonde-haired man's eyes flashed with a hint of gravity. What is going on with this guy? Based on his performance just now, he was clearly a newbie, so why is he able to display such powerful suppression now? What is happening? As the cars drew closer, a flash of disbelief crossed the blonde-haired man's eyes. With a powerful feeling of being pushed back into her seat and unparalleled centripetal force, a look of disbelief appeared in Murong Xue's beautiful eyes. She knew, after all, that she also loved racing, that was true. But she had never known that her own car could burst forth with such exhilarating speed. The cars got closer and closer. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. In the end, he overtook him directly. The surrounding audience broke into a cold sweat for Lin Yan. They all held their breath, their eyes filled with disbelief. When Lin Yan finally overtook him, the surrounding audience erupted into a thunderous roar. At this moment, the blonde-haired man was furious. This bastard, this bastard. So he wanted to humiliate me just now. I will kill him, I swear. At the moment of overtaking, as the two cars drew near, Murong Xue even gave the blonde-haired man the middle finger. Upon seeing this, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Bastard, I will make you pay the price, I swear. The two cars were locked in a tight chase, but everyone was surprised to find that no matter how the trailing car accelerated, the car in front always maintained a suppressive distance of 50 meters. Everyone could not help but exclaim at Lin Yan's superb driving skills. A look of disbelief flashed in Murong Xue's beautiful eyes. She stared fixedly at Lin Yan, as if trying to discern something from this man's face. However, after a long while, Murong Xue finally gave up on this idea. Because some men are like a book, no matter how you open them, they are always a fresh page of content. Other men are shallow, like a piece of paper, where you can see through their entire lives at a glance. Clearly, Lin Yan was that book. Finally, they reached a sharp turn, which was exactly the place where Murong Xue had been overtaken by the blonde-haired man earlier. The blonde-haired man's lips curled into a cold sneer. He pressed a button, and the car let out an angry roar, then shot forward like a rocket taking off. Light blue flames erupted from the blonde-haired man's exhaust pipe. Everyone who saw this despised him for it, but unfortunately, the race rules had not specified otherwise beforehand. Kid, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have good driving skills. Watch how I overtake you and then trample you under my feet. The woman let out a scream, and a flush of excitement rose on her face. The seat beneath her was even soaked. The blonde-haired man just glanced coldly at the woman. The good show has only just begun. I really wonder if you will pass out in a moment. Having the experience of a professional race car driver, Lin Yan naturally understood exactly what this guy was thinking. His lips curled into a cold smile. If you want to force me off the road, then I will make your car a wreck first. Seeing Lin Yan smile, a strange look flashed in Murong Xue's eyes. At this moment, she suddenly had a foreboding feeling in her heart. What do you want to do? If we're going to play, let's play big. However, Sister Murong, your car might be totaled today. I'll buy you a new one in a while. The car is a small matter. What exactly do you want to do? Tell me quickly. Lin Yan gave a devilish smile. Make him shut up. At that moment, the car happened to rush into Lin Yan's inner lane. Almost instantly, Lin Yan turned the steering wheel hard to the right, and the car rammed directly into the other guy's front bumper. The guy's front wheels stopped instantly, and finally, a powerful inertia flipped him over. The guy's car crashed over just like that, landing upside down. Fortunately, the roof was strong enough and the A-pillar was sturdy, so the two people in the cockpit managed to save their lives. But at this moment, the guy looked shaken, his face full of terror, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. How is this possible? And what he had just said was indeed true. After the woman let out a scream, she passed out immediately. Everyone understood the blonde-haired man's intentions, so no one sympathized with him. Instead, they burst into rounds of intense cheers. Murong Xue's front bumper was also completely deformed, but it could still barely be driven across the finish line. At this moment, she also had a terrified look on her face, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Yan walked down from the car, opened the door for Murong Xue, and made a gesture of invitation, just like a medieval gentleman. Murong Xue walked out of the car in a daze, and Lin Yan took the opportunity to grab her soft, boneless little hand. I'm sorry, Sister Murong, I scared you. I'm very sorry. After a long while, Murong Xue took a deep breath, only then barely calming her mood. She forced a smile to the corners of her mouth, It's nothing, but you were too reckless. I don't dare to ride in your car in the future. Actually, it is very safe in the vast majority of situations, but when there are annoying guys like that, it's hard to say. Murong Shui rolled her eyes at him in annoyance, but she felt even more curious about the men in front of her. Curiosity kills the cat. A woman falling in love with a man often starts with curiosity. Although the blonde-haired man had a car accident, his luck was indeed not bad, at least he wasn't dead. It didn't take long for the blonde-haired man to be pulled out. Lin Yan slowly walked up to the blonde-haired man. All right, you can fulfill your promise now. At this moment, the blonde-haired man's lips curled into a sneer of disdain. He slowly raised his head and glanced coldly at Lin Yan. Promise? What promise? Why don't I know about it? Why don't I remember it? After hearing the blonde-haired man say this, Lin Yan's face turned livid. So, in that case, are you planning to renege on your word? Murong Shui slowly walked up to the blonde-haired man. She gently took out a business card and a bank card from her pocket. Take this as compensation and bereavement money. Send it to your family first. Tomorrow, I will come to take your life. Chapter 39, Heading to Zhuhai. When the blonde-haired man saw the line written on Murong Shui's business card, a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. The blonde man swallowed hard. Why, you are Miss Murong. Murong Shui pulled Lin Yan along and prepared to turn and leave, but just then, the blonde man took off his pants, pulled out a dagger, and slashed at himself. A painful scream escaped the blonde man's lips, and then, acting like a madman, he stripped off his clothes and ran toward the finish line. Lin Yan and Murong Shui couldn't even be bothered to look back. The two of them got straight into the car, though after their previous experience, the young Miss Murong didn't dare let Lin Yan drive again. Murong Shui brought Lin Yan to the seaside. The sea breeze was blowing, but the night air was indeed a bit chilly. She couldn't help but shiver, so he gently took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Over the years, countless men have pursued me, but not a single one has made my heart flutter. What about me? Lin Yan asked, seizing the opportunity. Murong Shui shook her head. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I feel about you. Is it good or bad? How should I put it? 70% good, 30% bad. Well, that seems pretty good. Murong Shui was rendered speechless, but she didn't seem to want to continue discussing this topic, so she changed the subject. Now that you've managed to leave the city, where are you planning to go next? Go to Zhuhai. Before Lin Yan could speak, the system's voice rang out in his mind. A flash of confusion crossed Lin Yan's eyes. Go to Zhuhai. Why go to Zhuhai? Upon hearing Lin Yan say this, the system was speechless. Listen here, you little brat, just go where I tell you to go. All this hemming and hawing is so boring. Lin Yan. Lin Yan knew that since the system said so, he would definitely make a killing in Zhuhai. After all, with the system's help, he could surely thrive in anything he did. Let's go to Zhuhai. Zhuhai. Why not Shangjing? If it were Shangjing, I could still help you out a bit, but the waters in Zhuhai run very deep. If you're not careful, you might just drown. Lin Yan smiled and didn't say much. Murong Shui felt a flutter in her heart, thinking to herself, he really is a stubborn man. The reason Lin Yan didn't speak was simply because he didn't know how to answer. After all, he knew a thing or two about Zhuhai. For a businessman, this place could be heaven in an instant, or hell in an instant. Whether one ascends to heaven or descends to hell, no one could say for sure. Zhuhai. A man wearing a crisp suit, but with a few sparse stubbles on his chin, stood in the middle of the high-speed railway station, looking travel-worn. He gazed at the vast world outside and the hurried crowds, his thoughts unknown. A new place, a new beginning. One day, I will make that guy pay the price. I just hope I get to see that day, rather than you getting yourself killed by that guy. The system's voice rang out at an inopportune moment. Fortunately, Lin Yan was already used to this guy's sharp tongue. No way. You were the one who knocked me down just now. My leg hurts so much. Lost wages, emotional distress, and medical expenses, it all adds up to 5,000. If it's even a cent short, I'm not getting up. An old man lay on the ground, while a young woman stood there, her eyes staring coldly at him. The woman possessed a certain mature, intellectual air. She was wearing a black professional suit, with a custom-made Italian blazer on top and an exquisite pencil skirt on the bottom. On her feet were calfskin high heels, and she carried a classic limited edition Hermes handbag on her shoulder, a model said to be limited to only 10 pieces worldwide. Normally, Lin Yan's attitude toward such matters was to mind his own business. Although the woman was stunningly beautiful, Lin Yan knew well that the more beautiful a rose, the sharper its thorns. Just as Lin Yan was about to leave, the system's voice rang out at an inopportune moment. Help this young lady out of this predicament, and you can earn 1,000 Shenhao points. After hearing the system say this, 3 black lines appeared on Lin Yan's forehead, and he was rendered speechless. You're becoming more and more like a hooligan now. Cut the crap. Are you going to do this task or not? If not, forget it. Although Lin Yan was a guy who wouldn't get out of bed early unless there was something to gain, he absolutely despised people who staged accidents like this. Duh, of course I'll do it. People who stage these accidents are the ones I hate the most. Lin Yan spoke with such righteous indignation that he looked as if he had just received an award. System. At this moment, he slowly parted the crowd and walked inside. Zhuang Yuti pulled a mobile phone from her handbag. I don't have any cash. Is a mobile transfer okay? Clearly, although Zhuang Yuti despised such a rascal, she was willing to pay the measly 5,000 yuan just to avoid wasting her precious time. These days, staging accidents requires professionalism. In fact, ever since Zhuang Yuti appeared, the old man had already seen through her financial status based on her attire. However, even though he knew Zhuang Yuti was wealthy, the guy never expected her to be so quick to pay up. No problem at all. Here is my QR code, take it. Just as Zhuang Yuti opened her phone to scan the QR code and transfer the money, Lin Yan grabbed Zhuang Yuti's arm. A strange look flashed in Zhuang Yuti's beautiful eyes. She raised her eyebrows slightly, her face clearly showing displeasure. One had to know that since she was born, apart from her father, no other men had ever touched her. At this moment, Zhuang Yuti's face was as cold as frost. Let go of your claws. Lin Yan had to admit that the woman's arm did indeed feel good to touch, soft and boneless, almost like a newborn baby's, smooth and delicate. Unfortunately, before Lin Yan could enjoy it for long, Zhuang Yuti had already flown into a rage. Lin Yan had to sheepishly withdraw his hand. He turned his head and looked at Zhuang Yuti. You can't give it to him. Upon hearing what Lin Yan said, Zhuang Yuti couldn't help but frown slightly. I don't have time to waste with you people here. Chapter 40, Cleverly Resolving the Dilemma. Zhuang Yuti's thoughts were also very simple, she just wanted to buy some peace of mind. She would give the money to this scammer and make a quick getaway. But at this moment, Lin Yan couldn't help but shake his head. No. On the surface, this seems like a matter of just 5,000 yuan. But if you give in this time, who knows how many future victims will have to shell out another 5,000 yuan. You're just fueling their arrogance. Hearing Lin Yan's righteous speech, the onlookers couldn't help but nod gently, and some even took the lead in applauding. Indeed, what this young man says is absolutely true. On the surface, it's just a matter of 5,000 yuan, but in reality, it's about much more than just that money. Yeah, this young man is really warm-hearted. As the crowd chimed in one after another, Zhuang Yuti found it hard to say anything else for the moment. Seeing this, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of the old man lying on the ground. If he weren't currently lying there trying to extort money, he probably would have jumped right up to beat Lin Yan. I say, you little bastard, this is none of your business, so why are you sticking your nose into it? When you're out and about, you'd better mind your own business. Otherwise, you might not even know how you died in the end. When Lin Yan heard the old man say this, a cold smile curled on the corner of his lips. He then turned his head and glanced at the old man. Are you threatening me? Don't forget, there are surveillance cameras here. But to everyone's surprise, the old man merely curled his lips into a sneer. Surveillance? Ha ha ha, how laughable. This camera is broken. Right now, as long as I say this little girl hit me, then she hit me. The price was 5,000 just now, but now I'm in a bad mood, so I want 10,000. Otherwise, I won't get up. Or you can call the police, I have plenty of time anyway. The onlookers all felt the old man was a rascal. They were all itching with anger, yet completely helpless. Every single one of you, if anyone helps them bully an old man like me, just wait until you're the one who bumps into this old man. You'll have to obediently hand over your money then. Hearing the old man's words, everyone's eyes flashed with disgust, but they had no way to deal with him. Many people backed away from the crowd, and the onlookers around them visibly thinned out. Zhuang Yudi was also drawn to Lin Yan, this man full of a sense of justice, so her attitude was much softer than before. Let's just forget about this. It was my fault for not walking carefully and bumping into this old man. Let's just consider the 10,000 yuan as buying him some nutritional supplements. Lin Yan shook his head. This was not a simple matter of 10,000 yuan, this was a quest worth 1,000 Shenhao points. At this moment, a wicked smile curled on Lin Yan's lips. There are no surveillance cameras here, right? Lin Yan slowly walked toward the old man. There was a hint of panic in the old man's eyes, and he subconsciously retreated several steps backward. I say, you brat, what on earth do you want to do? I advise you to think twice before you act. If you act on impulse, this rule of law society will definitely punish you. Since there's no surveillance anyway, I'll just give you a beating. This 10,000 yuan can go toward your medical bills. That way, we'll feel a bit more at peace. Lin Yan walked up to the old man and swung his fist, striking toward him. The old man had clearly not been in the extortion business for very long, or perhaps he had simply never encountered such a situation before. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, the old man actually jumped right up and dodged backward. Seeing this, the onlookers all marveled that Lin Yan was not only righteous but also incredibly resourceful. What a clever young man. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. If not, I could introduce my granddaughter to him. Your granddaughter? How could your granddaughter compare to mine? I think you should save it. The crowd was full of praise for Lin Yan. Zhuang Yudi also nodded in satisfaction. She took out a rose gold business card from her bag. This is my business card. If you have time, you can come and find me. Consider this as me owing you a favor. You can ask any request of me. A wicked smile curled on Lin Yan's lips. Any request, you say? The tiny shred of goodwill that Zhuang Yudi had just felt toward Lin Yan vanished instantly at this moment. She rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. You can try. After saying that, Zhuang Yudi turned around and left. Lin Yan stared intently at her departing figure, a complex look flashing in his eyes. Did I say something wrong? That was clearly what she just told me. I was merely repeating her words. System. You kid, saying stuff like that and still playing innocent with me. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Lin Yan just chuckled. It was just a joke, there was no need for her to react like that. Where are we going next? You know, you were the one who made me come to Zhuhai. I don't know. Everything still depends on you. I can only offer you help and advice, but I cannot make choices for you. Do you understand? Lin Yan. Then why did you make me come to Zhuhai in the first place? Well, that was also just a reasonable suggestion. A suggestion, as I'm sure you understand, is something you don't have to listen to. Hearing this cunning old fox of a system say such a thing, Lin Yan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhuhai was quite vast and exceptionally prosperous. Carrying millions in startup capital, the moment Lin Yan stepped out of the high-speed railway station, he resolved that he would one day stand at the very peak of this city. For a man, his entire life is spent doing only one thing, conquering. Lin Yan arrived at a bank. Just as he was about to insert his bank card, he heard the system's voice. If you don't want that person to find out you're in Zhuhai, you'd better not use the money in this bank card. Even if you do, you should withdraw it somewhere else, not in Zhuhai. Lin Yan scratched his head, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Why? Can't I even use my own money? Chapter 41, the card number has been discovered. I've told you, this is just a reasonable suggestion. You can take it or leave it. If you really want to know the reason, I can give you a discount this time and charge you only 30 Shenhao points. 3 black lines appeared on Lin Yan's forehead. He now realized that this system was showing more and more potential to be a scammer, constantly talking about nothing but Shenhao points. I've only just realized that I've become so mercenary entirely because of you. Lin Yan complained in dissatisfaction. System. If you don't want to listen, then forget it. I don't like forcing people anyway. Let's just drop this matter. I'll listen. Of course I'll listen. 30 Shenhao points it is. Why on earth won't you let me touch the money in this card? Because your bank card was also found by that person, just now, in fact. They are currently searching for the location where you withdraw money from your bank card. Fortunately, you only deposited money there and haven't withdrawn any, so they won't be able to find you for the time being. This Hundun Dao is truly persistent. One day, I will definitely bring him down. I believe in you. These few simple words contained the most sincere emotions. At this moment, Lin Yan pulled out his wallet, only to find to his shock that he only had a measly 2,000 yuan in cash left. In a city like Zhuhai, even with some restraint, a mere 2,000 yuan would probably be gone in a week. Lin Yan's eyes were filled with helplessness. What should I do now? Right at that moment, Lin Yan fumbled in his pocket, and a business card made of rose gold appeared in his hand. Upon seeing this business card, a playful smile played on the corner of Lin Yan's mouth. I have a way. Tianqi Group. A beautiful woman sat before an office desk. Looking at the mountain of documents piled in front of her, helplessness flashed in her eyes, and a bitter smile tugged at the corner of her lips. I've only been away for a few days. How did so many documents pile up? Just then, there was a sudden knock on Zhuang Yudi's door. Come in. A young man dressed in a snow-white suit walked in holding a large bouquet of roses, his eyes filled with excitement. Yudi, you're finally here. You have no idea how much I've missed you after not seeing you for so many days. I couldn't even eat or sleep. Upon seeing the young man, a clear look of disgust appeared in Zhuang Yudi's eyes. Why are you here? I have a lot of work to do right now, and I don't have time to play around with you here. Facing Zhuang Yudi's disgust, the young man was completely unfazed. He walked straight up to her. Yudi, I've thought about it carefully. I really was a bastard before, but from now on, I will absolutely never be like that again. So, can you give me a chance? A cold sneer played on Zhuang Yudi's lips. Do you remember the last time you said that to me? I said I would think about it, and you immediately turned around and went to the Dihao bar. The next day, the news headline was, the suspected romance of Zhuhai's #1 wealthy family's young Master Wu and a certain actress has been exposed. And a few days ago, that newly debuted actress, and those popular starlets from Gaoli country, they all seem to be associated with you, don't they? Zhuang Yudi stared straight at second young Master Wu Tianqi. Second young Master Wu Tianqi couldn't help but swallow hard, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. This matter isn't my fault. No, you have to know that I was drunk back then. It was all because whenever I thought of you, I couldn't help but drink, so. Enough, I don't want to hear your nonsense. If you don't leave, then I will. Zhuang Yudi was just about to leave when a phone call came in. Chairman, there's a man here who says he knows you and insists on seeing you. He also seems to have a business card personally given by you. Should we let him in? Hearing what the receptionist said, Zhuang Yudi instantly recalled that she had indeed given a business card to someone this morning. When she thought of that person, a playful smile curled her lips. She looked at the nauseating second young Master Wu Tianqi in front of her, and a plan began to form in her mind. All right, he is indeed my friend. Let him in and have him come straight to my office on the top floor to find me. Hearing Zhuang Yudi's words, the receptionist nodded gently. Lin Yan's eyes unashamedly sized up the rather charming and lovely receptionist in front of him, a highly punchable smile appearing on his face. Didn't I tell you just now? I really do know your chairman. You just wouldn't believe me and insisted on making a phone call. I'm sorry, sir. It was indeed my mistake just now. Please don't mind. The chairman said you can go straight to her office on the top floor to find her. Which room is her office on the top floor? All the offices on the top floor are hers, but she is usually in the largest one. You can go straight there to find her. Ever since Lin Yan arrived at the Zhonghai building, he felt that this building was indeed quite nice. It had 99 floors, symbolizing a long-lasting business. Moreover, the feng shui of this place was excellent, and its geographical location was superior, accessible from all directions. Lin Yan got into the elevator, and in a short while, he arrived directly on the top floor. There were many rooms on this floor, but only one room was opaque. Just as Zhuang Yudi was about to break down from second young master Wu Qianqi's pestering, a knock came at the door. "I've told you just now, I have a boyfriend, and he has arrived. If he finds out that you've been constantly harassing me, I think you might have to pay a price." Second young master Wu Qianqi obviously did not believe Zhuang Yudi's words. A contemptuous smile curled his lips. "The person who can make me pay a price hasn't even been born in this world yet. Don't forget, this is Zhuhai. Anyone who comes to Zhuhai must coil up even if they are a dragon, and lie low even if they are a tiger. Today, I'll see what this boyfriend of yours is made of. But he'd better not be scared out of his wits, or else I'll have to pay for his medical bills." Second young master Wu Qianqi's threatening implication was obvious, and Zhuang Yudi suddenly began to worry about Lin Yan. Chapter 42, Clashing Head-On. Zhuang Yudi seemed somewhat hesitant about whether she should open the door for Lin Yan. Seeing her like this, an inexplicable fire of anger flared up in second young master Wu Qianqi's chest. "Still worried about your little lover even now? Too afraid to open the door, are you? Since you don't dare to, I can help you out." Saying this, second young master Wu Qianqi walked over to the door and flung it open. Seeing second young master Wu Qianqi standing at the doorway, glaring at him aggressively, Lin Yan was somewhat bewildered. What is going on here? "Kid, so it's you. You're Yudi's boyfriend." Lin Yan was completely baffled, unable to make heads or tails of the situation. Seeing that Lin Yan seemed dumbfounded by his presence, second young master Wu Qianqi felt a sudden wave of superiority wash over him. His goal was to trample this man beneath his feet right in front of Zhuang Yudi. "Kid, here's $1 million. Take this money and get lost. Stay away from Yudi. For some reason, I suddenly have a strong urge to beat this kid up. Seeing him like this, I really want to slap him. 10 Shenhao points per slap, how about it?" The system's voice suddenly rang in Lin Yan's mind. "Only 10 Shenhao points? That seems a bit too little. 10 Shenhao points is little. I don't believe you don't want to slap him. How about this, I'll throw in an extra free use of a special skill. That's my absolute limit, not a single bit more. Deal." System. You're getting better and better at being a shady businessman. Likewise. This mere humiliation from second young master Wu Qianqi wasn't enough for Lin Yan. Second young master Wu Qianqi looked at his own outstretched hand. Seeing that Lin Yan didn't react for a long time, he assumed the kid was scared witless. "Kid, don't think playing dumb will get you off the hook. If you don't answer me right now, I'll have to personally throw you out." Having said that, second young master Wu Qianqi swung his fist directly at Lin Yan's face. Professional level combat experience unlocked for 10 minutes. I'll give you 15 minutes this time. Slap the crap out of him. For some reason, looking at his face today just makes me really want to slap him. No problem. A wicked smile played at the corner of Lin Yan's lips. For some reason, seeing Lin Yan's smile, second young master Wu Qianqi felt a sudden twinge of fear. By then, his fist was already right in front of Lin Yan, but Lin Yan casually grabbed his arm. Second young master Wu Qianqi felt as if his arm was caught in an iron vise. He frantically tried to pull his arm back, but it was completely futile. "Although I don't know why you're acting like this right off the bat, your attitude really rubs me the wrong way." Hearing Lin Yan's words, panic flashed across second young master Wu Qianqi's face. What do you think you're doing? Slapping the crap out of you, of course." As soon as Lin Yan finished speaking, his slaps rained down on second young master Wu Qianqi's face like a torrential storm. Second young master Wu Qianqi let out a series of squeals like a slaughtered pig, looking incredibly pathetic. While beating second young master Wu Qianqi, Lin Yan vaguely seemed to hear him speak. "Kid, do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Today, I just want to slap the crap out of you. Even if you were the Emperor of Heaven himself, I'd still slap you." Watching this unfold from the side, Zhuang Yudi was utterly dumbfounded, a look of disbelief flashing in her beautiful eyes. What on earth is this man's background? This is the second young master of the prestigious Zhuhai Wu family. Slapping him like this, is he not afraid of retaliation from the Zhuhai Wu family? However, Even Zhuang Yudi had to admit that watching Lin Yan slap second young master Wu Tianqi like this was indeed incredibly satisfying. I am second young master Wu Tianqi, the second young master of the Zhuhai Wu family. If you don't stop right now, I'm telling you, you're dead. Zhuhai Wu family. Never heard of them. I don't care if you're from the Wu family, the Zhang family, the Wang family, or the Li family. I just came here to look for a job, and the moment I stepped in, I ran into an arrogant jerk like you. It really ruined my mood. After slapping him for a few more minutes, second young master Wu Tianqi was beaten to a pulp, his face swollen like a pig's head. However, Lin Yan knew when to stop. He only inflicted superficial injuries. Even though they were just superficial injuries, they still looked incredibly gruesome. Big brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you like this. Please show mercy and just let me go. Hearing second young master Wu Tianqi say this, Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction. Wouldn't it have been better if you acted like this from the start? If you had, we wouldn't have had to go through all this trouble. Second young master Wu Tianqi. When you're out and about in the future, remember to be a bit more careful. Don't be so arrogant. If you're this arrogant, you'll get taught a lesson. Second young master Wu Tianqi. Did you not hear what I just said? It seems your ears aren't working well. Maybe they need some help to improve your hearing. I got it, big brother. I got it. I'll definitely never do this again. Really? Really? It's absolutely true, I swear. Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction. Wouldn't it have been better if you had been like this earlier? Now get lost. I don't really want to look at you today. Look at your swollen pig-like face, yet you still try to pick up girls. Can't you have a proper self-awareness? Second young master Wu Tianqi wanted to cry but had no tears. A bitter smile appeared on his face. I understand, big brother. I promise you, I will never come to bother Yudi again. Although Lin Yan had absolutely no idea what second young master Wu Tianqi was talking about, he simply kicked him in the butt, sending him sprawling face first onto the ground, before slamming the door shut. Seeing this, Zhuang Yudi couldn't help but cover her face and giggle, an unusual light flashing in her beautiful eyes. Not bad. Thank you for this time. Lin Yan was completely baffled, having no idea why Zhuang Yudi was thanking him. However, since the beauty was thanking him, Lin Yan was naturally quite thrilled. He scratched his head and smiled. It's nothing. For guys like him, I'll beat them up whenever I see them, one by one or in pairs. Giggle, is that so? But I must remind you, this guy is the second young master of the Zhuhai Wu family. The people of the Wu family are extremely vindictive. Since you've offended them this time, I'm afraid they will come looking for trouble with you. Lin Yan raised his eyebrows slightly, an unusual look flashing in his eyes. He turned to look at Zhuang Yudi. Sister Zhuang, who is the Wu family? And I don't quite understand what you're saying. Is the Wu family really that powerful in Zhuhai? Chapter 43, The Ensuing Revenge. Zhuang Yudi had originally thought that Lin Yan's family background was enough to completely crush the Wu family. However, what she never expected was that Lin Yan knew absolutely nothing. He was merely a newborn calf, and as the saying goes, newborn calves do not fear tigers, and the ignorant are fearless. This couldn't be more true. A helpless, bitter smile curled on Zhuang Yudi's lips. Are you joking with me? Do you really not know who the Wu family is? Zhuang Yudi stared intently at Lin Yan, as if trying to read some clue from his face. Lin Yan nodded. What is their background? Sister, tell me about them. The Zhuhai Wu family has influence in both the legal and illegal worlds. In their early years, they started out in the underworld right here in Nanjing, where legends of the Wu family are still whispered to this day. Second young master Wu Tianqi's father is known on the streets as Wu Lauer. It's said that when he was first managing demolition and relocation, he faced a group of uncooperative villagers all by himself. Right in front of them, without saying a word, he chopped off his own pinky finger. Hearing Zhuang Yudi's words, a flash of disbelief crossed Lin Yan's eyes. He frowned slightly. Really? That guy was that ruthless? Why would I lie to you? And back then, he even said that if anyone could do the same as him, he would make the call to have the demolition team pack up and leave. Everyone saw that he was a lunatic, and people have no way of dealing with that kind of madman, so they were forced to move away. Because his father was the second child in his family, after this incident, the name Wu Lauer spread far and wide. "Kid, it looks like you've really run into trouble this time." A helpless, bitter smile curled on Lin Yan's lips. "I'm telling you, stop making sarcastic remarks here. I am your host. If I die, you'll also. If you die, worst case scenario, I'll just change to another host. I'll find someone rich and powerful, and with my help, they will definitely become incredibly formidable." Hearing the system say this, 3 black lines appeared on Lin Yan's forehead. Seeing Lin Yan standing there dazed all by himself, Zhuang Yudi thought he had been scared silly by what she had just said. "If you're afraid, I can arrange for you to leave the city overnight. Their family's influence in Zhuhai is extraordinary, and their overall power ranks first in Zhuhai, of course, excluding those low-profile, ancient, and secluded families. Now that you've offended such a colossus, I'm afraid you won't have any peace in the future." Zhuang Yudi felt somewhat guilty and self-reproachful, which was why she thought of helping Lin Yan. Hearing her words, Lin Yan shook his head. "Don't worry, this is just a minor situation. I can handle it completely." Zhuang Yudi found this man a bit hard to read, but she still nodded gently. "After all, this matter started because of me. Tell you what, I can't guarantee anything else, but even if you really lose in the end, I can still protect your life and let you leave Zhuhai alive." Zhuang Yudi meant well, but for some reason, Lin Yan recalled what had happened back at that place, where he had fled like a stray dog. He felt as if Zhuang Yudi was mocking him. "You don't need to meddle. I said they can't kill me, and they can't." Zhuang Yudi couldn't understand at all why Lin Yan was angry. However, seeing him actually shouting at her, she couldn't help but feel a wave of grievance. "Why are you shouting? If you don't want it, then so be it. Do you really think this lady actually wants to help you? But coming back to the point, what did you come here for this time?" "To look for a job," Lin Yan said those words nonchalantly. Hearing him say this, Zhuang Yudi almost spat out the mouthful of water she had just sipped. "Is this the kind of tone you use when looking for a job? Do you always treat your boss with this kind of attitude?" Lin Yan nodded gently. "Exactly. Because I will create enough value for the boss. You also know that even a boss will have a higher tolerance for employees who are valuable." Zhuang Yudi raised her eyebrows slightly, turned her head to glance at Lin Yan, and a hint of amusement flashed in her eyes. "So you mean you can bring me enough value? I'm quite curious about what you used to do." "I've started companies, served as a president, and worked as a CEO." "What companies? Where were you the president, and where were you the CEO? Trading this business card for a general manager position isn't asking too much, is it?" Lin Yan slid the rose gold business card directly in front of Zhuang Yudi. His action caught Zhuang Yudi somewhat off guard. She turned her head, glanced at him, and a playful smile appeared on her lips. "This business card is indeed enough. However, it is merely a key. If you fail to meet expectations in the future, even this card won't save you." Lin Yan nodded. "Of course I understand that. Since you just admitted that this business card is indeed enough to get me this position, you can make the arrangements now." The position of general manager was crucial. More importantly, she really was lacking a capable general manager under her command right now. The previous general manager had been fired by her directly for corruption, so the position had remained vacant until now. "Did you investigate me?" "No. I just looked at some company information. After all, I had to familiarize myself first before coming to the company, right?" Lin Yan smiled suddenly after speaking. His smile was as clean and pure as that of the boy next door. This smile struck straight at Zhuang Yudi's heart, and she felt her mind sway momentarily. "Fine. Come to work tomorrow, and give me a resume." Lin Yan directly handed over a resume. Indeed, it was just a cover page containing only some of his personal information, while his career history and self-introduction were completely blank. "Are you playing with me? Where is your career history and self-introduction? I believe you must know that bosses are unwilling to hire this kind of employee. You can fill it in slowly in the future. The time I'm asking from you isn't long either. Within 1 month, I will increase your profits by 30%. If I fail to do so, you can fire me directly, and I won't have a single word of complaint. Zhuang Yudi slowly raised her head, staring intently at Lin Yan, as if she wanted to read some clue from this man's face. Chapter 44, A New Official Takes Office. But after staring at him for a long while, she gave up. She couldn't see even a hint of emotion on this man's face. Fine, you said it. If the company's profits don't increase by 30% within a month, I hope I won't have to remind you. Just resign on your own initiative, and make sure you do it promptly. Zhuang Yudi's eyes burned bright like torches. Lin Yan nodded slightly, a wicked smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Report to work tomorrow. Your annual salary will be 3 million, plus company dividends, and your equity will be calculated at 3.5%. I don't need an annual salary, but I want 5% equity. Also, I want it paid out monthly. You also know that there are profits and losses every quarter. There won't be any losses. As long as they are obedient enough, I guarantee you'll make money. Fine, I hope everything you said is true and not just hot air. Of course it's true. If I lie to you, I'm a puppy. Zhuang Yudi couldn't help but smile at that. Why not start your own company? It would be much more convenient to do things on your own. Right now, you're bound by others in many ways, which lacks freedom. Hearing the system say this, a playful smile appeared on Lin Yan's lips. You said that men has immense influence. If I start my own company, there's no guarantee he won't find out. If he does, things might end up just like before. But this is different. This way, I can hide under this woman's wing. I've heard there's a family in Shangjing called the Zhuang family, and their influence in Shangjing is quite decent. Is it really okay for you to exploit that silly girl like this? Don't tell me you didn't notice what happened this morning. She's exploiting me too. The two of us are just using each other, so there's nothing wrong with it. Perhaps so. As the saying goes, there is no wall that can block all wind, let alone in a company. Naturally, there was no shortage of gossip. Hey, did you guys hear? I heard that our long-vacant general manager position will probably be filled soon. Someone is taking the general manager position. Who is it? Manager Wu or Manager Hu? Those two have been fighting tooth and nail for that position lately. Neither. I heard it's a newcomer. The boss personally told HR about it yesterday. Really? If that's true, I bet those two are going to cry themselves to sleep in the restroom. After all, everyone can see they've been plotting and fighting both openly and secretly lately. But the performance of their two departments is indeed quite good. What is this newcomer's background to be parachuted straight into the general manager position? No idea, but their background must be extraordinary. Besides, there's another piece of major gossip. Do you want to hear it? What gossip? Right at that moment, Zhuang Yudi walked in through the door. However, that person was completely oblivious, ignoring all the frantic winks from her colleagues. You guys wouldn't know this, but it seems our chairman has a boyfriend. I have a boyfriend. How come I didn't know about this? Also, who is my boyfriend? Why don't you introduce one to me, Sister Zhang? No problem, I happen to know quite a few. Only when she reached this point did she realize that Zhuang Yudi had come up behind her. She turned around to look, and upon seeing Zhuang Yudi, she jumped up in fright, letting out a deafening shriek. Hearing her shriek, Zhuang Yudi felt as if her eardrums were about to burst. Sister Zhang, there's no need to be so nervous. However, it seems it's time to start working. If you have anything to discuss, let's talk after work is done. The surrounding employees buried their heads in their work, and Sister Zhang also sat down at her workstation, beginning to work with utmost caution. Zhuang Yudi's pretty face blushed slightly. She hadn't expected that what she said to second young master Wu Tianqi yesterday would be leaked as office gossip today. Lin Yan arrived right on time. He went to the HR department and submitted his personal identification documents. The beautiful HR lady's eyes never left him from beginning to end. Yesterday, when Zhuang Yudi told her that someone might come to complete their onboarding today for the general manager position, waves of shock had surged in her heart. Appointing a newcomer as the general manager, and with the chairman personally delivering the instruction, was indeed quite strange. Lin Yan flashed a textbook smile. How is it? Do I have something on my face? Lin Yan's words snapped the receptionist out of her daze, and she shook her head quickly. No, no. Is there anything else I need to do? She shook her head, and Lin Yan nodded before leaving directly. It seems my charm is indeed immense. As soon as I entered the company, I captivated the receptionist. The system was speechless upon hearing Lin Yan's words. I say, stop being so full of yourself. I don't know if you've looked into this company's background, but the reason their sales figures have stagnated isn't due to internal company issues. It's entirely because someone is deliberately suppressing them. Suppressed by whom? The Wu family. You should know that Tianqi Group is the only group with the potential to replace their Wu Group and become the #1 company in Zhuhai. Naturally, they would suppress Tianqi Group at every turn. Lin Yan frowned slightly. Interesting. For Tianqi Group to maintain such a massive scale despite being suppressed at every turn, this Zhuangyudi is indeed not simple. Now that you know they are being suppressed, do you still have the confidence to increase their profits by 30% within a month? Of course. I have you, don't I? What is there to fear with you around? System. I am currently only in version 1.0, so there are many things I cannot do yet. I'm afraid I won't be of much help with certain matters. How does the system upgrade? A hint of confusion flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. Upgrading the system is quite difficult. First of all, you need 100,000 Shenhao points. What? 100,000 Shenhao points? Why don't you just rob a bank? And that's just the most basic entry-level requirement. Secondly, you need to complete 500 tasks. Based on a rough calculation, you have completed about 100 so far. Moreover, you must be sufficiently active. The most important thing is what? Is that you cannot fail a single task. In other words, a 100% success rate. Chapter 45, Deliberate Difficulties. A 100% success rate, this. So this matter is very difficult. After all, tasks are random, and not every task is easy to complete. Besides, even if you don't use these 100,000 Shenhao points, it would probably take you half a year to save up. Sai, since it's so difficult, and these things are a matter of luck anyway, your current authority is already enough to help me. Why don't we just forget about it? Seeing that Lin Yan was ready to give up, the system also let out a faint sigh at this moment. Indeed, let's just forget about it then. However, if you really can upgrade the system to version 2.0, my authority will be significantly increased. For example, teleportation. Superpowers. No, money power. Lin Yan. Meanwhile, in a very luxuriously decorated office, a middle-aged man took a puff of his cigarette. As the smoke swirled, his office door was pushed open, and a man walked in. Have you heard? Of course I've heard. This is the biggest news in the company today. How could I not have heard? I wonder what your thoughts are on this. What else can I think? The two of us worked ourselves to the bone for the company, only for a general manager to be parachuted in out of nowhere. Everything we did before has gone down the drain. Yeah, she really did a number on us. But I've also realized something. You and I have fought for so long, and it was completely unnecessary. If they won't give us the general manager position, someone else will. Hearing Manager Wu say this, Manager Hu frowned slightly. What do you mean by that? I don't quite understand. Don't forget, there isn't only Tianqi Group in Zhuhai. A strange look flashed in Manager Hu's eyes. Indeed, there is another group besides Tianqi. However, although I have long yearned for the Wu Group, I unfortunately have no one to introduce me. Tomorrow is the weekend. If Manager Hu has time, why don't you come play some golf? Of course, no problem. Still, I'm not willing to let the general manager position go to a wet behind-the-ears kid just like that. I recall we seem to have a bad debt with a construction company in Nancheng. Why don't we have him go collect it? After all, as the general manager, he should solve some thorny problems. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Hello, you must be General Manager Lin, right? Lin Yan nodded slightly, then turned his head to look at the person. Yes, that's me. May I ask what this is about? It's like this, Mr. Lin. We have a final payment that hasn't been collected for a long time, so we'd like to ask you to help collect it. Debt collection doesn't seem to be under my purview. I recall Mr. Hu is from the public relations department, and his subordinates are full of talented people. If I were to do this, wouldn't I be overstepping my bounds? After hearing Lin Yan's words, Hu Yiqian knew that this guy was not one to be trifled with. He just smiled and said, "Not at all. It's mainly because that company is very difficult to deal with, and my useless subordinates can't get the money back. That's why we have to rely entirely on you, General Manager. I trust you won't refuse, right?" Looking at his ill-intentioned expression, Lin Yan felt a surge of anger in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he had just arrived and couldn't easily refuse certain things. In Nanchang, Fanio Construction Company. From the outside, this company seemed to consist of nothing but a single tall building, and indeed, that was the case. It was incredibly chaotic here. Upon entering the company, one would find that it was filled with heavily tattooed, burly men, along with a few guys wearing ties and sunglasses. Inside an office, a woman dressed quite provocatively, with an equally hot figure, was sitting on a man's lap. "Brother Zhao, you promised before that you would buy me the latest designer bag this month. You can't go back on your word." The woman's finger gently traced the man's chest, causing his heart to flutter. "No problem, you little vixen. As long as you satisfy me, let alone one bag, even if it's 10 or 100, I'll buy them for you. Giggle, Brother Zhao, you're the best." The woman slowly squatted down. Just at that moment, a rapid knock sounded at the door, and the smile on Zhao Youcai's face instantly froze. "Who is it?" "It's me, Lin Yan, the general manager of Tianqi Group." Upon hearing the words Tianqi Group, a cold sneer unconsciously curled up at the corner of Zhao Youcai's mouth. "I wondered who it was, but it's just a bunch of worthless trash. I didn't expect this bunch of trash to actually dare to come to my door." Zhao Youcai pressed down on the woman's head, let out a low growl, and then pulled up his pants with satisfaction, stood up, and walked toward the door. As soon as Lin Yan stepped through the door, he smelled a foul odor, and a look of displeasure clearly appeared on his face. When he saw the flush on the woman's face and her disheveled clothes, he instantly understood what was going on. "General Manager Zhao, you certainly have quite the elegant taste." Zhao Youcai could understand the knowing smile on Lin Yan's face that any man would recognize. "Mr. Lin is not bad either. I recall we agreed back then to settle the final payment in 3 years. This was already stated in the contract. Mr. Lin, you didn't come here today just to visit me, did you? Settle the final payment in 3 years. How come I don't know about this? I think you must have mistaken it. According to the original date on the contract, the deadline for the final payment has long passed." As Lin Yan spoke, he took out a contract. Zhao Youcai waved his hand. "Bring it over and let me have a look, Mr. Lin. I recall it was 3 years." Zhao Youcai's manner was extremely arrogant. Suppressing his anger, Lin Yan brought the contract to him. After just a cursory glance, a disdainful sneer curled at the corner of Zhao Youcai's mouth. "This contract is fake. The real one is with me." "Mr. Lin, bringing a fake contract here, are you trying to make a fool of me?" After saying that, Zhao Youcai tore the contract to pieces. After shredding it, he tossed the scraps directly into Lin Yan's face. "Now that the contract is gone, I'll pay back the money if I want to, and I won't if I don't. After all, I still have so many brothers waiting for me to feed them. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Lin?" Chapter 46, $1 per slap. After Zhao Youcai finished speaking, countless burly men holding steel pipes directly surrounded Lin Yan. The group of burly men surrounded Lin Yan with fierce expressions. "Mr. Lin, so many of my brothers need to eat. You wouldn't have the heart to let them go hungry, would you?" "Yeah, Mr. Lin. It's not like we said we wouldn't pay back the money. It's just a matter of waiting 10, 8, or maybe 100 years. The brothers will definitely pay you back eventually. People on the streets value loyalty above all else. How could we possibly go back on our word? Kid, you're probably finished this time. So many people coming to beat you up alone. TSK TSK TSK, just thinking about this scene gets me a bit excited." Hearing the system say these sarcastic words, 3 black lines appeared on Lin Yan's forehead. "I'm telling you, if you dare to talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I'll dismantle you. I need to use fighting experience. It's 300 Shenhao points for 10 minutes, right? Give me half an hour first this time. Although there are many of these trash, 10 minutes is more than enough. Half an hour is probably a bit too much, isn't it? It doesn't matter. I will spend the remaining time slapping that pig face by face. Hearing Lin Yan say this, the system also nodded in satisfaction. Very good, very good. I don't like the look of that pig either. Since you bought half an hour all at once, I'll give you another 10 minutes for free. Deal. Successfully deducted 1,000 Shenhao points. Rewarded with 40 minutes of fighting experience. Why was 1,000 deducted? Because there's no discount this time. Lin Yan. You guy only know how to take advantage of a crisis. Likewise. With the fighting experience bestowed upon him, Lin Yan naturally had nothing to fear. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Zhao Yukai. It's fine if you don't pay back the money. One slap is worth $1. I'll slap you until you clear the debt. 30 million slaps. Hearing Lin Yan say this, Zhao Yukai couldn't help but burst into laughter. At this moment, it was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Ha ha ha. He said he wants to slap me. Brothers, this guy doesn't seem to care about you at all. If you want to slap me, sure, but you have to ask my brothers first whether they agree or not. A few burly men stepped forward with their arms crossed. Just then, Lin Yan slapped Zhao Yukai across the face without any warning. Zhao Yukai was instantly dazed by the slap. His body spun 2.5 times in the air, and finally, he fell backward heavily onto the ground, landing flat on his face in a dog-eating dirt posture. Everyone around was dumbfounded. One had to know that Zhao Yukai weighed at least 200 pounds, yet he was sent flying by a single slap from this man. Just how much force did that take? Zhao Yukai spat out a few molars from his mouth. Then, the people around him swung their weapons in wide arcs and rushed toward Lin Yan. But at this moment, Lin Yan was like a swimming dragon. He dodged left and right, shifting his weight, his body constantly floating back and forth. He was exceptionally agile among the crowd, and they couldn't even touch a corner of his clothes. From time to time, screams rang out, and occasionally, a few people collapsed. Every move was a one-hit defeat. All of those guys were accurately knocked unconscious by Lin Yan. In less than 10 minutes, all of the dozen or 20 people around had collapsed. Lin Yan filled a cup with scalding hot water from the water dispenser. He slowly walked over to the fat man and poured the scalding hot water onto his face. A pig-slaughtering howl escaped Zhao Yutsai's mouth, and he immediately scrambled up. His face had been slapped swollen, puffing up like a pig's head, looking quite comical and ridiculous. I believe I told you just now, one slap is worth $1. I just gave you one slap, so $1 is paid off. Now there's still $29,999,999 left. Zhao Yukai had thoroughly experienced the power of that slap just now. He naturally knew that if he kept getting slapped like this, he would probably end up half-crippled, if not dead. You want the money, right? Actually, the money has long been prepared for you. We were just joking with you just now. I'll take you to the finance department right away to have them transfer it to you. Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction. Wouldn't it have been better if you did this earlier? Why did you have to wait until now? Lead the way. Zhao Yukai scurried out like a gust of wind, respectfully leading the way for Lin Yan. When everyone in the company saw this scene, they all had looks of confusion in their eyes. Just now, the 20-odd strongest fighters in the group had all been taken down by Lin Yan, so Zhao Yukai no longer dared to harbor any thoughts of resistance. The 30 million has already been transferred to you. If you don't believe it, you can verify it with your company. Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction. 30 million doesn't seem quite right, does it? Zhao Yutsai's heart skipped a beat. What's not right? Back then, wasn't the remaining balance just 30 million? I recall you delayed this final payment for half a year. 3 million in interest isn't too much, is it? Besides, my appearance fee is very high, so charging you 2 million isn't too much either. As for my mental distress fee just now, let's call it 1 million. Adding it all up makes 6 million. That's not too much, right? Lin Yan stared straight at Zhao Yukai. Zhao Yukai felt like crying but had no tears. At this moment, he even felt like dying. He nodded. Not too much, not too much. I'll transfer another 6 million to you right away. Transfer the 6 million to this card number, understand? Zhao Yukai nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Understood, of course I understand. In the end, Zhao Yukai carefully escorted Lin Yan out. Once he had sent Lin Yan off, he breathed a sigh of relief. I've finally sent that god of plague away. Zhuang Yudi came to Lin Yan's office, only to find it completely empty. She couldn't help but frown slightly, grabbed someone at random, and asked where Lin Yan had gone. Do you know where the general manager went? I think I heard them say that the general manager went to Tianqi Group to collect a debt. Zhuang Yudi's pupils dilated suddenly. How many people did that guy bring with him? It seems he went alone. At this moment, Zhuang Yudi couldn't help but gasp, a look of disbelief flashing in her eyes. Madman, that guy must be a madman. Going to Tianqi Construction Group all by himself, is he tired of living? Doesn't he know what kind of people are in Tianqi Construction Group? Chapter 47, One Wave After Another. Because Lin Yan's bank cards had been frozen, he had specifically found someone to open a card using another person's ID. Although this was a bit of a gray area, he had no other choice. Without money in hand, Lin Yan always felt a bit insecure. Toying with the bank card in his hand, a hint of amusement flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. People are just gluttons for punishment. They won't budge when led gently, but they backtrack when beaten. If they had just honestly paid their debts from the start, we wouldn't have needed to go this far. Just as he returned to his office, he heard Zhuang Yudi seemingly scolding someone. However, once he heard clearly what she was saying, he instantly realized that she wasn't scolding anyone else, but was actually complaining about him. Lin Yan opened the door. You can call finance right now and check if there's an extra 30 million in the account. Upon hearing Lin Yan's voice, Zhuang Yudi suddenly looked up at him, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. What do you mean by that? It means this debt is cleared. He has already paid the money back. Zhuang Yudi was well aware of the background of Tianqi Group. The only reason they had cooperated in the first place was that an undercover agent sent by Tianqi Group had pushed hard to make it happen. However, by the time Zhuang Yudi realized something was wrong and cut her losses in time, they had already lost about 5 million. Originally, Zhuang Yudi hadn't held much hope for this money. But now, hearing that Lin Yan had actually gotten it back, her eyes were filled with disbelief. Are you serious? How did you get that money back? I just went and had a chat with him. I told him he shouldn't be so shameless and refused to pay his debts. I reasoned with him, and eventually, he was probably moved by my words, so he obediently paid it back. Zhuang Yudi obviously didn't believe Lin Yan's explanation. However, she also knew that since he wanted to keep it from her, he wouldn't tell her even if she pressed further. Not bad. Recovering a loss of 30 million for the group on your very first day, you did a great job. Inside Manager Hu's office. What? What did you say? That guy actually came back completely unscathed and even got the debt back. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible, but this guy really is a bit beyond my expectations. Besides, I heard something else. If you hear about it, you'll be even more surprised. Hearing Manager Wu's words, Manager Hu frowned slightly. What is it? Rumor has it that the kid beat up second young master Wu Tianqi just a couple of days ago. What's more, the chairwoman apparently said that this man is her boyfriend. That ice-cold woman can actually fall in love. How is that possible? Which family's young master is this kid, anyway? Well, since we can't stay in Zhonghai Group much longer anyway, we might as well turn things completely upside down. Wait a moment. I remember the group has a bidding next Monday, and the Wu Group is determined to win that project. You're the manager of the public relations department, so the chairwoman will definitely bring you along. So, I should prepare a greeting gift for our future employer, is that it? Manager Wu nodded. With a greeting gift, it'll be much easier to negotiate terms later, right? Manager Hu nodded. True enough. Lime Golf Club. Ha ha ha, I've heard of Manager Hu's great name for a long time. Seeing is indeed believing, but meeting you today, I find that Manager Hu is even more handsome than the rumors suggest. President Wu, you flatter me. No matter how handsome I am, I can't compare to you, can I? Ha ha ha, you two should stop flattering each other. I'm sure both of you are very clear about each other's goals this time, and Manager Wu has come with sincerity. Hearing Manager Wu say this, Wu Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, a look of amusement flashing in his eyes. Oh. Sincerity. I wonder what kind of sincerity you've brought. I'm quite curious. Our group's reserve price for the bid. I wonder if this sincerity is enough. Manager Wu stared intently at Wu Tian, a peculiar look flashing in his eyes. Hearing this, Wu Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and turned his head to stare back at him. You've obtained your group's reserve price. He nodded slightly, a playful smile playing on his lips. Of course. So, do I count as sincere this time? Ha ha ha, yes, of course it counts. However, our group is currently developing, and many positions are nearing saturation. Actually, Little Wu told me about your situation a couple of days ago. But because of the reason I just mentioned, the group hopes you can temporarily remain at Tianqi Group and occasionally get us some intelligence. Rest assured, you won't be doing it for free. Manager Wu was no fool. The moment he heard Wu Tian say this, he instantly understood Wu Tian's meaning. He turned his head, casting a cold glance at Manager Wu, and then raised his eyebrows slightly. Manager Wu, that's not what we agreed on initially. Hearing Manager Wu's words, Manager Wu scratched his head in embarrassment and smiled. He shrugged helplessly. I can't do anything about the decisions President Wu makes. If you feel this arrangement isn't feasible, Manager Wu, then continuing to stay at Tianqi Group isn't a bad option either, right, Manager Wu? Manager Wu's gaze was burning and sharp, as if he wanted to read something from Manager Wu's face. In an instant, Manager Wu understood their intentions. From beginning to end, they only wanted him to use his position to gather useful intelligence for them. Once Manager Wu figured this out, a sneer of disdain curled on his lips. If you really wanted me to be a corporate spy from the start, you should have just said so openly. Why did you have to beat around the bush like this? Wu Tian walked over and gently patted Manager Wu's shoulder. 50,000 for useful information, 100,000 for very useful information, and 200,000 for extremely useful information. That woman didn't treat you well anyway, so using this information to earn some pocket money doesn't seem too unreasonable, does it? Chapter 48, Tempted. Manager Wu had to admit that he was indeed a little tempted by what Wu Tian said. He turned his head to glance at Wu Tian, then raised his eyebrows slightly in internal conflict. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded gently. I don't know what else you have to hesitate about, Manager Wu. In fact, as long as you get me a few pieces of highly important information each month, the extra cash you make will be higher than a general manager's salary. What's more, I always settle in cash and never run tabs. For instance, with the news you brought today, plus our meeting gift, I can give you a total of 1 million. Manager Wu had to admit he was tempted. Although his salary and bonuses as a manager were not small, after what had just happened, his loyalty to Zhuang Yudi was not that high to begin with. After struggling for a moment, Manager Wu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Fine, I agree. Manager Wu and Wu Tian looked at each other, playful smiles playing on the corners of their lips. Manager Wu then gently patted Manager Wu on the shoulder. Wouldn't it have been better if you'd done this sooner? That woman simply doesn't deserve anyone's loyalty. She's not worthy at all. Manager Wu pulled out a mobile phone from his pocket. On the phone, he opened a file. It was an encrypted file, but he didn't know how to copy it out. It's all in here. This is a brand new phone, and I'm giving it all to you. Manager Wu handed the phone directly to Wu Tian. When Wu Tian saw the bidding document, a flash of excitement crossed his eyes. He then pulled out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Manager Wu. What Manager Wu did not know was that he was stepping into an abyss, one step at a time. He thought he could pull himself out whenever he wanted, but that was merely his wishful thinking. After the three of them finished eating, Manager Wu and Manager Wu left directly. Armed with this intelligence, Wu Tian went straight to the headquarters of the Wu Group. Chairman, I've brought back what you wanted, the bidding document of the Tianqi Group. I believe that with this in hand, this project will definitely fall into our hands. Chairman Wu Changqing nodded gently and reached out his hand. Wu Tian respectfully handed the phone over to Chairman Wu Changqing. After reading through the bidding document, Chairman Wu Changqing tossed the phone aside. Do you know what is the most terrifying thing about that little girl, Zhuang Yudi? Wu Tian stared intently at Chairman Wu Changqing, as if trying to read some clues from his face. However, Chairman Wu Changqing's expression was as elusive and unfathomable as the starry sea. In the end, Wu Tian couldn't read anything from Chairman Wu Changqing's face. Thus, he could only shake his head helplessly. To answer you, Chairman, I really don't know. I hope you can enlighten me. The most terrifying thing about that little girl, Zhuang Yudi, is nothing else but her resource integration. Even I have to admit that the way she integrates the various resources in her hands is extremely formidable. Wu Tian frowned, a strange look flashing in his eyes. At this moment, he was completely baffled, unable to fathom what Chairman Wu Changqing meant at all. Chairman, what do you mean by that? I don't quite understand. Still don't understand. Although we've obtained the bidding document and her reserve price, we cannot afford to match the price she offered. If we were to execute it at this price, we would lose at least 1,000 yuan per order, because we don't have the resources that little girl has in her hands. A strange light flashed in Wu Tian's eyes. In that case, aren't we bound to lose this bid? At this moment, Chairman Wu Changqing suddenly smiled. A playful look flashed in his eyes as he turned his head, glanced at Wu Tian, and let a knowing smile play on his lips. We haven't lost yet. That may be true, but don't forget, if she doesn't show up in person, no matter how low her price is, she won't be able to submit the bid. When that time comes, everything will still be useless. Upon hearing Chairman Wu Changqing's words, Wu Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. He nodded heavily and said, "The chairman is indeed brilliant. That's right, as long as we prevent her from arriving at the venue in time, what does it matter even if she can offer a price that is guaranteed to win the bid? In the end, it will all just be a pipe dream." Chairman Wu Changqing nodded gently. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, a man dressed in a black suit knelt on one knee on the floor. Second young master Wu Tianqi was slowly flipping through the information this fellow had just compiled. However, the information was pitifully sparse, they couldn't even dig up anything about that guy's childhood. Second young master Wu Tianqi's face was so dark it looked like it could drip water. He turned his head and cast a cold glance at the man. "I hope you can give me an explanation, a very reasonable one. Tell me, what on earth is going on? Is this the only information you've managed to compile for me?" Cold sweat broke out on the man's forehead, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. "Second young master, I've really done my best. But that guy's background is too unusual, I couldn't dig up anything at all. I only managed to get this information by asking around in their HR department. This fucking isn't detailed information, it's just his basic resume, okay? You haven't found out anything about his past experiences, his family background, or even where he has been over the years. How can this even be called information?" As second young master Wu Tianqi spoke, he threw the bundle of papers directly at the man's face. The man could only turn his head away in humiliation, remaining silent. After calming down for a moment, second young master Wu Tianqi began to think carefully. The only reason they were unable to find anything was probably that the kid's background was extraordinary. When this thought occurred to second young master Wu Tianqi, a strange look flashed in his eyes, and he frowned slightly. It seems this kid's background is indeed powerful. But even so, so what? Don't forget, this is Zhuhai, not some other godforsaken place. Anyone who offends me, second young master Wu Tianqi, in Zhuhai, even if you're a tiger, I'll yank out your teeth, even if you're a dragon, you'll have to coil up obediently for me. Chapter 49, The Day of the Bidding. Weekends always pass by too quickly. Even Lin Yan had to admit that he hated Mondays, because Monday meant the weekend was over and it was time to go to work. Today, that girl said she's going to a bidding and wanted me to go with her. What a hassle, having to wake up this early to go to the company. It seems Zhuang Yudi really trusts you, bringing you along for such an important matter. A helpless, bitter smile tugged at the corner of Lin Yan's mouth, and a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. There's nothing I can do. I actually wish she didn't value me so much. When Lin Yan arrived at the company and entered Zhuang Yudi's office, he saw a beautiful woman sitting in her chair. Zhuang Yudi was wearing a black professional suit with black stockings. A naturally charming aura radiated from her, and any man who saw her would find it hard to resist the urge to throw her down. Seeing Lin Yan enter, Zhuang Yuti stood up and walked over to him. She sized him up from head to toe. As the saying goes, fine feathers make fine birds. Lin Yan was dressed quite formally today, making him look a lot more handsome. You look quite handsome today. Yeah, this is a bidding event after all. If some rich lady at the venue takes a liking to me, I won't have to work hard anymore. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Zhuang Yuti was speechless. She gave him an annoyed roll of her eyes. You're always so smooth-tongued. Stop joking around. You should know exactly why I called you here today. Lin Yan nodded slightly. I understand that, but I have a feeling things might not go so smoothly for us this time. So, you'd better change cars. Hearing this, Zhuang Yuti stared intently at Lin Yan, a strange glint flashing in her eyes. Do you know something? After a brief hesitation, Lin Yan sighed softly. Sigh, I don't know anything for sure. But based on experience in the Wu family's character, they will absolutely not let this bidding go so successfully for you. Zhuang Yuti nodded slightly. What you said is true. In fact, I've already prepared a foolproof plan this time. I plan to send out 3 motorcades. But you won't be in any of those 3 motorcades. The 2 of us will take my car and take the back roads. Zhuang Yuti looked up at Lin Yan, a strange glint flashing in her beautiful eyes. She then nodded gently. That is indeed what I planned. But how did you know? Zhuang Yuti's gaze was intense and piercing, as if she wanted to see right through Lin Yan. Lin Yan simply shrugged and smiled, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. If you keep looking at me like that, could it be that you've fallen in love with me? I must warn you, it's best not to fall in love with me, or you might get hurt. Zhuang Yuti. The 2 of them got into Lin Yan's car. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yuti's motorcade set off at the same time. The Wu family also took action, and all parties converged. However, the Wu family never expected that a young woman like Zhuang Yuti would actually prepare 3 motorcades. A cold smile played on Wu Tian's lips, and his eyes flashed with contempt. Interesting, truly interesting. I didn't expect the girl to have grown smarter this time, sending out 3 motorcades at once. But so what? Does she really think she can stop me with just this? She's far too naive. Indeed, General Manager. Zhuang Yuti probably never imagined that we've already set up checkpoints at all the intersections. Even if she grew wings, she wouldn't be able to escape. Unsurprisingly, the 3 motorcades were stopped at certain intersections by a few thugs looking for trouble. However, the thugs soon realized that the woman in the photos Wu Tian had given them was not in any of the cars. They quickly reported this to Wu Tian. Hearing that Zhuang Yuti was not in any of the 3 motorcades, Wu Tian frowned, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. How is that possible? How could that girl not be in any of the 3 motorcades? Where on earth did she go? Cold sweat began to bead on Wu Tian's forehead. He had just made a solemn pledge to Chairman Wu Changqing, confidently guaranteeing that he would stop them all this time. After a moment, Wu Tian sighed softly. Sigh, there's nothing we can do. It seems this girl is indeed quite cunning. She wasn't in any of the 3 motorcades at all. It looks like she snuck out in another car. But so what? Did you think you'd be safe just because you slipped past the first round of searches? You're far too naive. A cold smile played on Wu Tian's lips, and a playful glint flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Yan and Zhuang Yuti smiled at each other in the car. As expected of the Wu family, they wouldn't let you participate in the bidding so easily. They are as despicable and shameless as ever. Zhuang Yuti stared straight at Lin Yan, a curious look flashing in her eyes. I'm curious, how did you know they were despicable and shameless? Zhuang Yuti's gaze was intense and piercing, as if trying to read something from Lin Yan's face. Lin Yan was taken aback for a moment, but then he shrugged and smiled. It's simple. Because I dealt with second young master Wu Tianqi before. Have you forgotten when he came to find you? He was so despicable and shameless, which must be due to his family's influence. Hearing this, Zhuang Yuti suddenly remembered. It seemed that ever since Lin Yan beat up second young master Wu Tianqi that day, second young master Wu Tianqi hadn't come to cause him any trouble. The Wu family was known for seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. Something like this had never happened before. Thinking of this, a strange look flashed in Zhuang Yuti's eyes, and she stared intently at Lin Yan. Chapter 50. Who on earth are you? Who on earth are you? Why is it that after you dealt with the second young master of the Wu family, they didn't retaliate at all? This doesn't fit their character at all. Zhuang Yudi's gaze was burning and sharp. Her eyes were locked onto Lin Yan, as if she wanted to find some sort of clue from him. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. He simply shrugged and smiled. To be honest, I don't even know what kind of person I am myself. But one thing is for sure, I'm pretty loyal to my friends. Zhuang Yudi raised her eyebrows slightly, a strange look flashing in her eyes. Perhaps. But who can say for sure? I've seen far too many betrayals. Anyone has the potential to betray you. As she said this, a peculiar look flashed in her eyes. It was as if she had recalled something, and a self-deprecating smile eventually curled at the corner of her lips. But just as the two of them were chatting casually, Lin Yan's expression suddenly turned serious. A helpless, bitter smile appeared on his lips. Looks like trouble is back. Zhuang Yudi arched an eyebrow, confusion flashing in her eyes. Trouble? What trouble? Lin Yan pointed at several cars parked side by side ahead. When Zhuang Yudi saw them, she frowned, a strange look in her eyes. They really are like lingering ghosts. How infuriating. I think so too, but unfortunately, people like this often live quite well. Be careful and stay in the car in a moment. Absolutely do not come out. I can handle these guys myself. If you come out, I'll be distracted. Hearing Lin Yan say this, Zhuang Yudi felt an extremely complex emotion well up inside her for some reason. Her beautiful eyes stared straight at him, and then she gently nodded. Little guy, you really know how to show off. The system's task for today is here. Kiss Zhuang Yudi once, reward, 1,500 Shenhao points. Lin Yan never expected that kissing this young girl would reward so many Shenhao points. At this moment, his gaze toward Zhuang Yudi grew a bit burning. Seeing his look, Zhuang Yudi felt a hint of panic in her heart. Zhuang Yudi instinctively took a few steps back. What on earth do you want to do? Lin Yan simply shrugged and smiled. Nothing. If I beat them all up in a moment, could you give me a kiss? Lin Yan's eyes were full of deep affection. Hearing this, Zhuang Yudi was momentarily stunned, but after a moment, she grit her teeth and nodded gently. Oh, okay then. A look of worry flashed in Zhuang Yudi's eyes. She couldn't help but clutch Lin Yan's sleeve. You must be careful. These guys are all ruthless thugs. If they end up hurting you, it won't be worth it. Lin Yan could clearly see that the worry in Zhuang Yudi's eyes didn't seem faked. She was genuinely worried about him. Lin Yan felt a wave of warmth in his heart. He nodded gently. No problem, don't worry. Just stay inside the car later and don't come down under any circumstances. After saying this, Lin Yan stepped out of the car alone like a hero and shut the door. A wicked smile played on Lin Yan's lips, and he immediately said to the system, 10 minutes of combat experience. Of course, no problem. Several muscular men in suits holding steel pipes slowly got out of the cars. They lightly tapped the steel pipes against their palms, their eyes filled with utter contempt. Little guy, we actually admire your courage for wanting to take on so many of us alone. But so what? Today, you are doomed. Just accept your death. That remains to be seen. Who knows who will be sent flying in a moment? We really admire your guts. Let's hope your mouth stays this tough in a moment. Having said that, the burly man lunged straight at Lin Yan. He was extremely fast, arriving in front of Lin Yan in the blink of an eye. Lin Yan simply sidestepped slightly and easily dodged the attack. Seeing how agile Lin Yan's movement was, a flicker of surprise flashed in the burly man's eyes. Then, a contemptuous sneer curled on his lips. Decent footwork, but fighting isn't just about agility, little guy. It's also about power. The burly man swung his fist again. This time, after dodging the strike, Lin Yan delivered a backhand elbow strike. The burly man felt as if his abdomen had been rammed by a train. He collapsed onto the ground, curling up like a shrimp. As that burly man's body continuously twitched, the others charged at Lin Yan simultaneously. Lin Yan moved among them like a swimming dragon, weaving back and forth. Seeing this, those guys were incredibly infuriated, but there was absolutely nothing they could do. Lin Yan suddenly rose and kicked out. A miserable fellow was sent flying by his kick, crashing into a whole group of them. Groans and wails erupted from their mouths, making them look incredibly pathetic. Lin Yan simply clapped his hands lightly, contempt flashing in his eyes. A disdainful sneer curled on his lips. I thought you guys would have some skill, but as it turns out, you're nothing special. In less than 10 minutes, all of those guys had been knocked to the ground by Lin Yan. The man who had been so arrogant earlier was now beaten to a pulp, his face swollen like a pig's head. Zhuang Yudi's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. She found it hard to believe that someone of Lin Yan's stature could unleash such formidable combat power. Lin Yan got back into the car and started the engine. Zhuang Yudi stared straight at Lin Yan. Who on earth are you? Why do you have such terrifying strength? Zhuang Yudi's gaze was burning and sharp. Lin Yan slowly turned his head and glanced at her. Chapter 51, arriving just in time. It's a secret. Zhuang Yudi was quite speechless at this moment, but she also knew that someone like Lin Yan would definitely not want to expose his identity. At this moment, Lin Yan glanced at Zhuang Yudi mysteriously, and then a wicked smile curled up on his lips. Actually, I want to tell you a secret. Hearing Lin Yan say this, a hint of curiosity flashed in Zhuang Yudi's eyes, and she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. A secret? What secret? Haven't you always been curious about who I really am? Zhuang Yudi nodded gently, like a chicken pecking at grain. Yes, I am indeed very curious. What is your identity, exactly? Lin Yan looked at Zhuang Yudi with a mysterious face. Actually, it's not like I can't tell you. I am the savior sent by God specifically to rescue a lost girl like you. 3 black lines appeared on Zhuang Yudi's forehead, and she was utterly speechless. Clenching her fists, she shot a cold glance at Lin Yan. Be serious, will you? If you keep talking like that, I won't let you off. It's so disgusting, I'm about to throw up my breakfast. Lin Yan chuckled at this. Really? I don't think so. Don't you think it's very romantic? Romantic, my foot. Enough nonsense, we're almost there. When we go in, act a bit more mature. The people there are all top-tier figures, so don't offend them. Hearing Zhuang Yudi's words, Lin Yan suddenly recalled that before this, he seemed to have accidentally offended an influential figure during a certain event, which led to his current plight of fleeing to a distant land. A trace of helplessness flashed in Lin Yan's eyes, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. An influential figure, huh? I'm quite curious to see just how influential they really are. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Zhuang Yudi began to realize that this guy seemed to have a history. Actually, it's nothing. These big figures are human too, eating the same food and having the same desires. This time, our price has an absolute advantage, so I believe this project will definitely be ours. Lin Yan nodded, calming his emotions slightly, as an unusual gleam flashed in his eyes. When they arrived at the venue, there was actually only one person in the vast hall, Wu Tian of the Wu family. Wu Tian sat there alone with a playful look in his eyes. Naturally, he had already bribed everyone beforehand, and he even had a detailed record of how much money had gone into the pockets of those big figures. A playful smile curled on Wu Tian's lips, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. The Wu family was determined to win this project, and it seemed those other guys couldn't make it due to other matters. I now announce that the bidding for the Tongshan project planning begins now. The door was suddenly pushed open, and a beautiful figure alongside a tall, upright silhouette appeared before everyone. When Wu Tian saw the two of them, his pupils contracted in disbelief. His eyes widened with utter shock, and a cold gleam flashed in them. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How could they have arrived so timely? How is this possible? A playful smile curled on Lin Yan's lips, and Zhuang Yujie also glanced at Wu Tian with a look of contempt in her eyes. The two of them slowly walked forward and placed a bidding proposal into the box. There were now 2 proposals inside. Since the entire process was monitored, even though he had bribed people, no one dared to engage in under-the-table dealings and help him commit fraud so blatantly. I now announce that the winner of this bidding is Tianqi Group. It should be known that Zhuang Yudi had never bribed anyone. She firmly believed that the cost would ultimately be passed down to the consumer. No matter how much money was spent on bribery, the final burden would fall on the poor citizens. Therefore, she had always disdained doing such dirty and underhanded things. In the end, this matter naturally concluded with Zhuang Yudi's complete victory. Wu Group. A middle-aged man knelt before Wu Tian. His face was filled with fear, and he trembled in front of Wu Tian, not even daring to raise his head. Wu Tian's fists clenched so hard they cracked. A look of fierceness flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he could only be described as furious. He slammed his fist heavily onto a coffee table, shattering it into pieces almost instantly. Bastard. That bastard. Why, after sending so many people to chase, block, and intercept her, did that woman still manage to make it here in the end? Why on earth is that? Seeing Wu Tian so enraged and furious, the surrounding people looked at each other, fear flashing in their eyes as cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. My lord, I am sorry. This was due to my incompetence. I let those people escape. I am willing to accept punishment, please punish me, my lord. A cold, sharp look flashed in Wu Tian's eyes. He turned and glared fiercely at the men, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Punish you? Do you think punishing you is enough? Don't you know what you've done? Do you have any idea how much effort and money I spent to bribe people for this? The men gave a helpless, bitter smile, but that kid's strength was simply too formidable this time. Moreover, he wasn't in any of the 3 decoy motorcades we prepared beforehand. It wasn't until the very end, when we realized the motorcades were empty and blocked the last intersection, that we found him. However, because our preparations were highly inadequate at the time, that kid beat up 20 of our brothers and escaped. Hearing the man's words, a look of disbelief flashed in Wu Tian's eyes. He couldn't help but frown slightly. What did you say? Someone single-handedly beat up over 20 of our men. How is that possible? Kid, you'd better be honest with me. Don't think you can fool me just to get yourself off the hook. I'm not someone to be trifled with. Chapter 52 Usable People. The man nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice, a hint of terror flashing in his eyes. Reporting to you, sir, what I said is absolutely true. If you don't believe me, you can ask the brothers around here. At that time, it really was just one person who knocked down all of our brothers. Wu Tian frowned slightly, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. At this moment, he couldn't help but show a grave expression. It seems this kid's strength is indeed not weak. It is time to properly investigate this kid. In any case, we absolutely cannot let things go on like this. This brat deserves to die, this brat must die. Just at this moment, Lin Yan suddenly sneezed heavily. A look of gravity appeared in his eyes, and then he frowned slightly, a hint of strangeness flashing in his gaze. Zhuang Yudi held the contract in her hand, a strange look flashing in her eyes. I have to thank you for this time. It seems you really are a lucky charm. However, I must warn you to be careful of the Wu family. If they target you, you won't have a good ending. Lin Yan nodded lightly. I want to buy shares in this project. After hearing Lin Yan say this, a strange look appeared in Zhuang Yudi's eyes. She turned her head to glance at Lin Yan, then frowned slightly. You want to buy into this project? I must remind you that this project requires a huge amount of money. How much do you want to invest? I want a 30% stake. We are preparing an initial investment of 10 billion. A 30% stake would be 3 billion. By the way, we are talking about US dollars. Are you sure you can come up with that? Zhuang Yudi stared straight at Lin Yan, a strange look flashing in her eyes. At this moment, Lin Yan suddenly laughed. He turned his head to look at Zhuang Yudi, a playful expression flashing in his eyes. 3 billion is indeed a bit much. I really can't afford that. Zhuang Yudi helplessly spread her hands and shook her head. If you can't come up with it, then I'm afraid I can't help you with this matter. Lin Yan raised his eyebrows slightly, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. But I was the one who secured this project for you. But you are also my subordinate, aren't you? So this is your duty. The Wu family definitely won't let this go. I believe you should be clear about this. If the Wu family doesn't let it go, they will definitely come looking for trouble. Are you sure you can really handle the trouble from the Wu family? Lin Yan stared straight at Zhuang Yudi, a playful expression flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Zhuang Yudi couldn't help but frown slightly. She turned her head and glared fiercely at Lin Yan, a cold sharpness flashing in her eyes. What do you mean by this? Are you threatening me? You should know that I, Zhuang Yudi, hate threats the most in my life. If you threaten me, I will definitely not agree to you. Whether you agree or not, there is no need to say more for now. I am just stating a fact to you. Think about it carefully yourself. I will wait for your reply tomorrow. However, you had better not drive your own car today, and don't just take any taxi. Then how am I supposed to leave? Lin Yan just spread his hands, then immediately turned and left. Zhuang Yudi stared straight at Lin Yan's retreating back. At this moment, she couldn't help but stomp her feet in anger. Bastard, this bastard, I really want to kill him. However, she also knew that what Lin Yan said was indeed correct. After a long while, she sighed softly. I worked so hard to win this project. If this kid rashly demands these 30% shares, what am I supposed to do? This guy is really damnable. Lin Yan sneezed heavily. At this moment, he rubbed his nose. I don't know which bastard dares to speak ill of me behind my back. It's best they don't let me find out. If I do find out, I'll definitely make them pay. Want to make a bet? I bet it must be that little girl Zhuang Yudi cursing you behind your back. The system's voice resonated in his mind. At this moment, after hearing what the system said, a playful smile curled at the corner of Lin Yan's mouth. Interesting, it really is interesting. That little girl must indeed be cursing me right now. I must say, you are a bit too greedy, asking for a 30% stake right off the bat without preparing to invest any capital. I think any normal person would probably not agree to you. She will agree to me, after tonight she will. However, tonight definitely won't be peaceful. The sun really is a good thing, it can dispel all darkness, while the moon is relatively easier to be obscured. A trace of evil charm flashed in Lin Yan's eyes, and a playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Zhuang Yudi, still in the office, kept carefully recalling what Lin Yan had just said. What on earth does this bastard mean by saying these things? Is he threatening me? Does he think I will agree to him just like that? How is that possible? He is simply daydreaming. Zhuang Yudi's fists clenched until they creaked, a cold, sharp look flashing in her eyes. But just at this moment, as the sky grew dark, a hint of terror involuntarily flashed in Zhuang Yudi's heart. At this moment, she couldn't help but frown slightly. It's already so late. Those guys probably won't be waiting outside for me anymore, right? Maybe it should be okay for me to go out now. After thinking of this, Zhuang Yudi couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. Then, she walked out of her office and cautiously headed towards the underground garage. Inside the underground garage, several men wearing suits and sunglasses had strange expressions in their eyes. At this moment, they were staring fixedly at a car, with playful smiles occasionally curling at the corners of their mouths. Big brother, why hasn't that chick come out yet? We've been waiting for too long. What's going on with that chick? How would I know what's going on with her? But this is a task assigned by the sir. Even if you don't have patience now, you still have to wait honestly. Chapter 53, Zhuang Yudi captured. Big brother is absolutely right. Who says I don't have patience? I'm very patient right now. I'll just wait for this chick. She won't be able to escape our clutches sooner or later anyway. That's right. As long as you have that kind of determination, it's fine. This chick won't be able to escape our clutches sooner or later. Just wait here slowly. What Big Brother says is indeed true. Now we just wait for that chick to obediently deliver herself to our doorstep. Just at this moment, the sound of high heels clicking against the ground slowly drifted over from the distance. After hearing this sound, a flash of excitement crossed their eyes. That's fantastic. That chick has finally come out. It must be said that Zhuang Yudi's appearance was truly stunning. After seeing how beautiful Zhuang Yudi was, He Zi and Lao Zhang couldn't help but stare blankly, their eyes fixed intently on her. I say, Big Brother, how can there be such a beautiful chick in this world? This is a bit too beautiful, isn't it? If I could sleep with such a beautiful woman, I would die content in this lifetime. A trace of cold severity flashed in Venom Fang's eyes. He couldn't help but frown slightly, then glared fiercely at He Zi. I'm asking you, kid, are you unable to move whenever you see a woman? She's just a broad, is it really necessary for you to be so pathetic? In fact, Venom Fang was also itching inside. After all, he hadn't touched a woman for quite a few days. Now that such a beautiful woman was right in front of him, if Venom Fang claimed he wasn't tempted, it would be a colossal lie. Big Brother, we know we're wrong. We definitely won't be like this in the future. Venom Fang nodded in satisfaction, a strange gleam appearing in his eyes. It's good that you won't be like this in the future. Brothers are like limbs, while women are like clothes. However, if we get our hands on this piece of clothing, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to wear it for a while. After Venom Fang finished speaking, a wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and the others exchanged glances and smiled. Having made up their minds, they slowly stood up and walked towards Zhuang Yudi. At this moment, Zhuang Yudi already felt an ominous premonition. Her eyes flashed with an unusual expression, and she inwardly cried out that things were bad. Oh no, looking at these bastards, what exactly are they trying to do? Zhuang Yudi slowly opened the car door, but at that moment, a man flashed behind her. The man pulled a dagger from his chest pocket and pressed it directly against Zhuang Yudi's waist. Little beauty, you look quite nice. Our big brother says he wants to invite you out for a meal. Show us some respect, won't you? Zhuang Yudi slowly moved her hand towards her bag. She always carried pepper spray in her bag. Just at this moment, Venom Fang seemed to notice the unusual movement of Zhuang Yudi's hand. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Little beauty, you're not being honest like this. If you act like this, it makes things rather difficult for me. Venom Fang's voice became increasingly cold. At this moment, Zhuang Yudi's heart tightened, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. I don't need to say much more, right? Honestly, move your hand away and take the bag out for me. Otherwise, it will be a case of a white blade going in and a red blade coming out. At this moment, Zhuang Yudi's eyes were full of helplessness. A bitter smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Although she was unwilling, she had no other choice at the moment. She carefully handed the handbag in her hand to the man. Hazy took the handbag, which carried Zhuang Yudi's scent, and a look of enjoyment appeared in his eyes. Great! This chick is ours now. Little chick, weren't you very cocky just now? Now that you've fallen into the hands of us brothers, we'll definitely make sure you enjoy yourself thoroughly later. A helpless, bitter smile curled at the corners of Zhuang Yudi's mouth, and a trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes as well. Don't be like this. Impulsiveness is bad, impulsiveness is the devil. Please, don't be impulsive. Venom Fang walked up to Zhuang Yudi. A look of amusement flashed in his eyes, and then he lightly lifted her chin, a cold sneer forming on his lips. Little beauty, but after seeing you, it's hard for me not to be impulsive. We brothers will give you a chance. If you can truly satisfy us brothers, then it's not impossible for us to let you go. At this moment, Zhuang Yudi felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Even though she was usually smooth and sophisticated, in the current situation, it was impossible for her to pander to these bastards. That's impossible, absolutely impossible. Let me warn you, I am the chairwoman of Tianqi Group. If you really dare to do anything to me, you will definitely regret it later. Ha 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 ha, regret. A dignified chairwoman of Tianqi Group threatening me here, I'm truly so scared. However, I never do things I regret, and I never regret anything. Please keep that in mind, Chairwoman Zhuang. A flash of strange color appeared in Zhuang Yudi's eyes. She was not a fool, of course, she could understand that they had come prepared for this matter and were specifically targeting her. When Zhuang Yudi thought of this, a strange look flashed in her eyes. At this moment, a playful smile curled at the corners of her mouth. As for me, I don't have much else, but as the chairwoman of a proper group, I do have some money. So, why don't we make a deal? What do you think? Hazy and Venom Fang looked at each other. Big brother, what this chick says is indeed true. If we kidnap this chick and take her back, we'll only be able to get 300,000 or so. If this chick can offer us a reasonable price, why wouldn't we let her go? Venom Fang nodded, turned his head, and glared coldly at Zhuang Yudi, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. We brothers will give you a chance now. Tell us, how much money are you going to pay to buy your own life? You must think carefully before you speak. If you dare to spout nonsense, don't blame us brothers for being impolite to you later. The corners of Zhuang Yudi's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a playful expression. They are giving you 300,000, right? I'll give you 30 million. When the time comes, each of you will have 10 million to live happily. Wouldn't that be better? Chapter 54, A Critical Moment. When Hazy and Venom Fang heard Zhuang Yudi mention giving them 10 million, their eyes were filled with excitement. Big brother, this is 30 million. Once we have this 30 million, we'll be set for life, no more worrying about food or clothing. 30 million. Are you telling the truth? Let me tell you, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. We're going to get the money right now. If you can't produce it, and you've been playing us for fools, I think you know what the consequences will be. I don't need to say much more for you to understand, right? Zhuang Yudi's heart skipped a beat. She knew that 30 million, whether in cash or otherwise, was no small sum. If you want cash, it will probably take until tomorrow. If you're okay with a bank card, I have one right now. Venom Fong and Heisey exchanged a look, then immediately nodded slightly. Fine, we'll wait 1 day for you. Come on, be good and come with us. Boss, Heisey, delays lead to trouble. This girl is full of tricks. If she really has something up her sleeve, won't we be the ones to suffer in the end? In my opinion, it would be better to just hand her over to the Wu family. We'd at least be able to get 300,000. What do you think, big brother? Venom Fong frowned slightly, a strange look flashing in his eyes. Compared to 30 million, 300,000 really isn't that tempting. Besides, if we split the 300,000 between the three of us, we'd only get 100,000 each. How about this, let's report Miss Zhuang's price to the Wu family and see what they have to say. Lao Zhang and Heisey exchanged a look. Deep in the corner of Lao Zhang's eyes, there was a distinct, peculiar expression, while Heisey nodded excitedly. All right, I'll go tell them about this right now. They only want to pay 300,000. That's like tossing change to a beggar. Heisey dialed the Wu family's number. A powerful voice came from the other end of the line. Hello. Tell me, what exactly do you mean by this? It doesn't mean anything else. We just hope you can offer a new price. If your price is right, we'll naturally send this girl over to you. If the price isn't right, then we'll listen to Miss Zhuang. After hearing what Heisey said, Wu Tian's lips curled slightly into a wicked arc. A playful look flashed in his eyes. Oh. Then tell me, how much money do you want? It's not about how much I want. Miss Zhuang already told us, 30 million. She offered us 30 million just to let her go. A cold smile tugged at the corner of Wu Tian's mouth. 30 million, is it? How about this, I'll give you 50 million. You should know the state of that girl's business right now, it's not as big as the Wu family. I can offer you 50 million, but she might not be able to. Plus, if you take this 50 million, you won't have to offend the Wu family or be hunted down by our people. Why wouldn't you do that? After hearing what Wu Tian said, a strange look flashed in Heisey's eyes. Even he had to admit that he was tempted. Is what Mr. Wu said true? Are you sure you aren't lying to us? Do you think I have any reason to lie to you? It's the absolute truth, not a word of it is false. As long as you send the person to me, the money is easily discussed. Fine, we'll send this woman over to you right away. Just wait for us, we'll be there soon. Wu Tian nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Just as he hung up the phone, the person beside him turned his head and glanced at Wu Tian, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes. General Manager, I'm curious, why agree to this condition? Using 50 million to trade for Zhuang Yudi's life seems a bit unworthy, doesn't it? Wu Tian turned his head, glanced at the men, and a playful look flashed in his eyes. I did agree to give them 50 million, but I don't recall telling them what kind of money I would give them. The Bank of Heaven, Earth, and Hell, wouldn't it be easy to get 50 million from there? Once they're sent down, they can spend that money. Forget 50 million, I could even give them 100 million. After hearing what Wu Tian said, the men couldn't help but burst into laughter. A strange look flashed in his eyes, and he nodded heavily. You're still the best, sir. What you said is true. In that case, forget 50 million, giving them 1 billion or 800 million wouldn't be a problem at all. After hanging up the phone, Big Brother, Wu Tian just said he agreed to give us 50 million. I think this price is about right. After all, it took almost no effort to kidnap this woman. After hearing what Heisey said, a look of confusion flashed in Venom Fong's eyes. He couldn't help but frown slightly. He agreed that readily. That has never been his character. And you have to realize, if it were you, would you pay 50 million to buy a woman like this? After hearing what Venom Fong said, a strange look appeared in Heisey's eyes. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, then turned his head and glanced at Venom Fong. Big brother, that may be true, but that's not necessarily the case. Venom Fong shook his head, a strange look appearing in his eyes. He raised his eyebrows slightly. I don't think so. Don't forget, we might not actually get this money, and we definitely might not be able to collect it. They have many more people than we do. Do you understand what I mean? Venom Fong stared straight at Heisey, a look of gravity in his eyes. Heisey looked at Venom Fong, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The outside world says that Boss Wu is incredibly loyal and righteous. Otherwise, the Wu family's business wouldn't have grown so large. In my opinion, Boss Wu will probably give us the money. After all, those who run businesses care most about trust and integrity. Venom Fong sighed gloomily, a strange light flashing in his eyes. A look of helplessness crossed his face, and the way he looked at Heisey was as if he were looking at an idiot. Chapter 55 The Final Choice. You really are an idiot. You should also be clear about Wu Tian's methods. If you really cooperate with him, it is no different than asking a tiger for its hide. Believe me, this guy will absolutely not give you the money. You might lose your lives by then, but you will absolutely not get the money. Zhuang Yudi's voice rang out suddenly. At this moment, Heisey was inevitably enraged. He walked over to Zhuang Yudi's side, his eyes staring fixedly at her. I say, little girl, since when is it your turn to speak here? I am warning you, you had better stay here honestly, otherwise, don't blame my brothers and me for being impolite to you. Lao Zhang, what do you think? I think what Heisey said is indeed true. Since they insisted on us coming to catch this woman, it must be because there is some special secret about her. Think about it, if the value of this woman exceeds 50 million, why wouldn't they be willing to spend this 50 million to get her? Moreover, the influence of the Wu family is right there. If we really dare to double-cross them, it's hard to say whether we can escape Zhuhai by then. The corners of Venom Fong's mouth curled into a helpless wry smile. According to what you said, I roughly understand your meaning. That is to say, this time, we still have to hand the person over to the Wu family, right? Everything depends on Big Brother. Regardless of what your thoughts are, both of us will listen to you. However, it is best to give her to the Wu family, because no matter how much money we can get, at least we can save our lives. If we pretend to comply but act differently, they won't feel any pressure when they kill us later. Venom Fong nodded gently. What you said is indeed correct. Since that is the case, then as you said, let's still hand this little girl over to the Wu family. Now, let's follow the original plan and send this girl over to them. After hearing what Venom Fong said, a strange look flashed in Zhuang Yudi's eyes. At this moment, she shook her head desperately. He gives you 50 million, I can give you 60 million. No matter what, I can give you 10 million more than them. I don't think you have a grudge against money, right? Money isn't always the more the better. With some money, we fear we might have the life to take it but not the life to spend it. So, little beauty, my brothers, and I can only say sorry to you. Who told you to provoke someone you shouldn't have this time? This is something that can't be helped. After Venom Fong finished speaking, he threw Zhuang Yudi directly into the car. The few of them got into the car, and the car slowly drove away. Just at this moment, Lin Yan had originally finished taking a shower and was preparing to sleep, but right then, the system's voice rang out. There is work this time. You have a new mission again. How about it? Do you want to try it? After hearing the system's voice, a strange look flashed in Lin Yan's eyes, and then he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. A new mission. What exactly is this new mission? Let's hear it. But I've already taken a shower, can we go tomorrow instead? Rescue Zhuang Yudi. This mission's reward is 3,000 Shenhao points. However, since you've already taken a shower, then forget it. Anyway, it's only 3,000 Shenhao points, it's nothing to you. However, at this moment, Lin Yan had already changed his clothes. Our big boss Zhuang is in danger now. As a warm-hearted and responsible person, I must rescue Big Boss Zhuang from this dire situation. Let's go quickly now. System. I'm asking you, do you still want your integrity? How much does integrity cost per pound? Can it be eaten as a meal? But Shenhao points can. System. Since I'm going to rescue that little girl, there must be some mission hints. Without any mission hints, I can't do it. Their final stopping point is in an abandoned factory outside the city. However, don't blame me for not warning you, they have firearms in their hands. Kid, you had better be careful, otherwise, if you are careless, you might lose your little life. After hearing the system finish saying this, Lin Yan stopped right there. I think it would be better to leave this kind of thing to the more professional police uncles. After all, I am just an ordinary person. Cheering for the big boss, this kind of thing might be okay, but charging into battle, bleeding, and sweating, let's forget about that. System. But if you fail this mission, there will be a penalty. Just find me some Shenhao points, I don't mind anyway. After all, there are quite a few people on the other side with firearms. I'm not an idiot, why should I go and throw my life away? This colorful world is so beautiful, why should I ask for trouble? System. Then I must tell you, this time the penalty is to clear your balance to 0. After all, the more rewarding a mission is, if it cannot be completed, the harsher the penalty will be. In fact, the original penalty was calculated as 5 times the rewarded Shenhao points, but you don't even have 15,000 Shenhao points right now. Come to think of it, you might even end up in debt, but actually, it's nothing. At this moment, Lin Yan ran downstairs frantically. In the blink of an eye, he was already sitting in a taxi. Of course, he wouldn't drive there himself, because the Wu Group could find his car. As for what to do when coming back, just stealing a car would be fine, it wasn't a big deal anyway. Where to? The chemical plant in the southern suburbs. But that place has been abandoned, what are you going there for? Going there, of course, is to handle some business. Driver, hurry up. It's too dangerous there. I can't go. I'll give you extra money. How much extra? 1,000 yuan. I wouldn't risk my life for 1,000 yuan, so you'd better hail another car. 5,000. Fasten your seatbelt. Lin Yan, system. I'm saying, are you really this lacking in integrity? Who says so? I have my principles too, all right. Then what are your principles? Anything can be deducted, but Shenhao points absolutely cannot. System. This time the other side has firearms. Are you sure you have the confidence to fight them? I remember you once said that this combat experience is graded. Level 1 combat experience is equivalent to an ordinary amateur martial arts master, slightly stronger than an average person, enough to deal with those small fries. Level 2 combat experience is slightly stronger than that, equivalent to the level of a professional martial artist. Chapter 56, Level 3 Combat Experience. What you say is indeed true, but these Level 1 and Level 2 combat experience are really not worth mentioning. Even professional martial artists are nothing compared to those guys with hot weapons. After all, don't you have a saying, no matter how high your martial arts, you're still afraid of a kitchen knife? Lin Yan nodded, a strange glint flashing in his eyes, but I remember you said that combat experience is divided into 5 levels. I've only unlocked the first 2 levels of combat experience, but what about the 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels? Do you really want to know? Lin Yan nodded, naturally. With my current authority, I can only imbue you with Level 3 combat experience. However, this Level 3 combat experience is already a terrifying existence. Its speed will surpass the limits of you humans. This is regarding the introduction of Level 3 combat experience in my memory. What about the others? I don't know about the others. Lin Yan. Then, about how many Shenhao points does it cost to unlock Level 3 combat experience for 10 minutes? It doesn't seem like much, 300. What? 300, that really doesn't seem like much. 300 per minute, 3,000 for 10 minutes. Then can I not go now? It seems not. Lin Yan. Then can you give a 50% discount? No, you can't. 40% off? No. 30% off? There are no discounts for this, but I can give you some special treatment. What kind of special treatment? It means that for every minute you use, I will unlock it for a minute. It's similar to using your Shenhao points like a prepaid card, deducting your Shenhao points bit by bit, instead of unlocking it all at once and draining them. What do you think? Deal. Meanwhile, in the abandoned chemical plant in the southern suburbs, Old Zhang, Haizi, and Venom Fong, the 3 of them arrived at this place as agreed. Of course, they also brought a beauty. In this dim environment, even if Zhuang Yudi had a firm heart, she was still a woman after all, and she felt a bit of fear. Big brother, wasn't it agreed that the transaction would be at one of the Wu family's nightclubs? Why did the location suddenly change to this place? I'm not too sure either. But when they arrive in a while, try to talk as little as possible. Do not let us lose this perfect opportunity because of your mouth. If we can't get those tens of millions because of you, you'll be dead. After Heisey heard Venom Fong say this, he nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Big brother, don't worry, I know my limits. I definitely won't talk nonsense or cause you any trouble. Venom Fong nodded with satisfaction. Just at this moment, a burst of noisy footsteps rang out. When Zhuang Yudi heard these footsteps, her heart could be said to have fallen to the bottom of the valley. Several men wearing black suits and sunglasses walked over slowly. In front of this group of people was a youth with dyed yellow hair holding a butterfly knife. He was casually fiddling with the butterfly knife in his hand, and the butterfly knife seemed to have a life of its own in his hands. Very good, we have finally met. Just now, the big boss gave instructions, saying that some tough guys came to extort our Wu group. At first, I really didn't believe it, until the boss sent me the recording, and then I believed it. So it turns out to be you warriors. My apologies. Looking at the arrival of these people, the legs of the few of them were trembling with fear, and their eyes were filled with horror. At this moment, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Dare I ask, who exactly are you? I wouldn't dare to call myself a sacred person. You can call me Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair, so it is Lord Yellow Hair. According to legend, back then, Yellow Hair fought alone, holding a machete and hacking his way through an entire street, creating a bloody path to save Lord Wu Tian. That is why the Wu family exists today. Otherwise, Lord Wu Tian would have likely died that day, and naturally, there wouldn't be what happened next. Yellow Hair nodded gently, a playful look flashing in his eyes. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, hooking into a slightly evil arc. What you said is quite right. I didn't expect that someone would still remember the events of that year. I am quite gratified. However, even if I am gratified, it cannot make up for the mistakes you have committed. No one can threaten the Wu family, because all those who dare to threaten the Wu family have already gone to hell. A sharp look flashed in Yellow Hair's eyes. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on Venom Fong and Heisey. Seeing this scene, Venom Fong and Heisey couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. At this moment, they naturally knew that this time, they would likely die without a chance of survival. Lord, please listen to my explanation. Lord, things are not the way you imagine. This matter, I really have other underlying reasons. And we were just playing a joke on you at the beginning. I hope you don't take it to heart. After Yellow Hair heard Heisey say this, a playful smile curled up on the corner of his mouth. He turned his head and glanced coldly at Heisey, a trace of disdain sliding across the corner of his eyes. So you were just playing a joke on me. You should have said that earlier. It's very simple. Playing this joke on me, I don't find it funny, so I can only let you die first. After Yellow Hair finished speaking, he directly brandished his dagger. With the hand rising and the blade falling, Heisey's throat was slashed open, leaving a knife mark. Heisey's eyes were wide open, filled with confusion. At this moment, his pupils couldn't help but dilate. He had never imagined that such a thing would happen. The Wu family's money is not so easy to take. The fear is that you have the life to take this money but not the life to spend it. So, I will give you one more chance now. If you can't grasp it, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance. As Yellow Hair spoke, he slowly walked towards Venom Fong. A cold killing intent flashed in his eyes, and there wasn't even a trace of color in his gaze. Venom Fong looked at Yellow Hair at this moment, his eyes filled with terror. Don't be like this, Lord. I was wrong. Please, Lord, spare me. Please, Lord, let me go. I am willing to be a beast of burden to repay your kindness. But I don't need you to be a beast of burden for me. There are too many people who want to be beasts of burden for me. It's not necessary. Chapter 57, Betrayal. At this moment, Venom Fong felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Just then, a dagger pierced his heart. Venom Fong's eyes widened, filled with an expression of disbelief. He slowly turned his head and discovered a person behind him, the corners of whose mouth were curled into a cold sneer. "Sorry, Boss Venom Fong. I already advised you all back then that it would be better to honestly take the 300,000 and exchange it for peace of mind. But who told you to be so insatiably greedy, insisting on that 30 million? 30 million might have been fine. If you asked that little girl for it, she might have actually given it to you, but you just had to come and ask the Wu family for 50 million. Just think about it, are you even worthy?" The corners of Venom Fong's mouth slowly curled into a bitter smile. He stared fixedly at old Zhang, a flash of ferocity in his eyes. "Ha ha ha, good, very good. I knew long ago that you were such a despicable person, but I never imagined you would be this despicable. To think you would treat me like this. Have you forgotten that when you were a homeless man on the street, it was I who took you in? My good big brother, of course I haven't forgotten that. I still remember that nearly 70% of the money I brought in was pocketed by you. You haven't forgotten that, have you? The feeling of having the money I worked so hard to earn outside be lost by you in a dignified manner at the gambling table, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to experience that in this lifetime. You'll have to wait for the next life." Old Zhang pulled the dagger out directly. Upon seeing this, a look of satisfaction flashed in Huang Mao's eyes, and he then nodded gently. "Very good. Keeping your phone on was your wisest choice. If our boss hadn't heard what you said and decided to spare your dog life, you would have ended up in the same state as them." Old Zhang nodded gently. "Although I am used to being poor and haven't seen much money, I am clear that this 30 million and 50 million do not belong to us. Sorry to trouble brother Huang Mao with this trip." Huang Mao nodded, then beckoned lightly. A lackey brought out a briefcase, and Huang Mao tossed it directly to old Zhang. "This is the money the boss gave you. Take it yourself. 300,000, not a cent more, not a cent less. Originally, the three of you brothers would have needed to split it, but it seems that won't be necessary now." Old Zhang hurriedly waved his hands. "No, no, no. Please use this to treat the brothers to a meal. After all, disturbing so many brothers this time is all our fault." Old Zhang certainly knew that he couldn't take this money. If he took it, he might not even be able to walk out this door today. Nothing was more important than his life, because as long as you have your life, everything is possible. As for money, it was just a number, something that could just make you live a little more comfortably. Once you lost your life, everything was just an illusion. The corners of Huang Mao's mouth curled into a playful smile. He turned his head and glanced at old Zhang, then nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, you really are sensible. But don't worry about taking this money. As long as you keep your end of the bargain, we people of the Wu family won't double-cross you. I appreciate you, how about you come and work for me from now on?" Old Zhang was overjoyed. "Brother Huang Mao, are you serious?" "Of course it's true. When have you ever seen me lie to anyone? In that case, thank you, brother Huang Mao, for your high regard. Keep the money safe, and come to Red Romance tomorrow." After saying this, Huang Mao took his men and left without looking back. As for those two guys, their eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness, but there was nothing they could do, because they were already dead. After walking out, a lackey beside Huang Mao turned his head and glanced at him, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes. "Boss, there is one thing I still don't understand." Huang Mao turned his head and glanced at the lackey, the corners of his mouth curling into a playful smile. "You don't understand why I took this guy as a lackey too. After all, a two-faced person might bite me back at any moment." The lackey nodded gently. "Since you know that, brother Huang Mao, why let him work for you? Everyone has their own use. There is naturally a reason why I let him work for me. Although this guy is easily capable of betrayal, he can betray me, but can't I betray him?" A look of confusion flashed in the lackey's eyes. At this moment, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. "Still don't quite understand." Huang Mao patted his shoulder gently, the corners of his mouth curling into a playful arc. "That's why, there's no helping it, you can only be a lackey for the rest of your life and never get ahead, because you are stupid." The lackey smiled instead. "I would rather stay with brother Huang Mao for the rest of my life." Huang Mao just shook his head, didn't say anything more, and walked straight ahead. After they all left, old Zhang collapsed on the ground alone. His eyes were lifeless, staring straight into the distance. No one knew what he was looking at, and no one knew what he wanted to do. Heizi, big brother, don't blame your brother for failing you. I will burn your shares for you. Some things cannot be forgotten. In Zhuhai, the Wu family is the sky. Daring to go against the sky, if that isn't courting death, what is? Ha ha ha, well said, very well said. The Wu family is exactly who needs someone like you. In the future, work hard for the Wu family. Rest assured, as long as I, Wu Tian, have a bite to eat, there will be soup for you to drink. A middle-aged man walked out from the corner. This man slowly walked towards old Zhang. Old Zhang hurriedly stood up. Greetings, Boss Wu. Wu Tian slowly helped old Zhang up. No need for such formalities. From now on, just call me Big Brother Wu. Calling me Boss Wu inevitably seems a bit distant. All right, Big Brother Wu. From now on, I will definitely dedicate myself to Big Brother Wu. Very good, then I will wait for you to serve me. Wu Tian said this and slowly walked out. Just at this moment, a few shrill screams pierced the sky, and immediately after, two figures were thrown towards Wu Tian. At this time, two burly men dressed in black suits directly kicked the two people flying towards them away, shielding Wu Tian behind them. Wu Tian looked closely and realized the person who had arrived was none other than Lin Yan. A cold glint flashed in Wu Tian's eyes, and his fists clenched until they cracked, but a moment later, his expression returned to calm, and a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. You must be Lin Yan, the one who has ruined my plans time and time again. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow slightly, turned his head to look at Wu Tian, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a wicked arc. I didn't expect you to recognize me, that's not easy. I've heard of you. My subordinates told me that you once fought off over 20 of them by yourself. I cherish talent the most. As long as you are willing to follow me, you can name your own terms. At this moment, after seeing Lin Yan, Zhuang Yudi, who had previously been in despair, suddenly felt a surge of hope. A glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes. Great! I didn't expect you to come and save me. 3 black lines appeared on Lin Yan's forehead. Although he had to admit that this young lady was very beautiful, he couldn't help but feel she was a bit brainless. He didn't like this type of girl. To tell the truth, if it weren't for the Shenhao points rewarded by the system this time, which he simply couldn't refuse, he definitely wouldn't have agreed to the system's request. The yellow-haired thug holding her, seeing so many bosses present, felt a bit reluctant, but still slapped Zhuang Yudi across the face twice. Her fair, pretty face instantly bore 2 bright red palm prints. A look of unwillingness flashed in Zhuang Yudi's eyes, and she stared straight at the man. You bastard, how dare you hit a woman? I'll fight you to the death. Slap, slap, 2 more crisp sounds followed. I'm warning you, you'd better not run your mouth. All the bosses are watching right now. Even if I wanted to let you go, if you don't care about your own face, there's nothing I can do. Don't go looking for trouble. The thug intentionally lowered his voice. After hearing him say this, Zhuang Yudi became much more obedient. Meanwhile, Wu Tian and Lin Yan were confronting each other. When Lin Yan saw that thug hit Zhuang Yudi, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He didn't hesitate for a moment, flashing directly toward the thug and charging over. Before the thug could even react, Lin Yan punched him, sending him flying. A moment later, the thug fell heavily to the ground, and Zhuang Yudi was gathered into Lin Yan's arms. Fortunately, for now, using ordinary level 2 combat experience was enough to deal with these small fries. A cold light flashed in the yellow-haired thug's eyes. He stared straight at Lin Yan, a cold, sharp murderous intent rising from his body. The corners of his mouth curled into a chilling smile. Very good, very good. I really admire you for daring to hit my subordinate right in front of me. I think you are tired of living. By the time he finished, a cold aura suddenly surged from his body. He stared fixedly at Lin Yan, his eyes flashing with a sinister, icy glint. Lin Yan just turned his head, shot a cold glance at the yellow-haired thug, and a sneer of disdain curled at the corner of his mouth. You. So what if I hit your subordinate in front of you? What can you do about it? Who do you think you are? Lin Yan's tone was very gentle, yet everyone could hear what he said. The yellow-haired thug could no longer hold back. He pulled a dagger from his bosom, let out an angry roar, and swung the dagger in his hand as he lunged toward Lin Yan to stab him. Meanwhile, Wu Tian just watched all of this quietly. The two bodyguards behind him had already reached for their waists. The two bodyguards glanced at Wu Tian, but Wu Tian just waved his hand lightly. The two bodyguards were sensible enough to slowly pull their hands back. A sneer of disdain curled at the corners of Wu Tian's mouth, and a look of contempt flashed in his eyes as well. Interesting, this is truly interesting. I'm actually starting to like these little guys. Sir, in my opinion, we should cut the Gordian knot and kill that guy first. Otherwise, delays might lead to changes, and if any unexpected events occur, it will be quite difficult for us to handle. Wu Tian nodded slightly, a strange gleam flashing in his eyes. What you said is not false, but I don't think there will be any changes. Although this little guy's strength is not weak, don't forget that you too have weapons in your hands. If he still manages to escape under these circumstances, you too might as well pack up and go home to farm. The two men nodded slightly, staring straight at Wu Tian, as if they could pull out their guns and kill that bastard Lin Yan at any moment, provided Wu Tian gave the order. Although the yellow-haired thug was much stronger than an ordinary person, he was still no match for Lin Yan. Lin Yan just dodged his attack with a slight sidestep. The yellow-haired thug then lunged forward, delivering a flying kick toward Lin Yan's chest. Lin Yan was naturally no pushover. He dodged slightly to the side, then countered by crouching down and delivering an elbow strike, which landed heavily on the yellow-haired thug's lower abdomen. The yellow-haired thug was sent flying backward and then landed heavily on the ground. He felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out. The yellow-haired thug stared straight at Lin Yan, a strange glint flashing in his eyes, before he raised an eyebrow slightly. Kid, I didn't expect you to have some real skills, but even so, what can you do? I will kill you today, I said it. At this moment, Lin Yan just shrugged his shoulders lightly and smiled. Kill me? Ha 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 ha, what a huge joke. If you want to kill me, sure, no problem, as long as you have the ability to do so. Wu Tian clapped his hands lightly. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. You two heroes are truly impressive. At first, when that guy said you could fight off over 20 of my men by yourself, I was a bit skeptical, but now, seeing this, I truly believe you can take on over 20 of my men by yourself. Chapter 59, Attempting to Recruit. Lin Yan just turned his head, glanced at Wu Tian, a sneer of disdain curled at the corner of his mouth, and a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. What kind of ideas you have has nothing to do with me, and what kind of thing do you think you are? Wu Tian clenched his fists, then glared fiercely at Lin Yan. You. Even a clay bodhisattva has 3 parts of anger, let alone Wu Tian, who was a boss. Although he had retired from the underworld for many years, the legends about him in the underworld had never disappeared. Wu Tian's eyes narrowed into slits, a sinister cold light flashed in his eyes, and then a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Kid, I actually admire you, I really admire that you dare to talk to me like this. If it were a few years ago, I guarantee you would definitely be lying on the ground begging me for mercy right now. At this moment, Lin Yan just shrugged. First of all, this is not a few years ago, and secondly, everyone can clearly see how much ability you have. Even if it were a few years ago, you still couldn't do anything to me. At this moment, Wu Tian felt his blood rushing up. He stared fixedly at Lin Yan, a deep cold light flashing in his eyes. Kid, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Some things, if said recklessly, will get people killed. Lin Yan just shrugged. Get people killed? Ha ha ha, I really don't believe you can kill me. How about it? Do you really want to kill me? If you really want to kill me, then go ahead and do it. I have never seen such a strange request, but since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. After Wu Tian finished speaking, he looked directly at the bodyguard behind him, and that bodyguard immediately pulled out 2 pistols. When those 2 pistols were pressed against his head, even though Lin Yan knew that if he activated his level 3 combat experience, he might be able to dodge them, he still felt a bit of fear in his heart. At this moment, Lin Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Wu Tian could clearly capture the trace of terror in Lin Yan's eyes. At this moment, a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. Kid, weren't you very smug? Why aren't you smug now? Honestly, hand over your life, today is your death day. Wu Tian's expression suddenly became ferocious. His eyes were full of cold severity, and he stared fixedly at Lin Yan. However, there was a hint of contempt in Lin Yan's eyes. When Zhuang Yuti saw this scene from the side, a sense of sorrow flashed in her heart. She knew that Lin Yan had come to save her this time. If Lin Yan really died, not to mention others, even Zhuang Yuti herself would feel guilty. No, don't do this. Whatever you want, I can promise you, but promise me you'll let Lin Yan go. After hearing what Zhuang Yuti said, Wu Tian couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Ha ha ha, little girl, if you had been like this earlier, things wouldn't have ended up in this situation. This is the price you should pay. Even if you regret it, it's already too late. Once you die, I have plenty of ways to get that project. Wu Tian waved his hand, and immediately the two men in suits pulled their triggers. Bang, bang, two sounds came, and at this moment, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded happened. At this moment, Lin Yan actually dodged Wu Tian's bullets directly. The two bullets grazed past him, and Lin Yan could even feel the aura of the bullets. Fortunately, it was a close call, and the bullets did not hit him. This could be considered a stroke of luck amidst this misfortune. Zhuang Yuti and Wu Tian never expected that Lin Yan could so easily dodge the bullets. When Lin Yan appeared in front of Wu Tian again, his eyes were full of disbelief, and he stared straight at Lin Yan. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How could you have such ability? Lin Yan just shrugged and smiled. Nothing is impossible. Your time is up, be good and accept your death. The two bodyguards fired several shots at Lin Yan in succession. At this moment, Lin Yan was like a cheetah in the dark night, lurking in the darkness, waiting for an opportunity to deal these guys the most fatal blow. He dodged left and right, his movements so fast that the naked eye couldn't even keep up. Zhuang Yuti's mouth was wide open, her eyes full of disbelief. At this moment, Zhuang Yuti was becoming increasingly curious about the true identity of her employee. A whole magazine of bullets was fired, but they couldn't even touch a hair on Lin Yan's body. In the end, Lin Yan appeared behind Wu Tian. At this moment, a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. You want to kill me, right? You thought you were the hunter, but even you never expected that. In fact, you are the prey. Wu Tian felt the fear of death for the first time. Even when hundreds or thousands of people surrounded him in the past, he had never felt such immense pressure. What exactly do you want to do? Lin Yan slowly lifted Wu Tian up. At this moment, he applied a little force with his palm, and immediately after, Wu Tian felt the air in his lungs decreasing bit by bit, his face slowly turning a deep purple. The two bodyguards were quite loyal. After seeing this scene, although they were extremely terrified, they overcame their fear and rushed directly towards Lin Yan. At this moment, Lin Yan first kicked the person on his right, sending him flying, then extended his left fist and punched the person on the left, sending him flying as well. The two bodyguards fell heavily to the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood, and then passed out. What do I want to do? I should be the one asking you what you wanted to do just now. Bullying others with power? Wanting to snatch back the project my boss has already secured? Treating human life like grass? Or did you want to kill her directly? Lin Yan's tone was extremely cold, his words devoid of any warmth. At this moment, Wu Tian was truly afraid. A look of terror flashed in his eyes, and then he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Hero, calm your anger. Hero, calm your anger, name your terms. Chapter 60, Do not kill him. I believe I already told you just now that I want your life. Just obediently hand over your life, and I want nothing else. At this moment, Wu Tian felt the air in his lungs diminishing once again, he could even see the gates of hell before him. No, don't. Don't. Why not? But I happen to want to kill you, so what should we do about that? It seems the head of the Wu family should be replaced. At this moment, Wu Tian could no longer speak because the pressure from Lin Yan's hand had increased by quite a bit. Don't kill him. You can't kill him. The voices of the system and Zhuang Yuti rang out simultaneously. Lin Yan managed to control the anger in his heart. After all, he had just nearly died here, and no one's mood would be good when facing death. Why can't I kill him? Give me a reason. If you still want to live a good life, then I advise you not to kill him. Don't forget, there are so many people watching with their own eyes. Are you planning to kill them all, or what? After hearing the system say this, a strange look flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. He couldn't help but clench his fists and grit his teeth, but I can't just let him go so easily, right? This guy just tried to kill me. If I let him off this easily, I won't be reconciled. After hearing Lin Yan say this, the system pondered for a moment. He is, after all, the head of the Wu family. What do you think would happen if you took a few artistic photos of him? Might they have some clever uses later? After hearing the system say this, a hint of excitement flashed in Lin Yan's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Not bad, what you said is actually quite good. Let's do exactly as you said. At this moment, Lin Yan simply released Wu Tian. Wu Tian collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, and Zhuang Yudi also breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Wu Tian stared straight at Lin Yan, and deep in his eyes was a flash of hard-to-conceal killing intent. This trace of killing intent in the depths of his eyes naturally did not escape Lin Yan's notice, and the corner of his mouth just curled into an icy smile. You want to kill me? Upon hearing Lin Yan say this, Wu Tian shook his head like a chick pecking at rice. No, absolutely not. Even if I wanted to kill someone else, I would never dare to lay a hand on you. A look of contempt flashed in Lin Yan's eyes, and the corner of his mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. I can't be bothered to waste any more breath on you. I'm giving you a chance to live today, but I don't know if you'll be able to grasp it. I can grasp it, I will definitely be able to grasp it. I don't know what conditions you have, but no matter what they are, I will definitely agree. A wicked smile curled up at the corner of Lin Yan's mouth. When Wu Tian saw this wicked smile, for some reason, a sense of foreboding suddenly welled up in his heart. What exactly do you want to do? Actually, I have a hobby. What kind of hobby do you have? My hobby is photography, but unfortunately, I've been lacking models lately. What do you mean by that? An hour later, Lin Yan held a mobile phone, tossing it lightly in his hand, a playful look flashing in his eyes. Inside the abandoned factory, Wu Tian's eyes were filled with humiliation, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. Bastard, I will definitely kill this bastard, I swear. On the way back, as Lin Yan drove the car and thought about what just happened, Zhuang Yudi's pretty face couldn't help but flush red. A playful look flashed in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. You really are too wicked. Although I don't know what happened during the process, seeing Wu Tian's state at the end just feels so satisfying. Lin Yan looked at Zhuang Yudi's carefree demeanor and smiled. Aren't you afraid of his retaliation? You should know that this guy has always been petty. Zhuang Yudi suddenly turned her head to look at Lin Yan. She stared straight at him, which made Lin Yan feel a bit embarrassed. What exactly do you want to do? At this moment, Zhuang Yudi suddenly smiled. What I want to do is very simple. It's probably just that I want to ask you something. Ask me what? How did you know I was here, and why were you able to show up so timely to save me? I've always been very curious and hope you can help me resolve the confusion in my heart. At this moment, Lin Yan also knew that Zhuang Yudi seemed to have started to suspect him. He just smiled, and then gently spat out two words, secret. The car drove very steadily all the way. When they reached the city, Lin Yan turned his head to look at Zhuang Yudi. Where is your home? Do you need me to take you back? Blue Sky Bay, Villa Number 1. One must know that in Zhuhai, Blue Sky Bay can be said to be the best residential area. Those who live in Blue Sky Bay are either rich or noble. The car took about less than a quarter of an hour at the fastest speed to arrive at Blue Sky Bay. Zhuang Yudi opened the door. Lin Yan looked around the room, a playful look flashing in his eyes. Is it just you living in such a big house? Zhuang Yudi was momentarily stunned by Lin Yan's question, but after a moment, she nodded gently. That's right. Although this house isn't small, I've always lived here alone. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lin Yan shook his head. Zhuang Yudi took out 2 glasses of red wine and handed one to Lin Yan. Lin Yan took a light sip, and a refreshing aroma rushed straight to his heart. The best vintage from the Bordeaux wine region, 82. That year could be said to be an era where grapes were like gold. It's rare to be able to drink such authentic Bordeaux these days. After hearing Lin Yan say this, a strange look flashed in Zhuang Yudi's pupils. At this moment, her eyes were filled with astonishment. What? You know how to taste wine too? Lin Yan nodded gently. I only know a thing or two. It's just a superficial understanding, naturally not worth mentioning. At this moment, a hint of joy flashed in Zhuang Yudi's eyes. She felt as if she had discovered a new world. Chapter 61, Wine Tasting. Zhuang Yudi brought over several more glasses of red wine. Try all of these and see if you can guess which wine region they are from and what year they are. Lin Yan nodded gently. He picked up several glasses one after another, and after taking a sip of each, he was able to accurately state the wine region, vintage, and brand of each wine. At first, Zhuang Yudi's gaze was normal, but by the end, her eyes began to grow heated, looking at Lin Yan as if he were a treasure. Amazing, truly amazing. I didn't expect you to be so skilled at wine tasting. It's just a superficial understanding. After drinking a few glasses, a flush of crimson appeared on Zhuang Yudi's cheeks. At this moment, she stared straight at Lin Yan. Just how many things are there about you that I don't know? A devilish arc curled at the corners of Lin Yan's mouth, and a trace of playfulness flashed in his eyes. I don't know how many things there are about me that you don't know either, but you can try to guess. If you want to know how much I know, you can slowly get to know me and find out, but just don't fall for me. Zhuang Yudi slowly stood up and walked to Lin Yan's side. Her jade-like arms hooked directly around him, and Lin Yan could clearly feel that magnificent softness. You really are a tormenting little enchantress. Zhuang Yudi whispered softly into Lin Yan's ear, her warm breath brushing against him. Don't go today, stay and keep me company, okay? I'm a little scared. It was true, having experienced such events, there were probably very few people who could still chat and drink so nonchalantly. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yan nodded gently. All right, of course, no problem. By this time, Zhuang Yudi had already fallen asleep on Lin Yan's shoulder. Lin Yan slowly picked her up and walked towards the bedroom, gently placing her on the bed. Zhuang Yudi looked extremely charming and moving. At that moment, Lin Yan felt a surge of lust churning in his lower abdomen, but in the end, he forcibly suppressed the rising fire and walked straight out. After Lin Yan walked out, Zhuang Yudi, who had appeared completely drunk, suddenly opened her eyes. A trace of confusion flashed in her gaze. Wasn't he here for my body? Is there really such a man in this world? A knowing smile curled at the corners of Zhuang Yudi's mouth. Finally unable to resist the overwhelming sleepiness, she slowly drifted into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Lin Yan ran directly into the bathroom. He took off his clothes and turned on the cold water, the icy sensation completely extinguishing the fire that had just been burning within him. Ha ha ha, I really don't understand you humans and your emotions. You clearly wanted that woman so badly at first, so why did you give up in the end? I don't quite understand this. 3 black lines appeared on Lin Yan's forehead, and he felt speechless in his heart. I am a human, not a beast, so there are some things I will do, and some things I absolutely will not do. But you probably wouldn't understand even if I told you. My Shenhao points should have arrived by now, right? That's right, you made a huge profit this time. After deducting the 600 Shenhao points, you netted 2,400 this time. How much more until the system upgrades? The recent task rewards for Shenhao points have been generally high, so your accumulation speed isn't slow. You still need 13,329 Shenhao points to upgrade the system. Keep it up. Still that much? How is that possible? Don't just think about how many Shenhao points you've earned from tasks, you've had expenses along the way, okay. Lin Yan nodded helplessly. All right, actually, I just thought you, this unscrupulous profiteer, had deducted them. System. I am not an unscrupulous profiteer. However, if you don't want to continue taking on tasks, then forget it. I was just joking, don't take it seriously. After showering, Lin Yan went straight to the sofa, lay down, and fell asleep. Meanwhile, at the Wu Group. Bastard, that bastard Lin Yan. I must kill him, I must kill him. He actually dared to do such a thing to me. He deserves to die, he deserves to die 1,000 deaths. The 2 bodyguards were kneeling in front of Wu Tian. They kept their heads bowed very low, not daring to even breathe loudly. Although the corners of their mouths couldn't help but curl into a smile when they thought of the scene at the abandoned factory, they could only hold it back at this moment. Wu Tian stood up and walked over to the 2 bodyguards. He kicked each of them heavily. The 2 bodyguards were kicked, stumbling several steps backward, a flicker of pain crossing their eyes. And you two pieces of trash. You had guns in your hands, yet you couldn't beat a guy who was unarmed. I'm ashamed for both of you. But boss, this matter can't be entirely blamed on us. That kid was just too outrageous, he was simply too skilled, and we had no choice. Too skilled. That's just because you two are trash. Enough nonsense. Today is just proof of your incompetence. I'll give you two a chance, no matter what means you use. I want to see that kid's head within 3 days. Boss, that kid has probably transcended the scope of an ordinary person. We aren't afraid, but we are worried about one thing. Wu Tian frowned slightly. What could you two possibly be worried about? Right now, what you should be most worried about is whether you can keep your own heads. If we really do assassinate him once and fail, I'm afraid that kid will become vigilant. That wouldn't be a good thing for us, don't you think, boss? Upon hearing this, Wu Tian couldn't help but frown slightly. A complex expression flashed in his eyes, as if he were considering whether what this guy said was true. Then what methods do you have to deal with that kid? Chapter 62, High Martial Arts Family. Actually, looking at how agile that kid is, my master seemed to have told me back then that things like qigong and internal energy have always existed in the martial arts world. It's just that they have slowly faded from people's view, which is why people now think many things are impossible to achieve. The patience on Wu Tian's face was clearly being worn away by these guys. At this moment, his face was livid, and he just coldly glanced at Ada. Cut the crap and tell me something that interests me. Actually, I feel that this little guy must come from one of those high martial arts families. People from those high martial arts families, the powerful ones, can indeed dodge bullets, and the even more powerful ones can even catch bullets with their bare hands. A look of disbelief flashed in Wu Tian's eyes. He turned his head to look at Ada, and then slightly frowned. Is what you're saying true or false? Why have I never heard of these things you're talking about? It is absolutely true. How would we dare to lie to you? You haven't heard of it probably because you're not in that circle, so you don't know much about it. Wu Tian nodded. What you say might not be false, but I am very curious now. What do you plan to do? Since he is from a high martial arts family, we just need to invite someone from a high martial arts family to deal with him. After all, we must be clear that while people from high martial arts families are supermen in their eyes, the other side also has flaws and is not invincible. Wu Tian nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. What you said is not bad, but can you find someone from these high martial arts families? Ada scratched his head and smiled. I can't. 3 black lines appeared on Wu Tian's forehead. Do you think I'm easy to mess with? If you dare to play me again, I'll kill you. Ada's heart skipped a beat, and at this moment, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. No, I'm not playing you. Although I don't know about people from these high martial arts families, my master knows very well. As long as I go look for my master, he should have a way. Wu Tian nodded. As long as there is a way, that's good. This time, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. Remember, money is not an issue, but the person must have strength. You must be able to kill that kid for me. Do you hear me clearly? Ada nodded heavily. Boss, I understand. You can rest assured. After taking a sum of money, Ada left Wu Tian's Wu family. Early the next morning, after Zhuang Yudi had just woken up, she walked out of her room and saw Lin Yan sleeping on the sofa. At this moment, looking at Lin Yan's sleeping face, with his knife-cut sharp profile, her heart couldn't help but ripple. Lin Yan slowly sat up. He turned his head and glanced at Zhuang Yudi, a strange look flashing in his eyes. You're awake? Is there anything uncomfortable? Zhuang Yudi shook her head. After thinking for a moment, as if she had made up her mind, she turned her head and looked at Lin Yan. There is something I need to tell you. What is it? I can agree to the condition you proposed, but you also have to agree to one condition of mine. Lin Yan raised his eyebrows slightly, glanced at Zhuang Yudi, a strange look flashing in his eyes. At this moment, he looked contemplative. What condition do you have? Go ahead. It's very simple. You have to move in and be my bodyguard. I will entrust this project entirely to you, only being responsible for the funding. You must protect my safety until this project is finished. After hearing Zhuang Yudi say this, a strange look flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. At this moment, he stared straight at Zhuang Yudi, his mouth slightly upturned, curling into a hint of an evil and charming arc. He slowly walked in front of Zhuang Yudi, and Zhuang Yudi subconsciously retreated a few steps until she was against the wall. Lin Yan reached out one hand and pressed it against the wall, and then immediately extended 2 fingers of his other hand, gently lifting Zhuang Yudi's chin. A look of playfulness appeared in his eyes. "You wouldn't have fallen for me, would you?" At this moment, Zhuang Yudi felt as if a little deer was thumping wildly in her heart. At this moment, she quickly pushed Lin Yan away. "You jerk, who likes you? Stop being so narcissistic. If you can agree to these 2 conditions, then I can agree to your condition of splitting the profits 30/70ths. If you don't agree, then forget about this whole thing." Zhuang Yudi's pretty face was flushed red, and her speech was a bit incoherent. Lin Yan just smiled, then nodded slightly, a hint of evil charm flashing in his eyes. "Since you've already said so, how could I not agree? I will pack up and move in today." "You can move in, but this is my house, so you have to listen to me. Your entire activity area is only on the 1st floor. There are about 3 guest rooms on the 1st floor, you can just pick one to stay in." Lin Yan. However, in the end, Lin Yan still agreed to Zhuang Yudi. Originally, he didn't have any improper thoughts about this young girl, so he could agree to this condition. In a room decorated extremely luxuriously, a woman wearing purple pajamas lay on a large Simmons bed. She looked a bit tired and appeared quite languid. It is really interesting. With his own strength, he forcefully beat back over 20 people from the Wu family. And not only that, he could actually dodge bullets. I am becoming more and more interested in this little guy who just arrived in Zhuhai. Big sister, what should we do next? How about I find someone to bring him over? What do you think? Not for now. It is not yet time to meet this little guy. When it is time to meet, I will naturally let you bring him to me. All right, big sister. However, the Wu family seems to have been making some moves recently, and the higher-ups also said that under the construction site they're developing, there is likely an ancient tomb. The owner of that ancient tomb has an extraordinary identity, and in the tomb, there is likely. What is it? Speak quickly, don't be long-winded here, it's simply troublesome. The person deliberately lowered their voice, the Hunyuan Tiangang record. A flash of astonishment appeared in Blood Rose's pupils. Chapter 63, A Meddling Hand. Are you telling the truth? Is that Hunyuan Tiangang record the same Tiangang divine record written by Yuan Tiangang back in the day? But didn't that thing go into the tomb with Yuan Tiangang when he died? How is it that there are legends about it in the martial arts world again? The owner of the tomb just mentioned is indeed Yuan Tiangang, so this time, the boss only said 4 words. Blood Rose raised an eyebrow slightly, turned her head, and glanced at him. What words? Determined to win. All right, I know about this now. You may leave for now, I will send someone to get to the bottom of this. After hearing Zhuang Yudi say this, the man nodded lightly and then carefully retreated. Watching him leave, a strange glint flashed in Zhuang Yudi's eyes. I originally wanted to come here for a quiet vacation, but I never imagined that this little Zhuhai would become so unsettled now. Meanwhile, after Lin Yan finished his day's work, he was about to head home, but Zhuang Yudi said she had some things to attend to and wouldn't be returning yet. When Lin Yan asked again, Zhuang Yudi just hemmed and hawed. However, the girl not coming back wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Lin Yan didn't overthink it and drove back to Zhuang Yudi's villa. At that moment, sitting in front of Zhuang Yudi was a man wearing a white suit with quite a gentlemanly demeanor. A standard gentlemanly smile always hung on his face. Yudi, long time no see. I didn't expect you to still be the same. You have no idea how much I've been thinking about you while I was abroad all these years, it has never stopped. Eventually, my longing for you became uncontrollable, so I have returned to the country now. After hearing the man in front of her say this, a strange expression flashed in Zhuang Yudi's eyes. She curled her lips into a helpless, bitter smile. Is that so? If that's really the case, I'm truly flattered. However, I don't know whether you miss me or not, but one thing is for sure, I don't want to see you at all. Why? All these years abroad, you were the only thing supporting me, Yudi. Back then, I really shouldn't have listened to my family's arrangements for the sake of my own future. I know I was wrong now. Yudi, please forgive me, won't you? Zhuang Yudi stared intently at the man in front of her. She curled her lips into a mocking smile, her eyes filled with disdain. Give you another chance. Do you mean give you another chance to hurt me? There is only one chance. It is impossible for the two of us. The reason I agreed to come out and have this meal with you today is not because I'm clinging to old feelings, but entirely because the investors required me to do so. After hearing Zhuang Yudi say this, a strange look flashed in Wang Jie's eyes. He curled his lips into a helpless, bitter smile. I think I understand your thoughts. You must really hate me, right? You really are a person who likes to be overly sentimental. I hate you. Why would I hate you? Do you still have any relationship with me? The meal for today is finished, and this matter ends here. If the investors force me to meet with you again, then they can forget about investing in this project. After saying this, Zhuang Yudi turned around and left. Hearing what Zhuang Yudi said, Wang Jie stared fixedly at her retreating back, a playful glint flashing in his eyes. Interesting, truly interesting. Little girl, I am becoming more and more interested in you now. At this moment, Zhuang Yudi couldn't help but recall the scene when Wang Jie insisted on breaking up with her to go to the United States. Back then, Zhuang Yudi neither cried nor made a scene. She simply had a meal with Wang Jie, went home, and blocked all his contact information. So much time has passed, and Zhuang Yudi felt as if it were all just yesterday. However, she didn't have even a shred of affection for Wang Jie. She dialed a number that was both familiar and strange. What's wrong? Big boss. Are you done eating? I'm done, but I didn't have much of an appetite just now, and I'm still a bit hungry. I'm at the Nanqiao intersection now. Hurry up and drive over to pick me up. I am a general manager, after all, not your driver. I'm a bit tired. Lin Yan was silent for a moment before saying, wait for me where you are for 10 minutes. I will appear in front of you on time in 10 minutes. Through Zhuang Yudi's words, Lin Yan could sense the slight trace of loss in her heart. Even Lin Yan himself couldn't figure out why he cared about Zhuang Yudi so much. After hanging up the phone, he went to the underground garage, casually picked up a set of car keys, found the car, and got in. Zhuang Yudi squatted on the street alone. The passing crowd was bustling, the lights were neon and colorful, and thousands of households were lit up, but at this moment, she couldn't find her own destination at all. At this moment, Zhuang Yudi felt like crying. Just then, a few young men dressed in rowdy, hooligan-like clothing walked up to Zhuang Yudi. Their eyes were fixed on her, and their gazes were restless, scanning her body back and forth. Big brother, this chick is not bad. If we take her back, we'll have a great time today. Yeah, boss, anyway, she's the only woman here right now. Looking at her, she probably just had a breakup. It's perfect, we can comfort her properly. A young man with hair dyed green, looking just like a green-haired turtle, had a look of greed flash in his eyes. Then, he nodded lightly, you guys are right. A pretty young lady like this should indeed be comforted properly. At that moment, the green-haired turtle walked up to Zhuang Yudi, his little sister waiting for Big Brother. Seeing how sad you are, I wonder which bastard dared to bully you. If there's anything making you sad, feel free to tell Big Brother. Big Brother can comfort you properly. Seeing the green-haired turtle act like this, a bit more vigilance couldn't help but appear in Zhuang Yudi's eyes. She stared fixedly at the green-haired turtle. I'm warning you, my boyfriend will be here in a moment. If you dare to lay a hand on me, he won't let you off later. Those few hoodlums naturally wouldn't let Zhuang Yudi go just like that, and of course, they didn't believe what Zhuang Yudi said. Chapter 64, Ordinary Happiness. Ha ha ha, little beauty, looking at you like this, you must have just had your heart broken. Don't fantasize, that man is never going to come looking for you. However, Big Brother can comfort you properly. Of course, these brothers here can too, don't you think? Dream on. Zhuang Yudi was already in a terrible mood because of that jerk Wang Jie. So, when she saw these men acting like this, she couldn't help but feel a surge of resentment. At this moment, she pulled out pepper spray and sprayed it right into the green-haired turtle's face. The green-haired turtle let out a scream and immediately fell backward. Ah! Chase her. No matter what, today I am going to have this bitch. After hearing him say this, the green-haired turtle's lackeys nodded heavily and immediately chased after Zhuang Yudi. Zhuang Yudi was a tough one, she kicked the green-haired turtle down and then started running away. However, she was wearing high heels, and one of the heels accidentally got stuck in a crack in the pavement. She let out a scream and fell to the ground. The green-haired turtle, supported by his lackeys, walked up to her. "You bitch, run then. Why aren't you running now?" The more the green-haired turtle spoke, the angrier he got. He backhanded her, slapping Zhuang Yudi hard across the face. 5 bright red finger marks suddenly appeared on her pretty face, and tears welled up in her eyes. Just then, the roar of an engine reached their ears. The thugs looked at the car heading straight for them, their legs trembling with fear. Their eyes were filled with terror as they collapsed to the ground, and a few of the timid ones were even scared enough to wet themselves. The car door opened slowly, and Lin Yan stepped out with a gloomy expression. He walked straight past the thugs, came to Zhuang Yudi, and gently helped her up. "Ah. It hurts." Beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on Zhuang Yudi's forehead, and her pretty face turned pale. She clearly looked to be in great pain. Lin Yan looked at Zhuang Yudi's ankle, which was already swollen, and a look of deep concern flashed in his eyes. The thugs looked at Lin Yan, who was tall and thin. Although he was quite handsome, he was as skinny as a bamboo pole. At a glance, he looked like the type who was easy to bully, so a strange look flashed in their eyes. "Bastard, how dare you? I think you're just looking for death. How were you driving just now? If you don't know how to drive, I can teach you." A cold sneer curled the corners of Lin Yan's lips. He spoke to Zhuang Yudi in a very gentle tone. "Did these bastards bully you just now?" Zhuang Yudi nodded. Lin Yan glanced at the palm print on her face, feeling a sudden, inexplicable pang of heartache. "Which hand did these bastards use to hit you?" "I forgot." "It doesn't matter, they should know." Lin Yan slowly stood up. He turned his head and glared coldly at the people around him. For some reason, when the thugs saw Lin Yan's gaze, they felt their hearts tighten, and their hearts suddenly skipped a beat. By now, the green-haired turtle had recovered a little. He turned his head, glanced sideways coldly at Lin Yan, a cold sneer on his lips, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. "It's fine, don't worry. This kid is nothing to be afraid of. Why are we afraid of him when there are so many of us? Let's attack together in a while. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. I really don't believe this kid can be our match. Yeah, Big Brother is right. Let's go together, and when the time comes, we'll kill this kid together." They glared fiercely at Lin Yan, cold glints flashing in their eyes. Zhuang Yudi, however, was not worried at all. She knew that even the experts brought by Wu Tian hadn't been able to last a few rounds against Lin Yan before being defeated. The green-haired turtle let out an angry roar and then swung his fist, smashing it toward Lin Yan. His voice was like a bugle call for a combat charge. The few people behind him also swung their fists and smashed them toward Lin Yan. Lin Yan didn't dodge or evade, just standing there in place. Thinking Lin Yan had been scared silly, they curled their lips in contemptuous smiles, looks of disdain flashing in their eyes. "I thought this kid had some real skills, but it turns out he's nothing special. Look at him now, he's completely scared silly by us. Everyone, attack together. Once we take this kid down, that little girl will be ours." The thugs charged at Lin Yan simultaneously, but just when their fists were 3 inches from his face, Lin Yan softly spat out a few words. "Level 2 combat experience, activate." Upon hearing Lin Yan say this, the green-haired turtle couldn't help but burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. His eyes were full of contempt, and his gaze toward Lin Yan was filled with mockery. "Ha ha ha ha, level 2 combat experience, activate. What do you think this is? You don't actually think you're Superman, do you? Or Ultraman, or some top-tier expert from an artificial intelligence? What kind of thing do you think you are?" Just at that moment, Lin Yan suddenly grabbed his fist and then violently flung it to the side. The green-haired turtle was sent flying by Lin Yan. His eyes were full of disbelief as the scenery around him changed rapidly, and in the end, he crashed heavily to the ground. The green-haired turtle felt as if his body had fallen apart. He spat out a mouthful of blood, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. How is this possible? And then, a scene even harder for him to believe occurred. The lackeys he had brought were all sent flying by Lin Yan, one after another, as if they were being tossed out like trash. Chapter 65, Which Hand? Lin Yan clapped his hands lightly. A sneer curled the corner of his lips, and a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. I originally thought you lot might have some skills, but looking at it now, you're nothing special. Now, recall it, who exactly used which hand to hit her just now? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. At this moment, no one had yet betrayed the green-haired turtle. A look of complacency couldn't help but flash across the green-haired turtle's face. He merely glanced coldly at Lin Yan, a mocking smile curling his lips. You still want to make my brothers betray me? Kid, I advise you to wake up. My brothers would never betray me, never. Lin Yan's lips curled into a cold smile, and a playful glint flashed in his eyes. They wouldn't betray you, is that right? That's truly interesting. But since you value brotherhood so much, then fine, I can fulfill that for you. Lin Yan walked slowly up to one of them and gently grabbed the man's shoulder. Before the men could react, a pig-like shriek erupted from his mouth as the bones in his left shoulder were instantly crushed by Lin Yan. It was our boss. It was our boss who hit her just now. He used his right hand. Please, let me go. I didn't even touch a single finger of your girlfriend. Lin Yan's lips curled slightly upward into a devilishly charming arc. Who is your boss? It's that green hair, the guy with the dyed green hair. It's him. The green-haired turtle probably never expected that his own brother would sell him out just like that. At this moment, he glared fiercely at the men. You just wait. When we get back, see how I deal with you. Don't talk about what happens after you get back. Let's first talk about why you hit my woman. When Zhuang Yudi heard Lin Yan call her my woman, a blush couldn't help but creep onto her pretty face. At this moment, her heart was thumping wildly, like a little deer running amok. You guy, you just love to talk nonsense. Who is your girlfriend? Everyone could tell that this was nothing more than self-deception. I've fallen today. Brother, whether you want to beat me or punish me, do as you please. Anyway, I don't have money, but I have a life. You do what you want. The hand that hit a woman cannot be kept. Give me a knife. Lin Yan slowly raised his head and swept a cold gaze over the group of thugs. A look of terror flashed in the eyes of these few thugs, and then, one of them carefully pulled a dagger from his pocket. This is a knife. A look of panic flashed in the green-haired turtle's eyes. At this moment, he was finally a bit panicked. Lin Yan picked up the dagger, and in his hand, it seemed to come alive. If I do it, I will chop off your entire right arm. If you do it yourself, chopping off your right hand will suffice. The green-haired turtle naturally couldn't bear to do it himself. At this moment, he was still pinning his hopes on Lin Yan not daring to truly destroy his entire arm. I won't do it myself. If you have the guts, then do it yourself. Close your eyes, don't look at it. It will be over soon. Zhuang Yudi sensibly closed her eyes. She naturally understood what Lin Yan was about to do. As soon as the words fell, a scream rang out. With the rise of the hand and the fall of the blade, an arm was directly chopped off by Lin Yan. Even Zhuang Yudi, who was on the side, had never expected that Lin Yan would actually sever the thug's arm. At this moment, Lin Yan's lips curled into a cold sneer. If you're lucky, it might be reattached. This is the price for bullying my woman. Even Wu Tian wouldn't dare touch her. What right do you have to hit her? After Lin Yan finished speaking, he picked up Zhuang Yudi. At this moment, a look of tenderness flashed across his face. Zhuang Yudi lay in Lin Yan's arms. This broad chest gave her a sense of security. What if they call the police? This is no small matter. Those guys inevitably have criminal records, and for those who mix in the underworld, who doesn't get hurt? If they get hurt and go to the police, they are always looked down upon, so they will absolutely never do that. After Zhuang Yudi heard Lin Yan say this, she couldn't help but nod gently. At this moment, a strange look flashed in her eyes. Lin Yan carried Zhuang Yudi into the car and gently took off her high heels, but by this time, Zhuang Yudi's ankle was already swollen very high. Is there any way to treat the injury on her foot? There is, but the cost is not small. It will consume 1,000 Shenhao points. Actually, if you send her to the hospital and let her rest for a day or two, it should be fine. If it's 1,000 Shenhao points, can you make her get better right now? Of course, no problem. You must know that this system is the divine doctor of this era. As long as you have enough Shenhao points with this system, there is nothing you can't imagine that this system can't do. Good, Then I will consume 1,000 Shenhao points now to make her get better immediately. Place your hand on her ankle. Lin Yan did as the system said. At this moment, a slightly cool, silky touch came from Lin Yan's hand. A look of confusion flashed in Zhuang Yudi's eyes. At this moment, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly, completely unclear about what Lin Yan was trying to do at this time. You. Don't speak, I am treating your injury. At this moment, Zhuang Yudi only felt a warm touch, and then, a cool sensation surged from her ankle. At this moment, Zhuang Yudi was so comfortable that she couldn't help but let out a moan. At this moment, even Lin Yan had to admit that this young girl was indeed a bit alluring and provocative. He shot a glare at Zhuang Yudi, who was now overcome with shyness. At this moment, if there were a crack in the ground, she would rather crawl into it. At this moment, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of evil fire. Coupled with Zhuang Yudi lying in the car was dim, and an ambiguous atmosphere drifted over. At this moment, Zhuang Yudi closed her eyes slightly. Lin Yan slowly leaned down. Chapter 66, A Kiss for the Ages. At this moment, the two were locked in a kiss. Lin Yan and Zhuang Yudi were passionately kissing each other. Lin Yan wished he could merge Zhuang Yudi into his own body right then and there. Slowly, Lin Yan's hands began to grow restless, encroaching bit by bit. In the end, Zhuang Yudi finally sensed something amiss and abruptly pushed Lin Yan away. At this moment, Zhuang Yudi's pretty face was flushed a deep red. It is not the right time yet, please have some self-respect. Upon hearing Zhuang Yudi say this, Lin Yan suddenly sobered up. He took a deep breath, calming his emotions slightly. I'm sorry, it was my fault for being impulsive just now. I hope you don't mind my forwardness. Zhuang Yudi nodded gently. I'm a little hungry. Is there anywhere good to eat? I'd like to grab a meal. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yan's lips curled slightly upward into a devilishly charming arc. Actually, there is. Just then, Zhuang Yudi suddenly realized that her ankle really didn't hurt anymore. A look of confusion flashed in her eyes. I just sprained my ankle, why is it not hurting anymore so quickly? Could it be because of just now? As Zhuang Yudi thought of this, a strange glimmer flashed in her eyes. She turned her head to glance at Lin Yan, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Lin Yan turned his head and also glanced at Zhuang Yudi, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. At this moment, Lin Yan carefully fastened Zhuang Yudi's seatbelt before sitting in the driver's seat and starting the car. After driving for about half an hour, the car pulled up to a roadside food stall. The people nearby heard the beast-like roar of the engine and all turned to look towards Lin Yan. Many were drinking and slightly tipsy, but when they saw the car, they couldn't help but jolt awake. This looks like a Porsche 911. How could such a nice car be parked here? What is going on? A stunningly beautiful woman and a very handsome man stepped out of the car. Luxury cars and beauties have been the most popular topics for men since ancient times. If looks could kill, Lin Yan would probably have died countless times by now. All the men looked at Lin Yan with a hint of admiration in their eyes. When will I ever reach that level? Just based on you want to reach his level. Generations of effort, why should it lose to your generation? Wake up, stop daydreaming here. Listen, third brother, if I have meat to eat, would I ever let you go without soup? You'd better start praying right now that I make it big. If I do, your life will get a little easier too. Big brother is right. If big brother makes it big in the future, please don't forget your brothers. Lin Yan sat down at an empty chair as if he were a regular. He looked at the owner, 100 lamb skewers, 50 chicken skins, 10 skewers of dried apricots, a plate of crayfish, and a few bottles of beer. Coming right up. A strange glint flashed in Zhuang Yudi's beautiful eyes. She turned to look at Lin Yan and raised an eyebrow. What is this all about? Ordering food. We can't eat that much, right? Aren't you hungry? The taste is very authentic. You'll see when you try it in a bit. Before long, the lamb skewers and everything else arrived. Looking at the charred, burnt-looking things placed in front of her, a strange expression flashed in Zhuang Yudi's beautiful eyes. What is this? Is it edible? Lin Yan rolled his eyes at Zhuang Yudi in annoyance, then picked up a lamb skewer and started eating it in big bites. Zhuang Yudi also cautiously picked up a few skewers. At first, she tasted one slowly, but once she tasted the deliciousness of the lamb skewers, she started eating heartily. This actually tastes really good. Seeing Zhuang Yudi wolfing down the food like this, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile. Don't tell me, have you really never eaten lamb skewers before? Upon hearing Lin Yan say this, Zhuang Yudi's pretty face flushed red. She then nodded gently. Indeed, I haven't eaten much of it. Then take this opportunity to eat a little more today. For some reason, Zhuang Yudi suddenly realized that there was a very unique aura about this man. She had originally been a fairy who didn't touch the mortal world at all, yet this very fairy had been dragged down into the mortal world by Lin Yan, a mere mortal. It really tastes great. This is the most delicious meal I've ever had. Of course. Since you're used to eating delicacies and rich food every day, you have to try these street food delicacies now and then. After they were full, although Lin Yan had ordered a lot, Zhuang Yudi had eaten everything without leaving a scrap. In the end, it was actually Lin Yan who ate less and Zhuang Yudi who ate more. After paying the bill, Zhuang Yudi and Lin Yan embarked on their journey home under the starry night sky. On the way, Zhuang Yudi cautiously nudged Lin Yan's hand. Lin Yan didn't stand on ceremony at all and grabbed Zhuang Yudi's small hand. I really wish time could freeze at this moment, and that this beauty could last forever. It will, it always will. Really? Of course, don't you believe what I say? Zhuang Yudi covered her mouth and let out a giggling laugh. Of course I believe you. But the project starts tomorrow. I feel that although the Wu family suffered such a big secret loss previously, they definitely won't just let it go. After all, they are the #1 big family in Zhuhai and have connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world. If they really try to trip us up on this project, then I'm afraid. Lin Yan gently patted the back of Zhuang Yudi's hand, a rather confident smile curling at the corner of his lips. Don't worry, it'll be fine. I'm here for everything. As the saying goes, we'll handle whatever comes. If they really dare to come and cause us trouble, I'm only afraid that they'll have the life to come and cause trouble, but not the life to go back. Chapter 67, White Cloud Monk. On the mountain. Master, this time my boss spent a lot of money to hire a martial arts expert. I wonder if you have any connections. A middle-aged man with a sharp-mouthed, monkey-cheeked appearance, looking rather wretched, dressed in a coarse burlap Taoist robe, heard this, and after Ada finished speaking, a strange look flashed in his eyes. The price for a martial arts expert is very high. Have you brought enough money this time? If you haven't brought enough, then that expert won't be helping your master deal with his opponent, but will be dealing with us instead. After hearing his master say this, Ada's eyes flashed with a strange look, and then he nodded gently. Of course, I brought enough money. 3 million, do you think that's enough or not? If it's not enough, I can ask my boss for more. After hearing Ada finish speaking, Ada's master's small eyes flashed with a peculiar gleam. 3 million, is this 3 million on your person right now? Ada's master opened his eyes wide and pounced toward him. At this moment, Ada felt like a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered, while his master was like a hungry wolf. Ada swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then immediately nodded gently. I brought it. Is there a problem? Of course there's no problem, as long as you can bring the money. 3 million is fine for finding some entry-level experts, but what is the strength of your boss's opponent? The higher the strength of your boss's opponent, the more troublesome it will be to solve, and naturally, it will cost more. Ada scratched his head, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes. After thinking carefully for a moment, he turned his head and glanced at his master, reporting to Master, I really don't know how strong that person is, but he can dodge bullets. From what distance? Within 10 meters. At this moment, a look of gravity flashed in Ada's master's eyes. He couldn't help but frown slightly, then shook his head and sighed heavily. Sigh, if that's the case, I'm afraid it's going to be troublesome. If he can dodge bullets within 10 meters, his realm must be profound. At the very least, he is likely a small Grandmaster-level powerhouse. Tricky, this is truly too tricky. At this moment, after hearing his master say this, a strange look flashed in Ada's pupils. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Master, is his strength really that high? Is there no way to find a suitable person? That's not quite it. Actually, as long as the price is right, you can always find a suitable expert. But the money you brought this time is simply too little. How could 3 million possibly be enough to hire a small grandmaster-level powerhouse? Then how much do you need? At this moment, Ada's master just held up one finger. 10 million. Ada's master nodded gently, that's right. And that's still a price given as a favor to me. If you think it's too expensive and can't accept it, then you should just go down the mountain. Ada's master kept glancing at Ada from time to time. After struggling for a moment, Ada turned his head and looked at his master. How about this? I can't make the decision for 10 million right now. I'll go discuss it with my boss first and give you an answer in a while. Ada's master nodded gently, and at this moment, Ada retreated. Seeing this, Li Fugui's eyes flashed with a strange gleam, and then he raised his eyebrows slightly. Could it be that I set the price too high and scared this little guy away? I should have known to ask for 6 million. 3 million should have been enough to hire a small grandmaster-level powerhouse. But I need to get some commission, otherwise, wouldn't I be working for nothing? Ada called Wu Tian and told him everything. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Tian gritted his teeth and agreed to the price. A moment later, Ada walked back. Master, our boss agreed. 10 million it is. As long as he can kill that kid, it's no problem. Li Fugui was overjoyed. Don't worry, a small grandmaster-level powerhouse can definitely kill that kid. At this moment, Li Fugui led Ada toward the bottom of the mountain. On the way down, Li Fugui asked for the 10 million that Wu Tian had transferred to Ada. Thinking it was his master, he would surely not cheat him, so Ada transferred the 10 million to Li Fugui without a second thought. The place we are going this time is called White Cloud Space. There is a mountain there called White Cloud Peak. Inside White Cloud Peak, there is a Taoist temple called White Cloud Temple. In White Cloud Temple, there is a White Cloud monk. This White Cloud monk possesses extraordinary strength. In his early years, he studied under Shaolin and has already mastered most of the 72 Shaolin stunts. Therefore, this time, if he takes action against the kid you mentioned, he will definitely die. After hearing Li Fugui finish speaking, a look of excitement flashed in Ada's eyes. At this moment, he nodded heavily. Since that's the case, then I will trouble you, master. Li Fugui never expected that Ada's boss would be so wealthy, taking out 10 million so easily. So, when he thought of this, his eyes rolled, and a plan came to his mind. Let me ask you, does your boss still need a bodyguard? I suddenly remembered that you seem to have a few martial arts that you haven't mastered yet. If I go down the mountain with you, I can teach you some kung fu. Plus, next time your boss wants to find capable people, I can just help him find them directly. After hearing Li Fugui say this, Ada didn't think much of it. He just sent a message to Wu Tian asking if his master also wanted to be a bodyguard, and if that was okay. Wu Tian thought that Ada's master must also be a martial arts expert. Having such a martial arts expert to protect him would be much better than these two useless wastes. So, after thinking about this, he agreed directly. After hearing this news, Li Fugui was overjoyed, but he forcibly suppressed the joy in his heart, deliberately pretending to be calm and unruffled. Chapter 68, Down the Mountain. The project launched very smoothly. Naturally, while some people hoped for the project to start smoothly, there were certainly others who did not. At this moment, Wu Tian of the Wu family was so angry that his teeth were itching. No, absolutely cannot let them start this project so smoothly. Is Brother Long there handling the earthworks? Also, whose earthworks are they using this time? Brother Long is indeed there, and the earthworks are definitely not his. So, I estimate we don't need to step in for this matter. Brother Long alone should be able to handle it. Who exactly is behind Brother Long? Have you found out? A powerful regional official. It is said to be the king of Pinghai, who controls the entire Haizhou province. Wu Tian sat up abruptly. A look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. He then turned his head to look over and raised his eyebrows slightly. What? What did you say? The king of Pinghai is behind Brother Long. Do you have evidence for what you are saying? It is absolutely true. Otherwise, Brother Long wouldn't dare to act like this in this territory. Don't you think about it? His quote is 5 times higher than those outside, but in this territory of Haizhou, if anyone wants to use earthworks and doesn't go through him, what kind of end would they meet? At this, Wu Tian nodded gently. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and a playful look flashed in his eyes. Not bad. If it is really like this, then that kid is finished this time. We just need to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. I want to see with my own eyes that kid's head thrown into the concrete to slowly solidify. If he really dares to clash with Brother Long, that is uncertain. If he really chooses to back down, it would be a bit inconsistent with his character. That's right. Regardless, I think there is a 90% chance that the kid will clash with Brother Long. As long as he clashes with Brother Long, he will be finished. Tongshan. Zhuang Yudi and Lin Yan had just finished the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Zhuang Yudi was just about to leave when a few punks walked up. Those punks stared straight at Zhuang Yudi, with lewd smiles curling the corners of their mouths. Yo, this little sister looks pretty good, quite beautiful indeed. How about it? Accompany brother out tonight for some fun, what do you think? Looking at these two guys with dyed, colorful hair, a look of displeasure flashed in Zhuang Yudi's eyes. She stared fixedly at the two men. What did you say? If you have the guts, say that to me again. Yo, this little beauty is angry. But what can being angry do? Ha ha ha, if she's angry, it's naturally because she thinks there are too few of us men. Call the brothers over, and let's serve this little beauty well in a while. Then, immediately after, about 30 or so hooligan-dressed guys, holding steel pipes in their hands, slowly walked toward Lin Yan. At this point, even if Lin Yan and Zhuang Yudi were foolish, they would surely understand that someone must be pulling strings behind the scenes. A cold, disdainful sneer curled the corners of Lin Yan's mouth, and a look of contempt flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect that bastard Wu Tian would actually dare to come and cause me trouble now. Since he wants to seek death, it would be unjustifiable if I didn't fulfill his wish today. After saying this, a cold killing intent flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. At this moment, he just coldly glanced fiercely at the punks. Did Wu Tian send you here? I really admire him. Is he really not afraid of death? When Lin Yan finished speaking, the cold killing intent on his body was displayed without reservation. When those two heard Lin Yan say this, they looked at each other in dismay, their eyes flashing with a sense of gravity. Big brother, who exactly is this kid? I've only seen this feeling on Brother Long, and I feel that even Brother Long's aura might not compare to this kid's. Enough nonsense. We cannot mess up the task Brother Long gave us. Otherwise, you should know what our fate will be when we go back, without me having to say it. But. There are no buts. Kid, I don't know whatever cat or dog from the Wu family you are talking about. But what I do know is that you are in trouble this time. You are doomed. Obediently accept your death, pay with your life. That man waved his hand, and then these 20 or so people rushed toward Lin Yan and Zhuang Yudi simultaneously. Zhuang Yudi subconsciously closed her eyes, and Lin Yan pulled her behind him to protect her. Activate Level 2 Combat Experience. As soon as his voice fell, he immediately flew up and kicked toward someone in the air. That person was struck directly in the abdomen, and then his body, like a cannonball, smashed into 3 others. Those 3 people fell heavily to the ground simultaneously, emitting wails of pain from their mouths, their faces twisted with agony. Ah, it hurts so much. Even those few punks were stunned into speechlessness upon seeing this scene. They never imagined that Lin Yan's strength could be so terrifying. Not good, tell the brothers to be careful, this kid is a bit strange. But for the red-haired one, it was already too late after he finished speaking. His brothers were all kicked flying by Lin Yan and fell heavily to the ground, their expressions full of pain and agony. Lin Yan walked slowly toward the red-haired one. A playful smile curled the corners of his mouth, and a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. Originally, I wanted to honestly let you all go, but now it seems that is not necessary. Lin Yan's gaze was burning, his eyes like torches. He stared fixedly at the red-haired one, with a hint of playfulness and contempt at the corners of his mouth. The red-haired one subconsciously retreated several steps, fear appearing in his eyes. I am warning you, you had better not touch me. Do you know who my big brother is? If he finds out, you will definitely be in big trouble. Upon hearing the red-haired one say this, a cold, disdainful sneer curled the corners of Lin Yan's mouth. At this moment, his eyes were full of contempt. I don't care who your big brother is. What is your big brother? Cats and dogs are not important to me. Chapter 69 Haijiu Brother Long. After hearing Lin Yan say this, a cold, sharp look flashed in the red-haired man's eyes. Suddenly, he started laughing, as if he had encountered something amusing. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. Kid, I really admire you. To think you don't even take Brother Long seriously. Kid, if you've got guts, let me go. In a few days, I'll show you what's what. The red-haired man stared fixedly at Lin Yan, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. At that moment, a look of contempt flashed in Lin Yan's eyes, and a disdainful sneer curled the corner of his mouth. I hate it most when people threaten me. You seemed to be threatening me just now, didn't you? I'm very curious, what will happen if I don't let you go? Lin Yan stared straight at the red-haired man, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and a chilly smile curled the corner of his mouth. Fine, kid, you're tough. But we're not done here. I don't believe you dare kill me in broad daylight. If you really dare to kill me, then I'd truly respect you as a real man. Upon hearing this from the red-haired man, a cold smile curled the corner of Lin Yan's mouth. He then slowly grabbed the man by the neck and, holding him by the throat, slowly lifted him up. I have never encountered such an unreasonable request before. But since you want me to kill you, it would be unreasonable for me not to fulfill your wish. Today, I'll fulfill it for you. At that moment, the red-haired man could clearly feel the air in his lungs gradually decreasing, and his face slowly began to turn a deep purple. The red-haired man finally felt a brush of death. A look of terror flashed in his eyes, and he began to frantically slap at Lin Yan's arm. Seeing this, Zhuang Yudi was afraid that Lin Yan would actually kill the guy, so she quickly moved in front of Lin Yan. She turned her head to look at him, then shook her head. You can't kill him. If you really kill this guy, you'll end up with a lawsuit on your hands. Lin Yan naturally understood what Zhuang Yudi meant. He tossed the red-haired man away, and the man fell heavily to the ground, greedily gasping for air. The red-haired man had never felt that air was so wonderful. He stared fixedly at Lin Yan, but there was a hint of fear in his eyes now. Take your brothers and get lost. I don't want to see you again. If I see you again, I think you know better than I do what the consequences will be. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the red-haired man nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, then scrambled away as fast as he could. Although so many thugs had surrounded them just moments ago, Zhuang Yudi hadn't felt the slightest bit of fear. This was likely the sense of security Lin Yan provided her. At this moment, in Zhuang Yudi's heart, Lin Yan's image grew even taller, seeming like a safe harbor that could shield her from the wind and rain. She was increasingly realizing that she couldn't live without Lin Yan. For the Tongshan project you're launching this time, have you made all the necessary payoffs? Almost all necessary payoffs have been made, and this time, the compensation and resettlement funds I offered were on the higher side, so no one should be insisting on causing us trouble. At this moment, Zhuang Yudi was completely baffled, having no idea what was going on. After hearing Zhuang Yudi say this, a strange glint flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. He raised an eyebrow slightly. What you say is true. Theoretically, no one should be coming to cause us trouble. But nothing is absolute. You must have missed paying someone off somewhere, which is why things turned out like this. Hearing this, a strange look flashed in Zhuang Yudi's eyes. She turned to look at Lin Yan. How about I find someone to inquire about what's going on? What do you think? Lin Yan just shook his head and smiled, a playful look in his eyes. No need to find someone to ask around. Why? Since she had met Lin Yan, why was probably the question she asked the most. Perhaps she had realized this herself. She was beginning to lose her own ability to think. It's simple. You didn't pay him off, so he came to cause us trouble to give us a warning. I'm afraid it won't be long before he comes to visit again. When that time comes, won't all the answers be revealed? Upon hearing Lin Yan say this, Zhuang Yudi nodded gently, a strange look flashing in her eyes. That makes sense. Gilded Splendor Dance Hall. A burly man wearing a gold chain and a tank top, with a dragon tattoo over his shoulder, sat there. The man had 3 scars on his face, one between his eyebrows, one at the corner of his eye, and one on the left side of his face. He had 2 women with scantily clad clothes in his arms, his hands wandering restlessly over their bodies. What did you say? That kid actually beat you all back. And he did it all by himself. How is that possible? Stop joking with me. Where could anyone possibly be able to do that? Brother Long, it's absolutely true. We have no intention of joking with you. That kid is just too powerful, all the brothers saw it. Xiao-san, is what he's saying true? Of course it's true. I was right next to Brother Redhair. That guy was terrifying. It took him less than 5 minutes to knock all of us brothers down. And by his attitude, he didn't seem to take you seriously at all. This is intolerable. If outsiders find out about this, they will laugh at you. Brother Long nodded gently, a strange look flashing in his eyes. He raised an eyebrow slightly. What you say is true. If outsiders find out about this, they really will laugh at me. It seems the person in charge of the Tongshan project this time is quite something. I'll personally take the brothers over in the next couple of days. I want to see just how capable this person in charge really is. Chapter 70, Construction Site Surrounded. Bastards, how dare they embezzle our compensation money? This bastard company initially made it sound so good, saying they would pay higher than the market rate and give everyone an extra 50,000. But what happened later? After paying 30% of the relocation funds, this bastard company never coughed up another cent. Today, no matter what, we must get the rest of the relocation funds. That's right. Heartless company, return our blood and sweat money. Brothers, if they really won't pay us back now, we might as well rush in while they haven't escaped yet. The equipment inside is still worth something. Take whatever you can, at least we can recover some losses. It was unclear who said this in the crowd. As soon as the words were spoken, someone used a large pair of pliers to cut the chain on the iron gate. People pushed the gate open, rushed into the construction site, and began smashing, looting, and wrecking everything. That day, Lin Yan was still sleeping when his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Zhuang Yudi. Still groggy, he answered, "Hello, what is it?" It should be known that Lin Yan had quite a temper when woken up, and he hadn't slept very early the previous night, so he couldn't help feeling a bit displeased and resentful at that moment. Naturally, his tone wasn't very good. Something big has happened. Something big has happened at our construction site. I heard a large group of farmers broke in. After they got in, they started smashing things. Many large pieces of equipment have already been completely destroyed. Even if we are anxious now, there's no way we can resume work for a while. Upon hearing Zhuang Yudi say this, combined with his earlier sleepiness, Lin Yan was furious. However, in the end, he suppressed the anger in his heart. That person moves really fast. Where are you now? I'm on my way there now to see if I can stabilize their emotions. Don't go there now. Hurry back to the company and find a safe place to stay, the safer, the better. I'm afraid they aren't just targeting our construction site, they are likely targeting you as well. When Zhuang Yudi heard Lin Yan say this, she thought what he said made sense. This matter isn't as serious as you say, is it? Not as serious as I say. I can tell you clearly now, it might be even more serious than I said. If you go to the scene, those thugs might take advantage of the chaos to kidnap you, because in that kind of chaotic situation, no one will notice you. Then what should we do now? We can't just let them smash everything up at our construction site. Besides, our project is on a tight schedule. If we can't finish within the deadline, we'll have to pay a huge amount in liquidated damages. If it comes to that, I'm afraid. By the end, there was a hint of a sob in Zhuang Yudi's voice. Even a strong woman like her had been pushed to this point. Lin Yan hesitated for a moment. Don't worry, I will handle this for you. Just put your heart at ease and wait for my good news. Lin Yan said decisively. When Zhuang Yudi heard Lin Yan say this, a warm current suddenly surged in her heart. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with a hint of tears. Thank you. Silly girl, what are you thanking me for? Don't forget, I have a 30% stake in this project. If we really lose money, I won't get paid either, so how could I just watch this project fail? I will absolutely not let these bastards act like this. Zhuang Yudi nodded gently, then turned back to the company at the next intersection. For some reason, she suddenly felt that as long as Lin Yan was there, even if the sky fell, she would believe him if he said he could hold it up. After getting ready, Lin Yan got straight into his car and floored the accelerator. The car let out an angry roar, and then he sped off, leaving a cloud of dust behind as he rushed toward the construction site. When Lin Yan arrived at the construction site, it was already a complete mess. Looking at the scene of devastation with broken equipment visible everywhere, a nameless anger rose in his heart for no reason. Most of the people there were farmers, and they seemed particularly prone to agitation. When they saw Lin Yan, their eyes were practically spitting fire. "Brothers, attack. It's this kid. This kid is from that heartless company. As long as we catch him, our remaining relocation funds will be secured." In the crowd, a young man wearing a tank top, with a buzz cut and dyed red hair, said these words right on cue. The people were already very agitated, and when they heard the red-haired man say this, they picked up the steel pipes, hose, hammers, and such in their hands, slowly surrounding Lin Yan. Seeing this scene, the red-haired man at the back curled his lips into a cold smile. "Kid, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why aren't you arrogant now? With so many people here, kid, you might as well just accept your fate." At this moment, Lin Yan gently spat out a few words, Level 2 combat experience activated. "You kid, be careful. With so many people, I'm afraid Level 2 combat experience might not be enough to get through this. How about Level 3 combat experience instead? What do you think? Level 2 is enough. The footwork of Level 2 is already enough to keep them from touching me. As long as they can't touch me, I have nothing to fear." After saying this, Lin Yan rushed toward these people like a dragon emerging from the sea. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached one of them, though Lin Yan avoided hitting their vital points. He only attacked their lower abdomens. With one punch to the man's lower abdomen, the man let out a pig-like scream, his body curled into the shape of a shrimp, and then he fell straight to the ground. "Capture that red-haired man, reward 1,100 Shenhao points." The system's voice rang out abruptly in Lin Yan's mind. At this moment, Lin Yan raised his eyebrows slightly, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes. He never expected that capturing one person this time would reward so many Shenhao points. What kind of heinous things has this red-haired man done that capturing him rewards so many Shenhao points? Of course it's because this guy has done too many wicked things. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and catch him. If you do, you'll have Shenhao points. Of course, no problem. Even if you didn't say anything, I'd still catch this bastard. No need to even think about it, all the problems this time definitely stem from him. That's about right. There are indeed many suspicious points about this bastard, and he might just be a breakthrough. Once you catch him, most of the following matters will be easy to handle. Lin Yan was like a peerless martial god. Although the opposing side had many men, all these ordinary people combined amounted to nothing more than a slightly stronger ordinary person. If it were anyone else, they might have had some misgivings, but for Lin Yan, this really didn't count for much. Eventually, by the end of the fight, no one dared to approach Lin Yan anymore because this kid was simply too terrifying. Among his own men, anyone who got close to him was knocked down without exception. Originally, Red Hair thought he had this victory in the bag. After all, he had brought so many people this time, even if Lin Yan was fierce, he probably wouldn't be a match for them. Yet, to his complete shock, even with so many people, they still couldn't stop Lin Yan. At this moment, there was already a hint of a crying tone in his voice. Lin Yan rushed straight in front of Red Hair and, without a word, threw a punch, landing it heavily on his lower abdomen. At that moment, Red Hair felt his stomach churning violently. Lin Yan followed up with a kick, knocking him to the ground, and Red Hair immediately vomited everything he had eaten for breakfast. After seeing Red Hair's fate, everyone else retreated a few steps. They looked at Lin Yan as if they were looking at a monster, their eyes filled with terror. A cold sneer curled the corners of Lin Yan's mouth. He slowly walked toward Red Hair, his eyes flashing with a bit of coldness. "I think I just saw you yesterday, and I already told you yesterday not to let me see you again. It's a pity, though, some people just don't have a memory. No matter how others try to persuade them, they insist on going down the wrong path until the end. Tell me, isn't a person like this quite ridiculous and pathetic? Being ordered around like a dog, and then getting beaten like a dog to this state, does that feel good to you?" Lin Yan's tone was very gentle, but his words were like small knives, cutting into Red Hair's heart bit by bit. At this moment, Red Hair was on the verge of tears, a helpless, bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Big brother, please listen to my explanation. Things aren't the way you imagine. I really had no choice in this matter. Please, could you just raise your hand and let me off this once?" "Let you off? A mocking smile curled the corner of Lin Yan's mouth, and a look of contempt flashed in his eyes. Why should I let you off? And what exactly do you think you are? At this moment, Red Hair retreated several steps, his eyes staring straight at Lin Yan. Just then, Lin Yan smelled a pungent, fishy odor. He looked down and discovered that the crotch of Red Hair's pants was wet. Lin Yan covered his nose with a look of disgust. How disgusting, bad luck. I can give you a chance for you to temporarily stay alive. What chance? Big brother, just tell me. As long as there's a chance, I'll do anything. It's nothing major. I just want to know who the mastermind behind this matter is, and why they keep targeting this Tongshan project. After hesitating for a moment, Red Hair told Lin Yan about Brother Long. Actually, our boss is called Brother Long. Our Brother Long specializes in earthwork engineering. In the Zhuhai area, all earthwork projects are under his control. But because our service is good and the quality of the earthwork is good, the price is a bit more expensive. Lin Yan understood that people who could handle earthwork indeed had some background, and these people were mostly tough nuts to crack. He also knew that even if he pressed Red Hair more, he probably wouldn't know anything else. I don't care what method you use. I'll give you 10 minutes. If I see any of your people here within 10 minutes, I'll take your life, kid. The cold murderous intent radiating from Lin Yan stimulated Red Hair. Upon hearing him say this, Red Hair hurriedly nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. Rest assured, big brother, rest assured. I'll take them away right now, I'll take them away right now. I definitely won't let them continue to annoy you here. Lin Yan nodded slightly, then waved his hand impatiently. Red Hair glared fiercely at the group of people. They all nodded, then immediately and cautiously retreated. After they had all left, the construction site was already in a complete mess. A helpless, bitter smile curled the corners of Lin Yan's mouth. He arrived at an office. Inside the office sat a stunningly beautiful young woman. Her eyes were filled with an indescribable charm, and every gesture she made was captivating. When she saw Lin Yan walk in, she slowly stood up. This matter has nothing to do with me. I'll resign tomorrow. No, I'll resign today. Seeing the young woman so scared, Lin Yan just smiled. You don't need to be afraid. I won't hurt you, and I certainly won't eat you. There's no need to consider resigning for now. The group of people outside has been sent away by me, and I doubt they'll be back anytime soon. After hearing what Lin Yan said, the beautiful young woman breathed a sigh of relief. A strange look flashed in her eyes, and then she looked at Lin Yan timidly. Who are you? My name is Lin Yan, and I am the person in charge of this project. My name is Wu Qiao, and I am the accountant. Wu Qiao said this while extending a fair, tender little hand. Lin Yan nodded slightly and shook it, feeling that soft, boneless sensation. It was indeed quite pleasant. Why are you the only one left in the office? Where are the others? A helpless, bitter smile curled the corners of Wu Qiao's mouth. When those people came in just now, they already ran away. They ran fast. Chapter 72, The Ins and Outs. Then why didn't you run? A look of helplessness flashed in Wu Qiao's eyes. If I could run, I would have run long ago. It's just a pity that I know I might not be able to run fast enough. If I go out, I will definitely encounter danger. Staying here might be a little safer. Even now, Wu Qiao was still in lingering fear. At this moment, Lin Yan also nodded gently. Find a place to rest. What just happened really scared you all. Lin Yan's expression was very amiable, and he completely lacked any airs of a superior. Although it was their first meeting, Wu Qiao's impression of Lin Yan was actually quite good. At this time, Wu Qiao nodded gently and smiled sweetly. Since that's the case, then thank you, boss. Lin Yan waved his hand. What boss? Just call me Brother Yan. Wu Qiao nodded gently and smiled. Okay, Brother Yan. After the two chatted for a while, Lin Yan told Wu Qiao to go down and rest. After Wu Qiao left, Lin Yan dialed Zhuang Yudi's phone number. When Zhuang Yudi saw that the incoming call was from Lin Yan, her eyes were filled with joy. How is it? Are you okay now? Is the situation under control? I just called the police. I estimate that it won't be long before the authorities send head constables and constables over. No need for now. I've already sent that group of people away. Although Zhuang Yuti heard Lin Yan say this lightly, she knew that things might not be like that. You have to know that the person in charge of the construction site had just sent her a video. The area outside the site was surrounded tightly by a group of farmers, and there were at least 200 or 300 of them. You aren't hurt, are you? Those thugs didn't do anything to you, did they? Zhuang Yuti's words were full of concern. When Lin Yan heard her say this, he couldn't help but smile gently. I'm fine, no big problems. But I have something to ask you. It's something I just asked out of the mouth of that red hair. What is it? A look of confusion flashed in Zhuang Yuti's eyes. It's not a big deal, I just wanted to ask you who you bought the earthwork from, and if you've heard of a guy called Brother Long. When Zhuang Yuti heard Lin Yan say this, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. At this moment, a strange look flashed in her eyes. The earthwork was bought from an out-of-town businessman. The price of the earthwork from this out-of-town businessman is about 5 times lower than our local ones. Moreover, it is said that the entire earthwork business in Zhuhai and even the whole Haizhou is completely controlled by this person named Brother Long. When Lin Yan heard Zhuang Yuti say this, he nodded gently. At this moment, a helpless bitter smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. I understand, I generally understand. This earthwork business has been controlled by local bullies since ancient times. This earthwork indeed saved tens of millions, but it incurred the hatred of that so-called Brother Long. Okay, let's leave this matter for now. I will go check out Brother Long's background and find an opportunity to have a good talk with this Brother Long. When Zhuang Yuti heard Lin Yan say this, a strange look flashed in her eyes. Then how about buying earthwork from him now? What do you think? No need. Since we have already torn our faces, there is absolutely no need to give him any face. You don't need to worry about this matter, just leave everything to me. Zhuang Yuti nodded gently, be careful. You must remember one thing, nothing is more important than you. Don't let yourself get hurt. A warm current welled up in Lin Yan's heart. At this moment, he just chuckled, hee, does this count as you caring about me? 3 black lines appeared on Zhuang Yuti's forehead, and she was speechless in her heart. What time is it now? You are still in the mood to joke. If you make this kind of joke with me again, then I will ignore you. At this moment, Lin Yan just smiled and scratched his head, not saying anything more. I don't know why, but at this moment, Zhuang Yuti had an illusion that no matter what kind of thing was handed to Lin Yan to do, he could solve it perfectly. Zhuang Yuti slowly raised her head and glanced at Lin Yan. At this moment, a look of excitement flashed in her eyes, and then she raised her eyebrows slightly. And just at this time, in a luxurious KTV private room, several women with very little clothing and dressed extremely provocatively were rubbing back and forth on a man with flowery arms. The faces of those women all revealed a bit of flattery. Brother Long, you promised me back then that you would send me the latest Hermes bag, but so much time has passed, and I haven't even seen any movement. Zhang Long just smiled, and then directly pulled the woman over. He roughly grabbed the woman's neck. Baby, I didn't hear clearly what you just said. If you have anything to say, come and tell brother again, let brother listen carefully. There was a bit of mockery in Zhang Long's eyes, and at this moment, the woman's face was greatly shocked. She certainly knew what kind of person Zhang Long was, and she also knew what the consequences would be if she made Zhang Long unhappy, so at this moment, the woman waved her hands repeatedly. I'm sorry Brother Long, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, please let me go, Brother Long. At this time, Zhang Long threw the woman directly to one of his underlings. Today, this woman is yours. If she can still get out of bed tomorrow, I will make sure you can't get out of bed. The people around laughed out loud after hearing Zhang Long say this. Brother Long, one person is boring. Sharing joy is better than enjoying it alone. Why not call the brothers to join in together? Zhang Long stood up and patted the men on the shoulder gently. Not bad, you know how to do things, not eating alone. This point is quite good, much stronger than many old people. Zhang Long said, looking around. At this moment, a bald man and a scarred man subconsciously took a few steps back. Zhang Long suddenly rushed in front of the two of them. He didn't know when he had obtained 2 daggers, and those 2 daggers plunged directly into their lower abdomens. Chapter 73, Family Rules. A country has its laws, and a family has its rules. My rule is that on my turf, you listen to me. I haven't treated you poorly in the past, but the way you're treating me now. I'm afraid that's not quite right. Those two men clutched their stomachs, rolling on the ground in agony. Blood flowed across the floor, leaving a gory, gruesome sight that made everyone around them start to feel a bit fearful. This Brother Long is a bit too terrifying, and his behavior is way too overbearing. Don't you dare say that. If Brother Long hears you, you're dead. Right, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken recklessly. Good to know. Just then, Zhang Long turned his head and shot a cold glance in their direction. A flash of chilling light crossed his eyes, yet his signature smile still hung on the corners of his mouth. What's wrong? It seemed like I just heard you two mentioning me. What were you two talking about just now? Tell me, let me hear it too, why were you so happy? Zhang Long stared fixedly at the two men, his face full of a radiant smile. He looked harmless, but no one knew what kind of murderous intent was hidden beneath that facade. The two men couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes filled with a trace of terror. Be big, brother, we didn't say anything. We really didn't say anything. Please, you have to believe us. A wave of icy murderous intent surged from Zhang Long. At this moment, he unleashed that killing intent without reservation, making everyone feel like a drifting duckweed in the middle of a vast ocean, precarious and unstable. Didn't say anything, huh? But if you didn't say anything, how could I hear you two talking? I heard it just now. I, for one, hate people who badmouth me the most. Of course, there's another type of person I hate, those who lie to me. Apparently, you two fit both categories. So, don't you think you need to pay a price? Zhang Long's gaze was burning, his eyes like torches. At this moment, a chill of murderous intent surged from him, and even the others, upon feeling this icy aura, couldn't help but have their expressions shift slightly. Long, Brother Long, we really know we were wrong. With two sharp slaps, the two men flew backward, crashing into the wall. Foaming at the mouth, their eyes lost focus as everything went black, and they passed out cold. A burly man wearing boxing gloves walked out slowly. He came before Zhang Long and knelt on one knee, his eyes filled with respect. Greetings, Brother Long. This one is late, please forgive me, Brother Long. The corners of Zhang Long's mouth curled up slightly into an evil, charming arc, very good. It's good that you're here. The burly man nodded heavily. Of course I had to come. I heard that there's a kid in Zhuhai who hasn't been behaving lately. And the people we sent out today were all beaten back by that brat. If this can be tolerated, what cannot? I can't stand it anymore, so I thought I'd have you come back to teach the kid a lesson. After hearing Zhang Long say this, a strange glimmer flashed in the burly man's eyes, and then he nodded lightly. Rest assured, Brother Long. That kid won't be able to escape. When the time comes, I will personally drag him before you and make him apologize. Zhang Long nodded slightly. Not bad. Remember to spare that kid's life. I want to keep him alive so he knows what the price of offending me is. The burly man nodded heavily, then retreated. Just then, Zhang Long's phone suddenly rang. Hurry up with that project in Tongshan. Now that that woman has started it, I feel like quite a few people have been itching to make a move lately. They seem to want to challenge my authority here, so you should know what to do. Upon hearing the cold, stern voice from the other end of the phone, a trace of respect flashed in Zhang Long's eyes, and he nodded heavily. Rest assured, young master. I can take care of this bunch of small fries very quickly. After hearing Zhang Long say this, a strange glimmer appeared in the young master's eyes, and he nodded slightly. Throughout the entire Jiangsu province, you still have some prestige, but I must remind you, no matter what, never forget who gave you all of this. If you forget, then all of this will soon no longer belong to you. Although the young master's voice wasn't loud, his words revealed an irresistible power. After hearing the young master say this, a strange look flashed across Zhang Long's face, and he nodded heavily. Rest assured, young master. Your kindness is like a rebirth, Zhang Long will never forget your painstaking efforts. The young master nodded with satisfaction, a playful glint flashing in his eyes. Good, if that's the case, then that's fine. I'll give you 2 days to handle this matter. You should be able to finish it, right? I want a result in 2 days. If you can't give me that result by then, don't blame me for replacing you. Although the young master's tone was extremely calm, his words carried a hint of anger. Upon hearing this, Zhang Long's pupils suddenly dilated, and a strange expression flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. Rest assured, young master, rest assured. Your subordinate knows exactly what to do with all of this. The young master hung up the phone directly. Hearing the dial tone from the other end, Zhang Long casually grabbed a woman who was wearing very little clothing and looked extremely pitiful, and walked toward the corner of the private room. Although the woman looked somewhat unwilling, she dared not resist Zhang Long, who was currently in a fit of rage. At the construction site. Looking at the construction site that had been smashed into a mess, Zhuang Yudi felt a bitter smile tug at the corners of her mouth. Why did it turn out like this? We should have reported it to the authorities from the beginning. As long as they could have sent the official guard, I believe it would have been stopped before long. After hearing Zhuang Yudi say this, a helpless, bitter smile tugged at the corners of Lin Yan's mouth. A trace of helplessness also flashed in his eyes. He turned his head and looked at Zhuang Yudi. You don't actually think that just anyone can do the earthwork business, do you? Brother Long dares to charge prices 4 or 5 times higher than outside, and he still has so many regular customers. Don't you understand yet? Chapter 74, Pulling Strings. Zhuang Yudi's eyes were filled with a look of helplessness. Of course I understand everything you said. There must be someone with significant influence behind him, which is why he dares to be so unscrupulous and so arrogant. I am clear on everything you said. If you are clear about it, then you shouldn't be as naive as you are now. I'm afraid that when the guard team arrives, they will end up helping the other side instead of us. At this moment, there was a trace of anxiety in Zhuang Yudi's eyes. She stared straight at Lin Yan. Then, in your opinion, what should we do now? What should we do? How would I know what to do? The water is getting murkier and murkier. It might be better to just let this pool of water get even murkier. I will go investigate who exactly is standing behind this Brother Long. Before that, don't be in a hurry to buy equipment. If my guess is correct, they are currently waiting for you to do just that. After hearing Lin Yan say this, Zhuang Yudi nodded heavily, a strange look flashing in her eyes. Since that's the case, all right then. Kid, I'm afraid you've offended some people you can't afford to offend this time. I really don't understand what's going on with you, why you have such a constitution that attracts trouble. I originally thought you could have some peace for a while after leaving that place, but unexpectedly, one wave settles and another rises. After hearing the system say this, Lin Yan couldn't help but scratch his head and smile. There's nothing I can do. I was already avoiding them, but I didn't expect them to come looking for me themselves. I have no other choice now. Upon hearing Lin Yan say this, the system had 3 black lines appear on its forehead, feeling speechless in its heart. I suggest that you stop using Shenhao points for a while. Find a way to upgrade the system. If I can get higher permissions, I might be able to help you a bit more. After hearing the system say this, a strange look flashed in Lin Yan's eyes, and then he nodded lightly. All right, I can agree to that. Since that's the case, then it's settled between the two of us. Do not use any more Shenhao points for the time being. Of course, it's not strictly forbidden, just try to save as much as possible. At this moment, Lin Yan suddenly felt an unprecedented pressure. He could clearly perceive that his future opponents seemed extremely formidable. Those opponents seemed to have reached a terrifying, hair-raising level. When Lin Yan thought of this, a look of helplessness couldn't help but flash in his eyes, and a bitter smile curled at the corner of his mouth. I just hope that this time, it won't be like the last time. In a luxurious bar. A man sat at the bar counter, smoking and drinking by himself. Countless women rushed over, drawn to him, but no woman ever managed to sit in front of that man. Perhaps because he had seen too many beauties and was accustomed to them, he couldn't muster the slightest interest in these mediocre women. One beauty after another sat down before him, and one beauty after another was driven away by him. When the other men in the bar saw this scene, they were so angry that their teeth itched. At this moment, their fists were clenched so tightly they creaked, and their eyes were filled with a sharp, fierce look. Bastard, this bastard actually dares to compete with me for women. I must kill him. He looks like nothing more than a pretty boy. What is there to be proud of? Yeah, I don't understand why these women are so interested in this pretty boy. Am I not handsome? Just at this moment, the sound of high heels tapping on the ground slowly approached, and then a graceful and charming woman appeared before everyone. The woman's face was full of spring, her eyes filled with endless charm. As soon as she appeared there, almost all the men's gazes turned towards her. The woman walked up to Lin Yan and sat right down beside him. There was a touch of allure in her eyes. This little brother is so handsome. I wonder if I can sit here. After hearing what the woman said, Lin Yan just raised his head and glanced at her coldly. A look of contempt flashed in his eyes, and a disdainful sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. You want to sit here? On what grounds can you sit here? This seat is reserved only for my woman. Do you perhaps think that you could be my woman? The woman licked her blood-red, fiery lips, turned her head to look at Lin Yan, and a rather alluring look flashed in her eyes. Why not? Are you afraid of me? Or is it because of something else? The woman's gaze was burning like a torch. At this moment, the woman's eyes seemed to be able to talk, seducing Lin Yan's soul. At this moment, Lin Yan's hand wrapped directly around the woman's slender waist. All the men would almost always glance over at them from time to time, but when they saw Lin Yan acting this way, they couldn't help but develop a murderous intent towards him in their hearts. This bastard kid actually dares to touch my goddess. I think he is simply tired of living. No, I can't take it anymore, I'm going to kill him. Calm down, you need to calm down. You are pursuing her, but she hasn't promised you anything. If something really happens, it's hard to deal with because inspections are strict recently. Just at this moment, a man slowly walked in from the door. The man's footsteps were very slow. Behind the man stood two people wearing black suits. Although those two guys were wearing black suits, looking at the suit stuffed bulgingly, one could tell that these two bodyguards should be quite capable. The man walked up to Lin Yan and looked at him with a completely condescending posture. Kid, move aside. The corner of Lin Yan's mouth curled into a mocking smile. He turned his head and glared fiercely at the man coldly. What if I don't move aside? After hearing Lin Yan say this, the man laughed wildly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. A cold look flashed in his eyes. Kid, for such a long time, you are the first person who has dared to speak to me like this. I actually quite admire your courage. Chapter 75, Hurry up and throw him out. You flatter me. Lin Yan smiled faintly, his expression showing no fear whatsoever. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Zhao Ziyun's eyes. This guy was really arrogant. He had never seen someone so arrogant before. The two bodyguards behind him instantly surrounded him, cutting off the path to the side. These bodyguards rubbed their hands and cracked their knuckles, glaring at Lin Yan with fierce expressions. They were just waiting for a word from Zhao Ziyun. Once the order was given, they would immediately give this reckless brat a brutal beating and teach him how to behave. Meanwhile, this scene drew the attention of other passers-by in the bar. Especially those who had long disliked Lin Yan but couldn't do anything about him, and could only seethe with anger in private. But now, seeing that Lin Yan was reckless enough to provoke someone he shouldn't have, they were in for a good show. Damn it, this kid is extremely arrogant. Exactly, he's blind. Now he's in for it. It would be best if they could just finish him off. That's right, hurry up and throw him out. How dare he desecrate my goddess, damn him. Facing the gazes cast by the crowd, and those eyes full of mockery and disdain, Lin Yan ignored them completely. The woman sitting next to him lowered her eyes slightly. Faced with this situation, she didn't show even a shred of fear. Not only was she not afraid, but she even leaned further into Lin Yan's embrace. A refreshing fragrance wafted from her. This scent seemed to be hers, yet it didn't quite seem that way, carrying a captivating allure that stirred the soul. Lin Yan cooperated quite well, wrapping his arm around her waist, squeezing that slender waist tightly. This intimate display between the two instantly made Zhao Ziyun clench his fists tightly, glaring at him with gritted teeth. Damn brat, do you know who I am? Do you know how miserably you'll die if you offend me? Lin Yan wore a cold sneer on his lips, not even sparing him a glance. Who are you? None of my business. After saying that, he reached out and grasped the wine glass on the bar counter, shook it lightly, and then drank the wine as if no one else was around. Holding a beauty in his arms while tasting fine wine, this display, which made others envious, only fueled Zhao Ziyun's rage. He reached out to grab the woman's arm, but before his hand could touch her, Lin Yan suddenly struck with lightning speed. His movements were extremely quick and efficient. In an instant, he grabbed Zhao Ziyun's hand and then twisted it with force. Without a moment's hesitation, a crack was heard. Then came Zhao Ziyun's muffled groan. His wrist had been snapped. Lin Yan gave him a forceful push, causing Zhao Ziyun to lose his balance and stumble backward. Fortunately, his two bodyguards arrived in time to catch him, otherwise he would likely have fallen to the ground by now. Zhao Ziyun was supported by the two bodyguards, his anger burning even brighter. He was just about to lash out and order the two bodyguards behind him to attack. However, just at that moment, a burly man arrived at the place. This man was tall, powerfully built, and muscular, and he was even wearing a pair of boxing gloves. When he walked in, the ground even trembled a few times. He was truly a heavyweight figure. "Where is Lin Yan?" A rough, booming voice rang out in the bar, and this voice carried a hint of anger. The passers-by who were watching the show saw this burly man suddenly intervene, and he specifically named Lin Yan. They couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that this pretty boy, despite being so thin, had a significant background? And he even had such bodyguards by his side. Just as these thoughts swirled, the entire bar went quiet, and after 2 or 3 seconds, Lin Yan's voice could be heard. "I'm right here, what do you want?" After he spoke, the burly man's gaze immediately locked onto Lin Yan, and anger swirled and churned in his eyes. When Lin Yan met the burly man's gaze, he felt a bit suspicious. How did this burly man know his name? He didn't know him either. But he could feel the murderous intent emanating from this guy. He was clearly here with ill intent. The burly man approached Lin Yan step by step. At this point, the onlookers also sensed something was wrong. This was clearly filled with anger and murderous intent. He was obviously looking for trouble. Good heavens, now there was an even better show to watch. Didn't expect this pretty boy to have offended so many people. Looking at the burly man's massive physique, and then looking at the kid's thin, malnourished appearance, the disparity was just too great. He probably wouldn't even be able to withstand one of his punches. Everyone silently chuckled, then prepared to watch the show once more. The burly man finally reached Lin Yan. He looked Lin Yan up and down, then a look of disdain appeared on his lips. "You're Lin Yan. This is truly surprising to me. I thought you would at least be a bit sturdier, but now it seems you probably won't even be able to withstand this punch of mine." After finishing his mocking words, he clenched his fist. Black boxing gloves were worn on his hands, wrapping around his thick, large fists. This guy was obviously a boxer with some skills. Yet Lin Yan remained unafraid. Even though the opponent had a larger physique, he really wasn't afraid, because in his view, whether one's physique was big or not really had nothing to do with combat effectiveness. Being thin had its advantages, and being large had its disadvantages. However, right now, Lin Yan wanted to know who exactly he was and why he had come for him. Inside a luxurious villa, the style here was unique, European pastoral style. A woman was curled up on the sofa. This woman had long hair draped over her shoulders, a facial mask on, and was wearing pink lingerie. She was holding the latest model of mobile phone, scrolling through it. This woman was none other than Zhuang Yudi. At this moment, several photos were appearing on her phone screen. She was watching with great interest, and just as she was lost in thought, her phone suddenly rang. A strange number called. The number was displayed as a local one, but Zhuang Yudi didn't know who it was. She jumped off the sofa in a panic, tore off the mask on her face, and her heart began to thump wildly. When this phone number called, she felt a wave of unease in her heart. After thinking about it, she finally answered it. "Hello, who is this?" There was silence on the other end of the line for a while, but a few seconds later, a deep male voice came through. "Chairwoman Zhuang." After this voice sounded, Zhuang Yudi frowned deeply, and her beautiful eyelashes trembled. This voice was unusually familiar. It was Zhang Long. But why would he call her? Zhuang Yudi's face sank instantly, but she was, after all, the chairwoman of a group, and she had seen big storms before. Chapter 76, Spare Him. She remained calm in the face of danger. Only when a major crisis threatened her life would she lose her composure. Facing Zhang Long on the other end of the line, she didn't show a hint of fear. "It's you. I wonder, what business do you have with me?" Before speaking, Zhuang Yudi had considered several possibilities. Zhang Long was likely calling simply to try and make her change her mind and use his earthwork project. However, she remembered Lin Yan's words. So, she secretly decided that no matter how Zhang Long tried to coerce or entice her, she would not agree. Of course I have business, Chairwoman Zhuang. You are so smart, why ask when you already know? Zhang Long's eyes darkened instantly. It was just as he had guessed. I'm sorry, I have already finalized the earthwork project, and I will not be using yours. As soon as she finished speaking, a low laugh came from the other end of the line, a sound that made Zhuang Yudi feel irritated and uneasy. Since you have nothing else to say, I'm hanging up. With that, she went to hang up, but before she could. Suddenly, Zhang Long on the other end said, "Don't you want to hear something about Lin Yan?" Zhuang Yudi, who had intended to have no further dealings with him, froze the moment she heard Lin Yan's name. Her breathing, which had been steady since answering the call, became momentarily unstable. What? What do you want to say? What do you mean by that? So even Chairwoman Zhuang gets nervous sometimes. It seems that pretty boy really is quite charming. I just want to talk about a partnership. There isn't a project in Zhuhai City that I can't secure. If you are willing to cooperate with me, perhaps I can have my men spare his life. Hearing this, Zhuang Yudi went completely rigid. Her heart was in her throat, and she almost shouted out loud. As composed as she always was, only when it came to matters involving Lin Yan would she become so nervous and flustered. Although bullets couldn't even hit Lin Yan last time, this perverted Zhang Long might think of even more twisted ways to deal with him. If Lin Yan was truly no match for them, then Zhuang Yudi didn't dare to think further. You're lying. Did your men really go find him? The other end of the line was silent for 2 seconds, followed by a disdainful sneer. Hey, of course. I imagine he's already been beaten half to death by now. You'd better hurry up. Otherwise, I can't guarantee he'll be in one piece when he returns. I'll give you 5 minutes to get to Century Plaza and sign the contract with me. I'll only wait 5 minutes. If you don't come, bear the consequences yourself. With that, the call was disconnected. Hearing the dial tone, Zhuang Yudi's heart jumped into her throat, and she was filled with immense worry. That bastard. She furrowed her brows and gritted her teeth tightly as she spoke. However, she suddenly thought of a solution and immediately took out her phone to dial Lin Yan's number again. However, after 2 seconds, a cold female voice came from the other end. Sorry, the number you have dialed is powered off. Please try again later. Sorry. Zhuang Yudi refused to give up and dialed 2 or 3 more times. However, it remained powered off. At this moment, Zhuang Yudi could no longer remain calm. Although she had always seen Lin Yan in front of her, and had witnessed how he rescued her and how heroic he was. But Zhang Long was clearly despicable, cunning, and shameless. There was no guarantee he wouldn't use some underhanded tactics to deceive him. Thinking of this, Zhuang Yudi could no longer wait. She rushed out immediately, not even having time to change out of her pajamas. The phone call had already wasted half a minute, and she couldn't afford to waste any more time. As she rushed out, images of Lin Yan being beaten up by several bodyguards already flashed in her mind. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became. She exited the villa, drove off, and headed straight for Century Plaza. Century Plaza was not far from there, and since it was night, there were few people on the road. If nothing went wrong, it would only take 2 to 3 minutes to reach Century Plaza, which was just enough time. Meanwhile, inside the bar, Lin Yan had already released the waist of the beautiful woman and let her step aside. Standing opposite him was the boxer, who was much taller and larger than him, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Not only that. Standing beside the boxer was the man whose wrist Lin Yan had just crushed, along with his bodyguard. These 3 men were all glaring at Lin Yan like tigers watching their prey. Both sides were ready to strike at any moment. The atmosphere in the bar was extremely tense, and a major fight seemed imminent. The onlookers had retreated far away, but they didn't want to miss the show, so they didn't leave. Only those who didn't want to cause trouble hurried away. For a moment, the bar fell silent as everyone waited to watch the show. Lin Yan stretched his limbs, and suddenly, the system spoke up. Damn it, host, you clearly have a good opportunity. Why do you have to do it yourself? Lin Yan was stunned, his face full of question marks. What's the situation? What do you mean I don't need to do it myself? System, both of these people want to hit you. Why don't you just provoke them and let them fight each other? Then you won't have to do it yourself. Lin Yan was speechless and helpless. Did it really think it was that simple? Could he just provoke them whenever he wanted? Both of these groups wanted to rip his head off. How could he possibly make them fight each other? If he had the energy for that, he might as well just take down the boxer and then take down the 2 bodyguards. Done. This is simply a century-old problem. I refuse. System, there's a reward. Upon completion, the host will be rewarded with 1,000 Shenhao points. Lin Yan, who was just about to strike, stopped instantly, though he sighed silently in his heart. Why didn't you say there was a reward earlier? I suddenly remembered that I really do have a good idea. System, now you know how good I am, right? I can develop your maximum potential. Lin Yan. Where did this system that always boasted and bragged about itself come from? How did he end up bound to such a thing? But these Shenhao points were really sweet. Just as Lin Yan was communicating with the system internally, changes were occurring from the perspective of outsiders. To outsiders, Lin Yan's expression suddenly changed. He had been calm before, but now he looked somewhat helpless and speechless. The boxer, who was rubbing his hands and preparing to take on Lin Yan, suddenly froze. Then, not knowing what he had imagined, his eyes were filled with mockery and ridicule. Chapter 77 with me. Kid, I've been entrusted by someone to come and teach you a lesson. It's useless even if you beg for mercy now. Lin Yan heard his words and finally came back to his senses. Then, he looked at the boxer with a very confused expression. When had he ever begged for mercy? You're overthinking it, pal. I didn't beg for mercy. The boxer's expression changed slightly, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. He then resumed a fierce look. Fine, then let's cut the crap. I've been entrusted to break your arms and legs. Having said that, he moved to strike. His figure flashed, and he was already in front of Lin Yan. His strength was so great that it stirred up a gust of wind. It even made the onlookers nearby instinctively step back. What a powerful aura. This guy was clearly a trained fighter. Even some who had disliked Lin Yan a moment ago began to sympathize with him, though there were still those who gloated. Just as the boxer was about to move forward, Lin Yan suddenly interrupted him. Hey, wait a second. The boxer's swinging fist paused in midair. After hearing Lin Yan's words, he became extremely impatient. He shouted impatiently, damn it, do I need to pick a time to beat you up? Wait for what? I'm going to finish you right now. With that, he threw a heavy punch. However, in the next second, Lin Yan's figure flashed, dodging the blow with a sidestep. The massive fist slammed violently into the table beside him. Crack! The table split in two just like that. A clattering sound rang out endlessly. The table, along with the wine bottles and glasses on it, shattered into smithereens. The onlookers couldn't help but gulp. He was truly damn strong. Lin Yan sidestepped and ended up behind Zhao Ziyun. Hey, wait. There's a cue for beating people up, right? He arrived first, so you should step aside. Even if you don't give anyone else face, you have to give him some. Hearing this, the boxer actually stopped. He glanced at Zhao Ziyun standing next to Lin Yan, squinted his eyes to size him up, and then sneered, you might have arrived first, but I refuse to give you face. This guy is mine, and I'm going to beat him to death first. Zhao Ziyun endured the sharp pain while holding his wrist. Seeing the arrogant boxer, he was consumed with rage. Lin Yan watched the micro-expressions of these two and continued, hey, big brother, look, he's not giving you any face. He said he wants to beat me to death, but you also said you wanted to beat me to death. What are you two going to do about this? What on earth was going on today? This bar had always been his territory, yet two guys had come along, neither giving him any face and completely disregarding him. It was simply too arrogant and hateful. If he didn't teach them a lesson, his reputation would likely be gone, and no one would fear him anymore. That wouldn't do. Lin Yan secretly rejoiced on the side. Watching the expressions of the two, he knew a battle was imminent. as long as he added a little fuel to the fire. Sigh, big brother, how about this? Why don't you two have a fight? Whoever wins gets to take me. What do you think? After saying this, Lin Yan raised an eyebrow at the boxer. Well. Do you dare, you big oaf? Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the boxer was so angry he nearly choked. Are you looking to die? Didn't he know that the thing he hated most was being called a big oaf? He swung his fist down at Lin Yan, but in the next second, one of Zhao Ziyun's bodyguards suddenly stepped forward and blocked him. Zhao Ziyun's bodyguard reached out and grabbed the boxer's incoming fist, and the two began to test their strength against each other. Zhao Ziyun also shouted coldly, "This kid can only die by my hands. If you want to get ahead of me, you'll have to see if you have the ability. Both of you, go together." Hearing Zhao Ziyun's order, the two bodyguards behind him launched their attack. Both were filled with murderous intent, but this time it wasn't directed at Lin Fan, but at the boxer. This scene left the onlookers stunned. They didn't understand what was going on. Wasn't it agreed that they were all going to deal with Lin Fan and break his arms and legs? Why were these two groups fighting each other? However, with things turning out this way, Lin Yan was surely going to escape. Some people who were already dissatisfied with Lin Yan gritted their teeth, not wanting him to slip away. Yet, contrary to their expectations, Lin Yan actually didn't leave. If it were an ordinary person, they would have probably taken advantage of the chaos to escape, letting the two sides kill each other. However, Lin Yan's behavior was unexpected, and his identity and background made everyone even more curious. Lin Fan had already retreated from the battlefield and reached the bar counter. "System, I really couldn't tell you had the talent for sowing discord." Impressive. Lin Yan felt helpless and speechless. Who caused him to become like this? It was all the system's fault. Damn it, and now it was criticizing him. Who do you think made me like this? Isn't it because of your crappy missions? System, hee, don't worry about those details. I'm just developing your potential. The Shenhao points have arrived, 1,000 points. Lin Yan, who was just about to lose his temper, felt better after hearing the last sentence. He snapped his fingers at the still-dazed bartender. "Give me a whiskey." The bartender finally came to his senses and looked at him with admiration in his eyes. Facing two groups of bullies, this guy could actually calmly drink here. He really had to admire him. A glass of whiskey was quickly prepared, and the two sides had already started fighting. Bang. Ah. Sounds of fists, kicks, and wails came from the fray. Lin Yan had only taken a few sips when he heard two cries for mercy. "Spare us, big brother. We know we were wrong." Lin Yan looked over and was stunned. In just a few minutes, the boxer had actually knocked those two burly bodyguards to the ground, begging for mercy while kowtowing. They were bruised and swollen, and one even had a broken arm. It was truly miserable. As for the boss of those two bodyguards, he was long gone. Looking at the boxer, he wore an arrogant expression. He rubbed his fists and kicked one of them away. "Get lost, and don't let me see you again." The two bodyguards acted as if they had been granted amnesty, immediately scrambling away in a pathetic state. Hiss. Sharp intakes of breath came from the stunned passers-by. These onlookers had just witnessed the battle with their own eyes. The two bodyguards hadn't even had the strength to fight back, being knocked to the ground with two punches. The sheer strength was simply monstrous. It was terrifying. However, after the two bodyguards left, the boxer walked towards Lin Yan with a sinister grin. Rubbing his fists and palms, the onlookers were terrified. This pretty boy probably wouldn't be able to walk out in one piece. Chapter 78, Now It's Your Turn. Lin Yan immediately straightened up and placed the unfinished whiskey on the table. He cast a glance at the boxer. The boxer certainly had some skills, managing to take care of those two bodyguards so quickly. It seemed he couldn't afford to let his guard down this time. "Kid, now it's your turn. Do you have anything to say before that?" Hearing this, Lin Yan actually lowered his head and thought about it carefully, finally fixing his gaze on the bartender. "Help me keep this glass of wine safe. I still want to drink it later." The bartender had already retreated from the area when the boxer approached, cowering in a corner, trembling with fear. He wore a look of utter terror, and stared at Lin Yan with an expression that suggested he was on his own. In his view, Lin Yan was absolutely no match for the boxer in front of him. He really didn't know where Lin Yan got the confidence to say he would drink later. "I'm afraid you'll be drinking it at the hospital." It wasn't just him, even the onlookers were watching the scene with trepidation. Lin Yan's words completely changed the boxer's expression, and he glared at him with rage. He had seen plenty of arrogant people, but he hadn't expected anyone to be this arrogant. Even at this point, he still wasn't taking him seriously, thinking about drinking. He could go dream about it. "Want to drink? I'm afraid you'll be doing that in the hospital's intensive care unit later." After saying this, he stomped his left foot hard, began to gather all his strength, concentrated it into his right hand, and then suddenly launched an attack at Lin Yan. His power was immense, whipping up gusts of wind. With a powerful aura, he closed in on Lin Yan, his attack carrying immense lethality. Just as it was about to reach Lin Yan's face, Lin Yan suddenly tilted his head slightly, dodging the fist. The speed was so fast that even the boxer was stunned for a moment. What incredible speed, just as his boss had described. However, he had anticipated this. Seeing that his punch hadn't landed, he suddenly raised his left leg and kicked straight at Lin Yan's waist. A gust of wind struck. Lin Yan sensed danger, flipped his body, and dodged by turning to the side. The guy in front of him was a bit harder to deal with than he had imagined, and it seemed he knew that his speed was very fast. "Before we fight, can I ask who sent you? Who is your boss?" "Humph, you want to know? Then wait until you've been defeated by me, I'll tell you then." With that said, he attacked again. The battle intensified. The boxer's punches were incredibly ruthless, each one a lethal move. Lin Yan could only dodge, not daring to go head-to-head with him. In terms of raw strength, he was no match for the boxer, but when it came to speed, the boxer couldn't keep up with him. After one round, the boxer was already drenched in sweat and exhausted. You have to understand, every time he used a lethal move, putting his whole body's strength into it, he ended up hitting nothing but air. In such a situation, it was extremely exhausting, consuming far more energy than hitting a target would. Gradually, the weaknesses in his lethal moves became more and more apparent, and his strength was no longer what it had been. Lin Yan spotted an opportunity, quickly flashed behind him, and kicked him in the back. He used all his strength for this kick. The boxer stumbled a few times but didn't fall, turning back to glare viciously at Lin Yan. Lin Yan's eyes sharpened involuntarily. This big guy, his weight was simply too massive. He couldn't knock him down with his own strength alone. Trying to compete with him in terms of strength was absolutely out of the question. After a brief pause, the boxer lunged forward again, his fists like the wind, slamming down fiercely towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan dodged once more, arriving behind the boxer. This time, he didn't use his fists to strike the boxer's body. Instead, he extended two fingers from both hands and tapped a certain spot on the boxer. Then, his figure flashed again, tapping another part of his body. The boxer wasn't idle either, constantly chasing Lin Yan's figure, trying to attack him, completely unaware of Lin Yan's ploy. The boxer didn't land a single attack on Lin Yan, while after a series of movements, Lin Yan had tapped him 7 or 8 times. Finally, he stopped and put some distance between them. The boxer looked distressed. He panted heavily, dripping with sweat as he looked at Lin Yan. Clearly, this exchange of throwing punches without landing any had exhausted a lot of his energy, and killing intent erupted in his eyes. He hadn't taken the kid in front of him seriously at all, originally thinking this guy wouldn't even be able to dodge a single one of his punches. But he hadn't expected that after throwing so many punches, he still hadn't landed a single hit on him. This guy's speed was simply perverted. It was much faster than the speed his boss had described. He was extremely troublesome. If this guy hadn't moved at all, he would have been crippled by a single punch from him long ago. "Kid, if you've got the guts, don't move." The boxer clenched his fists and said viciously. His words immediately left the onlookers completely dumbfounded. Just moments ago, the onlookers had watched the battle, and originally, no one had favored Lin Yan, but they hadn't expected his speed to be so fast. This boxer was indeed formidable, but he hadn't landed a single solid punch on him. Instead, he had tired himself half to death. This show was becoming more and more interesting. But now, at this point, this boxer was actually asking Lin Yan not to move. Damn, only a fool would stand still. Just standing still to let you hit him. Does he really think he's an idiot? TSK, I really don't know what that big oaf is thinking. However, to the audience's surprise, Lin Yan actually agreed. Lin Yan suddenly crossed his arms, wearing a full smile on his face. All right, then I won't move. These words not only left the audience dumbfounded, but even the boxer was exceptionally dumbfounded. Damn, he had just said it casually while angry, not thinking Lin Yan would agree, but he actually agreed. Damn, this courage is truly admirable. At this moment, the boxer met Lin Yan's gaze, and it suddenly changed a bit. He actually felt some admiration for him. However, admiration was admiration, the fight still had to go on, and he needed to quickly complete the task his boss had assigned. So, he added a cautious reminder, good kid, you've got guts. If you give your word, you have to keep it. Just stand there and don't move. Lin Yan spread his hands towards him and shrugged his shoulders indifferently. All right, I, Lin Yan, have always kept my word. If I say I won't move, I won't move. Hurry up and come. Facing Lin Yan's calm expression, killing intent surged in the boxer's eyes. Not lingering any longer, he stomped his left foot hard backwards, transferring the strength to his waist, then deepening it from his waist and transferring it to his right hand. Chapter 79, Unable to Gather Strength. This time, the boxer clenched his right fist, using all his strength, even summoning his suckling strength. He intended to knock this kid down with a single punch. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and just as his fist was about to thrust forward, his expression suddenly changed. A sudden pain erupted on the left side of his waist, as if the energy inside was being blocked by something. The pain immediately caused a small portion of the strength he had gathered to instantly dissipate. That wasn't all, his right side began to ache as well, followed immediately by a spot 3 inches below his chest on his back. Those waves of pain caused the strength he had gathered in his right hand to completely collapse. He suddenly clutched his chest, a look of disbelief on his face. How is this possible? Why can't I gather my strength? Unwilling to give up, he tried to exert force again, but those few spots began to ache faintly once more. He suddenly recalled that when he was fighting Lin Yan earlier, Lin Yan seemed to have tapped him a few times. Could it be that this guy had learned some kind of acupoint sealing technique? What did you do to me, kid? Lin Yan's eyes flickered as he observed the changes in the boxer's body. Clearly, his acupoint sealing had taken effect. In reality, he didn't know any acupoint sealing techniques at all. He had simply exchanged for it, spending 500 Shenhao points. He didn't want to do this, but unfortunately, he couldn't beat the boxer. The boxer before him was simply too capable. And this acupoint sealing technique of his undoubtedly sealed several of his meridians, rendering him unable to channel his energy or gather strength. Sigh, I stood right here and let you hit me, but you didn't. Since you aren't hitting, is it my turn now? After saying this, Lin Yan lunged forward and began raining blows directly onto his face. Regardless of the consequences, he just beat him fiercely. Meanwhile, this scene left the onlookers stunned, their faces full of confusion. They had absolutely no idea what was going on. Wasn't it agreed that he would stand there and let the boxer hit him? Why was it now the boxer's turn to stand there and let Lin Yan hit him? Moreover, he was standing perfectly still, unable to fight back at all. This was like a damn dream. Once again, the audience was completely awestruck by Lin Yan. Many people gave him a thumbs up, thinking, awesome. Slap, 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 slap. Lin Yan didn't stop until he had landed who knows how many slaps. Looking at the boxer's cheeks, they were swollen like a pig's head, and his mouth had swollen into sausage lips. He looked utterly miserable, his face full of pain. Lin Yan shook his hand. Damn, my hand is numb from hitting him. The boxer's expression completely crumbled, and he looked at Lin Yan with extreme resentment. This was simply too bullying. Seemingly unable to endure it any longer, he lunged forcefully toward Lin Yan, gritting his teeth against the faint pain in those few spots. But before he could even reach him, Lin Yan kicked him to the ground. Then, with another swift kick, he pinned him down by stepping on his chest. How about that? Are you convinced yet, you big oaf? The boxer was thrown heavily to the ground, causing the floor to tremble. The back of his head slammed against the floor, leaving him dizzy and limp. Without a shred of strength left, he was simply pinned down by Lin Yan. Hearing Lin Yan's words, he opened his eyes and glared viciously at him. Although he had no strength left to fight back, his gaze was like a knife, constantly slicing at Lin Yan. He actually called him a big oaf again. Could he stop saying that? He hated it most when others called him that. Shut your mouth. I hate it when people call me a big oaf. He gritted his teeth, the words practically growled from his throat. Lin Yan smiled, suddenly acting as if he had just realized something. Oh, so you don't like being called a big oaf? In that case, how about I call you a fat pig instead? How does that sound? The boxer was so angry he nearly spat a mouthful of blood right onto Lin Yan's face. He would have preferred to be called a big oaf, wasn't fat pig even worse? If you want to kill me, just do it. Stop with all the nonsense. The boxer said, gritting his teeth in hatred. Lin Yan looked at him, then nodded solemnly. It seems you have quite the awareness of being a prisoner. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. After saying this, Lin Yan looked at the bartender cowering in the corner and raised an eyebrow at him. Do you have a small knife here? One for cutting fruit will do. The bartender felt a chill and couldn't help but swallow hard. Holy crap, had he misjudged the situation? Was this young man a ruthless person? Was he really going to carve up this fat guy here? What are you staring at? Hurry up. It's not free, I'll pay you later. Urged again, the bartender finally snapped to his senses, then pulled a fruit knife from under his bar and handed it to Lin Yan. His hand was trembling the entire time he was handing over the knife. Lin Yan took the fruit knife, took a sip of whiskey, and sprayed it directly onto the blade. He held it under the light and shook it. The edge was very sharp, glinting with a cold light. Lin Yan was very satisfied, then crouched down and pressed the fruit knife against the boxer's cheek. A cold sensation instantly made the boxer shiver all over. Looking at the chilling blade, he trembled in fear. Holy sh*t, I was just f*king joking, you don't have to do it for real, right? You don't have to do it for real, right? The boxer's voice trembled. He was naturally afraid of death, who isn't? Especially that kind of death by slicing, it was just too damn agonizing. But, Lin Yan shook his head with a straight face, very firmly. No, you were the one who said you'd let me kill or slice you as I pleased. I'm a fine, upstanding youth in society, I must fulfill your request. Although I've never heard such a bizarre request in my life, I'll do it. I'll start by slicing your flesh off piece by piece, and then you can die. As he spoke, the blade slid along the boxer's cheek, moving slowly downward until it reached his neck. He rubbed it against his neck, and with every rub, the boxer shivered all over, breaking out in a cold sweat. Big brother, I know I was wrong, please, don't do this. I really know I was wrong, please, don't. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Yan suddenly glared at the boxer and slapped him. Damn, the type of person I despise the most is someone like you. You sounded so righteous just a moment ago, why did you chicken out so fast? At least hold on a little longer. The boxer was already cursing in his heart. Chapter 80, hold on a little longer and your life will be gone. Damn it, hold on a little longer my ass. If I hold on a little longer, my life will be gone. Who would want to throw away their life? Isn't it great to just stay alive? No, grandfather, I really know I was wrong. Please let me go, I won't dare to cause you trouble ever again. That won't do. I must stick to my principles. Since I promised, I must follow through. Lin Yan paid no attention to his pleading eyes, moving the dagger all the way down until it reached his chest. He first sliced open his clothes, revealing his sturdy chest. This piece of meat is quite plump. Let's start from here. Hearing this, the boxer shuddered again, his eyes widening involuntarily. Forget it. Can't I just give you money? You can have as much as you want. Lin Yan was just about to make a move when he suddenly paused upon hearing this, his face full of interest. Sure. The boxer. The audience. Damn, what happened to sticking to your principles? How did he change his mind so quickly? System, holy crap, host, I've never seen anyone so thick-skinned and shameless. Didn't you say you would stick to your principles? Where are your principles? Lin Yan suddenly smiled, my principle is that in the face of money, all principles can go out the window. System, host, I truly despise you. Lin Yan slapped the boxer's face and asked somewhat impatiently, damn it, where's the money? Hand it over quickly. Only then did the boxer snap out of his daze. Hearing Lin Yan's words, he immediately reached into his pocket and fumbled around. Right after, he pulled out a leather wallet. Lin Yan snatched the wallet away, opening it with great excitement. He then fished out an ID card, a passport, and 250 yuan. His smile instantly froze. Lin Yan was utterly speechless. He turned around and repeatedly smacked the boxer's face, making him wail in pain. Smack, smack, smack. Ow, ow, ow. Holy crap, your life is pretty cheap, huh? Your life is only worth 250 yuan. The boxer was beaten black and blue. He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, and even one of his teeth had been knocked out. Silently spitting out the tooth, he looked at his 250 yuan and sighed heavily. Ah, indeed. Did he really think money was that easy to make? If he had money, he wouldn't be doing this kind of job where he licked blood off the edge of a blade. This is all I have. If you think it's not enough, how about I wire you money regularly in the future? Lin Yan was not satisfied. Regular wiring. What if he ran away and couldn't be found? Wasn't that just a blank check? Did he really take him for a fool? So Lin Yan fumbled around in his pockets again and finally found a phone. It was the latest model. If sold, it could fetch at least 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. This phone looks pretty good. I'll take it. After saying that, he stuffed the phone into his pocket. The boxer wanted to object, but before he could speak, Lin Yan slapped him again. Feeling wronged, he could only shut his mouth quickly, not daring to speak again. Next, Lin Yan put the phone in his pocket, but he wasn't done yet. He kicked the boxer. This money isn't really enough, it's not worth your life. How about this, let me beat you up a few more times. Once the beatings match the value, I'll let you go. What do you think? As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang in Lin Yan's mind. System, holy crap, and you called me a dishonest merchant. You're the real dishonest merchant here. You've calculated everything so clearly, you really refuse to take even the slightest loss. Lin Yan communicated directly with the system using his mind, didn't I learn it from you? Like system, like host. System, damn, I actually can't argue with that. Meanwhile, at Century Plaza, Zhuang Yudi drove her luxury car, speeding and running a red light, finally arriving at Century Plaza. Usually, there would be middle-aged women dancing square dances here at Century Plaza, but today it was unusually quiet. In the middle of the plaza, a group of people was gathered. They were all wearing black suits, surrounding a man who was sitting on a chair. He was the only one sitting the entire time. He had a cigarette in his mouth, puffing out clouds of smoke. Zhuang Yudi could tell at a glance that the man sitting right in the middle was none other than her target this time, Zhang Long. The car door closed, and she walked over in her slippers. Because she had been in such a rush, she hadn't even had time to change her clothes or shoes. As she walked, she kept turning her head to look around. She was looking for Lin Yan, but after looking around, she couldn't find any sign of him. It seemed Zhang Long hadn't tied Lin Yan up here. Zhuang Yudi walked swiftly, quickly arriving in front of Zhang Long. The bodyguards also obeyed Zhang Long's command, instantly scattering and completely blocking Zhuang Yudi's path. Zhang Long still sat on his chair, looking at her with disdain. You really came alone. Chairwoman Zhuang, you certainly have courage. I'm impressed. Zhuang Yudi's face darkened, her eyes filled with anger. Cut the crap. Where is Lin Yan? I want to see him. Zhang Long stood up from his chair, threw the cigarette butt onto the ground, crushed it under his foot, and looked at Zhuang Yudi with an arrogant expression. If you want to see him, sign the contract first. Once the contract is signed, I'll let you see him. After saying that, he waved his hand at his subordinate, who immediately handed him a document folder. Zhang Long opened the document folder, pulled out a document and a pen, and handed them to Zhuang Yudi. Sign it. Time waits for no one. Zhuang Yudi could only helplessly take the document, cursing Zhang Long repeatedly in her heart. but at this point, she had no better option than to sign it. She flipped the document to the last page and scanned it. However, when her eyes swept over the price, her pupils dilated and her hands clenched tightly. Looking up at Zhang Long in a rage, she said, "You are simply demanding an exorbitant price. This price is several times higher than usual." Before this project started, Zhuang Yudi had investigated the price of the earthwork Zhang Long sold. His price had always been the most expensive, but today, he had multiplied it several times over his original rate. This was sheer extortion. If she really signed at this exorbitant price, she would definitely lose money. Aside from suffering losses, this project wouldn't yield any profit at all. Zhang Long pulled out another cigarette, which his subordinate lit for him. He took a deep drag, then took a large stride forward, slowly blowing out the smoke. Chapter 81, I gave you a discount. Zhang Long wore a lingering smile, but his eyes were filled with deep disdain. Chairwoman Zhuang, we are all in the business world. You know that the reason my earthwork is expensive is, of course, because there's a reason for it. The materials I used are several times better than the usual ones. I even gave you a discount. Zhuang Yudi looked at him with great disgust. Did he really take her for someone who didn't understand the market? Even if this earthwork were expensive and of high quality, it couldn't possibly be this expensive. This was simply an exorbitant price. I cannot accept this price. Zhuang Yudi coldly tossed the contract back to him. Clatter. The pen also fell to the ground. In an instant, Zhang Long's face turned extremely gloomy. Zhang Long gritted his teeth and said, "Are you refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit? If you sign it obediently, we will all be fine. But if you don't." After saying this, his group of subordinates instantly surrounded her. Seeing the murderous crowd closing in, Zhuang Yudi's heart began to pound. She clenched her delicate fists tightly. "Hey, Chairwoman Zhuang, you were the ones who provoked me first. If you had given me this earthwork business a long time ago, things wouldn't have turned out so ugly. You have to sign this price, whether you want to or not. You have no choice. And don't forget, Lin Yan is still in my hands." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yudi's delicate fists slowly relaxed. She felt like a deflated balloon, her expression weary. She could not watch Lin Yan get into trouble, but she didn't want to compromise just like that either. This would be a major blow to her company. She raised her phoenix eyes and looked at Zhang Long firmly. "I can sign it, but before that, I want to see Lin Yan." "That shouldn't be difficult, right?" Zhang Long narrowed his eyes and looked at her suspiciously. "You'd better not play any tricks on me." However, faced with his threat, Zhuang Yudi did not back down this time. Her attitude was very firm. "I must see Lin Yan. As long as I see him, I will sign. I always keep my word." Hearing this, Zhang Long lowered his head in thought. At this moment, one of his subordinates leaned in. "Brother Long, why don't we just make a video call? Anyway, that kid should be..." The man's voice trailed off, so low that Zhuang Yudi couldn't hear what he said next, but her intuition told her that Lin Yan's situation was clearly not good. She became even more nervous and urged him again, "Hurry up. Aren't you in a hurry? I just need to see him once, that's all." Zhang Long took a deep drag of his cigarette and said indifferently to his subordinate, "Fine, start a video call with old Six. Let her see him." The subordinate nodded quickly, then took out his phone and initiated a video call. Zhuang Yudi immediately ran over, her eyes fixed intently on the screen. She had to see Lin Yan's condition immediately. Inside the bar. Just as Lin Yan was planning to beat the boxer again, his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. Lin Yan took out the phone but discovered it wasn't his own. His phone had run out of battery and shut down shortly after he entered the bar. This phone belonged to the boxer. It wasn't a regular call, but a video call, and the person's name was Boss Long. Lin Yan's heart stirred. The boxer knew him so well. Could this Boss Long be the mastermind behind him? Is Boss Long actually Zhang Long? Narrowing his eyes, Lin Yan was already certain in his heart. He thought for a moment, then crouched down, adjusted the phone's camera to point at the ground, and then opened the video call. As soon as the video call opened, two faces appeared on the other side, a man and a woman. The man was a complete stranger with a stern expression, but the woman was extremely familiar. It was none other than Zhuang Yudi. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed, and murderous intent instantly radiated from his entire body. How could Zhuang Yudi be here? Did Zhang Long kidnap her again? His fists clenched tightly, and Lin Yan's face was filled with fury. Hey, old six, have you finished things on your end? Let us see that kid, Lin Yan. The men spoke up. Beside him, Zhuang Yudi looked anxious, her cherry lips moving as she spoke. Lin Yan, where are you? Say something. Are you okay? Are you hurt? How are you? Her voice seemed to tremble slightly. This was genuine concern and worry. Lin Yan felt a warmth in his heart, but at the same time, he became even more worried. The situation seemed even worse. It didn't look like the situation where Zhang Long had kidnapped Lin Yan, but rather. Old six, did you hear me? Hurry up and adjust the camera to point at Lin Yan. As long as we let Chairwoman Zhuang see him, she will sign the contract, and Boss Long's task will be complete. The man urged him again, his voice very anxious, his tone carrying an unquestionable command. Lin Yan finally had some suspicions now. He was right, this Zhang Long was truly despicable and shameless. First, he sent the boxer to deal with him, and then he called Zhuang Yudi to threaten her with his life. This was to achieve his goal of getting her to sign the contract. What a treacherous villain. With a flicker of thought, Lin Yan held the video phone further away, then kicked the boxer who was lying on the ground like a dead fish. Lowering his voice, he leaned into his ear, do as I say, and I won't hold it against you. I'll let you go right now. The boxer naturally understood. He understood what he was being asked to do, and he was, of course, familiar with the voices of the people in the video. Thinking of Boss Long's influence, he hesitated. He was the boxer hired by Boss Long specifically to deal with Lin Yan. Boss Long had a very powerful background. Although they had a transactional relationship, if he offended Boss Long, his future would be filled with endless trouble. Seeing his hesitation, Lin Yan immediately lost all patience and pressed the cold tip of his knife against his neck. Well, haven't you made up your mind yet? When the cold blade touched his neck, the boxer shuddered all over and immediately agreed. If he offended Boss Long, at worst, he could just live under an assumed name in the future. But if he didn't do what Lin Yan said, he would die right here. Then, Lin Yan whispered a few words in his ear before bringing the video phone to his mouth. On the other side of the video, the man was already looking a bit impatient, continuously urging him and calling out for old six, his voice growing louder and louder. The boxer opened his mouth and said, Boss Long, I've encountered a small situation here. Can you tell me where you are right now? Chapter 82, That Kid Ran Away. Just as the words left his mouth, the shouting on the other end finally stopped. A trace of doubt flashed in the man's eyes, but because the video was still pointing at the ground and didn't show anyone's face, they couldn't see what was happening on the boxer's end. He hesitated for a moment, glanced at the anxious and worried Zhuang Yudi, and finally stepped away from her, seemingly not wanting her to hear. Seeing this, Zhuang Yudi became even more anxious, her delicate face turning completely pale. Cold sweat poured down as she hurriedly tried to follow, but the other henchman behind her immediately blocked her path. The man holding the phone had walked over to a corner. Once he was sure Zhuang Yudi couldn't hear him, he lowered his voice and asked, What happened? The boxer glanced at Lin Yan, who glared back, silently threatening him. Only then did the boxer continue, That kid ran away. I couldn't catch him. How about we change our strategy? Tell me where you guys are, and we can lure him over. I'll give him a good thrashing then. I've already injured him, so he definitely won't be a match for us. He'll be at our mercy. The boxer spoke with utter sincerity, leaving Lin Yan, who was standing beside him, highly satisfied. Meanwhile, the henchman fell silent, seemingly pondering carefully over what the boxer had said. After a long pause, footsteps and the sound of two people whispering could be heard from the other end. After a short while, the man finally said, All right then. But Boss Long said you shouldn't have let him escape this time. We'll settle this score later. We're at Century Plaza right now, so get over here quickly. With that, he hung up the video call. The boxer secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Grandpa, I did exactly as you asked. Can I? Before the boxer could finish his sentence, Lin Yan dashed out of the main door like a gust of wind. The boxer finally put his heart at ease. This little demon was finally gone. He struggled to climb up from the floor, glared fiercely at the spectators who were enjoying the show, and then left. Shortly after going outside, he headed straight for a telephone booth and dialed a number. "Master, I've run into an opponent here in Zhuhai City." A deep man's voice came from the other end of the line. It sounded slightly aged, but was still full of vigor. "Oh, you're injured." A look of shame and anger crossed the boxer's face. He fell silent for 2 seconds before nodding. "Yes, master. I was beaten by that kid so badly that I couldn't even fight back." Just as he finished speaking, a clattering sound came from the other end of the line. It was obvious that something had fallen to the ground. "Oh. Someone actually managed to beat you to the point where you couldn't even fight back. Your master would certainly like to see this. Does he also know boxing, or is he skilled in martial arts? How old is he?" The kid looks to be around 24 or so. He's quite handsome and has a rather slender build. "It's not boxing, it seems to be some kind of martial arts." A sharp intake of breath came from the other end of the line. Seemingly unsure of the truth of the boxer's words, the voice couldn't help but ask again, "What did you say?" He's only in his 20s. "Are you sure?" The boxer bit his lip, the shame and anger in his eyes intensifying. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had been practicing boxing since childhood, for over 30 years, only to be defeated by a green youth. This was a massive humiliation, but it was the truth. "Yes, master. You are my most prized disciple, and you're also one of the top boxing experts in our country. For him to be able to defeat you. Could this kid be the successor of some martial arts lineage? Your master has taken a great interest in him. I will go and meet him in the next couple of days." "Yes, master." The phone call ended, and a smile finally appeared on the boxer's face. His master was a retired expert, the very pioneer of boxing. "Lin Yan, you're dead meat this time. I will definitely reclaim my lost honor here one day." Lin Yan sprinted all the way. As soon as he got outside, he hailed a cab and headed straight for Century Plaza. Century Plaza was a 10-minute drive from there, and the journey was an agonizing wait for him. Finally, 10 minutes later, he arrived at Century Plaza. The usually bustling Century Plaza was exceptionally quiet now. Only a small group of people sat in a circle in the center, completely silent. In the very center, he saw a woman. She had long, shoulder-length hair and was still wearing pajamas. Surrounded by the crowd, her face was deathly pale. Lin Yan's fists clenched tightly as his anger reached its peak. This despicable, shameless bastard would use any means necessary to achieve his goals. How utterly shameless. Lin Yan immediately rushed over. As he drew near, one of the henchmen spotted him. "Ah! How is it you?" An exclamation rang out, and everyone's eyes fell upon Lin Yan. Zhang Long, who was sitting on a chair in the middle smoking a cigarette, stood up upon hearing his henchman's voice. Peering through the crowd, his expression changed when he saw Lin Yan rapidly sprinting toward them. His face was filled with utter disbelief. How was this possible? He had just video-called the boxer, Lao Lu, who said Lin Yan had run away after being injured. Yet, looking at his energetic state and the sheer speed of his sprint, he didn't look injured in the slightest. Moreover, how did this guy know that his group was at Century Plaza? There was only one possibility: the boxer had betrayed him. Damn it. Go to hell. He cursed in fury, threw his cigarette butt onto the ground, and crushed it viciously under his foot. "Bind chairwoman Zhuang for me first." Just as he spoke, the henchmen instantly snapped out of their daze. The thug closest to Zhuang Yudi quickly put her in a chokehold. He locked his arm tightly around Zhuang Yudi's neck. They had all seen Lin Yan's skills before. Now that even the boxer was no match for him, they would only be at his mercy. If they wanted to escape now, there was only one way. Having successfully secured Zhuang Yudi in a chokehold, Zhang Long sneered, "Stop right there, Lin Yan. Take one more step, and I'll kill her right now." Lin Yan's expression shifted slightly, and he instantly froze in his tracks. However, the fury in his eyes and the murderous aura radiating from his body remained incredibly intense. He glared fixedly at Zhang Long. Gritting his teeth, he squeezed out each word, "If you dare harm even a single hair on her head, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. His furious expression and the murderous aura surrounding him made Zhang Long involuntarily swallow his saliva. Chapter 83, Someone No One Dares to Provoke. In this territory, he had always been someone no one dared to provoke, always looking down on others. Never before had he been threatened like this, and it made Zhang Long feel extremely humiliated. But right now, he knew he was no match for Lin Yan. If he forced a confrontation, he wouldn't gain any advantage. He feigned calmness. Why don't we discuss a collaboration? You know I'm not interested in killing, I just want to work with you. Let's have a calm and rational conversation. Lin Yan, however, looked at him with a face full of sarcasm. Sure, we can have a calm conversation, but at least let the person go first. How can we be calm when you're holding someone hostage? Zhang Long unhurriedly took out a cigarette. He knew that Zhuang Yudi was Lin Yan's weakness. He wouldn't dare act rashly. If I didn't take a hostage, I probably wouldn't have the chance to stand here. I know you're very capable, but I still want to tell you, don't be too arrogant. Lin Yan, don't agree to him. He is a despicable and shameless person. He raised the price of the earthwork by several times, it's an exorbitant price. At this moment, Zhuang Yudi, who had been held captive the whole time, suddenly shouted. Her words completely angered Zhang Long, and he glared at Zhuang Yudi, gritting his teeth. Chairwoman Zhuang, isn't this all forced by you? If you had collaborated with me earlier, I wouldn't have treated you like this. Enough nonsense. I don't have time to waste here with you. Hurry up, are you signing or not? Choose one. After saying this, Zhang Long took a fierce drag of his cigarette, threw the butt on the ground, and crushed it hard with his foot. He shook the contract in his hand and tossed it directly onto the ground. Such arrogant words and actions made Lin Yan grit his teeth in frustration. Expecting him to sign this exorbitant contract was nothing but a pipe dream. However, Zhang Long was different from his underlings, he was playing for real this time. Zhuang Yudi was in his hands. If he didn't do as he asked, she would definitely get hurt. With a roll of his eyes, Lin Yan suddenly had an idea and began communicating with the system in his mind. System, do you have any way to get me an erasable pen that makes the writing disappear on its own after a while? The system replied, that's a brilliant idea. I actually do have one, but didn't we agree not to spend any more Shenhao points? Lin Yan sighed, there's no other way, is there? I can just earn more later. The system replied, all right then, but you must promise me that after this, you will never use any more Shenhao points, and from now on, you must be cautious. Lin Yan turned serious. The system was right, he needed to be more cautious in the future. Besides Zhang Long, he had offended many others. His main goal now was to strengthen his own power, starting by upgrading the system. Only after the system was upgraded could he better acquire power. And protect himself better. But now, in just half a day, he had used his Shenhao points twice in a row. He couldn't do this again in the future. He had to be careful and not let bad guys catch him off guard. A short while later, Lin Yan felt something appear in his pocket. That must have been the pen the system gave him. What are you staring at? Sign it quickly. Zhang Long urged him, gritting his teeth, his eyes full of impatience. Lin Yan didn't make a sound, he slowly bent down and reached out to pick up the contract. At the same time, the captive Zhuang Yudi began to move restlessly. Lin Yan, don't agree to him. Don't sign the contract. Lin Yan ignored her. He took out his own pen, signed his name on the contract, and then handed it to Zhuang Yudi. He was in charge of this project, his signature alone wasn't enough, Zhuang Yudi had to sign it as well. Come on, sign the contract. Forget it, let's not argue with him, we can't afford to provoke him. Zhang Long, who was standing to the side, suddenly let out a low laugh. Seeing how obedient Lin Yan was, handing the contract to Zhuang Yudi for a signature without even being told, he thought, he is indeed teachable. He had finally regained the face he lost when Lin Yan humiliated him earlier, and he felt a thrill of vengeance. He reached out and patted Lin Yan on the shoulder. Kid, you have a bright future. Lin Yan ignored him, merely glancing at his hand with disgust before moving away nonchalantly. He handed the contract to Zhuang Yudi. Sign it. Zhuang Yudi didn't take the pen, looking at Lin Yan with a stubborn expression. Sign it quickly, or your life will be in danger. As he spoke, Lin Yan winked at Zhuang Yudi and raised an eyebrow. Zhuang Yudi was confused, but after Lin Yan gave her that look, she suddenly seemed to understand what he meant. So, she struggled for a moment and then compromised. All right then, I'll sign it. But can you let me go first? I can't sign it like this. Zhang Long walked over. Instead of letting his underlings release her, he said viciously, you can sign without being released. Stop talking to me and sign it quickly. Seeing that Zhang Long wouldn't fall for it, Zhuang Yudi frowned and picked up the pen to sign. Once the contract was signed, it would immediately take effect. Zhang Long looked at the two signatures and laughed heartily. His eyes were full of triumph. Ha ha ha, you two are quite obedient. Now that we've signed the contract, shouldn't you let us go? Lin Yan suddenly asked. However, Zhang Long shook his head. I can let you go, but shouldn't you pay the deposit? The contract is already in effect, so you must pay half of the deposit first. Hearing this, Zhuang Yudi's expression stiffened. This earthwork contract was already exorbitantly priced. If she had to pay half of it, she wouldn't have enough money left for materials. She couldn't come up with any of it right now. Fine, but at least let me go first. If you don't let me go, how am I supposed to get the money for you? At this moment, Lin Yan also chimed in, that's right. We've already signed the contract, are you afraid we'll welch on the deal? Hearing this, Zhang Long thought it made sense and nodded. That's true. I have the contract in hand. If you try to play any tricks, I will immediately submit this contract. By then, your company will probably... He stopped halfway through, his eyes filled with threats. Since the contract was signed, Zhuang Yudi naturally knew the consequences. Since that's the case, hurry up and let her go, Lin Yan urged again. However, Zhang Long looked at Lin Yan and laughed out loud. Haha, you want me to let her go? Now is not the time. Chapter 84, I won't show tender mercy. After saying that, he suddenly took a step back, and the bodyguard holding Zhuang Yudi hostage also took a step back. Lin Yan, although you signed the contract, I still don't trust you. I'll let her go once I get back, but you can't follow us. Otherwise, these hands of mine won't show any tender mercy to the fair sex. Hearing his words, Lin Yan couldn't help but grit his teeth, his fists suddenly clenching. He hadn't expected Zhang Long to be so incredibly suspicious. But with Zhuang Yudi in their hands, he had no choice but to agree. Fine, I agree. But you'd better think carefully. If you dare harm a single hair on her head, I will not let you off. Zhang Long snorted coldly at Lin Yan, his eyes filled with disdain and ridicule, showing absolutely no fear on his face. Then, he waved his hand to his subordinates, and the entire group walked toward the edge of the plaza, where several black sedans were parked. Everyone got into the cars. Meanwhile, Lin Yan stood motionless on the plaza, watching them leave. The moment the car started up, they suddenly pushed Zhuang Yudi out of the car door. The cars sped away. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed, and he quickly dashed to Zhuang Yudi's side. He first checked her for injuries, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw she was unharmed. At that moment, Zhuang Yudi also suddenly came to her senses and began checking Lin Yan for injuries. Seeing that he wasn't hurt either, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you're not hurt. I heard them talking earlier about breaking one of your legs, and I was scared to death. Looking at her anxious expression and lovely, delicate appearance, Lin Yan couldn't help but pull her into his embrace, patting her shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry, the person who can lay a hand on me in this world hasn't been born yet. These words made Zhuang Yudi feel incredibly safe. Let's go, I'll take you home. Lin Yan took Zhuang Yudi's hand and walked toward the car. Suddenly, Zhuang Yudi thought of something and said despondently, Lin Yan, you didn't look at the price when you signed the contract just now. It's an astronomical sum that I can't possibly afford. What do we do now? What if he uses that contract? Lin Yan stopped, looked at her seriously, and gently pinched her cute little nose with his finger. Don't worry. Since I had you sign that contract, I'm absolutely sure of what I'm doing. Besides, we won't have to pay a single cent. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Zhuang Yudi's face was filled with question marks. What is it exactly? What's going on? The clauses in his contracts are all unfair terms, they only benefit him and have absolutely no disadvantages for him. I'm afraid we. Lin Yan put his arm around her shoulder very naturally. You don't need to worry. Just trust me. Go home and get a good night's sleep, and you'll find out tomorrow. Seeing Lin Yan's serious expression and firm words, Zhuang Yudi didn't say anything more, and her heart relaxed a little. Lin Yan then ushered her into the passenger seat while he drove the luxury car. Finally, he drove Zhuang Yudi back to her luxury villa. After parking the car, Lin Yan watched her enter the house. Just as he was about to leave, Zhuang Yudi suddenly walked back out. Her face was slightly flushed, and her hand rested uneasily on the door as she called out softly, "Wait. It's too late tonight. Why don't you stay?" Pausing in his tracks, Lin Yan turned his head to look at the blushing Zhuang Yudi. Although the villa was huge and he knew Zhuang Yudi definitely didn't mean anything else by it, her face was so red and she looked so shy. Why does this look and sound so much like a girlfriend talking to her boyfriend? And although the villa was vast and there were surely plenty of rooms, a single man and a single woman staying under one roof still felt a bit. This probably isn't very appropriate, is it? Although he thought this in his heart, Lin Yan's mouth was very honest. Sure, then I'll stay. This way, I can protect you too. System, host, just admit it. Your mind is actually in the gutter. No, it's not. My heart is pure red. 5 minutes later. Lin Yan appeared in Zhuang Yudi's living room, having already taken a shower. After all, he had drunk some alcohol earlier at the bar and smelled of liquor. On top of that, he had fought the boxer and was drenched in sweat. Taking a shower now made him feel much more refreshed. However, since there were no men's clothes here and Lin Yan certainly wouldn't wear women's clothing, he just threw on a bathrobe and came out. Zhuang Yudi had also taken a shower and changed into a set of pajamas. The two of them sat watching television, as it was still too early for bed. Usually, Lin Fan wouldn't go to sleep before 10 p.m., and it was only a little past 8 p.m. now. The television was playing a very normal drama, an idol drama. Lin Yan found it boring, so he wanted to pull out his phone and scroll through some videos. However, right at that moment, the student drama, which had been perfectly normal with kids going to and from school, suddenly took a sharp turn into mature territory. It was incredibly sudden, catching both of them completely off guard. The scene was practically eye-searing. Was it really okay to broadcast something this explicit? Lin Yan felt helpless. He turned his head to look at Zhuang Yudi, only to find that she was also looking at him. A wave of awkwardness washed over both of them, and the air seemed to fall dead silent. Only the sounds of moaning could be heard from the TV. Zhuang Yudi's face instantly turned bright red. She hurriedly reached for the remote to change the channel, but in her haste, she accidentally pressed the volume up button instead. The sounds only grew louder. Zhuang Yudi's face flushed even deeper. She had never even had a boyfriend, let alone encountered such an embarrassing situation. In her extreme fluster, she finally pressed the remote twice more, finally turning the television off. After turning off the TV, she gave Lin Yan an awkward smile and said rather uneasily, "I just started watching this drama too. I had no idea it was like this. Directors nowadays really dare to film anything." Lin Yan looked at Zhuang Yudi's red cheeks, which looked exactly like a ripe red apple. He suddenly couldn't help but swallow hard. Holy crap, he had just seen a steamy scene on TV. And now this top-tier beautiful chairwoman was standing right in front of him, looking all shy and embarrassed. Who could possibly resist this? For a moment, the atmosphere felt incredibly awkward. As if to break the awkward silence, Zhuang Yudi suddenly suggested, "Lin Yan, are you hungry? Why don't we order some takeout? I'm a bit hungry." "Sure, sounds good. What do you want to eat?" Without even thinking, Lin Yan blurted out, "I'll just eat you." Zhuang Yudi's expression froze, and countless question marks popped up in her mind. "Little friend, do you have a lot of question marks? You want to eat me? Are you sure?" Only upon hearing this did Lin Yan snap back to his senses. Holy crap, what on earth did I just say? He had almost taken things into the fast lane. Chapter 85, and just like that, an accident happened. "Oh, I misspoke. I meant I'll just eat whatever you buy." I'll eat whatever you get. Oh, I see. All right then. And just like that, the two fell silent again while Zhuang Yudi ordered the takeout. It's ordered. It should be here in about 10 minutes. Oh, that's good. Then, a wave of awkwardness washed over the living room once more. Neither of them spoke. Out of sheer boredom, they both started scrolling through videos on their phones. However, as if on cue, a video popped up on Lin Yan's phone that was exactly like the one that had been playing on the TV. Of course, this kind of video couldn't actually be posted openly, so it was heavily pixelated. But the audio was still there, and since Lin Yan had just charged his phone, the volume wasn't muted, it was incredibly loud. When the sound echoed through the living room, both of them froze completely. Zhuang Yudi, in particular, stared at Lin Yan in utter shock. Lin Yan's expression stiffened, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. It was the definition of absolute embarrassment. He hurriedly locked his phone. Don't misunderstand. I don't usually watch this kind of stuff. I don't know what happened, it just popped up out of nowhere. But after he said that, Zhuang Yudi suddenly burst out laughing, her body shaking with amusement. I didn't even say anything. Why are you so nervous? Lin Yan quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Neither of them spoke again as they went back to scrolling through their videos. Meanwhile, inside another luxurious villa, several cars had driven into the compound. Zhang Long got out of his car, with several others following close behind him. Zhang Long was in an excellent mood. He pulled out a cigarette, and a subordinate quickly stepped forward to light it for him. Another sharp-eyed subordinate opened the door for him. Zhang Long walked into his villa, which was decorated in a highly luxurious European style. Inside the villa, two women were waiting for him. Both women were scantily clad and heavily made up, but they both possessed top-tier figures. Seeing Zhang Long return, the two women immediately welcomed him, their faces blooming like peach blossoms. Brother Long, you're finally back. We've been waiting for you for so long. Yeah, what did you do, Brother Long? Why didn't you take us with you? Zhang Long wrapped an arm around each of them, slowly blew smoke into one of the women's faces, and then leaned in to kiss her. I'm in a great mood today. As long as you two serve me well, I'll buy you whatever you want tomorrow. As he spoke, he pulled the two women down onto the sofa with him, while his subordinates stood obediently to the side. Utterly disregarding the presence of others, he slid his hand directly under one of the women's clothes. As his hand roamed around, the woman giggled. Yet, there was no trace of warmth in her eyes, only a hint of disgust that she was forced to suppress. One of the women picked up some fruit nearby, peeled a grape, popped it into her own mouth, and then fed it to Zhang Long mouth to mouth. Zhang Long ate it with relish, his mood growing even better. Brother Long, what did you actually do today to be in such a good mood? You should ask how much money Brother Long made instead. Right, Brother Long. The two women spoke in coquettish voices. Brother Long was in a spectacular mood. He propped his legs up on the coffee table, took a drag from his cigarette, and kept his hands busy. Then he said, "You're right. I'm in the best mood today because I made a fortune and got rid of a thorn in my side." Really? Then congratulations, Brother Long. Zhang Long's face was filled with smug satisfaction. He opened his mouth and said arrogantly, no matter how capable that kid Lin Yan is, didn't he still end up falling into my hands? Now that the contract is signed, there's no backing out. Tomorrow morning, we go collect the money. A subordinate quickly chimed in, Brother Long, I'll let the boys know. We'll head out first thing tomorrow morning. I'll go along tomorrow too. If they don't hand over the money, we'll give them hell. Brother Long, if they do pay up, will we stop targeting them? One of the subordinates asked, feeling a bit puzzled. Brother Long looked at him as if he were an idiot. Let him off. He injured so many of my boys, and I'm just supposed to let him off. That would be too easy on him. I'm positive that even though their group is large, there's no way they can pull out this much cash all at once. Besides, even if they can produce the money, I have other ways. I clearly specified in that contract that the interest would multiply several times over after just one night. So tomorrow, we won't just be taking that initial amount. There's absolutely no way they can come up with that much money this time. As long as they can't pay, don't worry about anything else, just go ahead and trash their headquarters. I want him, and every other business in Zhuhai, to see exactly what happens when they cross me. A sinister glint flashed in Brother Long's eyes. Seeing this, his subordinates and the two women beside him all shuddered. What a terrifying look. All right, you guys run along now. With that, everyone dismissed themselves, leaving only the two women behind. Although the two women were somewhat reluctant, they were too terrified to disobey. Just as his men were about to close the front doors, Zhang Long suddenly thought of something. He added, "Oh right, that boxer betrayed me. I want him dead. Go grab him and bring him to me." The subordinate quickly nodded in agreement and left. Inside Zhuang Yudi's villa, Zhuang Yudi and Lin Yan sat opposite each other, both on their phones. The atmosphere was incredibly quiet. After an unknown amount of time, a phone suddenly rang, and Zhuang Yudi stood up. "The food is here. I'm starving, I'll go grab it." With that, she headed toward the door. Lin Yan followed her. "Let me get it. Since you're treating, I should do the legwork." As he spoke, he took large strides to get ahead of Zhuang Yudi and walked outside. The villa had a small courtyard. It wasn't very large, but two streetlights illuminated it brightly. There was also a swimming pool in the courtyard, its surface shimmering under the lamplight. The air in the yard was cool and pleasant. Lin Yan didn't walk very fast, and for some reason, Zhuang Yudi followed him out. The two walked through the yard one after the other, heading toward the main gate. Someone outside the gate was repeatedly ringing the doorbell. It was undoubtedly the delivery driver. "Your courtyard is really nicely decorated," Lin Yan complimented as he walked. Chapter 86, A Gust of Wind, Feeling Chilly. Behind him, Zhuang Yudi absent-mindedly replied as they finally reached the door. Lin Yan stopped and pressed the button for the electric door. With a single press of the button, the electric door would automatically slide open slowly. But an accident happened right at that moment. As Zhuang Yudi walked over from behind, she suddenly tripped on a pebble and lunged forward. Lin Yan hadn't expected this at all. Caught completely off guard, his bathrobe was grabbed by her. Then, he felt a sudden chill all over his body. When he looked again, his bathrobe was already in Zhuang Yudi's hands, and she was splayed out on top of it. She had fallen. Fortunately, the bathrobe cushioned her fall, so her landing wasn't too awkward. Only, she wasn't in an awkward position, but he was in a fucking embarrassing one. The bathrobe wrapped around him had slipped off. He was basically stark naked now. As a gust of wind blew by, he felt quite chilly. Lin Yan was completely stunned, and Zhuang Yudi, who was lying on the bathrobe, was also completely dumbfounded. Subconsciously raising her head, she immediately saw certain things. It was really long. Heaven knew how embarrassed she was. Zhuang Yudi immediately scrambled up from the ground and, reacting faster than she ever had in her life, threw the bathrobe over Lin Yan's body. However, because she was in too much of a hurry, her foot actually stepped on the bathrobe. And just like that, she fell forward once again. The bathrobe was stepped on under her feet, not covering Lin Yan at all. Standing right in front of her, Lin Yan couldn't just stand by and watch her fall. And so, he quickly reached out and caught Zhuang Yudi by the waist, saving her from falling. Lin Yan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly felt that something was off. Holy crap. This should have been a very beautiful scene of a hero saving a beauty, but unfortunately, the circumstances were all wrong. Not just him. Even Zhuang Yudi completely froze. Her mind went completely blank. After 3 seconds of silence, the door slowly opened, and they heard the sound of someone gasping outside. Hiss. Only when they heard this sound did the two of them finally snap out of it. Turning their heads, they saw the delivery guy outside. His eyes were wide, and his mouth was open wide enough to fit an egg. He was staring dead at the two of them, dumbfounded. It was no wonder. Anyone who saw them in this position would be dumbfounded. After all, Lin Yan wasn't wearing a single thing. The air seemed to fall silent again. After 4 seconds of dead silence, the delivery guy suddenly dropped the takeout directly onto the ground. Sorry to disturb you. Please continue, I'll be leaving now. With that, he bolted away as fast as he could. Immediately after, After freezing for another 2 seconds, Zhuang Yudi also bolted back into the villa, just like the delivery guy. Leaving only Lin Yan standing there, shivering in the cold wind, completely bewildered. He had really lost face big time now. Quickly picking up the takeout and wrapping himself in the bath towel, Lin Yan also returned to the villa. Upon reaching the living room, he found that Zhuang Yudi's door was also tightly shut. Lin Yan couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, it's all because of my handsome and charming figure. Look how scared the poor girl is. System. Could you please stop being so narcissistic? Looking at the 2 large portions of takeout, Lin Yan couldn't finish them all by himself. So after a moment of hesitation, he knocked on Zhuang Yudi's door again, and she opened it once more. Only this time, she had 2 more things in her hands, a top and a pair of pants, both pink. You should put some clothes on first to prevent any more accidents. I've already thrown your dirty clothes into the washing machine, so you can't wear them now. Just wear mine for now. Lin Yan picked up the pink clothes, which even had a Hello Kitty design on them. He really couldn't understand how this was the kind of clothing a chairwoman liked to wear. 3 minutes later, Lin Yan came out after changing. He was dressed in all pink, looking incredibly flashy and flamboyant. Enduring the endless ridicule and mockery from the system, Lin Yan finally made it to the living room. The system's laughter finally faded. But then, Zhuang Yudi's laughter started. Haha, you look so cute in those pink clothes, though they're a bit small. Lin Yan looked at his muscles, which were completely bulging under the tight fabric. Of course they were small. If he exerted just a little bit of force, they would rip right open. Fortunately, his physique was quite perfect. Lin Yan smiled without saying anything, and the 2 of them began to eat their late-night snack. Another 10 minutes passed. Lin Yan finished eating and was led into a room by Zhuang Yudi. Zhuang Yudi also returned to her own room. Their rooms were right next to each other, separated by a single wall. Looking at the luxurious room, Lin Yan lay down on the bed and closed his eyes comfortably. Just as he was about to sleep, there was a knock on the door. Lin Yan was taken aback. Not sleeping at this hour? Could Zhuang Yudi have something else to do? With this in mind, Lin Yan opened the door. Then, he was astonished by the sight before him. Zhuang Yudi was actually wearing a black tight-fitting outfit that accentuated her figure perfectly. It was incredibly sexy. But that wasn't the point. The point was, why did she suddenly change her clothes? Why did you suddenly change your clothes? Are you planning to go out? The bright smile on Zhuang Yudi's face suddenly faltered. No, I'm not going out. I just wanted to. Oh, I get it. Do you want to take a stroll in the yard? Sure, I'll go with you. I'm not. Zhuang Yudi grew a bit anxious, her eyes filled with a touch of shyness. Lin Yan's heart was as clear as a mirror. Before she could finish, he grabbed her and kissed her domineeringly. He kissed her for a moment before letting go. Is this what you meant? Zhuang Yudi was already limp in Lin Yan's arms. Hearing his words, she finally nodded, her face flushing crimson. Actually, Lin Fan immediately scooped her up in a princess carry and carried her into the room. Shoo, don't speak. Early the next morning, Lin Yan woke up. Opening his eyes, he wore a satisfied smile as he turned to look at the woman sleeping soundly beside him. The sunlight shone on her face, adding a touch of softness to her exquisite features. Lin Yan couldn't resist planting a kiss on her brow before quietly getting out of bed. Zhuang Yudi was his woman now, and of course, he had to spoil his own woman. Lin Yan went to the kitchen and made her breakfast. When Zhuang Yudi woke up and saw the table full of breakfast, she was deeply moved. She threw her arms around Lin Yan and planted a kiss on his brow. Chapter 87, Hooking Up with a Female CEO. Thank you. I feel so incredibly happy. Lin Yan pulled her in by the waist and pressed his forehead against hers. I feel very happy too, having hooked up with a female CEO. Hee hee, then it's a promise. From now on, you belong to me alone. If you go fooling around with other women out there, I won't let you off easily. With that, she waved her small hand, forming a delicate fist and tapping it against Lin Yan's chest. Although the fist landed on Lin Yan's chest, There was no force behind it at all, not even enough to scratch an itch. Lin Yan's large hand wrapped around her small fist. All right, hurry up and eat. We still have a good show to watch today. Zhuang Yudi's eyes suddenly lit up. Tugging at Lin Yan's sleeve, she asked excitedly, by the way, none of the clauses in the contract we signed yesterday are in our favor. How exactly do you plan to deal with him? You'll find out once we get to the office. Come on, eat up. Zhuang Yudi pouted. At this moment, she didn't look like a powerful businesswoman at all, but completely like a cute, affectionate woman. Can't you tell me now? I can't tell you just yet. Lin Yan gave a mysterious smile. The two of them then finished their breakfast and flirted a bit longer. Even the system couldn't take it anymore. System, I say, are you two ever going to stop? Don't you know there's a single dog right here? Lin Yan conversed with the system for a moment. Can't help it. I just couldn't resist. System, couldn't resist your big head. Humph. The system let out a thunderous snort. Suddenly, at this moment, Lin Fan thought of a question. When he was interacting with Zhuang Yudi yesterday, he wondered if the system could see it. It couldn't have been peeping the whole time, right? Hey, system, let me ask you a question. Did you see anything you shouldn't have last night? System, what are you referring to? Besides, is there any difference between you and me? Of course I can see whatever you can see. Lin Yan, who was drinking milk, suddenly spat it all out. Holy crap, how could he have forgotten about the system? This system really is a voyeur. Doesn't it know to avert its eyes from improper things? Meanwhile, Zhuang Yudi was unaware of Lin Yan's internal exchange with the system. So, she only saw that Lin Yan was eating perfectly fine when he suddenly spat out his milk, which immediately made her panic a little. Lin Yan, what's wrong? Are you okay? Why did you suddenly spit it out while eating? Has the milk expired? Looking at her deeply anxious face, Lin Yan gave it a gentle pinch. I'm fine, I'm fine. Just eat your breakfast. With that, he stuffed another bun into his mouth, imagining it as the system and biting into it viciously. System, don't you know what it means to see no evil? Do you have any sense of public morality? She's my woman, not yours. Furious, Lin Yan began to converse with the system in his mind. He absolutely could not back down on this matter. Otherwise, he would have no privacy left to speak of. At the thought of the system peeping on his future happy life with Zhuang Yudi, how frustrating would that be? Seeing Lin Yan's furious state, the system suddenly laughed. System, hee hee, oh come on, is it really worth getting so worked up over a joke? Even if you wanted to show me, I wouldn't watch. What's so good about looking at pale flesh that looks just like pork belly? This description was truly too unique. Lin Yan couldn't help but throw up all the breakfast he had just eaten. Bleg. He felt that this system was definitely doing it on purpose. Fortunately, Zhuang Yudi wasn't here at the moment, otherwise, she would definitely be asking all sorts of questions again. I refuse to communicate with you. Can I just have a peaceful meal, please? System, oh, all right. Go ahead and eat then. The system thought snidely, anyway, you won't know whether I watched or not, hee hee. After finishing breakfast, Lin Yan and Zhuang Yudi drove their luxury car straight to the company. Once they arrived downstairs of the company building, sure enough, several cars were already waiting there. Standing beside the cars were over a dozen thugs. Every single one of them was heavily built, and though they were dressed in formal suits, the suits could not contain their muscular chests, causing their buttons to bulge outward. And in the very center of the crowd, Lin Yan spotted a familiar figure, Zhang Long. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth and a heavily made-up woman on his arm, he looked at Lin Yan with extreme arrogance. Yo, kid, you two finally showed up. You kept me waiting. A cold smile played on the corner of Lin Yan's lips, but he didn't say a word. At this moment, Zhuang Yudi spoke up from the side, what are you doing here again? Hasn't the contract already been signed? Lin Yan hadn't told Zhuang Yudi about this, so she was still in the dark. Seeing Zhang Long show up here filled her heart with suspicion. Zhang Long took a deep drag of his cigarette and let go of the woman in his arms. Chairwoman Zhuang, why play dumb? It's written plain and clear in the contract, a deposit must be paid within 2 hours of signing. As for me, for the sake of our old acquaintance, I specially gave you some leeway and let you prepare overnight. You should be ready by now, right? Where's the money? The contract is already signed. If you can't produce the money, we'll just have to settle this with the higher-ups. As he said this, Zhang Longhui also pointed his finger upward. Zhuang Yudi understood his meaning perfectly. This was a blatant threat. If she didn't act according to the contract, they would inevitably report it to the authorities. At that time, her group would suffer a devastating blow. Zhuang Yudi grew anxious. Just then, Lin Yan gently patted her shoulder from the side. Oh! What contract? We don't recall signing any contract. These words stunned everyone present. After a couple of seconds of shock, Zhang Long suddenly glared viciously at Lin Yan. Kid, you really refuse to do things the easy way. It's written in black and white, clear as day on the contract, and you both signed it. What? Are you trying to back out of it now? However, Lin Yan was completely dismissive. Instead, a trace of confusion appeared in his eyes. But I really don't know what contract we signed. Why don't you bring it out and let us all take a look? Zhang Long's eyes suddenly narrowed as he stared intently at Lin Yan. After a moment, he waved his hand at his subordinates. Bring the contract. I want him to see with his own eyes what exactly is written on it. What an obstinate fool who won't cry until he sees his own coffin. A burly man immediately walked over with a document folder, opened it, and flipped to the first page. Read it to him. What exactly is written on our contract? Chapter 88, Doubled Liquidated Damages. The burly man's rough voice rang out. Once the earthwork contract is signed, the supplier will determine the delivery time themselves, and the client cannot rush them. However, the deposit must be paid within 2 hours, otherwise the liquidated damages will double. The burly man read aloud righteously. Lin Yan, however, just watched with a cold smile, his face remaining completely unfazed. Beside him, Zhuang Yudi could no longer keep her cool. Yesterday, when she looked at the contract, she had only checked the price and hadn't noticed the other clauses. She hadn't expected Zhang Long to be so utterly shameless. If the supplier could deliver whenever they wanted and the client couldn't rush them, did that mean even if they waited 2 or 3 years, the client still couldn't do anything? And the deposit had to be paid within 2 hours, otherwise the penalty would multiply several times over. This was simply extortion, shameless to the extreme. Your contract is simply a bully clause. This is too much. However, Zhang Long laughed, his eyes filled with mockery and sarcasm. So what? It is a bully clause. What can you do about it? We signed this fair and square. Just then, Lin Yan spoke up coldly from the side. Oh, really? Why don't you take a look and see if we actually signed it? As soon as he spoke, Zhang Long and his men were stunned for a moment, then Zhang Long suddenly sneered. Don't you know yourselves whether you signed this contract or not? With that, he immediately flipped the contract to the last page. He clearly remembered that yesterday, both Zhuang Yudi and Lin Yan had signed their names on the very last page of the contract. However, when he flipped to the last page and clearly saw the signature block, Zhang Long's expression suddenly changed in an instant. The signature block, which should have been signed, was completely blank. At this moment, Zhang Long looked as if he had seen a ghost. He took a sudden step back, his body swaying slightly. This is impossible. You clearly signed it yesterday, how could it be gone? Suddenly, as if realizing something, he turned to look at his assistants and subordinates, his eyes burning with fury. Is there a mole among you who swapped the contract? The subordinates shuddered in fear and took a step back, shaking their heads in a hurry. Boss Long, we are all loyal to you. We would never betray you. We haven't even touched this contract. Yes, Boss Long, our loyalty can be witnessed by heaven and earth. Seeing his subordinates trembling with fear, Zhang Long narrowed his eyes. Under his rule, these men were extremely terrified of him, fearing him like a tiger. Therefore, it was impossible for anyone to secretly betray him and collude with Lin Yan. Then where did things go wrong? In disbelief, Zhang Long grabbed the contract again and peered closely at the blank signature block. He could see faint indentations from writing. But there was no ink. Suddenly, it dawned on him, and he understood. He immediately glared at Lin Yan. "It's you. What kind of trick did you play on this contract?" Lin Yan smiled coldly. "Haven't you already figured it out? While you weren't paying attention, I swapped the pen with an erasable ink pen. Even if we signed it, the writing has disappeared now. This contract is completely useless." Zhang Long clenched his fists tightly, grinding his teeth in rage. "Good, very good, kid. I really underestimated you." Lin Yan smiled indifferently, cupped his hands to him, and said calmly, "You flatter me. I was just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Since you have nothing else, Mr. Zhang, please leave." After saying that, Lin Yan made a gesturing motion. Then, he turned around, put his arm around Zhuang Yudi, and walked toward the company. As she turned, Zhuang Yudi immediately gave Lin Yan a thumbs up. No wonder Lin Yan said there was no need to worry last night, so the trick was in the pen. This was actually great. A despicable and shameless person like Zhang Long deserved to be dealt with this way. Still, she was quite curious about how Lin Yan had managed to swap the pen. Did he bring his own erasable ink pen? Carrying this curiosity, she let Lin Yan hold her as they walked into the company. Looking at their retreating backs, Zhang Long's eyes nearly split with rage. He slammed his fist hard against a nearby stone pillar. "Damn kid, just you wait." Seeing how furious he was, his subordinates did not dare to utter a single word. After a long while, Zhang Long exhaled deeply. Naturally, he didn't dare to do anything to the company in broad daylight, but that didn't mean he would let Lin Yan off the hook. "Kid, I'll teach him a lesson sooner or later. Let's go." With that, he waved his hand at his subordinates. The group left in a dejected manner. On the road, sitting in his luxury car, Zhang Long spent the entire ride thinking about how to deal with Lin Yan. The previous method was likely useless now. Lin Yan was already on his guard, so if he wanted him to buy his earthwork, he would probably have to find another way. Not long after, Zhang Long arrived at a casino, which was also under his name. He walked into his office, radiating fury. None of the thugs inside dared to provoke this demon of a man. Zhang Long sat at his desk, growing angrier the more he thought about it. If he didn't vent this anger, he would absolutely not let the matter rest. Just then, the door was pushed open, and a subordinate walked in, trembling with fear. In his rage, Zhang Long hurled the phone in his hand, striking the subordinate hard on the head. "Damn it, don't you know how to knock before coming in?" A large bump instantly swelled on the man's head, but he only pursed his lips, not daring to make a sound. He was suffering inside, but he didn't dare speak up. Rubbing his forehead, the subordinate said aggrievedly, "Boss Long, I know I was wrong. Yesterday you asked us to catch Lao Lu. We found him." Zhang Long was already furious, and hearing that the traitor Lao Lu had been caught, the fire of anger in his eyes flared even brighter. He stood up. "Great. This plan was supposed to be flawless, but because of this Lao Lu, our entire plan was ruined. Bring him to me, I'll fucking shoot him myself." Seeing Zhang Long gnashing his teeth, the subordinate swallowed hard in fear and immediately rushed out the door. Not long after, he returned with a burly man. However, when he saw this burly man walk in, Zhang Long was visibly stunned, because the Lao Lu in front of him was very different from what he had imagined. His face was swollen like a pig's head, black and blue all over. But seeing this only made Zhang Long feel more disgusted. The boxer, whom he had hired at a high price to deal with Lin Yan, had actually been beaten into this pathetic state by Lin Yan, and had even betrayed him. Chapter 89, Speak Up, What Are Your Last Words? Damn it. Without a word, Zhang Long pulled a gun from his drawer and cocked it with lightning speed. In an instant, he was ready to fire. Suddenly, Lao Lu shouted, "Wait! I still have something to say." Hearing this, Zhang Long indeed held his fire, but his gun remained aimed squarely at Lao Lu. His eyes were filled with cold mockery, as if facing Lao Lu was no different than facing a dead man whose life he could take at any moment. "Speak up. What are your last words? I believe I've treated you well, hiring you at a high price. Even if you got beaten like this, you shouldn't have betrayed me. I, Zhang Long, have never tolerated betrayal. If you can't give me a good explanation, I'll shoot you dead right now. Zhang Long said through gritted teeth. There wasn't a hint of bluff in his words, and his entire body radiated killing intent. Lao Lu was thoroughly intimidated by his aura. However, he still forced himself to hold his ground. He had already anticipated this outcome before coming back. But he had a way to turn things around. You can't kill me. Because my master is coming soon. All of my skills were taught by my master. He is a renowned expert in the boxing world, with countless disciples under him. Hearing his words, Zhang Long's expression softened slightly. Lao Lu continued, the reason I was beaten like this today wasn't because I lacked skill, but because that kid Lin Yan used some underhanded tricks. If it were a contest of pure strength, he would be no match for me. However, I can't fight anymore. My master is coming to reclaim our honor and avenge me. So you can't kill me yet. I did ruin your plans earlier, but I will make up for it all later. Lao Lu said with absolute determination in his eyes. Hearing this, Zhang Long slowly lowered his gun. His resolve had begun to waver. If Lao Lu's master really was coming, a boxing expert with countless disciples, then dealing with a young punk like Lin Yan would surely be a walk in the park. As his thoughts shifted, Zhang Long began to ponder. He was currently in dire need of capable people. He had tried scheme after scheme against Lin Yan, but every single one had been easily thwarted. Expecting the useless fools under him to deal with Lin Yan was nothing short of a pipe dream. If Lao Lu's master could really come and help him deal with Lin Yan. Why not? Fine. If your master really comes and can deal with Lin Yan, I'll pay you double. I just want Lin Yan dead. But if your master can't kill Lin Yan, you won't escape death. I, Zhang Long, have never shown mercy to those who betray me. As he said this, his voice grew increasingly cold, dripping with menace. Lao Lu naturally understood and quickly bowed his head. Rest assured. My master is a boxing expert. There is absolutely no way that kid Lin Yan can match him. Zhang Long nodded, then put the pistol back into the drawer. He waved him off. All right, go get your injuries treated first, and then go pick up your master. Lao Lu nodded and walked out. His master would be flying to Zhuhai City this afternoon. The moment Lao Lu left, a sinister look flashed in Zhang Long's eyes. But a smile finally surfaced in his eyes. Lin Yan, oh Lin Yan, this time I'll make sure you die. Once you're dead, won't Zhuang Yudi's company be entirely at my mercy? Maybe I can even have some fun with Zhuang Yudi. Hee hee. With that, Zhang Long licked his lips, looking incredibly wretched. Zhuang Yudi's exquisite face naturally appeared in his mind. He had seen countless women, but never one so beautiful and spirited. Pinning a woman like her beneath him would surely yield an unforgettable taste. On the other side, Lin Yan and Zhuang Yudi had arrived at the company. Upon entering, they found the place completely deserted, without a single employee in sight, even though working hours had already started. Obviously, ever since Zhang Long came to cause trouble last time, all the employees had fled. They hadn't resigned, they were simply too terrified to show up. Of course, this was understandable. Given Zhang Long's reputation as a local tyrant and his sheer ruthlessness, no one wanted to stay and risk being bullied by him. The two walked into the office. Zhuang Yudi sighed, I really don't know when these days will end. My company can't even operate anymore, and our projects have ground to a halt. Lin Yan, what should we do next? Lin Yan looked at Zhuang Yudi. Her eyes were filled with worry and a touch of helplessness. Feeling a pang of sympathy, he gently pinched her cheek. Don't worry. Leave this to me. I'll handle it. Zhuang Yudi, however, could not set her mind at ease. You probably aren't very familiar with Zhuhai City either. Can you find a supplier for the earthwork? Without earthwork, our project will definitely have to stop. Once the project stops, not only is time wasted, but we will also lose a lot of money. Lin Yan naturally had his own concerns about what Zhuang Yudi said. He also knew that for every day the project was halted, the staff and workers still had to be paid, and this loss would naturally be borne by the company. Every single day of delay would only make things increasingly unfavorable for their project. It seemed he had to hurry. But just as Zhuang Yudi said, he wasn't very familiar with Zhuhai, so finding an earthwork seller in Zhuhai might not be that easy. He needed to investigate further. Suddenly, the face of a woman surfaced in his mind. It was an extremely seductive face, with lips as crimson as fresh blood, looking as if they might actually drip blood. Especially when she drew close to him, the faint, elusive scent on her body seemed capable of bewitching any man. He suddenly looked at Zhuang Yudi and asked, "By the way, do you know if there's an exceptionally beautiful woman at the Moda bar?" As soon as he spoke, Zhuang Yudi suddenly looked up at Lin Yan, her eyes filled with slight displeasure. "Well, look at you. We've only just gotten together, and you're already thinking about other women." With that, she let out a soft huff and turned her head away. Her behavior was incredibly girlish. She had clearly knocked over her jar of vinegar. Lin Yan walked around the desk and wrapped his arms around her. "My dear chairwoman, just how many gallons of vinegar did you drink? Listen to me. I'm not interested in her. I just have some suspicions about her. Yesterday, when I went to the bar." Lin Yan then recounted everything that had happened yesterday, detail by detail. Zhuang Yudi hadn't had the chance to ask much about yesterday's events either. Chapter 90, That woman is very unusual. Now, hearing Lin Yan say that he had encountered two groups of people yesterday who wanted to attack him, she felt extremely nervous. Fortunately, as she listened to the end, her racing heart gradually settled back down. Because Lin Yan had ultimately dealt with both groups. A short moment later, Lin Yan finished explaining everything. "So you think that woman is far from ordinary?" Zhuang Yudi asked, her delicate brows furrowing slightly in thought. Lin Yan nodded slightly. "Yes. If it were any ordinary woman, she would have been scared out of her wits in such a situation. But she was far too calm. I'm certain she is anything but simple. Furthermore, when she got close to me, there was a faint, elusive fragrance on her. Smelling it gave me a strange sensation." Lin Yan narrowed his eyes, unable to quite put into words what that feeling was. But he felt that after smelling that fragrance, a trace of restlessness stirred in his heart, and he felt an uncontrollable urge to draw closer to her. "What kind of feeling? Hurry up and tell me." Zhuang Yudi reached out, grabbed Lin Yan's arm, and shook it gently, asking with great anxiety. However, Lin Yan suddenly shook his head. What a joke. He definitely couldn't tell Zhuang Yudi about this feeling. If he told this little woman, she would surely drown in jealousy. "Nothing, I might have just imagined it. Do you know anything about this Moda bar?" Zhuang Yudi looked at Lin Yan with deep suspicion, but seeing that he didn't show any slip-ups, she ultimately didn't press further. "Actually, you've asked the right person. I really do know some inside information." As she spoke, Zhuang Yudi gently arched her eyebrows. Her alluring look made Lin Yan unable to resist pinching her cute little nose again. "All right, stop keeping me in suspense. Tell me." Zhuang Yudi then nodded. "Actually, I don't know the specifics. I've only heard that this Moda bar has been open in Zhuhai for a very long time. It has a massive background, but I've never known who the boss is. Even I couldn't find out. Moreover, in this Moda bar, there is an incredibly beautiful woman. She might be the one you're talking about. She is a resident singer there. It's said that no man can walk away after seeing her. Every single one is captivated. Many wealthy young playboys even go there specifically just to hear her sing a song. I had the pleasure of seeing her once before. She is indeed very beautiful, and very seductive." As she said that last sentence, Zhuang Yudi's expression became a bit unnatural, and a trace of jealousy actually flashed in her eyes. She even cast a glance at Lin Yan, fully displaying her feminine side. She is indeed very beautiful. No wonder so many people are infatuated with her. No sooner had he spoken, Zhuang Yudi's face instantly darkened, visibly so. "I heard she didn't look for anyone else yesterday but specifically went to you. It seems she likes your type. Why don't you go find her right now?" After saying this, Zhuang Yudi slammed the documents in her hand heavily onto the desk. With a loud slap, although she was telling Lin Yan to go find her, her expression couldn't fool anyone. If Lin Yan really went, there would definitely be hell to pay. Lin Yan, however, said, "Sure, I was actually planning to go look for her." With a loud smack, Zhuang Yudi slapped her hand directly onto the desk. She stood up abruptly from her chair, staring at Lin Yan with eyes full of anger. Lin Yan, you big jerk, you. As she spoke, she grabbed a document from the desk and threw it directly at Lin Yan. Lin Yan barely managed to dodge and caught the folder in his hands. The two of them fooled around for a while. A moment later, the office door was pushed open. Chairwoman Zhuang, Director, I. The person who entered was none other than Zhuang Yudi's assistant, Lu Qi. She was holding a folder in her arms. The moment she pushed the door open, the words she was halfway through saying got stuck in her throat, and her eyes widened. The usually cold and aloof career woman, Chairwoman Zhuang Yudi, was currently chasing Lin Yan around the office to beat him, completely discarding her image. What on earth was going on here? At the same time, taking advantage of her dazed state, Lin Yan and Zhuang Yudi hastily sat up straight. Both of them had expressions of unmistakable embarrassment on their faces. Especially Zhuang Yudi, exposing such an awkward state in front of her employee ruined her lifelong reputation in an instant. She glared at Lin Yan again with burning rage. Only then did she look at Lu Qi. Sorry about that, just a minor episode. Is there something you need? Did I come at a bad time? Lu Qi said, a bit flustered. After Lu Qi spoke, her gaze suddenly became somewhat suggestive. Having been married herself, she naturally knew that the situation between Zhuang Yudi and Lin Yan was out of the ordinary. Being stared at with such a look made Zhuang Yudi even more frustrated. She quickly broke the awkwardness. Ahem, it's fine, it's fine. Go ahead, what is it? Speak quickly. No. I mean, you can take your time to tell me. Zhuang Yudi was so flustered that she was completely tongue-tied. Buffed. Standing to the side, Lin Yan really couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. And this scene earned him another glare from Zhuang Yudi. Only then did Lu Qi walk into the office with some trepidation. Well, it's like this. I have a relative from the countryside who came to seek my help. He's here to work. He's been a contractor for over a decade and has a team of workers under him. I wanted to ask if our construction site still needs hands. Hearing Lu Qi's words, Zhuang Yudi and Lin Yan couldn't help but look at each other, their eyes filled with pleasant surprise. Of course they needed people. The group of workers they had hired previously had almost all left due to Zhang Long's coercion and bribery. If someone could introduce a batch of workers to them, it couldn't be better. Is your relative far from Zhuhai? Not too far, about 3 or 4 hours by bus. If you need them, I can call them right now, and they can make it here tonight. Hearing her words, Zhuang Yudi sighed. Well, don't have them come so early. This project might have to be delayed for a while. After all, we haven't acquired the earthwork yet. But Lin Yan, who was standing nearby, said, it's fine, let them come tonight. As soon as he said this, both Zhuang Yudi and Lu Qi looked at him simultaneously. Especially Zhuang Yudi, whose eyes were filled with disbelief. They knew very well what the company's current situation was. The project was forced to halt. They had neither workers nor earthwork. Even if the workers arrived, there was no earthwork, so how could they start construction? Just as Zhuang Yudi was about to ask, Lin Yan winked at her. Chapter 91, Even if the workers come, we can't start work. Zhuang Yudi suppressed the words she wanted to ask. Lin Yan continued to ask Lu Qi, by the way, do you have his phone number? I want to ask him some things. Since he's willing to come to work, as the deputy project manager, it's only natural for me to call and greet him. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Lu Qi was deeply moved. She immediately handed the contractor's phone number over to Lin Yan without a moment's delay. Finally, she backed out of the room. Once the office door closed, Zhuang Yudi finally asked the question she was dying to know. Lin Yan, what exactly are your plans? We don't have any earthwork right now. Even if the workers come, we won't be able to start construction. Lin Yan just smiled and sat down on a nearby chair, looking completely confident. You're a strong career woman, yet now you ask me about everything, big or small. Are you completely treating me as your husband now? You don't even think for yourself anymore. Hearing the word husband, Zhuang Yudi's face instantly flushed red. Her face burning with embarrassment, she glared at Lin Yan with mock anger. What nonsense are you talking about? Although she grumbled at Lin Yan, her heart was incredibly sweet. Perhaps the word husband wasn't so bad after all. All right, I'll stop teasing you. He's been a worker for over a decade and is a contractor, so he naturally knows a lot of people. I think he should know some people who buy and sell earthwork. Hearing this, Zhuang Yudi's eyes suddenly lit up. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Exactly, he must know some people who sell earthwork, and they won't be from Zhuhai. This way, as long as we quietly secure the earthwork without anyone knowing, even Zhang Long won't be able to do anything about it. Exactly, that's what I have in mind. Having said that, a sharp glint flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. Although Zhuhai was dominated by Zhang Long, he couldn't possibly dominate other places as well. He could just buy it from somewhere else. Wait, don't change the subject. Even though the earthwork problem is solved, is it true that you said you were going to look for that person named Rose? Hearing this, Lin Yan was momentarily stunned. She was actually still thinking about that. Hurry up and tell me, is it true? Shouldn't we be discussing how to find workers and get the company employees back to work right now? However, Zhuang Yudi said firmly, I can handle all of that. I just need to make a phone call later. You are not allowed to go looking for that Rose woman. Lin Yan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Honestly, having a highly assertive female CEO as a partner was also a source of trouble. Sai, who told him to be so incredibly charming. He couldn't even pick up ordinary girls, so he could only end up with a CEO. System, can you fucking be any more shameless? Listen to me, I do want to find Red Rose, but I have important business. I'm not going to fool around with her. Don't you find it strange? Yesterday, she didn't look for anyone else, but specifically sought me out. And you also said that no matter how much money someone offers, Red Rose doesn't easily leave with a man. Yet she came looking for me. Why do you think that is? Lin Yan suddenly asked in a serious, solemn manner. Hearing his serious response, Zhuang Yudi actually felt a bit unaccustomed to it. She stammered for a long time before finally saying, could it be because she thinks you're handsome? I do admit that, but I'm not the only handsome guy around. Even if I am handsome, I shouldn't be as good-looking as those celebrities. After saying that, Lin Yan even flipped his bangs. Although he said that, in his heart, he truly believed he was very handsome. That does make some sense. This Rose woman never takes the initiative to seek out men. Although you are quite handsome and manly, she only saw you once. If she only cared about your looks, that would be far too superficial. Then I can't figure it out. Why did she seek you out? Zhuang Yudi tilted her face up and asked in confusion. Lin Yan suddenly curled his lips into a smile. I suspect it wasn't her looking for me, but the person behind her. The person behind her looking for you? You mean the owner of Moda Bar? That's even more impossible. Even I haven't seen them, so on what basis? Zhuang Yudi said, unconvinced. She didn't believe Lin Yan's speculation at all. On the basis that you've turned into Miss 100,000 Ys in front of me. What did you say? What 100,000 Ys? I was just. Zhuang Yudi's face flushed as she turned away, trying to find an excuse. She was definitely not a Miss 100,000 Ys. But recalling everything that had happened before, it seemed she really was often like a Miss 100,000 Ys in front of Lin Yan. But she would absolutely never admit it. Never. So that's your reason for going to find her? Exactly. I want to see what on earth she wants with me. Yesterday, things suddenly went sideways and I left in a hurry, so I didn't have time to ask. Today is a good opportunity. Fine, you can go, but you must promise me that you absolutely won't fall for her. Zhuang Yudi raised her little pink fist, playfully threatening Lin Yan. Lin Yan was amused by her jealous little look and wrapped his arm around her waist. He even mischievously squeezed her waist a couple of times. Red Rose, White Rose, none of them can compare to you in my eyes. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Zhuang Yudi's face was filled with sweetness. Moda Bar. This bar was the largest bar in Zhuhai City. At this moment, a woman was standing in front of a floor-to-ceiling window on the 10th floor. She wore a tight-fitting outfit that accentuated her exquisite, curvy figure, and her long silver hair cascaded down. Her face was completely free of makeup, yet her fair skin had a rosy glow, as flawless as a baby's. Her lips, in particular, exuded a bizarre, eerie red from within. She held a glass of red wine, her wrist gently swirling it. The red wine in the glass swirled restlessly. She then took a few gentle sips and closed her eyes in pure enjoyment. Just then, someone walked in from the doorway. It was a woman with a black ponytail wearing high heels. She was dressed in casual clothes, and her figure wasn't particularly outstanding. However, she looked very neat and capable, though her appearance was quite ordinary. She was expressionless, resembling a specially trained secret assassin. She walked quickly to the silver-haired woman. "Red Rose, I've investigated what you asked me to look into." Hearing her words, Red Rose, who had been standing motionlessly by the floor-to-ceiling window for a long time, finally shifted her body. Stepping in her high heels, she turned around gracefully and walked step by step into the room. Chapter 92, Determined to Get It. This office was decorated in an extremely luxurious and extravagant manner. Not far from the floor-to-ceiling window sat a luxurious European-style sofa. Red Rose walked over and sat on the sofa, while the ponytail-wearing woman behind her walked over with a brisk and capable expression. Setting her glass of red wine down on the table, Red Rose finally looked up at her. "Speak. Tell me everything you've investigated." Xiaoqing did not hesitate and laid out everything she had investigated. The reason Lin Yan rushed out of the bar so quickly yesterday was because his company's boss, Zhuang Yudi, was kidnapped. Hearing this, a strange look flashed in Red Rose's eyes. "Oh. Who was it?" "It's Zhang Long. His grievance with Zhuang Yudi and Lin Yan is naturally related to the project. This Zhang Long monopolizes the entire earthwork market in Zhuhai. Since Zhuang Yudi and Lin Yan aren't using his earthwork mix now, he's naturally unwilling to let it go." The corners of Red Rose's lips curled up. For Zhang Long to monopolize the earthwork market in Zhuhai, his background must be quite significant. We shouldn't underestimate him either. Xiaoqing's brow suddenly furrowed as she asked with some concern, "In that case, are we still going ahead with our plan?" Red Rose gave a soft, cold snort. "Of course we are. I only said his power shouldn't be underestimated, but I didn't say I'm afraid of him. Besides, I am determined to get the thing underneath. It's a pity he left too early yesterday due to some sudden turn of events, otherwise I would have already succeeded." Having said that, Red Rose smiled with absolute confidence. Xiaoqing, standing to the side, naturally had no doubts about her words. After all, in front of Red Rose, no man would keep his psychological guard up. As long as Red Rose chatted with Lin Yan for a bit, he would surely obey her submissively. It could be said that as long as Red Rose personally took action, there was nothing she couldn't achieve. Then, should I ask him out right now? Red Rose took another sip of her red wine, then gently shook her head. "No need. He will come looking for me." Inside the largest club in Zhuhai. This was a leisure and entertainment club, fully equipped with all kinds of recreational facilities. At this moment, a group of young men was gathered around a pool table. These young men were all dressed in expensive suits, they were clearly of extraordinary status, either wealthy or noble. Any one of them, if placed among ordinary commoners, would be someone they couldn't afford to provoke. Yet, such a group of people was currently crowding around another man. They bowed and scraped from time to time, acting extremely respectful and obsequious. The man surrounded in the center was none other than Wu Tian. He was holding a cue stick, and with a single stroke, the ball went straight into the pocket. The playboys surrounding Wu Tian immediately cheered in excitement. "Great shot, young Master Wu. I truly admire you, young Master Wu. Your pool skills are amazing. Young Master Wu is not only handsome, elegant, and dashing, but your pool skills are also top tier. We are all deeply impressed." Wu Tian tossed the cue onto the table and took a handkerchief handed over by someone to wipe his hands. He was naturally very pleased with the flattery of these young masters, their brown nosing felt incredibly satisfying. Escorted by the crowd, he sat down on a nearby sofa, where 2 or 3 women were already waiting. These women were all charming and alluring, and their figures were especially top-notch. The 3 women immediately swarmed around Wu Tian. Wu Tian held them in his arms, one on each side, while another massaged his shoulders, thoroughly enjoying himself. The playboys nearby looked at him with immense envy. But in front of Wu Tian, they didn't dare to act out of line, and it was impossible for them to compete with him for women. Moreover, most of these young masters came from influential families in Zhuhai. For even the young masters of influential families to flatter Wu Tian like this, it was clear how incredibly powerful his background was. Someone handed him a glass of alcohol. Wu Tian took it, downed a massive gulp, and burst into hearty laughter. Don't hold back. Have as much fun as you want here. Young Master Wu is indeed generous. Following that, the crowd began another round of flattery and sycophancy. Suddenly, at this moment, another person walked in from the door. It was Wu Tian's assistant. Young Master Wu, I have some news here. Wu Tian let go of the two women he was holding, then gestured to his subordinate. Come over and speak. What's going on? The assistant walked over but didn't speak immediately. Instead, he looked at the 6 young masters crowding around Wu Tian. Those young masters were very perceptive. Seeing the assistant's look, they understood immediately and subsequently made excuses to leave. In an instant, only Wu Tian, the 3 women, and the assistant were left in the room. The 3 women were also very well behaved, standing quietly to the side. These women had been with Wu Tian for a long time and were very clear about his background. Even if they heard some major news, they wouldn't dare leak a word. Wu Tian trusted them completely and waved his hand. You can speak now. What is it? The assistant stepped closer and said respectfully, Young Master Wu, you previously had me closely monitor Lin Yan's every move. I've compiled some more information here and felt it necessary to report to you. Wu Tian's eyes lit up, followed by a look of mockery and disdain. Speak. His voice also grew a few degrees colder. The assistant did not dare to delay and revealed everything he had found out. Last night, Lin Yan went to a bar to drown his sorrows, and then the boxer came to find trouble with him. This boxer was sent by Zhang Long. The assistant paused here, and Wu Tian suddenly became a bit excited. However, the excitement in his eyes vanished in a flash, and he did not make any excessive movements. Oh. So in the contest between the boxer and Lin Yan, who won and who lost? That kid Lin Yan has a weak physique. Although he has some ability to dodge bullets, in the face of the boxer's strength, he would definitely be the one crushed. Wu Tian eagerly awaited his assistant's reply. The assistant didn't pause and continued, in fact, that wasn't the case. The boxer failed. Not only that, but who knows what Lin Yan did to his body, he actually had no power to fight back at all. He was beaten black and blue and fled in disgrace. As soon as those words were spoken, a dangerous gleam burst from Wu Tian's eyes. Even the boxer, who possessed immense physical strength, was no match for Lin Yan. This kid indeed had some skills. Damn it, what happened next? What else? Didn't you say this boxer was sent by Zhang Long? Didn't Zhang Long make any moves? Chapter 93, Zhang Long has been taken out. Or maybe Zhang Long has already been taken out. That Zhang Long also kidnapped Zhuang Yudi at the same time. After defeating the boxer, Lin Yan went to that place. Under his coercion, they finally signed an unfair contract. This is some insider info I heard from a friend, and it's reliable. They say those unfair terms were completely inhumane, clearly designed to screw over Zhuang Yudi's company. But in the end, Lin Yan couldn't withstand the pressure, so he and Zhuang Yudi still signed the contract. Just as the assistant finished speaking, Wu Tian suddenly let go of the 2 women in his arms and abruptly stood up from the sofa. Are you saying I don't need to take action now? If that's really the case, that would be fantastic. However, the assistant shook his head again. I wish that were the case, but, just this morning, I received more news. Pausing there, the assistant looked up cautiously to observe the change in Wu Tian's expression. Sure enough, Wu Tian's excitement from just moments ago had already turned into anger. There was also a trace of resentment. Swallowing hard, he carefully chose his words before continuing, I don't know where Lin Yan got a disappearing ink pen, but although the contract was signed, after just one night, all the ink faded away. Naturally, the signature no longer counts. This morning, Zhang Long was absolutely furious, but there was nothing he could do, so he was forced to leave. Hearing that Lin Yan was completely fine and had instead played Zhang Long like a fool, Wu Tian was so frustrated by Zhang Long's incompetence that he nearly ground his teeth to dust. Damn it, and they call him the Zhuhai giant crocodile. To think he couldn't even outsmart a nobody like Lin Yan. It seems he's not as clever as I thought. By the way, did you manage to invite the hidden master I asked you to find last time? The assistant nodded hastily. Yes, I've secured his services. However, he is located in Changbai Mountain, so it's quite a distance away. But I think he should arrive by tomorrow. Good. Once he arrives, have him find a place to stay first. There's no rush to deal with Lin Yan. I feel that since Zhang Long can monopolize Zhuhai's prescriptions, there must be someone backing him. He definitely won't let this slide. We'll just watch the show first, and once both sides are exhausted, we'll step in and reap the benefits. Brilliant, boss. The assistant nodded immediately, speaking with great admiration. Wu Tian smiled. Lin Yan offended me, and I will make him pay a devastating price. Inside the office, Lin Yan sat at his desk, lowering his phone from his ear with a gratified smile on his face. Just now, he had called the contractor. This contractor's name was Zhao Erden, a down-to-earth villager. Naturally, he knew some people who sold fill dirt, and the prices were very cheap, but Lin Yan still needed to inspect the quality. Of course, there was no rush for that yet. He had already set a time, scheduling to inspect their fill dirt tomorrow around noon. If the quality turned out to be good, he would use it and sign the contract immediately so their project could begin. Time waited for no one, the sooner, the better. Lin Yan massaged his temples, then opened his computer, planning to book 2 high-speed rail tickets. One high-speed rail ticket was for him, and the other was naturally for Zhuang Yudi. If he went out of town and left Zhuang Yudi here all by herself, he wouldn't feel at ease. Who knew if that despicable and shameless Zhang Long would do something insane again? If something really happened. With him traveling back and forth, he wouldn't be able to save her in time. Just then, the office door opened, and Zhuang Yudi walked in, stepping in her high heels, carrying a cup of coffee. I made you a cup of coffee. Looking at the cup of coffee, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. To have the famous chairwoman Zhuang personally pour coffee for a minor employee like him. If word got out, it would definitely make others green with envy. Is the fill dirt issue resolved? Have you made contact? Placing the coffee on the desk, Zhuang Yudi asked. Of course. When your husband goes out, is there anything that can't be done? Lin Yan couldn't help but tease her again, picking up the coffee to take a couple of sips. The coffee had no sugar, which was just to his liking. He looked up at Zhuang Yudi. Instead of answering her question, he suddenly stared at her with a playful expression. You actually remembered that I don't like sugar in my coffee. Tell me, have you been lusting after my body for a long time? Hearing the word husband had already made Zhuang Yudi's heart flutter like a trapped bird, her cheeks flushing red. Hearing this now, she glared at Lin Yan with a face full of embarrassed anger. You, what nonsense are you talking about? I just have a good memory. I didn't like you at all when I first met you. Hearing her words, Lin Yan wasn't annoyed. He picked up the coffee and drank it all in one gulp. Sure, whatever you say. But Zhuang Yudi countered, then why don't you tell me, did you like me at first sight? And that one time before, you even. As she spoke, her voice grew softer and softer, and her hand unconsciously touched her own lips. Lin Yan instantly recalled something he had done before. Once, he had saved Zhuang Yudi, and then, unable to resist, he had kissed her. It seemed he really did fall for her at that moment, though he wasn't entirely sure. Oh, I'm not talking to you anymore. If someone else hears this, it would be so embarrassing. After saying that, she stamped her foot and sat directly across from Lin Yan. Her feisty look only made her seem even more adorable. Thus, Lin Yan once again couldn't resist, leaning forward across the desk. Just as he closed his eyes and was about to kiss her. Suddenly, the office door opened again. General Manager, I. The newcomer was Lu Qi again. She stopped mid-sentence upon seeing the scene inside. Her steps halted, her body froze, and she swallowed her words back down. As for the two who had been on the verge of kissing, the moment her voice sounded, Zhuang Yudi retreated backward with absurd speed. She thought that since she backed away so quickly, no one would have noticed. However, this action was nothing short of a guilty cover-up. Lu Qi had seen everything. Her expression gradually grew a bit odd, which then shifted into a knowing, teasing look as she flashed an understanding smile. I suddenly remembered I still have a document to work on. I'll head out first. With that, she quickly left the room, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. After the door closed, her footsteps receded into the distance until they faded away completely. Sitting stiffly in her chair, Zhuang Yudi finally let out a sigh of relief and glared at Lin Yan. This is all your fault. Chapter 94, Resolving the Earthwork Issue. Lin Yan smiled and affectionately patted her head. How was I supposed to know she'd suddenly walk in? Why don't we continue? Hearing this, Zhuang Yudi's body stiffened again. With an unnatural expression, she turned her head to glance outside the door. That wouldn't be very good. What if someone sees us again? How about we wait until we get home and then? Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Yan interrupted her. With a somewhat dazed and innocent expression, he asked, by continue, I meant continuing our discussion on work. Zhuang Yudi's smile instantly cracked. Then, a visible trace of embarrassment rose in her eyes. Lin Yan suddenly leaned closer to her. What? What were you thinking of? You couldn't possibly want me to. As he spoke, he even touched his own lips. In an instant, Zhuang Yudi's face flushed completely red, looking like a ripe apple. Lin Yan was laughing his head off internally. Zhuang Yudi looked absolutely adorable like this. So adorable that he simply couldn't resist. But right at that moment. System, host, are you two ever going to finish? Can you do some actual work? Flirting all day long, do you even remember who you are? I really can't stand this lovey-dovey attitude of yours. The system's voice exploded in Lin Yan's mind, instantly interrupting his thoughts. Lin Yan was quite displeased by this. All right, system, I'll stop teasing you. I know you're just green with envy. System, envious my foot. I've never liked women. Women only slow down the speed at which I draw my sword. Lin Yan couldn't help but be surprised. Holy crap, this system is awesome. That makes sense. Since women slow down the speed at which I draw my sword, I might as well just throw the sword away. System, even though I'm not human, you are truly shameless. If you keep this up, I'll self-destruct right in front of you. Its voice suddenly became chilly and furious. Lin Yan's heart skipped a beat. Holy crap, this system can actually self-destruct. How did he not know it had this function? This is way too bizarre. You can actually self-destruct. Why don't you give it a try then? System, do you really want me to self-destruct? You'd better think carefully about the consequences. If I self-destruct, my level will decrease. Lin Yan. Then let's not. I suddenly realized that I have indeed been a bit too lovey-dovey. Forget it, I should focus on building my career. Hearing Lin Yan's words, the system felt very comforted. That's more like it. But in the next second, Lin Yan added, as for women, I'll just have to deal with them at night. System. I really want to backhand slap you across the face. After bickering with the system for a bit longer, Lin Yan finally started talking about work with Zhuang Yudi. I've already called the contractor. He can gather a total of 50 workers under him, including both skilled and unskilled laborers. He also knows some earthwork sellers. I've already scheduled a time with him, and we'll go take a look tomorrow at noon. I'm booking the tickets right now. I got 2 tickets, so we can go together. Hearing this, Zhuang Yudi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She had been incredibly nervous ever since this project started. Zhang Long had been watching them like a hawk, using insidious little tricks that were hard to guard against. But fortunately, all of that was in the past. If they could successfully purchase the earthwork and their workers could start working smoothly, everything would no longer be an issue. She could finally breathe a sigh of relief. All right. I'll prepare a contract first, and we'll set off first thing tomorrow morning. Then, she went out, and both of them began to busily work on their respective tasks. Meanwhile, Lin Yan booked 2 tickets online, both bound for Xingpai town. By the time everything was settled, it was already lunchtime. There weren't many people working at the company today. Even though Zhuang Yudi had called to urge many of the employees, quite a few in the company had still asked for leave. It was no wonder, as these employees wanted to keep a low profile. After all, things were different now compared to usual. The employees had their worries, so taking leave was understandable. She didn't want to dwell too much on this matter either. Not many employees had come in today anyway. Zhuang Yudi gave them some meal allowances and sent them out for lunch. After all the employees in the company had left, Lin Yan and Zhuang Yudi also headed out, driving to get some lunch. Before long, the car pulled up in front of a Western restaurant. The steak here is delicious. I often come here to eat. Opening the car door, Zhuang Yudi said excitedly. Getting out of the car, she naturally linked her arm with Lin Yan's and walked into the restaurant with him. A waitress also came out to greet them warmly. Since Zhuang Yudi was a regular, she naturally recognized her. Seeing Zhuang Yudi walking in arm with Lin Yan, she said with a smile, "Chairwoman Zhuang, you're back. Is this gentleman your boyfriend?" Zhuang Yudi's face flushed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and nodded gently. Since they had already slept together, they should be considered boyfriend and girlfriend, right? The usual spot. Zhuang Yudi looked at Lin Yan. "Lin Yan, whenever I came here before, I liked to sit by the window. Why don't we sit by the window today too? I don't mind. Anywhere is fine, as long as you like it." Her face flushed, and she smiled shyly again. The waitress's eyes flickered, casting an envious glance at her. Lin Yan was tall, over 1.8 meters, and was incredibly handsome and dashing. Why hadn't she ever met a boyfriend like him? They were truly a perfect match, a feast for the eyes wherever they went. "All right then, please follow me." The waitress composed herself and led the way, while the two of them followed behind, arm in arm. Today, Zhuang Yudi wore a pink dress and high heels, boasting an outstanding figure and extraordinary looks. As she entered the restaurant, she attracted the attention of quite a few customers, who all turned to look. After all, Zhuang Yudi was a goddess-level beauty. Naturally, the men kept their eyes glued to her, scanning her and reluctant to look away. However, when they saw Zhuang Yudi holding Lin Yan's arm in such an intimate posture, their gazes instantly shifted to Lin Yan, their faces filled with a trace of resentment and jealousy. On what grounds? Why was he the one who got to date such a beautiful woman? This kid is way too lucky. That woman's temperament and figure are absolutely perfect. Look at him, his clothes don't even look like any famous brand. How did he land such a beautiful girl? Exactly. Comparisons really are odious. I'm so rich and not bad looking, yet the girls around me can't even compare to her. It's really frustrating. Chapter 95, An Uncomfortable Meal. Lin Yan merely smiled at the comments from the passers-by and quietly reached out to drape his arm around Zhuang Yudi's shoulder. Were these people not envious and jealous? Let them be as envious and jealous as they liked, Zhuang Yudi was his, after all. If they didn't like it, they could come and fight him. Lin Yan's actions and behavior only made the men coveting Zhuang Yudi's beauty grind their teeth in frustration. But anger was anger, they couldn't act on it and could only sulk in silence. The meal was, indeed, an uncomfortable one. In no time, they were led to a spot by the window, where the two of them sat down facing each other. This steakhouse was doing great business, and this was the only vacant table by the window. All other tables were already completely full. Most of these people were couples, a man and a woman, though there were naturally some who had come to discuss work. However, without exception, after Zhuang Yudi and Lin Yan sat down, many gazes still drifted towards them from time to time. After all, a handsome man and a beautiful woman always attract envy and jealousy, and even hostility from some perverts. This is our menu, which includes our beverages. Please have a look, you two. The waiter thoughtfully handed a menu to Zhuang Yudi. Zhuang Yudi reached out to take it, but without opening it, she pushed it directly to Lin Yan. I've already tried all the drinks here. Just get me a Kano. What would you like to drink, Lin Yan? Take a look yourself. Lin Yan smiled faintly, took the menu, and opened it, and then, looking at the prices on the menu, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. The first option was the Kano that Zhuang Yudi had ordered, priced at 88 yuan per glass. What the hell, this was an exorbitant price. however. There were even more outrageous ones, some lemon juice, orange juice, and various drinks, simply given fancy names, had their prices inflated dozens of times over. Lin Yan felt like cursing. When inviting a girl out to eat at a place like this, he certainly couldn't let her pay, he was bound to be the one treating. But he currently had less than 1,000 yuan on him. It looked like he was going to bleed money this time. 88 yuan had already been spent, he had to be more cautious. Lin Yan flipped through it, his gaze moving downward as he tried to see which was the cheapest. Finally, he spotted the cheapest drink, which cost only 66 yuan. The name was also very fancy, Dragon Guard drink. "I'll have this one." The waiter and Zhuang Yudi both leaned over to look at the drink Lin Yan had pointed to, and then both were stunned. The waiter then asked in disbelief, "Are you sure you want to drink this?" Even Zhuang Yudi, who was beside him, said, "That's right, this doesn't seem very good. Why don't you choose something else?" But despite their attempts to dissuade him, Lin Yan shook his head resolutely. "No, I won't change it. I just like this one. Let's go with this." The waiter and Zhuang Yudi both wore strange expressions, but neither said anything. "All right, the drinks are ordered. Why don't you take a look to see if you need to order any main courses? We also have some desserts here." The waiter had just finished speaking, and Lin Yan was about to refuse. But Zhuang Yudi said excitedly, "Yes, just bring me the caviar cake I always order. I really love eating that." "Very well, no problem." Lin Yan's mouth twitched involuntarily, and his heart gave a sharp, painful pang. If he remembered correctly, the price of that caviar cake was 588 yuan. This was too brutal, they hadn't even gotten started yet, and they hadn't even ordered the main courses. 700 or 800 yuan had already been spent, and his 1,000 yuan was about to be gone. "No, just kill him instead." "Lin Yan, what's wrong? Why does your expression look a bit off?" Suddenly, Zhuang Yudi asked, looking at Lin Yan's face with some confusion. Lin Yan reached out and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. What else could he do? He obviously thought it was too expensive. They hadn't even done anything yet, and his entire net worth was already being eaten away. But in front of so many people, he certainly couldn't say he had no money. So he could only wipe away the cold sweat and put on a fake smile. "It's nothing. I just wanted to say that as long as you like it, that's all that matters." After saying this, Zhuang Yudi was quite touched. She lowered her head and smiled shyly, while the waiter on the side looked at Zhuang Yudi with envy. Their shop was extremely popular and famous in Zhuhai City. Those who could afford to eat here were all wealthy people. The young man before them was not only handsome but also wealthy, he was truly the envy of others. "All right, that's enough. Bring us 2 steaks as well, I want them medium well." "Very well, no problem. I'll go prepare that now." Then, the waiter left. Lin Yan, however, opened the menu with trembling hands and saw the price of the steak. 688 per serving. He rolled his eyes back and fainted onto the table. "Ah, Lin Yan, what's wrong? Are you okay? Don't scare me." Lin Yan lay on the table and said weakly, "It's nothing. I probably didn't eat breakfast this morning, so I'm starving." "Oh dear, look at me, I forgot about that. I didn't eat breakfast this morning either, but I prepared some bread, and I've already eaten it, so that's why I'm not hungry. But don't worry, the drinks should be here soon." Hearing Zhuang Yudi's words, Lin Yan couldn't say much more, so he forced himself to sit up straight in his chair. But his mood remained far from good. His total net worth was only 1,000 yuan, yet this damn meal was costing him over 2,000. He simply couldn't afford this, so it would be a wonder if he were in a good mood. No, he had to think of a plan. He couldn't just sit there and wait for death, otherwise, it would be extremely awkward when it came time to pay. So, Lin Yan pretended to wipe his hands with a napkin, but internally, he began communicating with the system. "System, let's discuss something. Can you lend me 2,000 yuan? System, you're dreaming. System, please just help me out. Lend me 2,000 yuan, and I'll definitely pay you back later. System, the Shenhao points are needed for upgrades. Didn't you say you wouldn't use them anymore? Why are you using them again now?" Lin Yan was very helpless. "I don't want to use them either, but the key is that this is a special situation. I can't let the girl pay for this, can I? System, actually, I can teach you a trick, host. You can eat soft rice while acting tough. Lin Yan. Damn it, you're the one who should go eat soft rice. System, help me out. At worst, I'll just complete a few more missions later. Host, you need to think this through. If you exchange these Shenhao points for cash, we will be one step further from upgrading. Moreover, I sense that danger is approaching. Are you sure you want to use these Shenhao points to exchange for money? The system suddenly said, with great seriousness. Chapter 96, Eating soft rice with pride is also a skill. After hearing the system's words, Lin Yan fell silent as expected. If he only used his Shenhao points to exchange for money, it really would be a bit of a waste. After contemplating for a moment, he gritted his teeth. Forget it, if I have to live off a woman, so be it. Eating soft rice with pride is also a skill, isn't it? System, keep it up, I have high hopes for you. Next, Lin Yan sat up straight and proper once again. Before long, the waitress came over again. She was holding a tray with 2 cups on it. These cups were quite nice looking and uniquely designed. Sir, madam, here are your drinks. After saying this, she placed the drinks on the table. Placed in front of Zhuang Yudi was a drink that resembled coffee, designed with quite an artistic charm. Meanwhile, the other cup, which was completely clear and empty like plain boiled water, was placed in front of Lin Yan. Looking at the drink in front of him that looked exactly like plain boiled water, Lin Yan couldn't help but twitch his lips violently. What the hell? He spent 66 yuan just to buy a cup of plain water. Wait, something must have gone wrong. Excuse me, wait a minute, waitress. Isn't this the dragon-protecting drink? How did it turn into a cup of plain water? The waitress was startled for a moment but quickly reacted. Sir, this is your first time dining at our restaurant, right? Ours is just like this, it is mineral water. Lin Yan's expression froze. Holy crap. He had thought it was boiled water, but this was actually mineral water. It wasn't even boiled. So they just shipped it here and sold it for 66 yuan. This money was way too easy to make. Lin Yan felt like he had been scammed. What the hell was this? Lin Yan, do you not like it? How about I order another one for you? No, there's no need. This is perfectly fine for me. After all, it cost 66 yuan. It would be a waste not to drink it. So, Lin Yan picked up the cup and began to sip it slowly. No matter what, this was mineral water bought for 66 yuan. He had to drink it as if it were worth 200 or 300 yuan, otherwise it wouldn't be worth it. As he drank this flavorless mineral water, Lin Yan whipped the restaurant owner in his mind several times. Isn't this just ripping people off? However, Lin Yan was still too young. After a while, when a mini-sized cake was brought out, Lin Yan was completely dumbfounded. Looking at the cake in front of him, which he could eat in a single bite, he was extremely depressed. What kind of cake is more expensive than gold? Just this tiny bit cost 688 yuan. He had finally witnessed how scammy this restaurant was. They weren't just ripping people off a little, they were squeezing them dry. But although the price was exorbitant, it had to be said that the taste was indeed excellent. They finished their meal quickly. The waitress naturally handed the bill to Lin Yan. Looking at the bill of 2,350 yuan, Lin Yan felt incredibly depressed. He was extremely frustrated. The food they ate didn't even add up to 2,350, the remaining 130 yuan was actually a service charge. Well, he sighed once again. This truly was a place only rich people could afford. Sir, please settle the bill. Seeing that Lin Yan remained unmoved, the waitress urged him again. Lin Yan glanced at the empty seat across from him. Yes, Zhuang Yudi was not there right now. She had gone to the restroom. And of all times, the waitress brought the bill over just as she left. He really had no situational awareness whatsoever. Didn't he know he had no money? Oh, my stomach suddenly hurts. Wait a moment, I need to go to the restroom. After saying that, ignoring the waitress's bewildered gaze, Lin Yan rushed into the restroom. Lin Yan stayed inside the restroom for a full 5 minutes before coming out. When he came out, he happened to run into Zhuang Yudi, who had also just finished. Lin Yan felt a wave of gratitude in his heart. She came out just in time. The two of them walked back to their seats one after the other and sat down. The waitress came over again. This time, she still handed the bill to Lin Yan. "Sir, please settle this bill." Lin Yan remained unmoved as he looked at the bill. He pulled out his phone and suddenly said, "It seems someone sent me a message. Let me check it first." At this, the waitress's face suddenly stiffened, and she turned to glance at Zhuang Yudi. Zhuang Yudi was touching up her makeup. By now, she had finished and reached out to take the bill. "Here, let me pay." As soon as she spoke. The waitress, however, looked resolute and did not hand the bill to her. At the same time, her expression gradually darkened. The gaze she directed at Lin Yan carried a hint of disdain and some anger. Of the couples who came to dine here, who would ever let the girl pay? Wasn't it always the guy who paid? Or at least they split the bill. Although the guy in front of him was very handsome, his character was truly lacking. He had already asked for the bill twice. If the excuse he made the first time was excusable, then this time he was clearly trying to dodge the bill and avoid paying. He just wanted the girl to pay. Such a man was somewhat contemptible. To think she had silently envied Zhuang Yudi just now. Now, it seemed the girl's taste in men was really poor, choosing such a stingy guy. At first glance, he didn't look like someone with money. The waitress immediately became somewhat displeased and handed the bill directly to Lin Yan. "Sir, please settle the bill. Since you invited a lady out to eat, you should definitely be the one paying. It's not very nice of you to make her pay for everything." At the same time, because the waitress spoke quite loudly, the surrounding people heard her as well. When they heard that a guy invited a girl to dinner but wouldn't pay, wanting her to foot the bill instead. And especially since this girl was so beautiful, practically the goddess of any average guy. Under such circumstances, this man was actually so stingy. It was simply shameful. Instantly, the looks everyone cast at Lin Yan carried a hint of disdain. Especially the men, who had already been green with envy towards Lin Yan. Now, they were all gritting their teeth in jealousy. Seeing Lin Yan trying to dodge the bill and avoid paying, they couldn't help but mock him. "I thought he was some rich young master, but turns out he's just a broke loser who can't even afford a meal." Exactly. I wonder if this girl is blind to have taken a liking to him. Honestly, he looks like a pretty handsome young man. How could he do something like this? Even if he doesn't pay the full amount, they should at least go Dutch. Even if it's going Dutch, I couldn't accept it. I'd kick a guy this stingy right out the door. The crowd's mocking discussions were rather loud. Zhuang Yudi, who was about to take out her money, suddenly paused, her expression changing. She naturally knew Lin Yan's current situation, he didn't have any money on him. Chapter 97, Blatant Showing Off. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to work at her company. When she was with Lin Yan, she never cared about his money. Even if Lin Yan were penniless, she would still like him. Now, seeing someone slander Lin Yan, she naturally couldn't remain indifferent. Raising her eyebrows, she glared angrily at those who were mocking him. "That's enough, all of you. So what if he has no money? I like him for who he is, not his money. Stop talking, or don't blame me for being rude to you. A bunch of busybodies." After saying that, she pulled out her phone and paid the bill without hesitation. Then, she grabbed Lin Yan's arm. "Let's go, ignore them." Lin Yan felt a wave of warmth in his heart. Suddenly, just as they stood up, a middle-aged man blocked their path. This middle-aged baldy was dressed in a designer suit, with a very expensive watch on his wrist. Lin Yan could tell that the watch probably cost at least over 1,000,000 yuan. His entire body screamed luxury, as if he wanted to plaster the words nouveau riche right on his forehead. He was holding 2 glasses of red wine, looking at Zhuang Yudi with a greasy face. "Excuse me, miss, would I have the honor of having a drink with you?" After saying this, he handed a glass of red wine to Zhuang Yudi. Sharp-eyed Lin Yan also noticed that the hand he extended was the very one wearing the watch worth over 1,000,000. This was clearly a blatant display of showing off. Zhuang Yudi rolled her eyes at him, a flash of disgust in her eyes. "I'm sorry, I don't drink with anyone other than my boyfriend." After delivering those domineering words, she turned to leave in her high heels. But Baldy wasn't going to let such a good opportunity slip away so easily, and shamelessly followed her. Beautiful, don't be so cold. I just want to get to know you and make a friend. I might not be as handsome as your boyfriend, but I'll treat you well. As long as you sit down and have a drink with me, you can drive any of my cars. As he spoke, Baldy cockily raised his eyebrows at Lin Yan. He then pulled 2 keys from his pocket and jingled them boastfully. Both keys were very exquisite. One was a Mercedes-Benz key, and the other was for a Bentley. Both of these cars were worth around 1 million yuan. At the same time, the moment he pulled out the keys to these 2 luxury cars, the eyes of several women around them locked onto him. Some women even felt envious and jealous, beginning to complain about why they didn't have as good a fortune as Zhuang Yudi. However, facing the luxury cars, Zhuang Yudi merely cast a brief glance and sneered disdainfully. I'm sorry, but I only drive my boyfriend's Rolls-Royce. After saying that, Zhuang Yudi affectionately linked her arm with Lin Yan's. Then, she reached into Lin Yan's pocket and pulled out a car key. She jingled it in front of him. This luxury car actually didn't belong to Lin Yan, it was Zhuang Yudi's own, but Baldy in front of them had no idea. When he saw the Rolls-Royce key, his pupils shrank instantly, and he looked at Lin Yan in utter disbelief. How was this possible? How could a man who tried to skip out on a meal bill afford a Rolls-Royce? A Rolls-Royce was worth tens of millions. He didn't believe it. You're bluffing me, aren't you? This car key is definitely fake. Your boyfriend can't even afford a meal and needs you to pay. He doesn't love you at all. This luxury car must be fake, beautiful. Take my advice, don't let him deceive you. With that, he took a step forward and reached out to grab Zhuang Yudi's arm. A flash of disgust crossed Zhuang Yudi's eyes. Just as she was about to step back, Lin Yan, who had been silent behind her, suddenly stepped forward. He grabbed Baldy's arm and twisted it hard. Baldy had never expected Lin Yan to pull such a move, and his face instantly contorted in pain. Ah! It hurts, hurts, hurts. Lin Yan looked at him with a face full of mockery and a cold sneer. You dare touch my woman? You're courting death. His voice carried an immense amount of killing intent, causing Baldy to shudder involuntarily upon hearing it. However, in front of so many people, he was certain Lin Yan wouldn't dare to do anything too reckless, so his attitude remained very stubborn. Kid, don't get cocky. Do you know who I am? You dare to lay a hand on me in broad daylight? I won't let you get away with this. Lin Yan suddenly pulled him hard, then kicked him squarely in the chest. Baldy stumbled and was kicked to the ground. He screamed in agony once again. Lin Yan didn't give him a chance to stand up, quickly rushing forward and stepping on his chest. Applying pressure with his foot, he kept Baldy struggling on the ground, unable to get up. This time, a trace of panic finally appeared on Baldy's face. Oh, wait. I was just joking. Lin Yan slowly leaned down and slapped him across the face. Oh, a joke. Then let me play a joke on you too. With that, Lin Yan slapped him across the face again. Then, slaps began to rain down on Baldy's face, leaving everyone watching dumbfounded. The waiter hurriedly tried to step in and pull him away, while also calling over some other male waiters, who swarmed forward together. After all, they were still inside the restaurant. Fighting here would have a negative impact on their business. Stop, sir, please stop. Fighting is prohibited here. But Lin Yan merely smiled faintly. Don't be so nervous. I'm not fighting. I'm just playing a game with him. This game is called slapping. He slapped him several more times, not stopping until he had knocked out 2 of his teeth, before finally withdrawing his hand in satisfaction. All right. Shaking out his wrist, Lin Yan wrapped his arm around Zhuang Yudi again. All right, we've dealt with the dog. Let's go. With that, under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, he walked away. Only after they had left did Baldy climb back up from the ground. Clutching his lips, he glared at Lin Yan's departing back with eyes filled with absolute hatred. Suddenly, he roared, "Damn it, kid. Don't you fucking leave if you have the guts." Lin Yan's steps, just as he was about to enter the elevator, suddenly halted. He was indeed somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Baldy to still be so arrogant after taking such a beating. Slowly turning around, he looked at Baldy with mockery in his eyes. Sure, I won't leave. Baldy spat a mouthful of bloody saliva onto the ground and pulled out his phone. Chapter 98, Just wait for my brother to come and beat you up. The call went through quickly. A rough voice came from the other end of the line. Brother, did something happen? Hearing this, Baldy hurriedly said, Brother Biao, I got beaten up. This kid has some skills, bring more guys. Damn it, someone dares to touch my brother. I'll gather some guys right now. Where are you? Tell him to wait for me. Brother Biao, I'm at XXXX. Then, the call was hung up. Putting his phone back into his pocket, Baldy clutched his face and glared resentfully at Lin Yan. He snarled, Kid, Brother Biao is coming with his men right now. You won't be leaving this place in one piece today. Just you wait. Lin Yan sneered and calmly took a sip of water. Sure, my hands happen to be itching anyway. I can use him to warm up when he gets here. Such arrogant words made Baldy spit hard on the ground. Then, he quickly waved over a waiter nearby and barked, Don't just stand there. Bring me some mouthwash. The 7 or 8 waiters standing around finally snapped out of it. 2 of them realized what was happening and quickly stepped forward to intervene. Gentlemen, please calm down. Please don't make a scene here. Baldy glared at them furiously. Damn it, stay the hell out of this. Isn't it just money you want? As he spoke, Baldy pulled out a wallet from his pocket. When he opened it, there was a thick stack of red banknotes inside. He casually pulled out a stack and threw it onto the table. Is this enough? If not, I've got plenty more. If anything gets broken during the fight, just charge it to me. The red banknotes scattered all over the floor, but the waitresses didn't pick them up immediately. Instead, they looked troubled and hesitated. Meanwhile, seeing how wealthy and generous Baldy was, and that he had even called for backup, just hearing that rough voice on the phone made it clear the other party was no ordinary person. Looking at Lin Yan, although he had the upper hand just now. If a whole crowd of people showed up, he wouldn't be able to fight them all off alone and would likely suffer. However, if Lin Yan really ended up suffering, that was actually what all the men present wanted to see. After all, in their eyes, Baldy was absolutely right. Lin Yan had no money and was useless except for being a bit handsome. They really didn't know how he had managed to pick up such a beautiful goddess. They were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Now that someone was going to teach Lin Yan a lesson, they were naturally happy to watch the show. Maybe if things got really chaotic later, they could even step in to play the hero and rescue the beauty. The onlookers all had different thoughts. However, at this moment, the waiter didn't pick up the money. Instead, he said hesitantly, Sir, I'm afraid that won't do. Our boss has a rule that no matter how much money is paid in compensation, no fighting is allowed here under any circumstances. It will affect our business. Another waitress also came over to persuade him. We really do have such a rule. How about this? If you really want to fight, could you please take it outside? The waitress pleaded in a soft, gentle voice. But in the face of her persuasion, Baldy's eyes suddenly bulged with rage. He angrily grabbed the banknotes and threw them right in her face. Damn it, I'm already in a bad mood. What the hell are you babbling about here? I already said I'll pay if anything gets broken. Get the hell out of here, or else when my brothers get here, we'll beat you up too. Baldy's spit flew everywhere. His vicious words made the waitress shudder. After all, she was just a girl, she had never encountered such a ferocious man before. She was so frightened that tears welled up in her eyes. She quickly backed away, and the other male waiters pulled her behind them, shielding her. They all looked at Baldy with deep disgust. Just then, the male manager finally walked over. With a firm look in his eyes, he said coldly, Sir, if you continue like this, I will call our boss. Seeing that he had scared off one waitress only for a manager to show up, Baldy's anger flared up instantly. If fire could erupt from his head, it would probably be 2 stories high by now. He glared at the male manager in exasperation and sneered, Fuck your mother. Can't you understand human speech? Go ahead and fucking call them. Let's see what your boss has to say. So what if they opened a Western restaurant? Think you're a big deal? Let me tell you, not only is your boss not here, but even if your boss were standing right here, I would still say the same thing." Seeing how arrogant he was, the male manager's expression changed, and he hesitated no longer. He immediately walked to the side and dialed a number. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious private room, a woman was sitting at a table enjoying a delicious meal, with a female assistant standing beside her. She used a knife and fork to slice the steak on her plate, her movements extremely elegant. Suddenly, the phone rang. The female assistant quickly pulled out her phone and walked to the side to answer it. After a brief moment, the female assistant walked back over. "What is it?" Red Rose parted her thin lips and asked softly. The female assistant shook her head. The Western restaurant's male manager called. He said someone is causing trouble in the restaurant. With a soft clatter, the knife and fork were set down on the table. Red Rose knitted her delicate brows, her slender fingers tightening around her wine glass. A flash of disgust crossed her eyes. "Someone actually dares to make trouble in my establishment. They must have a death wish. What happened to the last person who made trouble here?" The female assistant, Xiao Qing, recalled for a moment and then said expressionlessly, "They ended up in the ICU the next day." Red Rose nodded, a charming smile playing on her lips, seemingly very satisfied with this answer. "Do the same then." Xiao Qing didn't respond immediately, but instead said, "According to him, it's a balding man and a young man." When the young man registered, the name he gave was Lin Yan. Her action of sipping wine suddenly paused. A glint flashed in Red Rose's eyes. "Oh, so it's him." Xiao Qing nodded in agreement. "It's him. What should we do now?" Red Rose set down her wine glass, wiped her hands with a napkin, and curled her lips into a playful smile. "Since it's him, it doesn't matter. Let him fight to his heart's content. Oh, by the way, send the video of the fight to my phone. I want to watch." "Understood." With that, Xiao Qing made a callback. Before long, a video was sent to her phone. Without looking at the video herself, Xiao Qing immediately brought it over to Red Rose. Red Rose tapped her finger to play it. Sure enough, that familiar face appeared on the screen. Hee, it really is him. Chapter 99, Extremely Interested in Him. Red Rose, you seem to be extremely interested in him, it's a bit beyond. Xiao Qing suddenly frowned and said leisurely, her eyes filled with words left unsaid. Red Rose's expression changed, and she shot her a cold glance. "Since when do you like to speculate about my thoughts? I just find him interesting. Besides, the location for that project still requires his help, without him, we won't be able to get our hands on it." Xiao Qing stepped back, returning to her expressionless state, and said nothing more. On the other side, inside the Western restaurant, the male manager walked back, gripping his phone, and some waiters immediately crowded around him. "How is it? Manager, did the boss give the word? Is he planning to bring people over to teach them a lesson? I remember the last time someone came here to make trouble, the boss didn't say a word and just sent a group of people over. That person is still in the intensive care unit after being beaten. The boss's methods are truly ruthless. But that's fine too. I hate people who fight. Of course, I'm talking about that baldy. That guy named Lin Yan seems to be acting in self-defense." Just as everyone was discussing it, the male manager suddenly interrupted them. The boss just replied, saying to let them continue and that we should just watch. As soon as he finished speaking, all the waiters present were stunned and astonished. It seemed they had completely failed to anticipate that the boss would give such an answer. That can't be right, can it? Doesn't the boss have zero tolerance for trouble? Why is he letting them fight like this time? The male manager shook his head, looking bewildered. He sighed and said, "I don't know either," and he also said to send over all the surveillance footage of the fight. "Forget it, let's not guess any more. We can't guess the boss's thoughts. Then let's just wait." Consequently, the male manager sent some staff in specific positions back to work, while the rest of the waiters gathered on this floor, waiting to see how things would develop. This scene, in the eyes of Baldy, only made him more arrogant. Baldy had heard a little about the situation at this Western restaurant before. It was said that once, someone who came here to make trouble was beaten by the boss and his men until they couldn't even crawl. The owner behind this shop was very arrogant. However, so what if he's arrogant? Isn't he afraid of him now, not daring to come out? A sense of superiority instantly arose in his heart, and he even raised his eyebrows at Lin Yan, looking provocative. Not long after, Baldy's phone rang again. He looked at the caller ID, his eyes smiling, his face full of the pleasure of imminent revenge. "Kid, Brother Biao is here. You damn well better wait for me. They have already reached downstairs. If you still want to live, you might as well kowtow to me now and say, 'Grandpa, I was wrong.' Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll leave you in one piece." After saying this, he looked at Zhuang Yudi very arrogantly, his face full of lewdness. This appearance made Zhuang Yudi feel like vomiting. Zhuang Yudi frowned slightly and glared at him angrily. But this expression, in Baldy's eyes, only made him more interested. "Hey beauty, your temper is quite fiery. I like people like you. When Brother Biao gets here in a bit, if you're scared, just hide in my arms. I'll protect you." Zhuang Yudi snorted coldly, her face full of disdain. "Humph, keep dreaming, you shameless guy. A toad wanting to eat swan meat." Facing Zhuang Yudi's cold mockery, Baldy didn't get angry, instead, he laughed loudly. "Haha, beauty, you won't be saying that in a little while. I'll make you willingly become my girlfriend." After saying that, he lewdly chuckled twice. His appearance not only made Zhuang Yudi feel extremely disgusted, but even some of the female onlookers couldn't stand it anymore and glared angrily at Baldy. Of course, because Baldy was so arrogant and had called for people, they didn't dare to mock him loudly to his face, lest they invite trouble upon themselves. At this moment, downstairs at the Western restaurant. Just as Baldy said, the people he called had arrived. They had walked to the entrance, led by two men. The figures of these two men formed a stark contrast, one was very thin, and the other was very burly. This thin man was named A Biao. His arms were covered in black tattoos, but while other people's tattoos were patterns or something similar, his tattoo was a long sleeve, coloring his entire arm black. The man standing next to him was quite normal, with no tattoos on his body, but his muscles were extremely well developed, and his physique was very sturdy. He was someone that any ordinary person would find shocking at first glance. He was wearing boxing gloves on his hands, and his arms were solid and powerful. However, the only downside was that his face was bruised and swollen, with two black eyes, as if he had just been severely beaten. If Lin Yan were present, he would definitely be able to recognize him at a glance. This person was none other than the boxer, the man who had been beaten by Lin Yan until he had no power to fight back. Behind them followed 2 or 3 lackeys. These 2 or 3 lackeys naturally couldn't compare to his physique, they were all similar to A Biao, very thin, and each holding a steel pipe. Some even had dyed their hair red, yellow, or green, in short, they looked like hoodlums. Brother Biao rubbed his yellow teeth and said respectfully to the boxer beside him as they walked, "Brother 6, the location my brother sent me seems to be here. Let's go in. Brother 6, this time I really owe it to your help. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have enough men. Don't worry, my brother is very rich. Once you help me teach that person a lesson, you can take as much of that red cash as you want." After A Biao finished speaking, his underlings behind him chimed in, "With Brother 6 present, just showing up will definitely scare that kid into wetting his pants. I reckon he'll be scared away without you even having to make a move. That goes without saying. Look at Brother 6's physique, look at his hands. These have won rankings in boxing competitions, it's no joke. Exactly, it's truly admirable. Brother 6, us brothers can't learn your true skills." Everyone was talking over each other, all flattering the boxer. The boxer stepped into the door and said coldly to them, "All right, stop with the flattery. Hurry up and find the person. I have serious business to attend to later." As soon as he finished speaking, A Biao immediately stopped talking, and the underlings behind him also obediently quieted down. Chapter 100, They're Here. Then, A Biao walked over to the receptionist to negotiate and ask questions. Meanwhile, Lao Lu stood in place, sizing up the environment inside. When he looked at a glass door, it reflected his face, the dark circles around his eyes hadn't fully faded yet. Seeing these dark circles, Lao Lu couldn't help but clench his fists. Lin Yan's face surfaced in his mind again, and he cursed Lin Yan once more in his heart. It was all because of Lin Yan. Not only had he lost all face, but he had also botched the job and didn't even get his pay. He was penniless right now, and he had to pick up his master in the afternoon. He needed money for everything. That Zhang Long was a shrewd one, he wouldn't cough up any money until Lin Yan was dealt with. Helpless, Lao Lu ultimately had to follow a friend's advice and work as a hired thug for someone else. This time, he had been hired by A Biao. As long as he dealt with the kid who was causing trouble, he would receive a handsome reward. At least it would allow him to survive in this city first. While he was lost in thought, A Biao returned. Under his threats and coaxing, the receptionist had finally talked. "Brother Lu, let's go. They're on the top floor." Lao Lu nodded slightly, and A Biao continued to lead the way. They all entered the elevator. As it went up, Lao Lu calmed his mind. He had never met his match in Zhuhai, except for Lin Yan, of course. This job would definitely be an easy fix. Soon, they arrived at the top floor. Just as the elevator doors opened, Baldy came rushing over. Baldy's face was filled with excitement, the fat on his face trembling. Brother Biao, you're finally here." Baldy walked over and excitedly grabbed A Biao's hand. A Biao looked at him calmly and said coldly, "Look at you, so pathetic. Calm down." Baldy nodded, uttered an "oh," and calmed himself down. Then, his gaze shifted and he saw a burly man standing next to A Biao. He couldn't help but be shocked. How terrifying. Who is this?" A Biao introduced him in a timely manner. "This is the boxing expert I brought to back you up. He's very famous in the boxing world and has won many trophies." Hearing A Biao's introduction, Baldy's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Finally, his face was filled with excitement and admiration. Pleasure to meet you, pleasure to meet you. So you're a boxing expert. With your skills, that kid will definitely be scared to death. Just call him Brother Lu. Brother Lu, we're counting on you this time." Lao Lu glanced at him with utter disdain. He's just a greenhorn. I, Lao Lu, have never met my match. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll beat him until his teeth are scattered all over the floor." Hearing this, everyone present showed their admiration beyond words. Catching their gazes, Lao Lu's vanity was greatly satisfied. In any case, he was telling the truth. No one was his match, except for Lin Yan. Of course, as for Lin Yan, there was no way he would run into him today. He would have his master handle Lin Yan. In short, he would definitely get his revenge. Baldy nodded repeatedly. "With your words, Brother Lu, I can rest easy. Brother Lu, if you help me get this done, I'll definitely make it worth your while." As he spoke, he patted his suit, which was custom-made. Lao Lu was no fool either and knew what he meant. Seeing how wealthy he looked, he was definitely an overnight millionaire. As long as he resolved this job, he would have money to buy food. Speaking of which, he hadn't even eaten breakfast this morning and was starving. "All right, where is that kid? Let me go meet him right now." Meanwhile, after Lao Lu and A Biao entered, all the onlookers also turned their gazes over. Seeing Lao Lu's terrifying muscles and formidable build, the ordinary people were all deeply shaken. Holy crap, this is too much. They actually brought a boxing expert. Look at that towering build, and then look at the kid Baldy is challenging. He's so scrawny, he probably can't even take a single punch. If a punch landed on him, at least 3 of his ribs would probably snap. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Yan with sympathy. A newborn calf really didn't fear tigers, but now he had run into a tough opponent. Why didn't he just run away earlier? He just had to wait for them to arrive. He brought this upon himself. However, while everyone was looking at Lin Yan with sympathetic eyes, Lin Yan smiled as he looked at that familiar fat face. The world was truly small, he had actually run into an acquaintance again. This was getting interesting. Just then, Zhuang Yudi suddenly grabbed his arm. "Lin Yan, this guy looks really fierce. Can you beat him? Or should we run away quickly?" That terrifying physique made even her shudder. There was no way Lin Yan could win. Seeing Zhuang Yudi's nervous expression, Lin Yan felt a warmth in his heart. He gently patted her cheek and said, "All right, don't worry. This guy is just someone I've already defeated. Hearing his words, Zhuang Yudi had a look of utter confusion. Her eyes widened, and as if suddenly realizing something, she exclaimed in surprise, "Ah! Could he be the boxer you said you met at the bar yesterday?" Lin Yan smiled and whispered to her, "Exactly. See the dark circles on his face? That's from my beating, and the swelling hasn't even gone down yet. Don't worry, just watch." Hearing Lin Yan's confident words, Zhuang Yudi was completely reassured. Led by A Biao and Baldi, Lao Lu had already begun walking over. Their gazes coldly swept through the crowd. Before long, Baldi stopped not far from Lin Yan. He pointed at Lin Yan and said in a rage, "Brother Lu, Brother Biao, that's the kid." After saying that, he looked at Lin Yan with a face full of sarcasm and defiance. "Kid, see that? Brother Biao brought a boxing expert who has won several awards. The number of people who have died by his hands or ended up in the hospital is countless. If you know what's good for you, kowtow and beg for mercy right now. I might show some mercy and ask him not to hit you too hard. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even have the money for medical bills if you get sent to the ICU. It wouldn't be good if you died there. I'm not a bloodthirsty person, and I don't want to kill anyone yet. How about it? Come on, kowtow to me, beg for mercy, and call me Grandpa." Baldi was extremely arrogant, crossing his arms and looking at Lin Yan as if he were looking at a clown. Chapter 101, Just what is his background? However, he didn't notice the look in Lao Lu's eyes behind him at all. The moment Lao Lu saw Lin Yan, his face instantly changed color, and his entire body trembled. Lao Lu had thought the other party was just an ordinary young man, but damn, what a coincidence, it actually turned out to be Lin Yan. Recalling the scene yesterday where Lin Yan beat him so badly he couldn't even fight back, he couldn't help but shiver. Damn, the world really is fucking small. Oh no, his face was starting to ache again. Lin Yan stood up from his chair and walked toward Baldi with a cold sneer. Just then, A Biao also leaned in, clicking his tongue as he looked at Lin Yan. Damn, and here I thought it was some big shot. Turns out it's just a scrawny kid. Kid, do you see this fist? One punch is all it takes to blow you away. How dare you mess with my buddy, you're fucking looking for death. With that, A Biao glanced behind Lin Yan. Standing right behind Lin Yan was Zhuang Yudi. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he licked his lips. With a playful smirk, he said, "But your girlfriend is really not bad, quite attractive. You're a lucky kid, but too bad, you have the luck but not the life to enjoy it." Hearing these arrogant words, Lin Yan chuckled instead. He laughed so hard that tears almost came out. Baldi and A Biao looked completely baffled. Not only were they confused, but even the onlookers in the crowd were filled with question marks. At a time like this, how the fuck could he still laugh? What's going on? Was he too traumatized? Or was he already scared out of his mind? Just as the onlookers thought Lin Yan must have gone mad from fear and would definitely kneel down to beg for mercy in the next second. Lin Yan suddenly said coldly, "In this young master's vocabulary, the word fear has never existed." These words exploded like a sudden clap of thunder. Holy crap, you've got to respect that. That's so badass. Facing so many people and a professional boxer, he could actually still say something like that. He definitely won't even know how he died in the next second. It's over. It might still be in time if this young man begs for mercy now, but he actually boasted like that. Sigh, I think he shouldn't have stayed here at all. If he had run away earlier, nothing would have happened. Still, he brought this on himself. The onlookers all looked on with regret, and the waiters shook their heads as they looked at Lin Yan. Nobody believed that Lin Yan could defeat this boxer. After all, this boxer's build was simply too massive. Ordinary people would feel intimidated just by looking at him. How could they fight? How could they even play? With such immense strength, even 10 punches probably wouldn't be enough to bring him down. Baldi sneered even more coldly. Hey, good job, kid. Facing death, you still have such courage. I'll give you props for that. Since I appreciate your guts, I'll just have my big brother break one of your legs. With that said, Baldi looked at A Biao and said expectantly, "Brother Biao, hurry up and make your move. Teach this kid a lesson." A Biao nodded, sneering disdainfully at Lin Yan, and then looked back at Lao Lu. Brother Lu, this kid doesn't respect you at all. I don't think he can even take one punch from you. Brother Lu, make your move. Everyone's eyes fell on Lao Lu, quietly waiting for him to strike. The scene fell completely silent, the battle was on the verge of breaking out. However, in the next second, something completely unexpected happened. Lao Lu suddenly swallowed hard and abruptly took a step back. He said to A Biao, I just remembered I have something to attend to. How about I leave first? Having said that, he turned around to leave. This scene truly took everyone present by surprise. Their faces were filled with question marks. Little buddy, do you have a lot of questions? Seeing Lao Lu about to leave, how could A Biao let him go so easily? He wouldn't be satisfied without getting an explanation. Hey, Brother Lu, didn't we agree on this? This kid shouldn't take up much of your time. Why don't you just? Lao Lu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his face aching. Find someone else. Get out of my way. At this moment, even the dumbest onlooker clearly understood. What business did this boxer have to attend to? This was clearly a retreat right before the battle. Instantly, everyone became even more shocked, their eyes darting back and forth between Lin Yan and the boxer. Holy crap, what's the deal? A boxer with such a robust build who had won so many awards was actually fucking afraid of this kid in front of him. Could it be that this kid had a powerful background? Or did he know some kind of martial arts that even the boxer was no match for? In short, the way the onlookers looked at Lin Yan had completely changed. From their previous disdain and anticipation of a good show, they had all turned to shock and uncertainty. Not only them, but even Baldy was completely dumbfounded. He had no idea what was going on. Lao Lu insisted on leaving. Baldy could see clearly that he didn't want to fight Lin Yan. Could it be that this Lin Yan really had some background? Baldy felt extremely apprehensive. Just then, Lin Yan suddenly sneered, all right, let him go. The injuries on his face were from me beating him up yesterday. If he fights again, the bruises on his face probably won't heal for days. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire crowd erupted. This news was simply too explosive. So the injuries on the boxer's face were caused by this kid. No wonder he wanted to run the moment he saw him. Everyone understood in an instant. Then, the way they looked at Lin Yan changed completely. To think that a boxing expert who had won several championships wasn't even Lin Yan's match. Just how badass was he? Incredible. Not only were the onlookers shocked, but even Baldy and A Biao were so terrified that their legs trembled. Holy crap. Just what kind of person had they accidentally provoked? He could actually defeat a professional boxer. While everyone was dazed, Lao Lu had already stepped into the elevator and successfully made his descent. Leaving behind A Biao, Baldy, and his 3 henchmen, all standing there dumbfounded. Lin Yan stood up and approached them step by step, a cold sneer on his face. He cracked his knuckles. Since he ran away, I'll let him off. But since you made me wait for so long, you'll definitely have to pay some interest. Baldy, A Biao, and the others turned pale with fright, their legs trembling uncontrollably. A Biao even snatched a steel pipe from one of his henchmen, holding it in front of him as a shield. He pointed it at Lin Yan, don't come any closer. If you do, I won't be easy on you. Chapter 102, Fleeing in Disarray. Fine, then I'd like to see just how you intend to be impolite. After speaking, Lin Yan continued to approach them with disdain. A Biao became anxious, then brandished his steel pipe and charged straight at Lin Yan. The steel pipe swung down viciously, but Lin Yan merely tilted his head slightly, dodging it with ease. He then grabbed the pipe and gave it a forceful tug. A Biao instantly lost his grip, stumbling a few times, while Lin Yan flipped over and kicked him right in the stomach. In an instant, he was kicked more than 3 meters away. He crashed into a group of his subordinates. Cries of pain filled the air. This series of movements was incredibly smooth and swift, his actions were efficient and the speed was so fast that it was dizzying to watch. After dealing with these people, Lin Yan looked over at Baldy. Baldy's face had been swollen from the beating he'd received earlier, and now it was trembling. Before Lin Yan could even walk up to him, he actually plopped down onto his knees. The arrogant look he'd had earlier was long gone, replaced entirely by terror. Big brother, please spare me. I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. It's all my fault, all my fault. After saying this, he even reached out and slapped his own face hard. Slap, slap, slap. Immediately, his face was marked with red handprints, which he used to prove to Lin Yan that he was sincere in admitting his mistake. Do you think I'll let you off just because you're begging for mercy? After saying this coldly, Lin Yan kicked out. Baldy was kicked flying, crashing into Abiao and the others who were just about to get up. Another chorus of wails erupted instantly. Lin Yan moved quickly and stepped on Baldy's body. Baldy was now begging for mercy with slurred speech, his eyes full of terror. He was as pathetic now as he had been arrogant before. Big brother, spare me, please spare me. I'll give you money, okay? I'll give you money. Lin Yan, who had been about to slap him again, stopped immediately upon hearing this. Oh, this is something you're giving voluntarily, not me extorting you, right? Hand it over. Baldy hurriedly pulled the money out of his pocket. Lin Yan looked at the stack of cash. There had to be at least 3,000 or 4,000. After putting the 3,000 or 4,000 into his own pocket, Lin Yan patted Baldy's face. You think you can buy your life with 3,000 or 4,000? Isn't your life a bit too cheap? With that, he kicked him another 2 or 3 times. This display of ruthlessness made the other onlookers break out in a cold sweat. I really couldn't tell, but this young man is a real tough guy. However, it was quite satisfying. After all, Baldy had started the trouble, he brought this on himself. Baldy was kicked 2 more times and let out a couple of wails. Not daring to slack off, he hurriedly took the wristwatch off his wrist. I'll give you this watch. Here, take it, just stop hitting me. Lin Yan took the watch and revealed a faint smile, and then, when he saw the "Made in XX country" label inside the watch, his face instantly darkened. What the hell? This damn thing is actually a fake. Damn it, where did you buy this? You actually wear fakes. Baldy gave a bitter smile. Even though it's a fake, I still spent several thousand on it. Lin Yan. Damn it, isn't this just cheating him? Is this damn suit of yours probably fake too? Baldy chuckled a couple of times. This suit isn't fake, I borrowed it. Screw you. Lin Yan kicked him again. Not just him, but even the onlookers were so angry they wanted to go over and kick Baldy themselves. He looked so flashy and dressed up that everyone thought he was a rich guy, but it turned out he was covered in fakes, and even the suit was borrowed. The car must be fake too. This is truly detestable. Ouch, no, help. Brother Biao, save me. Biao was lying on the ground, holding his head. How could he dare to answer? Finally, Lin Yan kicked him twice more and vented his anger. Get lost, and don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you every time I see you. With that, Lin Yan turned and headed back. Baldy, Biao, and the others helped each other up and slunk away in disgrace. Wow, Brother Lin, you're really amazing. As soon as he walked over, Zhuang Yudi pressed up against him and gave Lin Yan a thumbs up. Then, she wrapped her arms around Lin Yan's neck and kissed him on the cheek. The surrounding men watched this scene with another wave of envy and jealousy. However, this time, deterred by Lin Yan's status and martial prowess, they didn't dare to whisper about it anymore. Afterward, Lin Yan put his arm around Zhuang Yudi and left the place. At the same time, Lin Yan didn't know that everything that had happened inside the Western restaurant had been seen by someone. This person was Red Rose. She was currently sitting in a luxurious private room, eating while watching the surveillance footage on her phone. Watching the surveillance video, she saw Lin Yan giving Baldy a satisfying beating. Red Rose curled her lips, her eyes filled with deep meaning. As expected, anything related to him is very interesting. Xiaoqing also walked over and took the phone. The surveillance video had finished playing. There was no need to keep playing it. Red Rose stood up from her chair and instructed Xiaoqing, "Right, has Lin Yan had any other unusual movements lately?" Xiaoqing replied truthfully, "Our people sent to monitor Lin Yan reported that Lin Yan has found a source for earthworks. He will be going to a township tomorrow and has already booked his train ticket." Red Rose raised an eyebrow and twirled her hair with her finger, looking intrigued. Xingpai Town. Go back and get me detailed information on all the merchants in Xingpai Town who can supply earthworks. Also, spread the news that Lin Yan is going to Xingpai Town to purchase earthworks. As for where to spread it, you should know, right? Xiaoqing pressed her thin lips together and nodded. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly said, "Actually, I don't think it's necessary to spread this news. We could just find Lin Yan and talk to him directly." Red Rose, I feel that you seem to be dragging things out on this matter. As soon as Xiaoqing finished speaking, Red Rose shot her a cold glare. Since when do you get to manage how I do things? Xiaoqing closed her mouth and lowered her head hurriedly, but a strange look flashed in her eyes. I'm not trying to manage your affairs, I just think it's better if we act quickly, after all, considering grandmother. Upon hearing the word grandmother, Red Rose's expression changed suddenly, and the aura around her turned completely icy. Don't mention her to me. I have my own plans for this matter. Enough, you may leave. This sudden cold tone made Xiaoqing frown tightly. But her eyes showed no fear at all. However, she didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Chapter 103, Going to the Bar to Find Someone. Red Rose slowly lowered her hand, gripping her skirt, and then slowly tightened her fist. She didn't stop until her knuckles turned white. The moment the door closed, she turned her head to look at Xiaoqing. Wait, book me a ticket to Xingpai Town. It must be the same train as Lin Yan. A flash of surprise crossed Xiaoqing's eyes. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, she didn't speak. She just gave a soft mm and backed out. Red Rose sat back down, a playful look in her eyes. Lin Yan, you really are interesting. Tianqi Group. In a large office. Zhang Long was listening to his assistant's report when he suddenly slammed the cup in his hand onto the desk. Bang. His face was full of rage as he gritted his teeth. What did you say? Lin Yan is going to Xingpai Town to buy earthwork. Seeing Zhang Long's expression, the assistant nodded cautiously. That's right, Boss Long. This is news my subordinates paid a high price for. They said the ticket has already been booked, and he is leaving early tomorrow morning. Zhang Long narrowed his eyes and slammed the file in his hand onto the table. Damn it. Xingpai Town isn't far from here. I want to see who dares to go against me and sell earthwork to Lin Yan. After saying that, he looked at the assistant, an idea already forming in his mind. Spread the news today. If anyone in Xingpai Town dares to sell earthwork to Lin Yan, I will make sure they can't survive in this business anymore. Understood, Boss Long. I will go handle it right now. Inside a bar in Magic City. People outside had been busy all day, but the nightlife here was just beginning. On the dance floor of the bar, men and women were releasing their stress to the fullest. A man walked in through the door. As soon as he arrived, he attracted the gazes of countless people. It's actually him. He's here again. Hey, who is this guy? He's actually quite handsome. You weren't here yesterday, let me tell you, this kid. This kid is awesome. Yesterday he beat the boxer, and even young Master Zhao suffered a loss at his hands. Ah, really? So capable. But I don't think I've ever heard of such a person in Magic City. Who knows? Anyway, we can't afford to provoke him. Don't go near him. Everyone was whispering. But because the music on the dance floor was too loud, Lin Yan didn't hear them at all. He walked straight to the bar counter, and the bartender recognized him at a glance. It's you. Give me the same cocktail as yesterday. Lin Yan rested his hands on the table, tapping them rhythmically, looking quite happy. The bartender didn't dare to be negligent and immediately went to mix the drink. Before long, a drink was placed in front of Lin Yan. Lin Yan called the bartender over and asked, "By the way, I wonder when your Red Rose comes to sing." The bartender shook his head. She isn't coming today. Lin Yan frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased. Are you saying she won't be coming today? Right. Red Rose doesn't come every day. She only comes here when she's in a good mood. However, she told me that if Mr. Lin comes, you can go find her alone. Lin Yan's eyes lit up with a hint of playfulness. Oh. Did she say where to find her? The bartender took a piece of paper out of his pocket with an address written on it. He handed it to Lin Yan. A club in the south of Magic City. Red Rose said she would be waiting for you there. As long as you arrive, you will definitely be able to find her. Lin Yan took the paper, but he hesitated. This Red Rose was indeed as he had guessed, she was not an ordinary person. Otherwise, why would she be so sure that he would come looking for her? And she had even written down the address in advance. Lin Yan felt a little uncomfortable. This feeling was like being led step by step by someone else. This Red Rose had appeared out of nowhere. What was her background? And was she a friend or a foe? Lin Yan pondered for a moment, and finally decided to go take a look. He took the note, finished the drink in his glass, and left the bar. He drove to a club in the west of the city. Meanwhile, after Lin Yan left, the bartender suddenly made a phone call. He only said one sentence to the phone: he has already driven to the south of the city. Lin Yan drove without stopping, heading straight toward the club in the south of the city. There were 4 major clubs in total in Magic City. East, South, West, North, representing 4 different forces. Of these 4 forces, Lin Yan only knew about one, which was Wu Tian. Zhang Long should also count as one force. As for the other 2 forces, Lin Yan did not know. The car soon stopped in front of a club. This club was very large. The bottom 4 floors were leisure service areas, while the upper floors were places similar to hotels for guests to rest. And this kind of place was naturally a gray zone mixed between black and white. There were naturally many special services inside. Lin Yan parked the car and walked in. The lobby was very quiet, with only a few waiters standing around. The waiters here were all women, and each one of them had fair skin, beautiful faces, and long legs. They were all very pretty. Lin Yan took a slight look at the layout of the place and then lifted his foot to walk inside. Suddenly, just at this moment, a person rushed over from behind and bumped into him. This person had a lot of force, and caught off guard, Lin Yan stumbled. The anger in his heart flared up instantly. Who was so blind? Didn't they see him standing here? How dare they bump into him like this? But before he could turn around, a roar came from behind him. Damn it, are you blind? How are you walking? Don't you know that a good dog doesn't block the way? Get lost. Lin Yan couldn't help but feel his anger rise even more. Damn, is this guy unreasonable? He was standing here perfectly fine, the guy bumped into him, yet he was blaming him instead. My bad temper is flaring up. Do you really think I'm your father, that I have to indulge you? Just as Lin Yan was about to curse back, he suddenly felt a gust of wind coming from behind him. His expression changed in an instant. The person behind him was not only cursing, but now he actually wanted to make a move. Lin Yan dodged easily. Fatty Lu, who was behind him, missed his kick and nearly fell over. After steadying his body, Fatty Lu's fat face twisted in anger. He glared at Lin Yan. Damn it, you dare to dodge? Are you looking for death, kid? Lin Yan took a look at this Fatty Lu. The fat man was about 30 years old, wearing a designer suit. But because he was too fat, and his skin was too dark, wearing this custom-made designer suit, it felt very incongruous. Chapter 104, Extremely Arrogant. He wasn't particularly tall either, one could say he possessed the trifecta of being short, ugly, and fat. Standing beside him was a woman wearing high heels, making her half a head taller than him. With fair skin, a beautiful face, and long legs, she looked just like a celebrity. Standing next to Fatty Lu, she looked like a fresh flower stuck in cow dung. If anyone claimed this was for love, Lin Yan wouldn't believe it even if he were beaten to death. I was standing here perfectly fine. You were the one who was blind and bumped into me, yet you still blame me. Am I your father? Do I need to spoil you? Lin Yan looked at Fatty Lu and said coldly. There was no need for him to mince words with a boorishman like Fatty Lu. Hearing Lin Yan's merciless words, Fatty Lu flew into a rage. The 3 wisps of beard on his face trembled with fury as he pointed a finger at Lin Yan. You. What about me? Is it because I'm too handsome that you feel ashamed of yourself? After this remark, Fatty Lu nearly rolled his eyes back and keeled over from anger. Fuck your mother, kid. Haven't you ever heard the saying that a good dog doesn't block the road? You were the one standing in my way. The doorway is so wide, Couldn't you have walked elsewhere? If you bumped into me, it just proves you're blind. It's none of my business. How arrogant. You dare speak to me like that? Don't blame me for being impolite. With that, Fatty Lu let go of the woman's hand, rolled up his sleeves, and charged at Lin Yan. But he didn't even make it to him. Lin Yan swung his leg slightly and then swiftly kicked out. With a single flying kick, he sent Fatty Lu soaring through the air. Bang! Fatty Lu was kicked straight out the door, landing heavily on the ground. He began to wail. Meanwhile, the woman who had arrived with Fatty Lu was completely stunned. After a few seconds, she pointed a finger at Lin Yan and said furiously, You, how dare you hit my boyfriend? Do you know who my boyfriend is? He's a VIP here. Lin Yan sneered, so what if he's a VIP? Does being a VIP mean he can disregard the law? The woman was left speechless by Lin Yan's retort. Finally, she stamped her foot, gritted her teeth, and ran off. Not long after, she helped a limping Fatty Lu back inside. Fatty Lu clutched his chest, glaring at Lin Yan with the same intense fury. However, he didn't dare to charge forward this time. After all, Lin Yan had kicked him 3 or 4 meters away. He was no match for such strength. He had other tricks up his sleeve. Once inside, he suddenly shouted, Security! Call security! Someone is assaulting people here. His shout echoed instantly throughout the entire lobby. All the waiters and the few security guards patrolling the lobby looked over. When they saw Fatty Lu, everyone looked nervous and rushed over. In no time at all, Fatty Lu was surrounded by a dozen security guards and 2 or 3 beautiful waitresses, all of whom looked at him with concern. It was clear from this scene that Fatty Lu was indeed a VIP here, and he seemed to have quite a significant background. Mr. Lu, what happened? Who dared to hit you? The security guard asked hurriedly. Fatty Lu looked up at Lin Yan with eyes full of mockery and disdain, then pointed a finger at him angrily. It's him. The next second, everyone's gaze fell on Lin Yan, scanning him from head to toe. The clothes Lin Yan was wearing were not designer brands, they were very ordinary. He was also wearing sneakers. His entire attire did not look like that of a wealthy young master. Furthermore, he looked unfamiliar, which meant he was here for the first time. The Qingnan Club had been operating here for decades. This place was not somewhere ordinary people could just enter, one needed a VIP membership. An annual VIP membership cost over 2 million a year. In other words, anyone who came here was either wealthy or powerful. In short, no ordinary person would dare to enter. Of course, even if an ordinary person dared to enter, these security guards were no pushovers and would kick them right out. Right now, in their eyes, Lin Yan was just an ordinary person. And clearly, this ordinary person didn't know his place and had trespassed into the club. Worse still, he had inadvertently offended one of their regular customers. This was no laughing matter. If word reached their superiors, they wouldn't be able to bear the punishment. Immediately, everyone's expression changed, and they looked at Lin Yan with hostile gazes. One of the men in a security uniform, holding an electric baton, approached Lin Yan and looked at him with utter disdain. Just by looking at your clothes, I can tell you're a loser. Open your dog eyes and look at what kind of place this is. This is a club for the wealthy. It's bad enough that you trespassed here, but you actually dared to offend our Mr. Lu. You're courting death. With that, he charged at Lin Yan, brandishing the electric baton in his hand. The electric baton was sizzling with sparks. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes. Only now did Lin Yan finally understand why Red Rose had asked him to come here. Clearly, she wanted to intimidate him. It seemed that Red Rose was no pushover either. However, since he was already here, he wouldn't leave so easily. He wanted to see what kind of game Red Rose was playing. As the security guard's electric baton came crashing down, Lin Yan still didn't dodge or evade. To the onlookers, this scene was just entertainment. This kid was still too young. Once that electric baton hit him, he would surely be crying and holding his head in pain. Seeing this, Fatty Lu wore a sinister grin, his eyes seeming to say, "Humph, this is the price of offending me." Just as the electric baton was a few centimeters away from striking Lin Yan, he suddenly moved. His figure flashed, He was so fast that no one saw how he dodged. Then, the electric baton brushed past him and slammed down, missing him entirely. After dodging, Lin Yan took a large step forward, concentrating all his strength into his right foot. He swung his leg, sweeping it towards the security guard. Bang! Ah! The security guard let out a scream and collapsed heavily to the ground. He clutched his legs and wailed in agony. The action happened so fast that Fatty Lou and the onlookers were completely caught off guard and stood there in a daze. It took them several seconds to come to their senses. Is that all? Come at me together. Lin Yan curled his lips into a smirk and said coldly.